My name is Ling Tian. Upon awakening, I found myself transformed into the character Raditz from the Dragon Ball universe, a figure notorious for his early demise and a hairstyle reminiscent of the non-mainstream progenitor of the Saiyans. With a mere battle power of 1500, I bear the shameful record of being an easy target. Fortunately, the ultimate challenger system has arrived just in time. By challenging the strong, I can receive bountiful rewards. However, my targets must possess fighting spirit. Challenging the same individual within a year diminishes the rewards due to the vast power disparity. Gazing at the few meager light points on the earth as displayed on the scanner, Raditz, Ling Tian, grinned widely. Kakarot, my dear Goku, Big Brother has come to spar with you. Let's begin by racking up rewards from you. Thus, when Raditz descended upon Kame House, there was no arrogant weakling demeanor, only sincere, brotherly recognition, and an invitation to spar. The naive yet combative Wukong gladly accepted the challenge. During the battle, Raditz transitioned from faltering steps to gradually mastering his strength, ultimately delivering a decisive blow. Ding! Challenge against Suin Wukong successful. Reward obtained. King Kai fist without side effects. Feeling the surging power within him, Raditz cast his gaze towards the horizon. Bike, Vegeta, Frieza. Even the angels, destroyer gods, and the Omni-King. You shall all serve as stepping stones for my ascension. This is the tale of a pseudo, villainous elder brother who, through friendly sparring, gradually conquers the entire universe to become the ultimate powerhouse. Chapter 1. Transformed into Raditz? Save Me system. In the vast cosmos, a spherical single-person spacecraft streaked through the silence at an astonishing speed, heading towards a cerulean planet. Inside the craft, Ling Tian, no, he should now be called Raditz, grimaced at his reflection on the cabin wall. I truly am at a loss for words. He tugged at his waist-length black hair, each strand as rigid as iron. This hairstyle would bring tears to Newton's eyes. Raditz, you are a Saiyan. Can you not possess a modicum of aesthetic sense? Just a few hours prior, he was an ordinary office worker on Earth, Ling Tian. Awakening, he found his soul transmigrated into the body of this infamous tragic character, Raditz, who was en route to Earth to find his brother Kakarot, Suin Wukong. Familiar with the plot, he knew that according to his predetermined fate, he would be defeated by his younger brother and Bike, serving as the first backdrop for Wukong's journey into the realm of cosmic strength. This is a hellish difficulty from the start. Ling Tian, now Raditz, lamented while pressing his forehead. He certainly did not wish to venture to Namek and brew tea with crabs. Ding! Detecting the host's intense desire for survival and ambition to grow stronger, binding conditions met. Ultimate challenger system successfully bound. A cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Raditz was initially startled, then overwhelmed with joy. A system, the standard equipment for a time traveler. He indeed had one. This system aims to assist the host in becoming the strongest challenger across the realms. The host may challenge strong individuals with fighting spirit and, upon victory, receive mysterious rewards. The rules are as follows. 3. If there is too great a power disparity between the host and the target, the rewards for a successful challenge will decrease proportionally based on the disparity. 4. There is no minimum power limit for challenges, but the host is advised to act within their capabilities. Raditz swiftly absorbed the system information, his eyes growing brighter. Challenging the strong to become stronger. Was this not tailor-made for him? Although there was a rule regarding diminishing rewards due to significant power disparity. You shall be my first target, my dear brother, Kakarot. Raditz licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. According to the timeline, your battle power should still be below 1,000, while my current body boasts 1,500. The gap is not insurmountable, and you are a combative Saiyan, albeit raised on Earth, so your fighting spirit will be assured. Most crucially, the system's prompt echoed once more. Detecting that the host is undertaking their first challenge task, the first reward will ignore the penalty of Rule 3's diminishing rewards, providing the full reward. Perfect. Raditz clenched his fists. In the original plot, Raditz's downfall was entirely self-inflicted. He ruined relationships before even starting. I am not so foolish. The spacecraft shook violently as it approached Earth. Arrived. Boom! Raditz's craft crashed violently upon the beach near Kame House, sending clouds of dust into the air. Inside Kame House, Krillin, Bulma, Master Roshi, and others huddled together, startled by the sudden roar. What's happening? A meteor? Krillin rushed to the window. He beheld a tall, muscular figure with long hair emerging from the fallen spherical pod, wearing a single-lens scanner on his face. Wah! Who is that? Bulma exclaimed in surprise. His hairstyle. So wild. Raditz activated the scanner next to his ear, which beeped several times before quickly locking on several strong energy signatures, the most potent one located on the small island ahead. Kakarot, I've found you. A smirk crept across his face as he transformed into a streak of light, soaring directly towards Kame House. Bang! Raditz landed firmly on the open ground before Kame House, his powerful aura instantly causing Krillin and Master Roshi to tense up. Who? Who are you? Kellen mustered his courage to stand in front, though his legs trembled slightly. He could sense no aura from the stranger, but the imposing figure and demeanor suggested anything but benevolence. Raditz glanced at the bald Kellen, then cast a sidelong look at the curious Bulma and the turtle sage peering in, silently mocking. What a classic scene. But the script has changed. Ignoring Kellen's inquiry, his gaze passed over him and settled on the young man in the orange martial arts uniform, whose black hair framed a face of innocent curiosity. Kakarot, Raditz spoke, his voice low yet deliberately measured, lacking the arrogance of the original narrative. Sun Wukong pointed at himself, bewildered. Me? You know me? My name is Sun Wukong. Indeed, it is you. Raditz endeavored to appear friendly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Raditz from Planet Vegeta. In terms of Earth relations, I am your elder brother. What? The crowd exclaimed in unison, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Sun Wukong's eyes widened further. Brother? I have a brother. This matter is quite intricate. Our backgrounds are rather complex. Raditz waved his hand dismissively, diving straight into the subject. I come with no ill intentions. I merely heard that my brother, raised on Earth, possesses considerable strength. As a warrior, I couldn't resist the urge to spar and determine our prowess. He emphasized warrior and spar, striking at Wukong's combative instincts. As expected, Wukong's eyes lit up instantly. Spar? You mean fight? Great, great. I was just looking for a formidable opponent. He rubbed his fists together, his fighting spirit ignited. The readings on the scouter began to fluctuate. Kellen, however, hurriedly grabbed Wukong. Wait, Wukong, you believe him just because he says he's your brother? What if it's a trick? Raditz silently praised Kellen's vigilance but maintained a calm facade. If I truly harbored ill will, would I need to fabricate such a lie given your strengths? He pointed to the scouter. It shows that the strongest among you is Kakarot. Oh, Wukong, but your energy levels fall far below mine. If I were to attack directly, who among you could stop me? Though his words were blunt, the logic was compelling, leaving Kellen momentarily speechless. The turtle sage adjusted his sunglasses and said gravely, Wukong, be cautious. Yet, Wukong was already brimming with excitement. It's fine, Master Mutant. I feel he isn't a bad person. Plus, the thrill of sparring with a brother is just too exhilarating. Come on. Observing Wukong's fervent battle spirit, Raditz internally laughed. Got it. System, prepare to settle the rewards. The two moved to a more open space above the sea, while Kellen and the others anxiously watched from the doorway of the Turtle Sage's house. Wukong, be careful, Raditz shouted, initiating the attack. He needed this victory. However, while the intent was noble, reality proved a bit harsh. Though he had inherited Raditz's body and strength, the instincts and muscle memory of combat required time to adjust. His punch, though powerful and swift, appeared somewhat rigid and clumsy to a true master. Wukong easily sidestepped, puzzled. Brother, your movements seem a bit strange. Raditz's face flushed, though concealed by his hair. Less chatter. I'm just a bit unadjusted after a long journey. Again, he steadied his mind and launched another attack, his fists and feet slicing through the air. This time, he performed slightly better, yet still failed to unleash the full potential of his 1500 battle power. Many intricate techniques and power maneuvers eluded him. Wukong, initially cautious, gradually loosened up. Brother, you really are strong. I won't hold back. Wukong laughed heartily, his speed suddenly surging as he unleashed the afterimage fist, creating several duplicates of himself. Raditz's scouter beeped chaotically, unable to discern the real from the illusions. Damn, I forgot about this move, he cursed inwardly, having no choice but to attack in a direction based on instinct, only to strike nothing but air. A solid kick from Wukong struck his back, causing him to stumble forward. No, if this continues, I won't just lose. I might truly find myself in deep trouble. Raditz thought anxiously. Calm down. Feel this body. I'm a Saiyan, a warrior race. He forced himself to steady his breath, no longer rushing for results, but rather beginning to consciously feel the power coursing through him, adapting to the movements of every muscle fiber. Gradually, his movements became fluid. His dodges grew more precise, his punches more ferocious, and the innate combat instincts of a Saiyan began to awaken. Yes, just like that. Raditz found his rhythm, the advantages of his superior physicality becoming apparent. Boom! He struck Wukong's attack aside with a punch, following it up with a swift sidekick that landed squarely in Wukong's abdomen. Ugh! Wukong winced in pain, retreating a few steps, yet his excitement only grew. Brother, you adapt so quickly. Incredible. Now I'll use my ultimate move. Wukong pulled his hands back to his waist, azure energy beginning to gather. Bring it on. Raditz stood firm, channeling all his energy into his hands. I'll match you. Maximum power, energy wave. Boom! The blue Kamehameha collided violently with the white energy wave, a dazzling light illuminating the sea surface. The standoff lasted but a moment before Raditz's superior energy began to push the Kamehameha back towards Wukong. This was the gap of raw strength. Raditz roared, his energy output surging once more. Boom! The white energy wave completely engulfed the Kamehameha, the residual force striking Wukong and sending him plummeting from the sky, crashing heavily onto the beach, unconscious. Wukong, Kellen, and the others gasped in shock. Raditz gently descended, his chest rising and falling slightly. Victory! Though initially unaccustomed, he ultimately secured the win through sheer foundational strength. Just then, the system prompt in his mind rang out like heavenly music. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully challenging Sun Wukong, possessing a fervent fighting spirit. Given that this is the first successful challenge, the penalty for ignoring the strength gap is waived, and a full reward is granted. Congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. King Kai's fist, currently safe to activate up to twice the power. A warm current surged through him. Raditz felt a peculiar method of power utilization imprinting itself in his mind and bodily instincts. King Kai's fist. Moreover, it was the perfect version without any adverse effects, ensuring no harm to his body. Sensing the surging new power within, Raditz looked at the unconscious Wukong and the wary, fearful Kellen and others, revealing a smile laden with meaning. Earth is merely the starting point. Vegeta, Nappa, Frieza, you all shall await my challenge letter. His journey is among the stars and seas to defeat the strongest warriors across the universe. Chapter 2. The encounter with Raditz. At this moment, Krillin and Master Roshi, along with others, rushed over in a state of alarm, their eyes fixed warily on Raditz. Krillin, in particular, had assumed a combat stance, fully aware that his efforts might be in vain. Observing their anxious demeanor, Raditz waved his hand and endeavored to adopt a calm tone. There is no need for concern. I mentioned this is merely a friendly spar. He is my brother, and I will not harm him seriously. He gestured towards Goku, suggesting he take a moment to rest. With a surge of courage, Bulma inquired, "Are you truly Goku's brother? From another planet?" "Indeed, we belong to the warrior race known as the Saiyans," Raditz affirmed, nodding. He then began to weave a narrative, partially truthful, stating, "The reason I am aware of Earth, and that Kakarot is here, is that most of my kin are employed by a cosmic overlord, Frieza, undertaking missions to conquer planets. I grew weary of that existence, severed ties with the group, and remembered I had a brother lost on Earth, hence my visit." This explanation, a blend of truth and fabrication, clarified his origins while distancing himself from a villainous image, subtly casting himself in a more redemptive light. As anticipated, the wariness etched on their faces began to wane. Master Roshi stroked his beard thoughtfully, mused, "I see. That device you wear, is it capable of detecting the energy signatures that Goku and the others utilize?" "Energy?" Raditz feigned confusion, pointing to his scouter. "We Saiyans are accustomed to using this energy detector. However, during my confrontation with Goku, I distinctly sense that you possess a more intricate method of energy manipulation, capable of sudden bursts and even creating duplicates, which is quite rare in my experience." He turned to Master Roshi, his tone laced with sincere inquiry. "Esteemed elder, you seem well-versed in these matters. To be candid, while my foundational strength is considerable, I appear to lack finesse in the subtleties of energy control and specialized techniques." Flattered by this unexpected praise, Master Roshi felt a sense of elation, although he maintained a guarded demeanor. The professional instinct of the martial arts master kicked in. Indeed, the martial arts of Earth are profound and cannot be merely matched by brute strength. The utilization of energy is fundamental. "Your wisdom is greatly appreciated," Raditz replied, flowing with the conversation. "If it pleases you, may I remain temporarily to seek your guidance on energy manipulation? In return, I would be delighted to share insights and combat techniques from the universe." He recognized the urgency of addressing his own deficiencies in skill and becoming adept at perceiving and harnessing energy, which was crucial for his forthcoming plans. There was no place more suitable for a novice than Master Roshi's abode, as it was one of the origins of the Dragon Ball martial arts. After a moment of hesitation, glancing at the unconscious Goku and then at the humble demeanor of Raditz, Master Roshi ultimately nodded. Very well. However, should you harbor any sinister intentions, I will not hesitate to put my life on the line to stop you. Raditz chuckled. It is a promise. At that moment, the scouter on Raditz's ear emitted an urgent beeping sound, distinct from the normal energy source detection. Beep beep communication request. Prince Vegeta. A thrill coursed through Raditz's mind. He had arrived. He quietly stepped aside and pressed the connection button. A cold, haughty voice dripping with impatience echoed in his mind. Raditz, where the hell have you been? Scanners indicate your location is on a remote, low-level planet. Have you completed your mission? It was none other than Vegeta. Raditz took a deep breath, recalling the meager pride of his original self and the newfound confidence he possessed, primarily derived from the system and knowledge of the future. With a tone laced with dissatisfaction and provocation, he retorted, Prince Vegeta, do I need to provide you with a detailed report of my whereabouts? Mission? I've grown weary of that tedious conquest game. On the other end, there's a moment of stunned silence, followed by a suppressed fury. What did you say? Raditz, are you attempting to rebel? Rebel? No. A smirk curled at the corners of Raditz's mouth as he replied. I merely feel that following you offers no promising future. Even those peculiar beings from the QG can ride on our heads. You must find being a prince quite stifling. You insolent fool. Vegeta's rage nearly burst through the communicator. Do you know who you were speaking to? With your pathetic battle power of 1,500, you dare mock me? 1,500? That's ancient history. Raditz began to boast without reservation. Though he had the system, he was indeed exaggerating at this moment. I feel fantastic now. Perhaps I will surpass you soon. My dear prince. Excellent. Very well. Vegeta laughed in fury. It seems you are tired of living. Tell me your location. I will go there with Nappa immediately. I will personally crush your bones. Oh, you wish to find me? This was precisely what Raditz desired. All right, I shall await you on this planet called Earth. However, I must warn you, the scenery here is quite pleasant, rather suitable as your final resting place. Arrogant, clean your neck and wait. Vegeta roared, abruptly severing the communication. Raditz lowered his hand and turned around, discovering Master Roshi, along with the already awakened Goku and Krillin, all staring at him in shock. Although he had stepped aside, he and T made a conscious effort to lower his voice. The explosive conversation had been overheard in fragments. Brother, Goku rubbed the back of his head, still feeling a twinge of pain, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Who was that speaking to you? They sounded incredibly strong. Are they coming to fight you? Can I join? Raditz looked at his oblivious brother and sighed in resignation. Then his expression turned grave. Kakarot, and everyone, the situation has escalated. He surveyed the room and stated solemnly, the one who just communicated is the prince of our Saiyan race, Vegeta, and his companion, Nappa. Their power is exceedingly formidable. How strong? Krillin asked nervously. Raditz pointed to himself. Someone like me, even if I were to face 100 of myself, would likely still fall short against just one of them. What? 100 of you? Krillin exclaimed in disbelief, nearly dropping Master Roshi's cane. They had witnessed Raditz's strength firsthand as he effortlessly defeated Goku. 100 of him? It was an unfathomable concept. Bulma's complexion turned pale. Goodness, how can there be such terrifying beings in the universe? Raditz, gazing at his overly enthusiastic brother, who completely missed the gravity of the situation, inquired, Do you wish to confront them? Yes, of course. Goku replied without hesitation. With your current level of strength, you wouldn't even be able to withstand a single finger from them, Raditz bluntly criticized. You need to become stronger, and quickly. How can I grow stronger? Goku asked eagerly, his eyes aflame with an unadulterated thirst for power. Raditz observed his naive and fervent brother, a sly grin spreading across his face. Lowering his voice as if sharing an unparalleled secret, he said, Kakarot, our Saiyan race is known as a warrior tribe, not only due to our innate talent, but also because of our greatest secret, the near-death revival, which leads to a tremendous surge in power. Near-death revival? Goku blinked, not quite grasping the concept. In simpler terms, Raditz snapped his fingers. As long as one isn't completely dead, if they sustain severe injuries and receive timely and effective treatment to fully recover, their battle power will significantly increase. It's akin to, well, breaking the body's limiter, colloquially known as exploiting a bug. Exploiting a bug? Goku looked even more confused. It means finding a loophole to become stronger. Raditz rephrased, his gaze intensifying on Goku. Thus, what we must do now is utilize this bug. I'll nearly beat you to death, then heal you, and your battle power will skyrocket. The sacred beans? Goku suddenly recalled that Master Karen possessed a type of bean that could stave off hunger for 10 days and also heal injuries. Oh, that's splendid. Raditz feigned surprise, then turned to Krillin. Baldy, could you make a trip? Fetch some of those sacred beans from that master, Goku mentioned. The more, the better. This concerns the survival of Earth. Though Krillin was slightly irked by Raditz's constant reference to him as Baldy, he prioritized the greater good and promptly nodded. All right, I'll go right away. With that, he soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as he sped away. Raditz watched Krillin's retreating figure, internally lamenting, alas. It's all because of that gluttonous Yajirobe. In the original storyline, he treated those precious beans as snacks, leading to a severe shortage later on. We must prepare in advance and stockpile resources. During the wait for Krillin's return, Raditz did not remain idle. He formally sought Master Roshi's guidance on the manipulation of ki. Although Master Roshi's combat power paled in comparison to Raditz, his theoretical knowledge was exceptionally solid. From the fundamental aspects of sensing ki and condensing it to the more intricate skills of controlling output and concealing one's presence, Master Roshi imparted his wisdom generously. Raditz absorbed the teachings rapidly. With a solid foundation, his battle power of 1500 indicating robust physical capabilities and energy reserves, he had previously struggled due to a lack of understanding. Now, with a master to guide him and the King Kai's technique, which had no side effects and exemplified the ultimate application of ki, he progressed swiftly. Before long, he was able to partially conceal his ki, though still not as flawlessly as Master Roshi, yet he no longer needed to rely on a scouter. Before long, Klin returned, panting, with a small cloth bag in hand and a hint of dismay upon his face. The guardian of the Korin Tower informed him that the yield of the magical beans was exceedingly scarce, and he currently possessed only 5 of them. 5. Raditz took the bag, gazing at the meager 5 green beans within, his lips twitching. Had that glutton already embarked on his mission to consume the beans? He resolved to pay a visit to the Korin Tower and impart some wisdom to that rotund warrior. 5 beans would suffice. Raditz soon regained his composure. Kome, Kakarot. Let us begin our endeavor, he declared. The first attempt may be a bit painful, but endure it. Goku, filled with enthusiasm, replied, Bring it on, brother. Chapter 3. The Moving Spring Water. What transpired next was rather brutal. To achieve a near-death effect, Raditz had to employ considerable force. On the first strike, he landed a heavy punch that nearly fractured several of Goku's ribs, sending him crashing to the ground, bloodied and gasping for breath. Raditz swiftly placed a magical bean into his mouth. A miraculous scene unfolded. Goku's wounds mended at a visibly rapid pace, and he sprang back to life, brimming with vitality. His power level had evidently surged far beyond its previous state. The beeping of Raditz's scouter revealed that Goku's battle power had skyrocketed from below 1,000 to nearly 1,800. Effective. Astoundingly effective. Goku reveled in the surging power within him, exhilarated. Let us do it again. Raditz, invigorated, replied. After the second near-death experience, Goku's battle power astonishingly surpassed 3,000 points, solidifying his advantage over Raditz's base power of 1,500. As Raditz observed the fluctuating numbers on the scouter, his heart swelled with a mixture of pride and a hint of jealousy. Truly, the protagonist's efficiency in exploiting this flaw was remarkable. All right, it's your turn, brother, Goku said, eagerly rubbing his hands together, casting a mischievous glance at Raditz. I'll help you exploit the flaw. Raditz sighed. Very well. A pit I have dug for myself. I shall leap into it with tears. Thus, the tables turned. Goku, with a power exceeding 3,000, unleashed a merciless barrage upon his own brother. In pursuit of the desired effect, Goku held nothing back, believing naively that he was aiding Raditz. Raditz experienced firsthand the depths of agony, teetering on the brink of death twice, only to be revived by the magical beans on both occasions. As he rose for the second time, he felt as though he had been reborn. The power within him surged with an intensity beyond compare. He glanced at the scouter reading his battle power. 4,800. Ha ha ha. Raditz could not contain his laughter. In a mere half day, his strength had soared from 1,500 to 4,800. Such speed was unparalleled, akin to launching into the heavens. The Saiyan flaw was indeed as legendary as proclaimed. Furthermore, he sensed a newfound mastery over the energy he had just begun to comprehend. now flowing seamlessly with his amplified strength. However, the joy was short-lived, as reality soon presented its challenges. Raditz weighed the bag in his hand, now containing only a single magical bean, his expression clouded with concern. The flaw is indeed advantageous, but these precious restorative beans are woefully insufficient. Only one bean remains, insufficient even to fill the gaps between teeth. At that moment, Krillin, who had been a mere bystander to the brutal clash of brothers, suddenly had a flash of inspiration and slapped his bald head. Of course, if we lack Senzu beans, we can use the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? Raditz and Goku simultaneously turned to him. Yes, Krillin exclaimed with enthusiasm. Collecting all 7 Dragon Balls allows us to summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant any wish. We can wish for an abundance of Senzu beans. Upon hearing this, Raditz felt a stirring within him. He had been so preoccupied with Senzu beans that he had nearly forgotten about this incredible artifact on Earth. However, he considered more deeply. Finding the Dragon Balls would require time. Krillin, you and Goku should go together, Raditz pondered. Use your instant transmission. Oh wait, you can't yet. Fly with the flight technique and gather the Dragon Balls as quickly as possible. I will remain here to further refine my control over Ki. Got it. Without delay, Goku and Krillin set off, utilizing Bulma's Dragon Radar to embark on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Raditz stayed at Kame House, absorbing the surging power and honing his mastery over Ki, while allowing Bulma to examine his spacecraft in hopes of uncovering useful technology. Time passed swiftly, and soon a day had elapsed. As the sunset once again painted the sea in hues of red, Goku and Krillin returned, elated, cradling a bundle containing the 7 glimmering orange Dragon Balls. Fantastic! We can summon the Eternal Dragon now, Krillin exclaimed eagerly, placing the Dragon Balls on ground. As Goku recited the incantation, the sky darkened instantaneously, and the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a blinding light. A colossal green dragon ascended majestically into the night sky, its imposing figure dominating the heavens. State your wishes. I can grant one wish for you, boomed the dragon's resonant voice. Just as Krillin was about to wish for a mountain of Senzu beans, Raditz stepped forward, halting him. A bolder, more visionary idea had formed in his mind. Uitir now, Dragon, Raditz called. My wish is for the Earthling Krillin to gain the ability to heal himself rapidly from near-fatal injuries without the need for Senzu beans. At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback. Krillin stammered, pointing at himself. Me? Gain healing abilities? Raditz quickly clarified. Senzu beans will eventually run out, and they must be carried. But if you, Krillin, possess healing abilities, wouldn't we effectively have a portable, renewable source of healing? It would greatly facilitate training and could save others in critical moments. The dragon's eyes glowed crimson. This wish can be granted. A beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the bewildered Krillin. Moments later, the light dissipated. Is there a difference? Krillin wondered, examining his hands. Try it out, Raditz commanded without hesitation, making a decisive cut on his own arm, being quite harsh on himself. Krillin, concentrate and heal me. Krillin, with a hint of skepticism, placed his hand upon Raditz's wound, silently invoking the healing process. A faint green glow emanated from his palm, and to his astonishment, the injury on Raditz's arm began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. It worked. Goku cheered. Raditz, feeling the residual warmth of the healing energy at the site of his injury, nodded in satisfaction. Although he sensed that this healing ability had drained a considerable amount of Krillin's energy and was slower than the magical beans, it undoubtedly represented a strategic advancement. The moving spring water had been established. With their wish fulfilled, the eternal dragon vanished, the Dragon Balls transforming into stones that soared into the night sky, which once again blanketed the world. Yet, the flames of determination to grow stronger burned brighter in Raditz and Goku's eyes than the stars above. The moving spring water was now in place. Raditz patted Krillin, who was still slightly dazed, on the shoulder and asked, "Shall we continue?" "Absolutely," Goku replied eagerly. Having tasted the exhilarating rush of newfound power, he found it impossible to halt. Thus, on the sandy beach outside Master Roshi's house, a new round of merciless brotherly brawling and strategic positioning commenced. This time, with Krillin serving as a humanoid healing device. Goku initiated the bout. Raditz gathered a formidable aura of 4,800 battle power and unleashed a merciless punch that sent Goku back into a near-death state. Krillin immediately rushed forward, his hands glowing green as they pressed against Goku. The healing process, though slower than the magical beans by a few seconds, allowed the wounds and broken bones to gradually mend under the verdant light, beads of sweat forming on Krillin's forehead, indicating a significant drain of his energy. Ding. Battle power, 4,500. As Goku recovered, the device reported a new value. Effective, but the increase seems diminished. Raditz pondered. It appeared that this bug was not endlessly exploitable. The body's potential and adaptability played a role. Again, Goku sensed his growing power. While not as exaggerated as the first time, it was still considerable. After the second near-death healing completed, Goku's battle power stabilized at 6,000. His aura felt more substantial and imposing than before. My turn, Raditz declared with sharp eyes, encouraging Goku. Don't hold back. Goku nodded, inhaled deeply, and unleashed his full 6,000 battle power. A devastating Kamehameha wave struck Raditz's crossed arms with tremendous force, resulting in a violent explosion. As the dust settled, Raditz knelt on the ground, charred and gravely injured. Krillin rushed forward to heal him, the green glow lasting longer than before. When Raditz finally stood again, he felt an eruption of power within him, akin to a volcano. Battle power, 7,500. He glanced at the device, a surge of excitement filling his heart. Although the rate of increase was diminishing, the speed was nothing short of terrifying. After continuously exerting his healing abilities, Krillin now sat on the ground, drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his face pale. No, I can't continue, Raditz. Goku is too taxing. I feel utterly drained and need to rest. Otherwise, the next healing may not be effective. Raditz observed Krillin's exhausted state and realized that the moving spring water had its limitations, unable to be endlessly drawn upon. He nodded slightly, suppressing the urge to continue debugging, and rationally remarked, "Very well, let us conclude for today. Klein, I appreciate your efforts. We certainly cannot rely solely on such shortcuts." He turned to the equally eager Goku, his tone becoming earnest. "Kakarot, while this near-death revival method offers rapid enhancement, I sense it seems to depend on our inherent potential and physical foundation. Pursuing swift advancement indiscriminately may deplete our potential or lead to an unstable foundation. In the time ahead, what we truly require is to consolidate and cultivate, thoroughly digesting this surging power to attain a comprehensive understanding, allowing us to unleash our full combat prowess." Inner thoughts. Moreover, if we suddenly elevate our combat strength too high, what if we scare off Vegeta and Nappa? How can I then reap the rewards? Although Goku was somewhat reluctant to part with such rocket-like acceleration and growth, his instincts as a martial artist confirmed that his brother was indeed correct. He scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Yes, brother's right. So, would you like to come back with me to the Capsule Corporation? It's quite serene there, perfect for training, and Chi-Chi and Gohan are at home. Chapter 4. The Saiyan duo makes their entrance. Kiki, Gohan. Raditz raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling that he had a nephew and a sister-in-law. Ah yes, my son, adorable indeed. Goku's smile widened at the mention of family. Very well, Raditz consented. Visiting my brother's home to learn about the Earth-Saiyan hybrids seems promising. Before departing, Raditz's gaze shifted to Bulma, who was still engrossed in tinkering with the spherical spacecraft, muttering to herself. He approached her, striving to present a friendly smile, though his wild hairstyle somewhat hindered this effort. "Greetings, beautiful and intelligent miss. I see you have a keen interest in my spacecraft." Klein interjected at an opportune moment. "Raditz, this is Bulma, the daughter of Dr. Brief, the world's wealthiest man. She is a brilliant scientist. The Dragon Radar we previously used to search for the Dragon Balls was invented by her." "Oh, a genius scientist? My apologies," Raditz replied smoothly, gesturing toward his spacecraft and the detector on his ear. "These are products of Saiyan technology. If Miss Bulma is interested, you may take them for research. This detector can sense energy reactions and combat power levels. It may aid you in understanding future adversaries. As for the spacecraft, should you manage to glean any insights or even replicate a superior version, it may prove useful in the future." Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes sparkled like searchlights as she eagerly snatched the detector and the keys to the spacecraft. If alien spacecraft indeed have keys, jumping with excitement. "Really? That is fantastic. Leave it to me. I'll surely decipher the technology within. Who knows, I might even create even more formidable equipment. Dad will definitely be interested." Observing Bulma immersed in her research fervor, Raditz smiled. Investing in Earth's technology would undoubtedly be a lucrative endeavor. Bidding farewell to Master Roshi and the weary Krillin, Raditz followed Goku as they soared towards the direction of the Baozi Mountain. Soon, They descended before a quaint cottage nestled among tranquil hills, where the fragrant tendrils of smoke wafted through the air, hinting at a delicious meal. "Kiki, Gohan, I'm back, and I brought my brother," Goku exclaimed exuberantly upon landing. The door swung open, revealing a young woman with a ponytail and an apron, her beauty tempered by a hint of fatigue and seriousness. None other than Chi-Chi. Behind her peeked a curious little boy of about 3 or 4 years, donning a cap and wide-eyed with a mix of wonder and shyness. This was Son Gohan. "Goku, you're back, brother?" Chi-Chi's initial joy at seeing her husband was quickly overshadowed by surprise upon hearing the word brother, her gaze turning wary as it settled on the wild-looking Raditz. Raditz observed Chi-Chi and Gohan, his mind racing with thoughts. According to the original narrative, Chi-Chi should have been strictly disciplining Gohan due to Goku's irresponsible ways, even forbidding him from visiting Master Roshi. It seemed that his presence had inadvertently created a butterfly effect. Gohan was still at home and appeared to be well cared for. "Hello, you must be Chi-Chi," Raditz began, striving to soften his tone and muster what he believed to be a friendly smile, though the effect was somewhat chilling given his hairstyle. Goku quickly interjected, explaining that Raditz was a long-lost relative from outer space, returned to seek him out, and bearing news of other powerful kin. They needed to unite in order to safeguard Earth. Upon hearing the mention of protecting Earth, Chi-Chi's expression softened slightly. However, her concern lingered as she scrutinized Raditz's unconventional appearance. "Goku's brother? I've never heard him mention that all Saiyans are, well, so distinctive," she carefully articulated, her eyes lingering on Raditz's hair. Raditz mused inwardly. "I knew this hairstyle would be a point of contention." Meanwhile, little Gohan emerged from behind his mother, his big eyes sparkling as he gazed at Raditz, softly saying, "Hello, long-haired uncle." Raditz, captivated by Gohan's innocent gaze and the endearing title, felt the frustration regarding his hairstyle dissipate in an instant. He crouched down, attempting to project a gentler expression, though still somewhat disconcerting, and replied, "Hello there, little Gohan." Thus, Raditz settled into life at Bowsy Mountain. He understood the adage of being beholden to those who feed you, especially considering Chi-Chi's tireless efforts in managing the household and preparing copious amounts of food, primarily to satisfy the voracious appetites of Goku and himself. Unlike his carefree brother, who was oblivious to domestic duties beyond training and eating, Raditz fully embraced the pragmatic nature of Saiyan. In addition to his rigorous training, Raditz often ventured into the mountains, leveraging his impressive combat power of 7,500 to procure astonishing ingredients that left Chi-Chi in awe, such as dinosaur legs the size of small hills, colossal birds with 6 wings, and giant river delicacies encased in tough shells, yet rich in flavor. These extraterrestrial prey have significantly enriched the banquet at Bowsy Mountain, and have enabled Chi-Chi to amass an unprecedented stock of cured meats for the winter. Moreover, Raditz has taken the initiative to assist with agricultural tasks. He wields his energy-encased fists to till the soil, employs precise energy beams to eliminate weeds, almost incinerating the crops in the process, and even attempts to irrigate the fields with energy waves, resulting in the creation of an artificial lake. Though the methods may appear somewhat akin to violent demolition, the efficiency and results are undeniably tangible. Observing the warehouse brimming with grains and jerky and the meticulously organized fields, Chi-Chi finds herself increasingly pleased with her wild, yet perceptive older brother, whose peculiar methods have proven effective as her smile grows brighter. Time has flown by in this fulfilling and food-laden period, and unbeknownst to them, a month has passed. Raditz and Goku have refrained from artificially enhancing their combat prowess through exploits of the system. As Raditz aptly stated, they require consolidation. Throughout this month, the two have engaged in high-intensity sparring daily, thoroughly refining and mastering their previously surging powers. Raditz's command of energy has become increasingly adept, allowing him to perfectly conceal his own presence. Although Goku has not mastered the Kaioken technique, his control over his energy has reached new heights, stabilizing his combat power at 6,000 points with a solid foundation. However, tranquil days are always fleeting. On one particular day, as Raditz and Goku were engaged in a fierce exchange in the valley, they abruptly changed expressions and simultaneously glanced up at the sky. Not only they, but even Krillin, far away at Kame House, and Piccolo, hidden somewhere in the wilderness for training, sensed it. 2 powerful, chilling, and aggressively invasive energies barreled into Earth's atmosphere like meteors, their intensity far surpassing any adversary they had encountered thus far. They have arrived, Raditz thought gravely, but how could it happen so quickly? Furthermore, this energy feels different. Such formidable power. Goku, too, set aside his usual jovial demeanor, his expression serious, yet brimming with excitement. Stronger than you now, brother. Almost simultaneously, Krillin hurriedly made his way to Baozi Mountain, his face etched with alarm. Goku, Raditz, did you feel that? Those two energies. Ah, I felt it. Goku nodded, then turned his gaze towards the horizon, noticing, oh, is Piccolo coming too? A green figure sped in from the edge of the sky, landing steadily on a nearby cliff. It was indeed Piccolo. He crossed his arms and coldly surveyed Raditz and Goku before finally fixing his gaze on the sky. Son Goku, it has been many years since the World Martial Arts Tournament. I did not expect our reunion to occur under such circumstances. Piccolo's tone remained indifferent, yet his presence here clearly conveyed his stance. Huh, Piccolo, you're here to help too? Goku greeted him with a smile. Raditz observed this historic meeting, internally lamenting. The Sun family caretaker has arrived. I wonder if Yamcha and Tien Shinhan sensed it as well. Just then, the sky was filled with the roar of engines, unlike any ordinary aircraft. A menacing small warship, unmistakably bearing the aesthetic of Frieza's army, violently tore through the clouds as it descended upon the desolate expanse they occupied, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the hatch swung open, the first to emerge was the towering, brawny figure of the bald giant, Nappa, his brown afro exploding in disarray, exuding an aura of ferocity. He cracked his neck with a resounding pop, a cruel smile adorning his face. Following closely was the comparatively diminutive yet immensely powerful Saiyan prince, Vegeta, clad in a tight-fitting white battle suit, his cold, disdainful gaze cutting through the air. Nappa activated the device at his ear, a series of beeps reverberating through the atmosphere. Casting a dismissive glance at Goku and Piccolo, he ultimately fixed his gaze upon Raditz, his voice booming with mockery. Raditz, you traitor! How audacious of you to wait for us on Earth. Look at you, mingling with a pack of lowly beings from lesser planets. Truly a disgrace to our Saiyan lineage. Betraying Prince Vegeta was the most foolish decision of your life. Unfazed by the derision, Raditz stepped forward, his voice resonating clearly across the wilderness. Nappa, the fool hears you. What future lies ahead when you follow a cold-hearted prince who views allies merely as tools and pawns? He turned his gaze toward the silently observing Vegeta, a hint of pity lacing his tone. Vegeta, ask yourself, in your heart, aside from yourself, who is truly irreplaceable? Nappa is fiercely loyal to you, yet in your eyes, he is but a dog to be discarded at will, much like those fallen comrades from the past. Inner thought. In the original narrative, you were the one who delivered the final blow to the incapacitated Nappa. I speak no falsehood. Let us give him a taste of his own medicine early on. Chapter 5. Defeating Nappa. Raditz's words pierced Nappa's heart, striking at a possible doubt that may have lingered within, causing Vegeta's brow to furrow slightly. Seizing the moment, Raditz urged Nappa to reconsider. Nappa, awaken. Join us. Earth is a splendid place. Though its inhabitants may start from humble beginnings, they value camaraderie and understand loyalty. By siding with us, you will discover true dignity as a warrior and the worth of companionship, rather than remaining a mere enforcer, forever at the mercy of your master. His words resonated profoundly, leaving Nappa momentarily stunned, while even Goku, Krillin, and Piccolo appeared moved. Finally, Vegeta spoke, his voice icy and laced with arrogance and lethal intent. Raditz, it seems you have learned to wield words in my absence. Have you forgotten that among Saiyans, strength reigns supreme? With your pitiful combat prowess, you dare to recruit my subordinates from this pack of earth insects? His gaze swept over the assembly before settling on Raditz, a cruel smirk curling his lips. Today, I shall personally crush your bones, so you may comprehend the consequences of betraying me, Vegeta. Then, I will eradicate every insect on this planet, including your worthless brother. As Vegeta exuded arrogance and dominance, Goku prepared to confront him, but was restrained by Raditz, who firmly placed a hand on his shoulder. Leave this to me, brother, Raditz asserted, his gaze sharp and his tone resolute. Internally, what a joke. These two are walking rewards for challenges. I must personally claim this experience. Goku hesitated briefly, but seeing the determination and fighting spirit in his brother's eyes, he nodded. All right, just be careful, brother. Raditz stepped forward to face the imposing figure of Nappa, deliberately suppressing his energy to a mere 1,500. Nappa's scouter beeped, displaying that pitiful number, and a look of derision spread across his face as he let out a thunderous laugh. Ha ha, Raditz, you traitor, your battle power is still so pathetic. I'll break your limbs first, and then you can watch Prince Vegeta crush your brother. Raditz maintained a stoic expression, merely beckoning with a finger. You talk too much. Come on, baldhead. Provoked, Nappa charged forward, his massive frame radiating ferocity as he hurled a fist towards Raditz's face, believing that this blow would shatter the weak Raditz to pieces. However, Raditz merely sidestepped slightly, allowing the powerful punch to graze past his hair, the force of it carving a deep trench into the ground behind him. Nappa, taken aback by the missed strike, momentarily froze. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz executed a swift and powerful knife-hand strike directly to Nappa's wrist joint. Nappa gasped in pain, his assault faltering. Raditz pressed on, moving like a phantom, delivering a rapid succession of elbow strikes, knee thrusts, and side kicks to Nappa's most vulnerable areas. Initially, Nappa relied on his formidable physique to withstand the onslaught, but his confidence began to wane. He realized Raditz's movements were astonishingly swift, and his techniques were exquisitely precise, each attack landing on his weak points and power sources. With immense strength, but clumsy like a heavy elephant trying to catch a nimble bee, he found himself unable to touch his opponent, while Raditz's relentless barrage left him feeling overwhelmed and disoriented. Damn you! Nappa roared in frustration, unleashing energy blasts in a desperate attempt to engulf Raditz in area attacks. Yet, Raditz consistently evaded by the narrowest of margins, even weaving through the gaps of the energy blast to continue delivering effective blows. Had enough? Raditz suddenly halted, creating distance between himself and Nappa, a smirk of mockery gracing his lips as he concluded his warm-up. In the next moment, he no longer suppressed his energy. A tremendous aura erupted around him. Beep, beep, beep. Both Nappa's and Vegeta's scouters emitted piercing alarms simultaneously. Battle power, 7,500. How is that possible? Nappa stared in disbelief at the wildly fluctuating numbers on the scouter, his eyes nearly popping out. Raditz, how could your battle power be 7,500? Vegeta furrowed his brow, his face revealing an unprecedented expression of astonishment, albeit predominantly overshadowed by a fierce indignation. Damn machine, has it malfunctioned? At that moment, as both men were taken aback by the readings on the scouter, a gleam of determination flashed in Raditz's eyes. Kaioken, boom! A crimson aura enveloped Raditz akin to a volcanic eruption, his combat power soaring to a staggering 15,000, augmented by the unrestrained Kaioken. What? Nappa barely managed to utter a gasp before his vision was consumed by a brilliant red flash. Raditz's form materialized before him as if by instantaneous teleportation, his fist, cloaked in the fiery aura, struck with a velocity that surpassed Nappa's capacity to react, landing a devastating blow to his abdomen. Gasp! Nappa's immense physique buckled as though struck by a meteor, contorting into a shrimp-like shape, his eyes bulging as he spewed forth a torrent of blood mixed with gastric fluids. He could even hear the distinct sound of his ribs fracturing. But that was not the end. Raditz's other hand, fingers poised like a blade, glinted with a sharp red light as it ruthlessly slashed at Nappa's nape. Ugh! Nappa cried out in agony, his consciousness wavering as he collapsed like a felled tree, sending dust billowing into the air. His body convulsed, gravely injured, rendering him utterly devoid of combat capability. The scouters affixed to both Nappa and Vegeta, unable to withstand the sudden surge of overwhelming energy, emitted a brief, piercing wail before exploding into clouds of smoke. Vegeta, his expression darkened, discarded the ruined scouter onto the ground, casting a frigid gaze upon the incapacitated Nappa. Useless trash. He harbored no belief in Raditz's true strength, convinced that the machine had faltered and that Nappa's defeat was merely a consequence of his own arrogance and folly. Prince Vegeta, save me. Nappa struggled to lift his head, extending a trembling hand toward Vegeta, his eyes filled with dread of death and a flicker of final hope. Vegeta, his face devoid of emotion, approached Nappa's side, slowly raising his hand, a lethal energy coalescing at his fingertips. What value is there in your existence if you cannot even deal with a traitor? As the energy was poised to be unleashed, Raditz's figure once again shielded Nappa. Vegeta, he's already my captive. The crimson aura surrounding Raditz gradually receded, yet his gaze remained sharp. Whether he lives or dies is for me to decide. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent fixating on Raditz. Do you truly believe you can stop me? At that instant, a melodious notification resonated in Raditz's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully challenging Nappa, possessing a vigorous fighting spirit. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward. Cosmic survival capability. No oxygen required, adapts to most cosmic environments, resistant to conventional radiation and low temperatures. Raditz's heart surged with determination. With this ability, whether traversing the journey to Namek or wandering the cosmos challenging formidable foes, he now possessed the most fundamental assurance. This reward was fortuitously timely. He glanced at Vegeta, his fighting spirit ignited even further. Vegeta gazed at Raditz, who stood defiantly before Nappa, his aura now subdued, yet his gaze remained sharp. The flames of fury and pride within him ignited completely. He no longer cared for Nappa's fate on the ground. At this moment, all he desired was to crush this traitor who had dared to challenge his authority time and again. Raditz, I shall make you aware of the price for offending the Prince of Saiyans. Vegeta growled, his energy erupting violently, causing the ground beneath him to crack. In an instant, he appeared before Raditz, his fist cutting through the air with a piercing shriek, launching a devastating blow. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Vegeta's battle power soared to 18,000, while Raditz, even with his basic power raised to 7,500 and utilizing a twofold Kaioken to reach 15,000, still faced a daunting gap of 3,000. This disparity was starkly evident in the high speed and intense combat. Vegeta's onslaught was akin to a tempest, swift, cunning, and immensely powerful. Each strike of his fists and legs contained terrifying force, with every collision rendering Raditz's arms numb and his blood surging. Raditz, thanks to the speed and power boost from the Kaioken without side effects, alongside the refined sense of energy and combat skills honed over the past month, struggled to hold his ground. He no longer engaged in brute force, but instead adopted a tactical approach, evading Vegeta's heavy blows with agile movements and precise predictions, all the while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Energy blasts erupted like a torrential downpour, lighting up the sky with bursts of brilliance. The close-quarters combat created a dazzling blur across the wilderness. What is the matter, traitor? Are you merely scurrying like a rat? Vegeta, frustrated by his inability to land a decisive blow, grew increasingly volatile in his attacks. Raditz executed a powerful kick, retreating with the momentum. His breath slightly disrupted, yet his gaze remained composed. Inner thoughts, truly, Vegeta is formidable. The pressure is immense. However, the warm-up must come to an end. Vegeta, is this the extent of your power? You are a disappointment. Raditz taunted, implying that the so-called Prince of Saiyans was nothing more than a brute relying on base strength to intimidate others. What did you say? Vegeta roared in fury, his aura surging once more. I will shatter you into 1,000 pieces. Then come and try. Raditz inhaled deeply, awakening a deeper reservoir of power within him. Kaioken times 3. Activate. With a thunderous roar, a more ferocious and blazing deep crimson aura erupted from Raditz, resembling tangible flames as it surged forth. His hair danced wildly due to the overwhelming energy, red arcs of electricity crackling around him, and the ground beneath him buckled under the weight of this newfound power. Battle power, 7,500. 22,500. What? Impossible. Vegeta sensed the terrifying aura that had suddenly eclipsed his own, akin to a primordial beast, and his rage transformed into sheer astonishment. This time, although his scouter had been destroyed, his instincts as a top-tier warrior informed him that this was no mere malfunction. Raditz's strength had indeed surged to an unimaginable height in an instant. Now it is my turn. The voice of Raditz echoed through the deep crimson flames, imbued with an undeniable sense of power. In the next instant, he moved. His speed had escalated beyond comparison. Vegeta could scarcely register the blur before Raditz materialized at his side, delivering a simple yet lightning-fast straight punch that struck his cheek with tremendous force. Bang! Vegeta was unable to mount any effective defense. He felt as if he'd been struck by a speeding train, hurtling sideways as blood erupted from his mouth, tracing a vivid red arc through the air. This was merely the beginning. With the activation of the triple Kaioken without side effects, Raditz had completely seized the initiative on the battlefield. Like a specter, he shadowed Vegeta, whose attempts to stabilize himself were met by a relentless barrage of strikes from all directions. Fists, feet, elbows, knees. Each assault contained the terrifying power of 22,500 battle strength, landing with precision and ferocity upon Vegeta. He desperately attempted to block and evade, yet under the overwhelming suppression of speed and strength, his defenses crumbled like parchment. Crack! The sound of ribs breaking echoed. Gasp! A heavy blow to his abdomen sent blood gushing once more. Boom! A crushing elbow strike struck his back, sending him crashing to the ground like a meteor, creating a deep crater. Vegeta attempted to counterattack, gathering energy for a blast, only to have it effortlessly swatted away by Raditz. He sought to create distance through speed, only to discover that Raditz was swifter still. He contemplated transforming into a great ape by conjuring an artificial moon, his sole chance for a comeback. Yet Raditz offered him no respite or preparation time. The torrential onslaught left him dazed, struggling even to regain his footing, let alone divert his focus to conjure a moon. Damn it! How could I possibly lose to a lowly warrior like you? Vegeta bellowed in frustration from the depths of the pit, desperately attempting to rise. But his body was racked with pain, covered in wounds, and his breath was nearly extinguished. His once proud battle strength, his dignity as the Saiyan Prince, was, in this moment, crushed beneath Raditz's absolute power. Raditz hovered above the deep pit, his crimson aura slowly receding, gazing down at the defeated and incapacitated Vegeta, and let out a long sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully challenging Vegeta, possessing a robust fighting spirit. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Namekian Cell Fusion. Upon fusion, gain Namekian traits. As long as the brain core remains intact, other body parts, including limbs and organs, can rapidly regenerate by consuming energy. A refreshing and vibrant energy quietly coursed into Raditz's body, and he sensed a marvelous transformation at the cellular level, his vitality seeming to grow more resilient. This was akin to an unyielding recovery ability, though not as absurd as that of Majin Buu. It was undoubtedly a divine skill for survival. In the wilderness, silence prevailed. Goku, Krillin, Piccolo, and the recently healed Nappa sat on the ground, dumbfounded, witnessing this astonishing scene. The once invincible Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, has been utterly defeated by Raditz in a crushing manner. Raditz slowly descended to the ground, gazing at the bottom of the pit where Vegeta lay, his eyes vacant and filled with humiliation and resentment. He solemnly declared, "Vegeta, you have lost." In the depths of the pit, Vegeta struggled to rise, but his injuries caused him to falter and collapse. His handsome face was now smeared with blood and dirt, and the eyes that once brimmed with pride and coldness now reflected shattered disbelief and overwhelming shame. "No, it's impossible," he murmured hoarsely. "How could I, Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans, lose to you, a worthless low-class warrior like Raditz?" He suddenly lifted his head, fixating on Raditz at the edge of the pit, his gaze filled with a frantic hatred. To the victor belong the spoils. Do as you please, but never expect me to beg for mercy. Raditz, witnessing the fall of this once mighty prince, felt a twinge of sympathy. He jumped into the pit, and to everyone's astonishment, he lifted the incapacitated Vegeta in a classic princess carry. You bastard, let me go." Vegeta's face flushed crimson with indignation and shame as he struggled fiercely, but his weakened state rendered his resistance futile. Raditz held him firmly, striding toward the Frieza 4-style spaceship. In a voice meant only for their ears, he said, "Save your strength, my Prince Vegeta. Don't suffer in silence for the sake of pride. Even arrogance has its time and place." "Scoundrel, who is being arrogant?" Vegeta retorted, nearly spitting blood in his fury. Raditz gently placed him at the opening of the spaceship, leaning him against the wall, his expression turning serious. "Vegeta, we share the same blood. The Saiyans are on the brink of extinction. We should no longer harm one another. Our true enemy has never been each other." Vegeta scoffed and turned his head away. Raditz lowered his voice as if revealing a monumental secret. "Do you know? My decision to leave the ranks was not solely out of boredom. Once, I inadvertently overheard that scoundrel Dodoria speaking in drunken slurs. He said that our great planet Vegeta was not destroyed by a meteor strike." Vegeta's body stiffened, and he abruptly turned to face Raditz, his gaze sharp as a blade. "What did you say?" Raditz met his gaze, enunciating each word. He said that our esteemed employer, the cosmic tyrant Frieza, personally annihilated our homeland. He feared the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan and sought to eradicate our Saiyan race before it could flourish. Boom! This revelation struck Vegeta's mind like a thunderclap. His long-held beliefs, the distorted goals for which he had fought and endured, crumbled in an instant. His father, his kin, their planet, were not destroyed by accident, but rather by the very hands of Frieza, to whom they had pledged their loyalty. Doubt, shock, anger, and the profound humiliation of being deceived surged within Vegeta like a relentless tide, leaving him momentarily disoriented, his gaze devoid of focus. He recalled Frieza's treatment of the Saiyans, akin to that of mere tools and insects, and a myriad of suspicions surrounding the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Raditz's words acted as a key, unlocking the possibilities within his heart that he had long been reluctant to confront. Leave, he finally managed to utter through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse and weary. He needed time to digest this earth-shattering revelation, to reevaluate everything he had known. Raditz, aware that his objective had been achieved, stepped back, watching as Vegeta painstakingly climbed into a spacecraft, sealing the hatch behind him. The ship's engine roared to life, ascending slowly until it transformed into a mere speck, vanishing beyond the atmosphere. With Vegeta departed, Raditz's gaze shifted to the trembling and anxious Nappa, who sat on the ground. Nappa swallowed hard, feeling a mix of fear and respect towards Raditz, now too intimidated to return to Frieza's army. Who could predict how Prince Vegeta would react upon his return? Might he, in a fit of rage, decide to eliminate him? I wish to remain on Earth. I beg you, take me in. Before Raditz could respond, the exuberant Goku approached, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at Nappa. This is fantastic. If you stay, we can fight together every day. My brother healed you, right? How do you feel now? Shall we have another match? Raditz observed his battle-crazed younger brother, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Inner monologue. Silly brother. Nappa was just nearly beaten to death by my King Kai fist and revived by Krillin's healing abilities. According to the Saiyan resurrection glitch, his combat power must now exceed 8,000. It would be like inviting trouble for you to fight him now. Nappa cautiously glanced at Raditz, seeking his approval. Clearing his throat, Raditz assumed the authoritative demeanor of an elder brother. Nappa, since you have chosen to stay, you are now one of us. Earth has its own rules. You must behave appropriately and refrain from your previous acts of violence and plunder. Do you understand? Yes. Yes. Lord Raditz, I will turn over a new leaf. Nappa nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Raditz nodded in satisfaction, then pointed to the eager Goku. This is my brother, Kakarot. Oh, Goku. Since he wishes to spar with you, you shall indulge him in some practice. Remember, keep it light. Do not go overboard. Understood. Lord Raditz. Nappa quickly agreed, relieved that it was only a sparring match. All right then, big guy. Let's go. Goku exclaimed eagerly, assuming a fighting stance. Nappa rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, feeling the surge of newfound power within him, his confidence returning. Kakarot, be careful. Chapter 7, Bulma's Shadow. The battle commenced once more. This time, however, the situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. With a combat power exceeding 8,000, Nappa effortlessly dominated Goku, whose power stood at a mere 6,000 in strength, speed, and energy intensity. As Wukong's assault struck Nappa, its effectiveness diminished significantly. Yet with a mere flick of his fist and foot, Nappa compelled Wukong to exert all his strength, sending his vital energy into tumult. Bang! Wukong attempted to create distance with the Kamehameha wave, only to have it obliterated by Nappa's more robust energy blast. Too slow. Nappa's colossal frame displayed an agility that belied his size, closing the gap in an instant and launching Wukong into the air with a shoulder charge. Your punches are weak and feeble. Nappa withstood a barrage of Wukong's attacks, retaliating with a single punch that drove Wukong deep into the ground. Though battered and nearly incapacitated, Wukong's fighting spirit blazed ever brighter as he repeatedly rose to his feet and charged at his opponent. Minutes later, he lay on the ground, bruised and gasping for breath, unable to move even a finger, yet his eyes sparkled with fierce determination. How strong! But I shall not concede easily. Next time, I will defeat you. Nappa wiped non-existent sweat from his bald head, a mix of trepidation and slight pride washing over him. Fortunately, he heeded Lord Raditz's advice and refrained from using excessive force. Otherwise, he feared he might have inadvertently harmed this Saiyan brother and met his own demise. He grumbled, "Humph, you're tougher than you look." Nearby, Piccolo observed this unfolding spectacle. Wukong's rapid ascendancy in strength, now coupled with the formidable Raditz and Nappa, made his ambition to dominate the world seem incredibly distant. "Humph," he scoffed, his expression darkening, and without uttering a word, he transformed into a green light that shot skyward, vanishing into the horizon. It seemed he too needed to seek a new path to strengthen himself. Krillin employed his healing abilities to mend Wukong's injuries. And as he gazed at the assembly of Saiyans, along with one former antagonist, he felt the future of Earth becoming increasingly surreal. After exchanging greetings with Wukong and Raditz, he made his way back to Kame House. Thus, Raditz, Wukong, and Nappa temporarily settled at the Capsule Corporation. This was quite the predicament. Wukong alone could deplete their resources, and now they had Nappa, whose larger frame and even greater appetite promised to exacerbate their troubles. Chi-Chi looked at the empty rice jar and meat storage, resting her forehead in despair, sensing a bleak future ahead. Raditz observed Chi-Chi's weary figure and then glanced at his carefree brother, who was solely focused on training and eating. Along with his new companion, he felt a pressing need for change. As a time traveler possessing a modern soul, how could he stand idly by while his siblings struggled to sustain 3 voracious Saiyan men? This was utterly inhumane. He needed to devise a means of livelihood. At the very least, they required decent accommodations and could not continue to crowd into Wukong's small abode. An idea naturally emerged. He would seek out Bulma. I admit, there was a hint of personal interest in this decision. After all, Bulma is the recognized beauty of the Dragon Ball world. Intellectually gifted, immensely wealthy, cheerful, fair-skinned, stunningly attractive, and possessing long legs. It is only natural for a man to harbor certain thoughts, wouldn't you agree? Without hesitation, Raditz bid farewell to Wukong and Chi-Chi, expressing his intent to find a solution, and soared towards Bulma's residence in West City. The headquarters of Capsule Corporation exuded its usual grandeur. After Raditz announced his name, he was promptly invited inside. Bulma was deeply engrossed in her laboratory, diligently analyzing data from her spherical spacecraft and detectors. Upon seeing him, she eagerly pulled him over to showcase her research achievements. Raditz, look, the energy core conversion efficiency of your Science is truly remarkable, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm uncontainable as she elaborated on the structure of the monocrystalline silicon detector. Listening intently, Raditz cleverly leveraged his modern knowledge along with a hint of charm. Miss Bulma, not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessing a brilliance that sparkled like the stars, captivated him. Gazing into her eyes, he sincerely complimented her, thinking inwardly, prepare for some sweet words. To encounter a woman who embodies both wisdom and beauty on earth is indeed my fortune. Bulma paused for a moment, her cheeks flushing a delicate hue, and playfully admonished him, oh, you alien, when did you become so smooth-tongued? Yet, the smile at the corners of her mouth betrayed her delight. After all, which girl wouldn't relish being complimented, especially by a mysterious and powerful extraterrestrial with a uniquely styled hairdo? Raditz adeptly steered the conversation towards a more profound technological exchange. Drawing from his experience as a time traveler, he proposed ideas regarding energy compression, material science, and even ecological systems. Although these concepts were merely superficial, they illuminated Bulma's eyes, making her realize that he was not only formidable in combat, but also brimming with intriguing thoughts. As their conversation progressed, Raditz tactfully revealed a slight embarrassment. Bulma, to be candid, my visit was not solely to witness the progress of your research. I have a humble request. You understand the situation at Bowsy Mountain. Goku and that big fellow are quite the eaters, and Chi-Chi is feeling overwhelmed. I'm hoping to find a temporary residence nearby, which would facilitate our discussions on these scientific ideas, and perhaps I could lend a hand or find some work. His proposition was reasonable, demonstrating a sense of responsibility while subtly expressing his desire for further communication. Bulma, ever astute, quickly devised a plan. Why bother searching for a place? That sounds too troublesome. My house is so large, with plenty of vacant rooms. You could just stay here. I have numerous questions about extraterrestrial technology that I wish to consult you on. Room and board will be considered your consultant fee. With a decisive wave of her hand, she made the arrangements. In her mind, having a powerful alien bodyguard and technical advisor living at home seems quite appealing, especially since he is easy on the eyes. Raditz felt a surge of joy yet feigned modesty. Isn't this too much of an imposition? Not at all, not at all. It's settled, Bulma declared emphatically. Thus, Raditz seamlessly moved into the mansion of the world's wealthiest individual. After that big fellow, his size and appetite were too daunting. It would be best for him to remain at Bowsy Mountain assisting Chi-Chi with farm work to offset his meals. With his 8,000 power level, he would undoubtedly excel in clearing land, hunting, and transporting goods. Once settled, Raditz promptly approached Bulma with another crucial request. Bulma, I wish to increase my strength rapidly. In addition to combat, training in a high-gravity environment proves exceptionally beneficial. Could you assist me in designing an adjustable gravity device? Ideally, something portable. The mention of a gravity device piqued Bulma's interest, and she found it intriguing. In theory, it could be accomplished. However, with such advanced technology, do ensure to bring back some extraterrestrial artifacts for further research. No problem. It's a promise. Raditz readily agreed, exchanging future credits for present gains. This transaction proves advantageous. In the ensuing days, Raditz experienced the most opulent lifestyle since his arrival, residing in a chamber akin to a palace, feasting on gourmet delicacies prepared by top chefs, and indulging in Bulma's occasional technological discussions laced with subtle flirtation. He felt himself on the verge of succumbing to the sugary entrapment of capitalism. No, I must not falter. Raditz abruptly awakened from his reverie. Vegeta had merely retreated temporarily, yet Frieza's looming shadow still persisted. I must grow stronger. Fortunately, Bulma was exceedingly efficient. A week later, she exuberantly approached Raditz with 2 metallic wristbands. Here they are, gravity wristbands. Each can be independently adjusted, with a minimum of 10 times Earth's gravity and a maximum of 100 times. Moreover, they are equipped with energy shields and protective mechanisms to prevent you from inadvertently crushing yourself. Raditz accepted the technologically advanced wristbands, his heart brimming with excitement. This is fantastic. Bulma, you are truly a genius. He could not resist embracing her. Bulma's cheeks flushed. Silly. Hurry and give it a try. Raditz solemnly donned the wristbands and took a deep breath, initially activating the 10-fold gravity. A wave of invisible, immense force enveloped him instantaneously. Raditz felt his body plummet under the weight, as if every cell were infused with lead. His movements became exceedingly sluggish. Even lifting his arms and legs required monumental effort. Excellent. This is precisely the sensation I sought. Determination ignited in Raditz's eyes. He commenced arduous training in Bulma's specially reinforced training chamber designed specifically for him. From the simplest of walking and jogging to throwing punches and kicking, and finally to the concentration and release of energy blasts. Every movement became immensely challenging under the 10-fold gravity. Yet, it also honed his physique and unearthed his potential. Sweat flowed like a stream. Muscles cried out in agony as they tore and reformed, growing more resilient. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The path to strength is ceaseless. While Raditz immersed himself in his gravity training, far in the depths of the cosmos, aboard a spacecraft fleeing Earth, Vegeta scrutinized the star map with a complex expression. A month later, on a medical planet controlled by Frieza's army, Planet Feli, the door of the advanced healing pod slowly slid open, enveloped in white mist. Vegeta stepped out, bare-chested, stretching his neck and arm joints, savoring the surge of power within him. The severe injuries from the battle on Earth had healed. And not only that, having endured that crushing defeat and near-death experience, combined with Planet Feli's premier restorative technology, his combat strength had significantly surged, surpassing the 20,000 mark. Yet, the gloom etched on his face was more profound than before his injuries. Raditz's words echoed in his mind like a haunting incantation. Just then, an irritating voice interrupted his thoughts. Well, if it isn't our esteemed Prince Vegeta, an alien with blue skin, a rather unsightly appearance, and clad in the battle attire of the Frieza force, leaned against the doorframe with arms crossed, a blatant smirk adorning his face. I hear you've met with disaster in that rustic place called Earth. Returned like a beaten dog at the hands of an inconsequential traitor? Truly, you've brought shame upon our legion. Ha ha ha. Chapter 8. Vegeta's Ambition. The intruder was Chio-E, an elite under Frieza who had long harbored disdain for Vegeta, though his own prowess fell short. Vegeta's eyes turned icy, a palpable aura of killing intent surrounding him. However, he refrained from immediate retaliation, casting a cold glance at Chio-E. Chio-E, do you wish for death? Humph. What are you pretending for? Chio-E felt a shiver under Vegeta's gaze. Yet he remained defiant. A defeated general dares to be arrogant? It appears your failure on Earth has not taught you humility. Shall I teach you a lesson on behalf of Lord Frieza? Just you? A cruel smile played on Vegeta's lips. He suddenly felt an urge to vent his pent-up fury. Chio-E, your battle power barely reaches 18,000 at best. To me, you are no different from refuse. Chio-E, stung by the truth, seethed with rage. You think you are still the old Vegeta? Take this. He charged at Vegeta, his fist brimming with energy, aiming to strike first. However, to the current Vegeta, Chio-E's movements appeared as sluggish as a snail. Vegeta didn't even shift his stance. He casually raised his hand, intercepting Chio-E's fist with pinpoint precision. What? Chio-E's pupils dilated in disbelief as he found his wrist ensnared, the grip like iron, rendering him immobile. You are but a frog in a well. Vegeta's voice was cold and final. You have no comprehension of the entity you face. No sooner had he finished speaking than Vegeta's other hand, fingers poised like a blade, pierced through Chio-E's abdomen with an almost imperceptible speed. Gasp! Chio-E's eyes widened in horror as searing pain engulfed him, blood pouring from his mouth and wound. He felt his vitality waning rapidly. No, it's impossible. How could your power? Chio-E crumpled, discarded like refuse by Vegeta. From his elevated position, Vegeta looked down upon the dying Chio-E, devoid of any pity. Trash, forever trash. The terror of death enveloped Chio-E completely. He struggled, mustering his last ounce of strength to clutch Vegeta's ankle, pleading, Vegeta, spare me. I will reveal a secret, a monumental secret. Vegeta, initially inclined to crush his skull underfoot, momentarily paused at the utterance. Speak. Chio-E clung to the chance like a lifeline, stammering, it's about you, Saiyan. I overheard Lord Dodoria, inebriated, saying that planet Vegeta was not destroyed by meteors. It was Lord Frieza himself who obliterated it. He feared the emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan among your kind. Although he had previously heard it from Raditz, the confirmation from the core subordinate of Frieza, QE, struck Vegeta's heart like a hammer once more. An indescribable turmoil surged within him, a tempest of rage from betrayal, hatred from genocide, and the violent emotions stemming from a long-held belief shattered. QE continued to plead, revealing a secret. There exists a planet called Namek, where a mystical artifact known as the Dragon Ball can grant any wish, immortality, dominion over the universe, anything you desire. Spare me, Vegeta. I have divulged all I know. Any wish. A terrifying light ignited in Vegeta's eyes. A frenzied thought rapidly took shape in his mind. He gazed down at QE, who lay as helpless as mud, his expression cold and merciless. Thank you for this information. Now, you may rest in peace. No, Vegeta. QE's desperate cries were abruptly silenced. Vegeta unleashed a slender beam of energy from his fingertip, piercing QE's skull with precision. As he beheld QE's lifeless body, a flicker of realization crossed Vegeta's gaze. Raditz had not deceived him. Frieza was indeed the architect of the destruction of planet Vegeta and the Dragon Ball's Namek. Frieza. Vegeta murmured, the name laced with seething hatred. Wait for me. I will make you pay. He swiftly erased any traces of the encounter and strode purposefully towards the interstellar port. His objective was crystal clear. He would reach Namek before Frieza gathered the Dragon Balls and wish for immortality. With immortality in his grasp, he could fearlessly confront Frieza, avenging his fallen kin and father. Then, he would return to Earth and personally slay Raditz, the one who had brought him such disgrace. He would show them that the dignity of a Saiyan prince is not to be trifled with. At the port, Vegeta effortlessly commandeered a well-equipped, small combat spaceship. Seated within the cockpit, he swiftly input the information extracted from QE, along with the intelligence he had previously gathered about Namek, setting the course. Namek, Dragon Balls, immortality, Vegeta murmured, his eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance and ambition. Frieza, Raditz, await your reckoning. The ship's engine roared to life, breaking free from the gravitational pull of Planet Fiery, transforming into a streak of light as it surged into the vast, deep cosmos, its destination fixed on Namek. Shortly after Vegeta's departure from Planet Fiery, several soldiers clad in Frieza's army uniforms approached the medical room with trepidation, their faces pale as they gazed upon QE's cold corpse. Soldier A stammered, it was Vegeta. He killed Lord QE. He has betrayed the king. Soldier B scrambled towards the communications room, shouting, hurry, we must report this. Vegeta has rebelled. He burst into the communications room, frantically operating the complex interstellar communication device, attempting to contact Frieza's main fleet or his direct commanders. The signal is unable to connect. There exists intense interstellar interference in the target area, or the target communicator is turned off. Listening to the busy tone and notifications emanating from the communicator, Soldier B's face turned ashen. The inability to reach the region where King Frieza resides seems to indicate some unusual disturbances. Panic began to spread among the Frieza forces on planet Philly. Vegeta's defection was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through the dark currents of the universe. On Earth, in West City, at Bulma's opulent mansion, the heavy humming within the training room ceased. Raditz, enveloped in steam, stood with sweat pooling beneath his feet. He slowly removed the gravity rings he had grown accustomed to, feeling the surge of power within him. A full month of hellish gravity training. He had progressed from laboring under an initial tenfold gravity to effortlessly engaging in high-intensity combat training under 100-fold gravity. The multiplier for the Kaioken technique, devoid of side effects, had stabilized at 5 times, in tandem with his rising physical strength and control over ki. He glanced at the device modified by Bulma, capable of roughly detecting high combat power. Combat power reading, 15,000. Inner thoughts. Progress is commendable, yet still insufficient. Due to my crossing over, Vegeta has arrived prematurely, leaving me no chance to learn about the Dragon Balls. Upon his retreat, given his personality and the Saiyan characteristic of growing stronger when near death, his power must have surged significantly. In the original narrative, he learned about the Dragon Balls on Earth, and then headed directly to Namek. Now, the timeline is all askew. That rascal Frieza should still be busy in some galaxy, serving as a laborer, tidying up planets for the god of destruction, Beerus. I cannot afford to wait idly. I must take the initiative. After completing his training, Raditz indulged in a hot shower, washing away the fatigue and sweat. Just as he stepped out of the bathroom, he encountered Bulma, dressed in refreshing casual attire, seemingly passing by. "Oh, the training fanatic has finally emerged," Bulma remarked, her eyes sparkling as she looked him over. "You seem to be in fine spirits. Your muscle definition has become even more pronounced," she teased. Raditz smiled, naturally responding, "After all, I bear the responsibility of protecting Earth and a certain genius girl. I cannot afford to slack off." He paused before getting to the point. "Bulma, I have a favor to ask. I have nearly challenged all the strong fighters on Earth, and to grow stronger at a faster pace, I require a broader stage and more formidable opponents. I wish to explore other planets in the universe. I need a ship capable of long-distance interstellar travel. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Bulma raised her chin with pride and snapped her fingers. "What a coincidence. I anticipated this need of yours. Although your spherical flying device has commendable technology, it is too small for long journeys and multiple passengers. I haven't been idle this past month. I have referenced your spaceship technology and combined it with Earth's advancements, and I am in the process of modifying a large spacecraft. It will be completed in no more than 7 days." "Excellent. Bulma, you truly are my lucky star," Raditz exclaimed in genuine admiration. Her efficiency was unparalleled. Departing from Bulma's residence, Raditz soared directly towards Mount Pazu. After a month apart, the mountain remained tranquil, yet the air seemed to resonate with a more vigorous aura of vitality. In the clearing behind the house, Goku and Nappa were engaged in an intense sparring session, the sound of their strikes reverberating in the air, creating waves of energy. It was evident that through a month of rigorous training, if one could call it that, given the one-sided nature of the exchanges, Goku's combat prowess had significantly improved. Though still outmatched by Nappa, he was able to endure longer and exhibited greater tactical flexibility. "Brother." Upon spotting Raditz, Goku immediately halted and dashed over, brimming with excitement. Raditz nodded and directly addressed Chi-Chi, who had come out upon hearing the commotion. "Chi-Chi, I intend to take Goku and Gohan away for a while to undergo specialized training." "What? No way." Kiki transformed into a fierce protective lioness, resolutely refusing. "Gohan is still so young. He needs to go to school. He must become a scholar. He cannot spend his days fighting like you warriors." Goku, too, was not exempt. He has to help out at home. Chapter 9. Departure for Namek. Raditz had anticipated this response, sighing deeply and speaking with earnest gravity. "Chi-Chi, I understand your concerns for this family and for Gohan. This journey is not solely about rigorous training. We could also procure some rare minerals or spacecraft from the cosmos, which could fetch a handsome price. You know what that means for Goku's earnings. Money?" Chi-Chi's eyes briefly sparkled, but she quickly regained her composure. "But Gohan. Gohan's talent is extraordinary," Raditz asserted with sincerity. "Taking him out will expose him to the world and awaken his potential, which is ultimately for his benefit. I assure you, his academic foundation will not be compromised, and his safety will be absolutely guaranteed. When he returns, he may even be brighter and learn more swiftly." Under Raditz's compelling arguments, financial incentives, and emotional assurances regarding safety and future prospects, Chi-Chi reluctantly relented. "All right, but you must take good care of Gohan. And Goku, if you return without earning any money, just wait and see how I will deal with you." "Fantastic." Goku cheered, only to belatedly inquire, "Brother, why are we bringing Gohan?" Raditz ruffled young Gohan's hair, who gazed up at him with admiration and curiosity. "Because my dear nephew possesses exceptional talent, and his potential may be even greater than we imagine. Inner thoughts, truly a martial arts genius hindered by his studies." Then, Raditz handed Goku the gravity training device crafted by Bulma. "This is a gravity apparatus. You have 7 days to wear it and acclimatize before we depart. Having arranged matters with Goku, Raditz hurriedly sought out Piccolo, who was diligently training alone amidst the desolate stone forest, guided by his sense of energy. Upon noticing Raditz's sudden appearance, Piccolo crossed his arms and coldly remarked, "Raditz, if memory serves, this is merely our second meeting. We are not well acquainted. What do you want?" Raditz wasted no time with pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Piccolo, I am aware that your true homeland is not Earth." Piccolo's pupils constricted, and his gaze sharpened instantly. Raditz continued, "Aren't you curious about what your true homeland is like? Do you not wish to return and see for yourself? There, perhaps lies the answer to your origins, as well as the means to fortify your strength." Piccolo fell silent for a moment, sensing an innate call deep within his bloodline. Raditz's words had struck a chord with a certain longing hidden in the depths of his heart. He scrutinized Raditz, inquiring, "Do you know where it is?" "Certainly," Raditz nodded. "In 7 days, at the Capsule Corporation in West City, we shall gather. Together, we will embark for Namek." Piccolo gazed intently at Raditz, ultimately nodding in agreement. "Very well. I shall see you in 7 days." He refrained from asking further questions and turned back to his training, though his aura seemed to crystallize even more. Raditz observed Piccolo's retreating figure, exhaling a sigh of relief. The Earth Expeditionary Team was tentatively assembled. In 7 days, the destination, Namek. Time slipped away swiftly. In West City, upon the expansive private landing pad of the Capsule Corporation, a sleek, technologically advanced silver spaceship was primed for departure. This vessel, designed under Bulma's leadership, harmoniously fused Saiyan and Earth technologies and was aptly named the Challenger. Bulma, clad in a practical orange adventure suit and carrying a small backpack, stood beside the ship with exuberance. Upon seeing Raditz and the others arrive, she declared, "Listen up. For this cosmic voyage, the pilot and chief technician shall be none other than yours truly. You battle maniacs can rest easy as my bodyguards." As she spoke, her gaze, imbued with a hint of mischief and anticipation, fell upon Raditz. "You will protect me, won't you?" Raditz regarded the vibrant genius before him with a smile, executing a somewhat awkward, gentlemanly bow. "Of course, my lady. I swear upon my honor, as long as I draw breath. No harm shall come to a single hair on your head." Inner thoughts. Does this count as setting a flag? But with Namekian cells backing me up, it should be fine. Piccolo remained in his characteristic white cloak and headscarf, arms crossed, an expression impassive, as if merely hitching a ride. Nappa, bare-chested, his battle armor having been destroyed in a previous encounter with Goku, stood like a towering iron pillar, exuding a mix of excitement and restraint. Goku, brimming with enthusiasm and curiosity about space travel, appeared eager. Little Gohan was bundled tightly by Chi-Chi, with a bulging backpack filled with workbooks and textbooks. "Gohan, you must not let your studies slip while we're out there. Complete your assignments on time every day, understand?" Chi-Chi admonished while adjusting Gohan's collar, worry etched on her face. "And remember to listen to your father and uncle. Don't wander off, and be safe." Gohan nodded obediently. "I understand, Mom." Just as everyone prepared to board the ship, Bulma suddenly slapped her forehead, posing a crucial question. "Wait, here we are, brimming with excitement to depart. But who knows where Namek actually is? The universe is vast. We can't just flail about like headless chickens." Everyone froze, their gazes converging on Raditz. Having anticipated this, Raditz calmly gestured towards Nappa. "Fear not. We do not need to know the exact location of Namek. Naba, you must be aware of the nearest, somewhat larger Frieza force base or supply station in the vicinity. Correct? Such a place would undoubtedly possess a star chart database, likely containing the coordinates of Namek." Naba scratched his bald head, ruminating in a deep voice. "There's a medical and supply planet called Planet Philae, not too far from Earth. I once visited it with Prince Vegeta." "Excellent. Our target is Planet Philae. Let's set forth." Raditz commanded. The engine of the Challenger roared with a deep, powerful growl, slowly ascending before transforming into a silver streak, piercing through Earth's atmosphere and navigating towards the vast, boundless sea of stars. 3 days later, the Challenger successfully arrived at the periphery of Planet Philae. Leveraging Naba's familiarity with the Frieza Force communication codes and a hint of forceful intimidation, the spacecraft disguised itself as a patrol vessel, effortlessly landing at the interstellar port on the planet's surface. The subsequent operation was straightforward and direct. Raditz, Goku, and Naba, akin to tigers among sheep, swiftly subdued the limited garrison present on the planet. Meanwhile, Bulma, brimming with excitement, utilized her portable computer to hack into the base's mainframe. initiating the download of star map data and various technological information of interest. We're going to strike it rich, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she swiftly manipulated the controls. While interrogating the base commander, Raditz uncovered a crucial piece of information. Approximately 10 days prior, Vegeta had been here to recuperate, subsequently killing Kuei and stealing a spaceship to defect. From Kuei, he had extorted the existence of Namek and the secret of the Dragon Balls, already venturing ahead to Namek. Indeed, Raditz felt a chill run down his spine. This fellow is remarkably swift. Upon acquiring the detailed star chart coordinates, Raditz immediately ordered, "Everyone, return to the ship at once. We are heading to Namek without delay." Bulma gazed longingly at the alien devices she had yet to thoroughly examine. "What? Leaving so soon? I want to copy a bit more data." Raditz, without further ado, grasped her arm and propelled her toward the ship. "My lady, there will be ample opportunities for research in the future. If we do not hurry, Vegeta may succeed in his wish. At that point, survival itself may become a question." The group swiftly boarded the ship, and the challengers set forth once more, racing towards the coordinates of Namek marked on the star chart at maximum speed. Simultaneously, on Namek, this was a planet adorned with 3 suns, replete with verdant meadows and shimmering lakes. However, tranquility had been shattered. The spacecraft piloted by Vegeta lay anchored in a desolate expanse. He stood outside the ship, donning a newly acquired detector, a cruel and exhilarated smile gracing his face. Before him lay a collapsed Namekian dwelling and several green corpses. Just moments ago, he had discovered a small Namekian village. "Lowly green insect, tell me where the wish-granting Dragon Balls are," Vegeta demanded coldly, standing atop the feeble form of an elderly Namekian. "The malevolent invader shall not acquire the Dragon Ball," the elder declared with great difficulty, his eyes brimming with anger and resolve. Unaware of their impending doom, Vegeta scoffed, exerting a slight pressure with his foot, thus extinguishing the elder's life. He loathed such futile resistance. Through his scouter, he promptly discovered what he sought in a concealed corner of the village ruins, a sphere resembling a colossal orange glass orb, adorned with 5 red stars, shimmering with a mysterious luster under the sun. 5-star ball. Ha ha ha. Vegeta grasped the Dragon Ball in his hand, relishing its peculiar texture, unable to suppress his wild laughter. "This is a Dragon Ball, a treasure that can grant any wish. Frieza, Raditz, await your fate. Once I gather the 7 spheres and obtain immortality, your demise shall surely follow." Without hesitation, he returned to his spacecraft with the first Dragon Ball, and the scouter emitted a series of beeps, locking onto the next target with a strong energy response. On Namek, amidst the vast green fields, several charred ruins and columns of smoke still smoldering recounted the tragedy that had recently unfolded. Vegeta stood beside a small combat spacecraft, carelessly tossing the 3rd shimmering orange Dragon Ball into the cabin, his expression tinged with impatience. Chapter 10. The Torment of the Elder 2 once more. These green-skinned creatures possess quite resilient bones. He flicked his wrist, a trace of green Namekian blood staining his skin. He had squandered considerable time extracting information about the Dragon Balls. 3 down for remain. He activated the scouter, searching for the next target. At that moment, an extraordinarily swift figure, its aura remarkably restrained, traversed mountains and lakes at astonishing speed, racing towards his location. On the far side, in the core region of Namek, the Grand Elder resided within his sacred temple. The aged Grand Elder, through his mental connection with all his kin, had sensed the tragedies befalling several villages and the anguished cries of his people. His immense form quivered slightly with rage and sorrow. "The malevolent invader is slaughtering our kin and seizing the Dragon Balls," he declared, his grave voice echoing through the vast temple. "Neru, here, Grand Elder," a tall, robust Namekian warrior with a serious and composed demeanor, knelt before him. "Neru, the strongest fighting Namekian, go find that invader, stop him. Do everything in your power to save our people and reclaim the Dragon Balls." The Grand Elder ordered, his eyes filled with determination. At once, without a moment's hesitation, Neru unleashed a powerful aura, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards Vegeta's location. Vegeta had just locked on to the next village with a strong energy response and was preparing to depart when suddenly, the scouter emitted a frantic alarm. "Beep, beep, beep. Battle power 42,000. The sinister grin on Vegeta's face froze, replaced by a look of incredulous shock. "What? 42,000? What nonsense is this? How can there be such a potent energy response on this wretched planet. He suddenly raised his head, only to witness a green figure descending from the heavens like a shooting star, exuding an unmatched aura and a chilling intent to kill, landing firmly not far in front of him. It was Neru. Neru surveyed the ruins of the surrounding village and the lingering stench of blood, his gaze falling upon the still wet green blood at Vegeta's feet, and in an instant, his eyes transformed into an expression as cold as the depths of winter. Intruder, you shall pay for the sins you have committed. Without uttering a single word, Neru moved, vanishing from his original position in an instant. So swift, Vegeta's pupils constricted, leaving him no time to react. Bang! A fist, heavy beyond description, struck mercilessly against his abdomen. Vegeta felt his internal organs shift violently, his eyes bulging as a torrent of blood mixed with gastric fluid erupted from his mouth. This was merely the beginning. Neru's wrath manifested in an onslaught akin to a tempest. His speed was so great that Vegeta's eyes could barely perceive him, and his strength was overwhelming, making Vegeta feel like a fragile leaf in a storm. Thud! A knife-hand strike landed on the back of Vegeta's neck, plunging him into darkness. Crack! A side kick followed, and he distinctly heard the sound of his ribs fracturing. Boom! A palm strike imbued with terrifying energy propelled him like a ragdoll, causing him to crash through several massive boulders. Vegeta found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. He attempted to gather his energy for a counterattack, only to have it effortlessly dispersed by Neru. He sought to evade using his speed, but discovered that his opponent's swiftness utterly eclipsed his own. He couldn't even catch a clear glimpse of Neru's form. Impossible. How could this be? Vegeta lay amidst the rubble, drenched in blood, with countless bones likely shattered, his breath hanging by a thread. In this moment, his pride and confidence were completely shattered. First, he had been crushed by that traitor Raditz on Earth, and now, in this unfamiliar realm, he was being mercilessly toyed with by an obscure green creature like a punching bag. The boundless humiliation and despair surged within him, leading him to question his very existence. Neru approached, observing that Vegeta had lost consciousness, mistakenly believing him to be dead. His inner fury subsided slightly, replaced by sorrow for his fallen kin. He did not deliver a finishing blow, merely casting a cold glance at Vegeta before turning away, carefully gathering the remains of his fallen brethren for burial. Subsequently, he entered Vegeta's spaceship to retrieve the 3 Dragon Balls that had been stolen. Rest in peace, my compatriots. The Dragon Balls shall be guarded by me. Neru stood in silent tribute for a moment at the new graves, then transformed into a streak of light, returning to the Elder to report the resolution of this formidable invader. In the wilderness, only Vegeta lay like a lifeless dog amidst the debris, his breath faint. Days later, a colossal, menacing spaceship, resembling a mobile fortress, broke through Namek's atmosphere, exuding an oppressive aura as it descended slowly onto the battlefield of the desolate plains, coming to rest not far from Vegeta's vessel. As the hatch opened, a diminutive figure seated upon a hovering spacecraft emerged first. His fair skin was complemented by a helmet and a tail, and his face bore a seemingly innocent yet profoundly cruel smile. The cosmic tyrant, Frieza. Following closely behind him was the corpulent and grotesque Dodoria, accompanied by a cadre of elite soldiers from the Frieza Force. Days prior, in a distant star system, Dodoria had finally received vague intelligence relayed from planet Namek concerning Vegeta's betrayal and the existence of the Dragon Balls. Attempting to confirm this information with Planet Philly, he discovered that all communications had been severed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly reported the intelligence to Frieza, driven by a long-held desire for immortality. Frieza made the immediate decision to personally journey to planet Namek. However, it seemed his aspirations had morphed into a desire for increased stature. Oh, it appears we have arrived, just in time, Frieza mused, observing the desolate landscape with a sly grin. His gaze soon fixating on a figure amidst the ruins, not far away. Is that Vegeta? Dodoria also took note, a mix of surprise and derision crossing his face. Why does he lie here like a dead dog? Frieza waved his hand dismissively, his interest piqued. Take him down for treatment. The vitality of Science is indeed remarkable. Oh. His signature laughter echoed ominously across the wasteland. The soldiers promptly advanced, carrying the near-death Vegeta into the ship's medical bay. Frieza instructed Dodoria, Mr. Dodoria, once Vegeta awakens, inquire thoroughly about what transpired here and whether he has secured that so-called Dragon Ball. After clarifying, you know what to do. He made a gesture across his throat, his expression still bearing that disarmingly innocuous smile. Dispose of him. A traitor holds no value in surviving. Yes, Lord Frieza. Dodoria replied respectfully, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. A day later, on planet Namek, in another serene lake region, Frieza elegantly toyed with a newly acquired orange Dragon Ball aboard his hovering craft, flanked by his capable aide, the green-skinned, handsome, yet cold-eyed Zarbin. Zarbin, behold how beautiful this sphere is. Frieza remarked in his signature chilling tone. It is said that gathering all 7 will summon the eternal dragon, granting any wish for immortality, a truly tantalizing prospect. Just moments ago, they had visited a village of Namekians, the encounter proving far from pleasant. Frieza had merely exuded a hint of his aura, causing the entire village of Namekians to collapse in submission. In the face of such overwhelming power, inquiries devolved into unilateral proclamations, and resistance met with merciless slaughter. The soldiers had unearthed this Dragon Ball from the village's hidden recesses. Indeed, Lord Frieza, Zarbin replied respectfully, based on the data from our scanners and the information gleaned through interrogation, this sphere indeed harbors extraordinary power. I am confident that under your immense strength, gathering all 7 will be a mere trifle. Meanwhile, within the medical chamber of Frieza's flagship, after being treated by advanced equipment and invigorated by the near-death Saiyan phenomenon, Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes. A force far more potent than before surged within him. He reveled in the overwhelming energy, a fierce and confident grin spreading across his face. Power. This is the true strength of this prince. Vegeta clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Frieza and Raditz, you shall pay. He effortlessly broke free from the medical restraints and strode out of the chamber with an air of defiance. Just then, he encountered Dodoria, who had come to interrogate him. Vegeta? You're awake? Dodoria began, but was interrupted by the unmistakable murderous intent and rising aura emanating from Vegeta, leaving him startled. Dodoria, you Frieza's lackey. Vegeta sneered. Perfect. I shall use you to test my newfound power. The battle, if one could indeed call it that, began and ended in an instant. With his significantly enhanced strength, Vegeta effortlessly dispatched the unprepared Dodoria with overwhelming force. Trash. Vegeta spat disdainfully before dashing out of the spaceship, vanishing into the vast wilderness. He felt unprecedentedly powerful, his confidence soaring to new heights. Almost simultaneously as Vegeta made his escape, the Challenger ship traversed the starry sea, quietly arriving at Namek, landing in a secluded valley. As the hatch opened, Raditz, Goku, Nappa, Piccolo, Gohan, and Bulma exited in succession. Wow, is this Namek? There are 3 suns. How marvelous! Goku exclaimed, curiously glancing around. Raditz quickly assigned tasks. Bulma, you stay near the ship to establish a temporary base and monitor the surrounding signals. Piccolo, Gohan is entrusted to you. He gestured towards young Gohan. Your current strength is inadequate here, so remain and train with Gohan. Piccolo crossed his arms, his expression darkening. Oomph. Why must I be the one left behind? Who do you think you are? Raditz bluntly stated the facts. Based on the formidable auras detected, you are the weakest. Piccolo, internally seething with rage, but unable to refute, as he indeed sensed several auras shining as brightly as the sun. Chapter 11. Vegeta felt invincible again. Observing Piccolo's dismay as he begrudgingly accepted reality, Raditz suppressed a smirk and added, protect Gohan and Bulma. This is also a crucial task. Gohan's potential needs to be awakened. With the rear secured, Raditz, Goku, and Nappa, who had learned to control his energy after a month of training and sparring on Earth, immediately suppressed their auras and stealthily advanced towards the nearest life signals like phantoms. They soon arrived near a small village on Namek. However, what they witnessed was devastation, with several Frieza 4 soldiers poised to execute a Namekian child, Dandi. Stop! In a surge of fervor, Wukong disregarded the necessity for concealment, his form flickering into existence before Dandi, delivering a swift kick that sent the soldier flying. Raditz and Nappa soon emerged, effortlessly dispatching the remaining lackeys. Who are you? Dandi, still in shock, gazed at the trio of strangers, each distinct in appearance, wild long hair, a bald giant, and clad in martial attire. We are mere passers-by, unable to tolerate their oppression, Wukong said, flashing a bright smile. At that moment, in the distance, Frieza, toying with the Dragon Balls, slightly turned his head, casting a glance in their direction. Oh, a few more insignificant insects have arrived. Their auras, though slightly stronger than the minions, are of little concern, he chuckled dismissively, considering the incident trivial, as rescuing a child posed no threat to his grand pursuit of the Dragon Balls. With 3 already in his possession, his mood was quite buoyant. Let us depart. Raditz sensed Frieza's unfathomable aura remained stationary and swiftly commanded. The trio unleashed their energy, deliberately feigning a lower level, and, with Dandy in tow, hastened in the opposite direction. However, as they raced to distance themselves from Frieza's influence, an all-too-familiar and audacious figure barred their path. It was none other than Vegeta, brimming with confidence after his recent triumph over Dodoria. Vegeta, arms crossed and hovering in midair, looked down at Raditz and the others with a mocking grin, exuding an unmistakable murderous intent. Well, what a coincidence. His power level had soared to nearly 40,000, far surpassing that of the 3 before him. He felt invincible. Vegeta, Wukong exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement, fists clenched in anticipation. We didn't clash last time, but now it's our chance. Let us have a battle. Raditz, observing Wukong's eagerness and the arrogance radiating from Vegeta, pondered internally, system rule. A single target may only be successfully challenged once within a year. Having already triumphed over Vegeta and claimed the reward, any victory this time would yield no further system benefits. Yet, seeing Wukong's determination and Vegeta's current overconfidence, it would serve Wukong well to hone his skills and assess his training results. Thus, Raditz refrained from intervening, stepping back and nodding at Wukong. Be cautious. He has grown significantly stronger. Don't worry, brother, Wukong replied, invigorated as he cracked his neck and stepped forward to face Vegeta. Vegeta, witnessing Wukong's bold challenge, scoffed, Kakarot, with your pathetic power level, you dare to challenge me? It seems life on Earth has dulled your wits. Very well. I shall use you to warm up before dealing with that traitor Raditz. Huh, who will deal with whom remains to be seen, Wukong retorted, settling into a stance as his energy surged. The atmosphere between Wukong and Vegeta crackled with tension. Kakarot, I'll allow you to strike first. Let not be said that this prince bullies you. Vegeta crossed his arms, his chin slightly elevated, exuding an air of utmost arrogance. He firmly believed that his battle power, approaching 40,000, was sufficient to crush all opposition. Then I shall not hold back. Goku's gaze sharpened as an aura of power erupted around him, a white wave of energy soaring into the sky, causing the ground beneath him to crack and crumble. Beep, beep, beep. The detector in Vegeta's ear emitted an urgent alarm, the numbers fluctuating wildly before stabilizing at around 11,000. 11,000? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into a more boisterous laugh. Ha, Kakarot, is this the result of your training? Indeed, you are somewhat stronger than before, yet before this prince, you remain an insignificant insect. The advantage lies with me, Raditz observed nearby, his mind filled with astonishment, truly deserving of his role as the destined protagonist. I spent a month acclimating to 100 times gravity, yet this fellow, with merely 7 days of wearing a gravity training device, has adapted remarkably. His battle power skyrocketed from over 6,000 to more than 11,000. Such talent is enough to inspire envy. The battle commenced. Despite Goku's notable increase in strength, the disparity against Vegeta's nearly 40,000 battle power remained as vast as an abyss. Vegeta hardly exerted himself, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. With an absolute advantage in speed and strength, he effortlessly dodged Goku's fierce assaults, occasionally delivering counterattacks. Too slow. Your movements are like slow motion to my eyes. Vegeta scoffed, easily evading Goku's powerful punch, and retaliated with a swift slap to Goku's face, sending him staggering backward, his cheek instantly swelling. Kamehameha. Goku steadied himself and thrust his hands forward, unleashing a vibrant blue energy wave. Vegeta, unfazed, casually lifted a hand, gathering a small orb of energy that cleaved through the Kamehameha wave, which then soared harmlessly past him, creating 2 mushroom clouds in the distance. Decent power, but without hitting, it is meaningless, Vegeta remarked, vanishing and reappearing behind Goku, delivering a fierce knee strike to Goku's lower back. Ugh! Goku cried out in pain, toppling forward, only to be kicked away by Vegeta, rolling on the ground for several revolutions before coming to a halt, battered and bruised. TSK, TSK, TSK. Raditz shook his head, yet showed no intention of intervening. He could see that despite the beating, Goku's fighting spirit remained unquenched. Rather, he was adapting to Vegeta's rhythm of attack, using the pressure to hone his own skills. Vegeta grew increasingly exhilarated. The sensation of complete control over the battle filled him with elation, revealing the Saiyan's innate propensity to revel in victory. He ceased his assault, observing Goku's struggle to rise, then glanced at Raditz and Nappa watching nearby, arrogantly beckoning them with a finger. Boring. Too boring. Kakarot, you are far too weak. You fail to ignite any excitement in this prince. His voice suddenly rose in intensity as he pointed at Raditz and Nappa. Raditz and Nappa, you three shall join forces. Today, this prince will show you what true despair means. Upon being called out, Nappa trembled in fear, hastily looking toward Raditz. Raditz sighed and rubbed his temples. Inner thoughts. This fellow truly believes in his own prowess once more. It seems that without imparting a profound lesson, he shall remain oblivious to reality. He stepped forward, drawing the still breathless Goku behind him, and calmly regarded Vegeta. Vegeta, given the opportunity, you prove to be utterly ineffectual. Must you humiliate yourself further? Enough of your prattle. Traitor, prepare to meet your end. Vegeta roared, unleashing his full power, reaching nearly 40,000 in battle strength, surging towards Raditz with terrifying might. He sought to redeem his past disgrace. As Vegeta's full-force attack approached, Raditz's gaze sharpened instantaneously. Kaioken ×3. Activate. There was no cataclysmic explosion of energy, no dazzling brilliance. Instead, a more refined and profound crimson aura enveloped Raditz's body like a living entity. His battle power, under the effects of the threefold Kaioken without any adverse consequences, boldly surged to 45,000. What? Vegeta's momentum came to an abrupt halt, his previous arrogance transforming into sheer astonishment. He sensed an aura far more oppressive than the one Nappa had exuded. How could this be possible? However, he was already too late to change his strategy. Raditz moved. His speed eclipsed that of Vegeta's previous assault by leaps and bounds. Arriving first, Raditz's fist, shrouded in crimson aura, struck Vegeta's abdomen like a teleportation. Boom! A sound so thunderous it resonated through the air. Vegeta's eyes bulged bloodshot and wide. He distinctly felt that his robust physique, capable of withstanding planetary explosions, was as if his very insides had shattered beneath that single blow. All his strength, all his aura, was utterly dismantled in that moment, gushing forth a torrent of blood. He was sent flying backward, like a kite severed from its string, hurtling faster than he had arrived, crashing through several distant small hills, ultimately embedding himself into a rock wall like a rag doll, completely losing consciousness. In the wilderness, silence reigned supreme. Goku gaped, gazing at the unconscious and bloodied Vegeta embedded in the rock wall, then glanced at Raditz, who was gradually retracting his aura as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, murmuring, "Brother, you are truly formidable." Nappa, trembling in awe, shrank his neck in fear, his respect for Raditz reaching its zenith. Raditz approached the indentation left by Vegeta's impact, peering at the unconscious, blood-soaked warrior, and shook his head. "I told you not to be reckless, yet you refused to listen. Why suffer such humiliation?" As Vegeta slipped into oblivion, his final thought was filled with overwhelming confusion and disgrace. What? I have failed again? And so utterly? The winds of Namek continued to blow, carrying the scent of blood and gunpowder. The pride of the Saiyan prince was once more ruthlessly crushed into the ground. Chapter 12. Confronting Frieza. As Raditz effortlessly dispatched the once mighty Vegeta, a look of astonishment filled Dandy's eyes. Seizing the opportunity as though it were a lifeline, he dashed before Raditz, pleading earnestly, "O formidable warrior, I implore you, take me to the Grand Elder. He is the wellspring of wisdom on our planet Namek, and he must know how to save our kin and confront those vile invaders." Raditz felt a stirring in his heart, intrigued by the prospect of meeting the Grand Elder, the one who could unlock latent potential. Yet, he feigned a troubled expression, gesturing towards Goku, who was battered and struggling to breathe. "But my brother is injured. We cannot abandon him." Dandy immediately replied, "I can heal him. I can help." With that, his small palm radiated a warm green light, enveloping Goku's wounds. The unique healing energy of the Namekians flowed forth, and Goku's bruises and injuries began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate, his breathing soon stabilizing. "Wow, this is incredible. It doesn't hurt at all," Goku exclaimed in delight as he moved his limbs. "Thank you, little one." Observing this, Raditz nodded in agreement. "Very well. If that is the case, we shall escort you to the Grand Elder." The group promptly set off, guided by Dandy, soaring towards the sacred dwelling of the Grand Elder. Not long into their flight, a powerful surge of energy rippled through the air ahead. One force emanated an icy malevolence, reminiscent of an abyss, Frieza, while the other exuded a steady strength, imbued with a protective will, yet was steadily faltering, Neru. It's Brother Neru. He is battling that most fearsome invader. Dandy gasped. Raditz signaled for everyone to lower their altitude and suppress their energy, approaching stealthily. They concealed themselves behind a massive rock. Witnessing a scene that left them awestruck, Frieza lounged leisurely upon his hovercraft, confronting Namek's mightiest warrior, Neru. Raditz's gaze quickly fixated on the figure of Zarbon behind Frieza. Inner thoughts. What a splendid opportunity. Frieza is currently preoccupied, but this Zarbon appears to be a worthy challenge. He whispered to Goku and the others. Stay here and protect Dandy. I will return shortly. With that, Raditz deliberately released a faint trace of his energy, just strong enough for Zarbon's scouter to detect, and swiftly flew toward the valley at the side of the battlefield. Indeed, Zarbon's ears perked up, and the scouter emitted a series of beeps. A power level exceeding 10,000? With a tail? Zarbon glanced in the direction Raditz had vanished, a sneer of disdain forming on his lips. A Saiyan monkey? It seems to be an accomplice of that traitor Vegeta. Anyone who betrays Lord Frieza deserves to perish. Perfect timing to stretch my muscles. He addressed Frieza with deference. Lord Frieza, I shall return shortly, to dispose of a lurking rat. Frieza waved dismissively, his focus remaining on Neru, as if swatting away a mere fly. Zarbon promptly departed from the combat zone, pursuing Raditz. In the valley, Raditz leisurely awaited his adversary, as Sabo descended before him, arms crossed and eyes scrutinizing like one examining refuse. He remarked, a battle power exceeding 10,000. Impressive indeed, an elite among Saiyans. Alas, you have chosen the wrong allies. Vegeta has become a wretched stray, and it falls upon me, Lord Sabo, to eradicate your remnants. Raditz, disinterested in idle chatter, launched into action, and the two engaged in fierce combat. Their fists and feet clashed, energy blasts colliding in an explosive display. Raditz maintained a foundational battle power of around 15,000. Exchanging blows with Sabo. As the battle unfolded, Sabo grew increasingly alarmed. He realized this Saiyan possessed remarkable skill and acute battle awareness, rendering him momentarily unable to gain the upper hand. Cursed monkey, you possess some talent, Sabo thought, frustrated by his inability to prevail. However, he decided that enough was enough. Sensing Frieza's lingering presence nearby, Raditz understood the urgency of his situation and the necessity to conclude the skirmish swiftly to avoid complications. He shouted, Kaioken ×2. In an instant, a crimson aura enveloped him, and his battle power surged to 30,000. A terrifying pressure enveloped Sabo, who felt as though he were a fragile vessel amidst a tempest, on the verge of being obliterated. Impossible, Sabo gasped in terror, disregarding his appearance as his body rapidly expanded and transformed. His skin darkened to a deep brown, muscles bulged grotesquely, and his visage twisted into an ugly and fearsome countenance. I loathe this form. You have forced my hand, Raditz internally mused. As expected, just like in the original tale, he is quite vain about his appearance. Upon transforming, Sabo's battle power exceeded 30,000, yet it was still insufficient. The game was over. Raditz's gaze hardened as he ceased holding back. He unleashed a fourfold Kaioken, overwhelming Sabo with speed and strength. A devastating punch, infused with terrifying energy, pierced through Sabo's chest. As Sabo stared at the gaping wound in his torso, disbelief and dread of death filled his eyes, and his massive form crumpled to the ground, breathless. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully challenging Sabo, possessing fervent fighting spirit. Detected an excessive power gap between host and target. As per Rule 3, rewards will be adjusted accordingly. Congratulations, host, for receiving rewards. 10,000 cents of beans. Raditz thought to himself, overwhelmed. 10,000 beans. Is the system conducting wholesale business? While cents of beans are indeed valuable, this reward feels rather dismissive. The penalty for a significant power disparity is truly harsh. He shook his head in resignation, swiftly clearing the scene before concealing his energy and hastening back to the hiding place of Goku and the others. Brother, are you all right? There was quite a commotion over there. Goku inquired with concern. All is well. I dealt with a minor lackey, Raditz replied nonchalantly, his gaze drifting once more towards the distant battlefield, where Frieza faced off against Neru. Neru was on the brink of collapse, while Frieza remained as composed as ever. The true challenge lay ahead, and Raditz's journey as a challenger would not falter due to a paltry reward. He cast a fleeting glance at the mountain of celestial beings within the system space, a twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his thoughts. Well, it's better to have some than none at all. At least I won't have to worry about celestial beings in the future. I can indulge to my heart's content. Just as Raditz had reunited with Goku and the others, a tremendous roar echoed from a distance, accompanied by a sudden fluctuation of waning energy. Before long, they witnessed Naru being sent sprawling, blood spewing forth from his mouth after a casual strike from Frieza, crashing heavily into a nearby pile of rubble, his breath faint. Clearly devoid of any fighting spirit, Frieza remained elegantly perched upon his hovering device, as if he had merely swatted away a bothersome fly. He cast a keen eye toward the direction where Raditz and his companions were concealed, evidently aware of their presence. Oh ha ho ho ho. It seems we have a few little mice observing. Frieza's signature, spine-chilling voice resonated clearly. The situation was dire. In an instant, Raditz made a decisive choice. He swiftly whispered to Goku, Naba, and Dandy, Gokunaba, take Naru at once and fly at full speed to the Elder. Dandy, I entrust Naru's treatment to you. I will hold him off. Brother, let us go together. Goku urged, sensing the unfathomable terror emanating from Frieza. No time for chatter. Go now. Your presence will only be a hindrance. Raditz barked, forcefully pushing Goku aside. This was an order. Protect Dandy and Naru, and if you reach the Elder, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Goku clenched his teeth, acknowledging the truth in his brother's words. Naba, already pale from Frieza's oppressive aura, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing this, and hastily joined Goku in lifting the unconscious Naru. Dandy, understanding the urgency, nodded with tears welling in his eyes and immediately led the way. The trio, along with one injured, unleashed their full speed, desperately soaring toward the sacred land. Raditz took a deep breath, stepping slowly from behind the massive rock, prepared to confront the cosmic nightmare that was Frieza alone. Frieza made no attempt to impede Goku and the others' escape. His gaze was entirely fixed on Raditz, tinged with a curious and playful examination, as though he were a mere toy. A low, sinister chuckle escaped Frieza's lips as he scrutinized Raditz from head to toe. Another Saiyan slips through the net, still sporting that ridiculous tail. Let me see. Your base combat power hovers around 15,000, I presume? Surviving under that fool Vegeta and even dispatching Zarbin. You're proving to be more interesting than I anticipated. He propped his chin on his hand, assuming a contemplative posture. I seem to recall that when Planet Vegeta was destroyed, individuals of your sort were notably absent. Were you a wild monkey fortunate enough to survive while on a mission? Raditz remained silent, his muscles tense, energy reaching its zenith, vigilantly observing Frieza as every move. Noticing Raditz's reticence, Frieza continued unabated, his tone dripping with malice. You Saiyans are indeed a pack of untrainable whelps. Vegeta betrayed me, and you, it appears, are also not one to be easily tamed. However, he shifted his tone, feigning a semblance of generosity. As King Frieza, I have always valued talent. Given your modicum of strength, I can offer you an opportunity. Kneel and pledge your allegiance to me. Follow me, for it is far more promising and powerful than serving under Vegeta. What do you say? Frieza's voice was laced with seduction, yet his cold gaze harbored no warmth, only a pure, indifferent disdain for all beings he deemed insignificant. Raditz scoffed internally. Inner thoughts, swear loyalty to you? To be treated like garbage, just as Vegeta and the others, if I prove useless or displeasing. Moreover, I intend to use you to gain rewards. He raised his head, meeting Frieza's gaze with unwavering calmness and undeniable conviction. Frieza, while Saiyans may be savage and revere strength, we shall never kneel and beg for mercy from those who destroy our homeland and slaughter our kin. Frieza's feigned smile vanished in an instant, his eyes turning dangerously sharp. Oh, it seems you have learned more than you ought to know. How unpleasant. He slowly levitated from his pod, landing on the ground, his diminutive form radiating a terrifying aura that sent tremors throughout Namek. Since you have chosen this foolish path, you shall be reduced to cosmic dust along with this planet and those ungrateful green insects. A chilling intent to kill locked onto Raditz, as if it were a tangible force. Chapter 13. The Three Warriors Battle Frieza. Faced with Frieza's abyssal killing intent, Raditz understood that any restraint would be futile. He inhaled deeply, unleashing all his energy without reservation. Kaioken ×5. Activate. Boom. A deep crimson aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, soaring into the sky. With the unencumbered might of the five-fold Kaioken, Raditz's battle power surged to an impressive 75,000. The powerful energy fluctuations caused the ground around him to tremble violently, sending debris into the air. Yet, in the presence of such power that would instill despair in most warriors across the galaxy, Frieza merely raised an eyebrow, a slight hint of intrigue gracing his features. "Oh, you've instantly elevated your battle power to 75,000? Quite an unusual technique." Frieza's voice remained steady, laced with mockery. "Compared to that green insect from earlier, you have indeed improved significantly. I commend you for that." In an instant, Frieza's form flickered, appearing before Raditz like a specter. His speed so extraordinary that even Raditz in his Kaioken state could scarcely perceive it. However, that was all there was to it. Frieza casually waved a hand, seemingly dismissive. Yet it contained an irresistible force. Raditz's meticulously constructed defensive aura was torn apart like paper, and he was violently hurled backwards, crashing into a distant cliff. Coughing, Raditz struggled to emerge from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his heart racing with terror. Frieza hovered in midair, watching him with an air of amusement, as if savoring the struggle of a cornered beast. "What a tenacious little monkey you are. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Submit to me, and I can make an exception to admit you into the Ginyu Force, the most formidable combat team in the universe. It will be an honor for you." In response to him, Raditz unleashed a searing white energy blast, a manifestation of his indomitable will, tearing through the atmosphere and hurtling straight towards Frieza's face. A flicker of impatience and coldness flashed in Frieza's eyes. Oh, it seems you are determined to meet your demise." He chuckled lightly, casually raising a finger. With a swift motion, a slender purple laser surged forth, intercepting the energy blast and utterly dismantling its structure. Without losing momentum, it pierced through Raditz's chest at a velocity that exceeded his reflexes, rendering him helpless. Ugh! Raditz's body stiffened momentarily as he gazed down at the gaping wound in his chest, the vitality draining rapidly with the flow of blood. His vision blurred, and he felt his body uncontrollably plummeting from the sky. "So be it, let death come," Frieza remarked coldly, retracting his finger as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. "I have other matters to attend to. I shan't waste time here." He turned away, directing his gaze towards the Grand Elder's sanctuary, his tone tinged with displeasure. "Alas, my subordinates are a pitiful lot, perishing so quickly upon arrival." It seemed the time had come to summon the Ginyu Force. With that, he disregarded the falling figure behind him and soared confidently towards the sanctuary, convinced that Raditz, pierced through the chest, had no chance of survival. However, just before his body struck the ground, Raditz summoned the last vestiges of his strength to swallow the magical bean he had reserved from his system reward. "Fortunately, my challenge against Cybermen yielded 1,000 beans. Without them, I would surely have met my end. And should Goku and the others somehow survive and use the Dragon Balls to resurrect me, would they restore the original Raditz or this alternate version of myself?" As the bean took effect, an overwhelming surge of life energy erupted within him. The fatal wound on his chest healed at an astonishing rate, shattered bones rejoined, and his depleted stamina and energy were instantly replenished. Moreover, the phenomenon of a Saiyant's strength exponentially increasing upon the brink of death was triggered once more. Raditz sprang up from the ground, feeling an exhilarating surge of newfound power coursing through him, far beyond his previous limits. He estimated his base combat power had at least doubled, reaching around 30,000. Though he remained far from Frieza's level, the difference was monumental compared to before. This magical being truly is a divine artifact. The system occasionally proves reliable. Raditz felt a mix of trepidation and relief. Just then, from the direction Frieza had departed, a violent explosion of energy and a fierce clash of power resonated. One of these energies was familiar and intensely hot. It was Goku, but at that moment, Goku's energy radiated like a blazing star, so formidable that it sent shivers down Raditz's spine. This energy belongs to Goku. How has he grown so powerful? Raditz was both astonished and elated, wondering if the Grand Elder had aided him in unlocking his potential. It appeared that Goku and the others had safely reached the sanctuary and attained tremendous strength. Raditz, no longer hesitating, immediately concealed his presence and rushed towards the source of the explosion with utmost speed. Upon reaching the vicinity of the temple, the scene before him invigorated his spirit. He beheld Goku and Naru joining forces in a fierce battle against Frieza, with his potential unleashed. Goku's combat power soared above 100,000, akin to a phoenix reborn, his movements swift as lightning, and the might of his Kamehameha had reached unprecedented levels. Meanwhile, Naru, restored by Dandy's healing, was utilizing his solid combat prowess of 42,000 to provide support, and together they managed to momentarily contend with Frieza. Of course, Frieza still appeared nonchalant, casually deflecting most of their attacks with one hand, while the other remained behind his back, all the while wearing that infuriating smirk. However, compared to the earlier situation where he completely overwhelmed Naru, there were at least signs of resistance now. On the outskirts of the battlefield, the colossal figure of Nab was cowering behind a massive rock, shivering in fear, muttering to himself, "Frieza is truly terrifying." "Mr. Raditz, you're still alive. How wonderful." "Dandy." The first to spot Raditz exclaimed in surprise. Raditz landed beside Dandy, his gaze fixated on the battlefield, and quickly inquired, "What is happening? How did Goku suddenly become so powerful?" Inner thoughts. "Of course, I already know the answer. It's the unlocking of potential." Dandy hurriedly explained, "It's the Elder. The Elder possesses the ability to unlock human potential. He helped Mr. Goku tap into a portion of his latent power. However, the Elder's life force is nearly depleted, and even Mr. Goku's potential has only been partially unlocked. I'm afraid, Mr. Raditz, he cannot assist you further in unlocking your potential." Although Raditz had anticipated this, hearing it confirmed still brought a tinge of disappointment, yet he soon accepted it. Inner thoughts. "No matter, I have a system. Challenging the strong is the true path." He turned to the still, trembling Nab and kicked him with annoyance. "Nab, you coward. What are you hiding here for? Go lend a hand." Nab, with a mournful expression and a quivering voice, replied, "Our Raditz. That is Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. My meager combat power would only lead to my demise. I wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth." Raditz, observing the deep-rooted fear etched in Nab's countenance, waved his hand helplessly. "Forget it. Your fear won't change overnight. Your task is to protect Dandy and ensure he remains safe. I will ensure the mission is completed." Nab, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, promptly shielded the small Dandy behind him. Though still trembling, he now had a clear and relatively safe objective. Just then, Frieza, noticing Raditz's arrival, casually swatted away Goku's heavy punch and repelled Naru's energy wave, looking at Raditz with mild surprise. "Oh, you little insect. You truly have a hard life. You survive being pierced through the chest, and you seem to be quite lively, perhaps even a tad stronger." In Frieza's cold, piercing gaze, a flicker of genuine curiosity emerged. "How intriguing," he mused. "I wonder how you have achieved such feats. Nevertheless, it matters not, for I shall soon unravel your secrets by dismantling your bones and studying your cells." In the face of Frieza's unabashed curiosity and murderous intent, Raditz let out a contemptuous snort, his aura reigniting with fervor. Although his base combat power stood at a mere 30,000, far inferior to Goku and Nelu, his fighting spirit was unwavering. "You wish to uncover my secrets? Then come, test your mettle." With that, Raditz surged forward, transforming into a streak of light as he boldly joined the fray. "Brother!" Goku exclaimed, witnessing Raditz's resilience and eagerness to fight, his morale soared. "Foolishness!" A glint of cold light flashed in Frieza's eyes. Confronted by the combined onslaught of three warriors, he ceased to defend with one hand. Now, both hands engaged in battle. His speed skyrocketed, and his ferocity intensified. In an instant, the battlefield outside the temple became a whirlwind of four figures, moving with a velocity beyond the perception of the naked eye. Goku unleashed his Kamehameha, Nelu executed rapid assaults, and Raditz employed cunning energy disruptions, occasionally delivering powerful blows with his Kaioken technique, all converging upon Frieza from various angles. Frieza darted through the chaos like a specter, evading fatal strikes by the narrowest margins. His casual retaliations bore the weight of cataclysmic power, forcing the trio to defend themselves with utmost urgency. Faced with the insurmountable mountain that was Frieza, Raditz dared not hold back, channeling all the power he could muster. Kaioken times 5. Activate. A deep crimson aura enveloped him once more, his combat power soaring to 75,000. The system's reward, devoid of adverse effects, alleviated his concerns of bodily collapse. Yet the enhancement of the Kaioken multiplier still required personal mastery. However, The absolute disparity in strength could not be bridged merely by numerical increases. Chapter 14. Fierce Battle Against Frieza. Frieza surveyed the aggressive trio, a flicker of boredom crossing his features. It appears the game is drawing to a close. His form flickered like a phantom, moving at a speed that surpassed the trio's perceptual limits. The first to suffer was Nelu. He barely registered Frieza's motion before a tremendous force struck his chest with unrelenting power. Gah! Blood erupted from Nelu's mouth as his ribs shattered, his body hurtling backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. He convulsed twice before falling utterly still. Nelu! Brother! Dandi cried out, frantically tugging at Daba's battle attire. Hurry! Take me to help Nelu! Daba, glancing at the figure at the center of the battlefield, resembling a demon, felt his legs tremble. Yet, upon meeting Raditz's stern gaze, he steeled himself, scooping up Dandi and scrambling towards the direction where Nelu had fallen. Delightful! In stark contrast to Nelu's grievous injury was Goku's ever-increasing fighting spirit. He wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I relish battling against such formidable foes. Bring it on! Such foolishness, monkey! Frieza let out a cold snort, seemingly having lost all patience. He could scarcely muster the energy to move, merely waving a hand dismissively at the approaching Goku and Raditz. A terrifying wave of energy, far beyond anything previously felt, surged forth like a tsunami. What? Goku and Raditz's expressions changed dramatically. They barely had time to cross their arms defensively before being struck by this overwhelming force. Boom! The two were sent hurtling backwards as if struck by a celestial body, hurtling with greater speed than they had arrived, crashing through several massive rocky hills before finally coming to a halt, their clothes tattered, bodies riddled with fine wounds, blood pouring forth, their breaths significantly labored. Coughing. Raditz felt as though his very organs had been displaced, the Kaioken state forcibly shattered. Is this the crushing weight of absolute power? Goku was in a similar predicament, yet the fire of battle still flickered in his eyes as he struggled to rise. Goku! Raditz quickly pressed him down, whispering urgently, Don't push yourself. We are severely injured and need healing. You are fast. Go find Dandi for treatment. I will hold him off. Remember, be swift. We must not let Frieza notice Dandi's healing abilities, or it will be catastrophic. Goku glanced towards Dandi, who was tending to Naru in the distance. Then, at the unfathomable Frieza, understanding his brother's words were indeed the best course of action. Gritting his teeth, he said, Brother, be careful. With that, he took a deep breath and transformed into a streak of light, darting towards Dandi. On the battlefield, only the battered Raditz remained, standing alone against the cosmic tyrant, Frieza. Frieza regarded him leisurely, making no effort to impede Goku's escape. In his eyes, they were merely slightly larger insects, incapable of stirring the waters. Oh, planning to sacrifice yourself to buy time for your companion? How touching, yet foolish. Raditz offered no response, swiftly retrieving a senza bean from his system space and popping it into his mouth. As the bean entered his stomach, an immense surge of life energy coursed through him. His wounds healed rapidly, and his stamina was restored in an instant, though not in a near-death state, and thus not experiencing a further surge in power. His energy returned to its peak, a formidable 30,000. Frieza keenly sensed the change in Raditz's condition. His curiosity piqued. Instant recovery? An amusing little trick. It seems your secrets are more numerous than I anticipated. This king grows increasingly intrigued. Raditz, feeling his body restored to its former state, assumed a battle stance once more. His gaze resolute as he faced Frieza. I have many secrets, but I fear you may lack the ability to unearth them all, he thought, knowing he could not directly hand a senza bean to Goku without raising questions, despite Goku's simplicity. Utilizing the enduring power of the senza beans, Raditz, like an indomitable cockroach, charged repeatedly, only to be struck down time and again by Frieza's casual blows, yet recovering each time with the beans. Though he posed no substantial threat to Frieza, this relentless tactic evidently infuriated the Cosmic Emperor. Endless insects, truly nauseating. The facade of elegance on Frieza's face finally crumbled, revealing a chilling and merciless intent to kill. As Raditz recklessly charged once more, Frieza moved with an agility that surpassed Raditz's reaction time, his hand, encased in white bone armor, clamped down on Raditz's throat with the precision of an iron vice. Gasping for breath, Raditz found himself instantly suffocated, his powerful grip causing his neck to emit a pained groan under the unbearable strain, rendering him immobile. He could not even twitch a finger. The state of Kaioken was forcibly undone. This king has grown weary. I shall send you down to keep your beloved planet Vegeta company. Frieza's fingers tightened, intending to crush Raditz's neck outright. At that critical moment, a voice pierced through the chaos. Let go of my brother. A golden energy wave shot towards Frieza's face like a meteor, launched by none other than Goku, who had just been urgently treated by Dandy and was now in fighting form. Although his energy had not significantly increased, his desperate desire to save his brother fueled a swift and fierce attack. Frieza frowned, compelled to release his grip on Raditz, effortlessly swatting away Goku's assault. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Raditz plummeted from the sky like a lifeless rag doll. Niru, who had long been prepared, dashed forward and caught Raditz mid-fall, soaring towards Dandy and Naba without a moment's hesitation. Dandy! Quickly! Niru placed the gravely injured and near-death Raditz before Dandy, not daring to delay. Dandy's small hands glowed with a vibrant green light, enveloping Raditz as she began her healing efforts. However, Frieza observed this scene with piercing clarity. Oh, a green healing ability? A glimmer of understanding mixed with an even colder murderous intent flickered in Frieza's eyes. So that's how you pests manage to recover time and again. I must eliminate this little healer first. In an instant, a lethal purple beam of energy coalesced at his fingertips, aimed directly at the focused Dandy. Alarmed, Niru's pupils constricted. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, becoming the most steadfast shield, fully positioning himself between Dandy and Raditz. With a sickening sound, the purple beam pierced through Niru's chest, spilling forth a pool of green blood. Niru's body trembled violently, the light in his eyes dimming rapidly. Brother Niru, Dandy cried out, her voice filled with anguish. You bastard! Witnessing Niru being impaled while protecting them ignited a furious blaze within Goku's crimson eyes. His rage erupted like a volcano. He roared and charged recklessly at Frieza, his onslaught relentless as a raging storm. In that moment when Niru fell and Frieza's attention was diverted, Raditz, having regained a modicum of healing, bore the excruciating pain and quickly retrieved 2 senzu beans. He stuffed one in his mouth and expertly flicked the other into Niru's slightly open mouth. The miraculous effects of the senzu beans manifested once more. Raditz's condition was instantly revitalized, and the horrifying wound in Niru's chest began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Niru, you stay and protect Dandy. Raditz swiftly addressed the recently awakened Niru, his gaze sharpening as it fixed upon the battlefield's center, where Frieza was entangled in a fierce struggle with the enraged Goku. Frieza! Raditz roared, his deep crimson aura surging skyward like tangible flames. Kaioken ×5. Activate. Oh, grown stronger again? You Saiyan monkeys are indeed like cockroaches, resilient and full of surprises. Without further ado, Raditz transformed into a streak of scarlet meteor, charging with relentless momentum towards Frieza. At this moment, Raditz, empowered by the 5-fold Kaioken, exuded an aura akin to a blazing star, briefly overshadowing Frieza's battle power of approximately 530,000 in his first form. Feeling the tumultuous strength within him, Raditz beheld the grim expression on Frieza's face, and a surge of bravado welled up in his heart. He called out to Goku, who was still fiercely attacking. Goku, step back. Leave this guy to me. It's time for me to get serious. Though Goku was deeply immersed in battle, he sensed his brother's aura had become extraordinarily potent. Trusting Raditz, he retreated to provide him with an opening. The ensuing clash escalated into a brutal spectacle. With overwhelming advantages in power, speed, and reflexes, Raditz treated Frieza's first form as a mere punching bag. A powerful fist collided with Frieza's cheek, causing his head to jerk sideways. A devastating kick, enveloped in crimson energy, struck Frieza's waist, forcing him to stagger backward. Your speed is far too slow. Raditz taunted, effortlessly dodging Frieza's energy blasts and retaliating with a fierce elbow strike to his back. Frieza, disoriented and in disarray, found his once proud white bone armor cracking under the relentless assault. The strength he had boasted in his first form was utterly inadequate against this suddenly unleashed Saiyan. Damn it! You wretched monkeys! Inferior beings! Frieza roared in furious rage, his previous composure shattered, his words laced with humiliation and fury. You have thoroughly enraged this king. As Raditz unleashed a tempest of attacks, his mind raced with urgency. I can suppress him now, but according to the original story, this creature has several transformations left, and his ultimate form boasts battle power exceeding 100 million. Should I eliminate him now? After all, Without Krillin's sacrifice, Goku cannot transform into a Super Saiyan. The risks and rewards must be carefully weighed. Chapter 15. Frieza's ultimate form. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Frieza seized the opportunity to retreat abruptly, unleashing a furious proclamation. "You pathetic insects! Did you think this was all I am capable of? You are gravely mistaken. Allow me to show you what true despair looks like." With a thunderous roar, Frieza's body began to swell and contort violently. A terrifying energy surged forth from within him like a tsunami, manifesting as an invisible shockwave that violently propelled Raditz away as he attempted to draw near and interrupt. Damn it! A step too late. Raditz steadied himself, his expression grave. He was acutely aware that the most troublesome phase had arrived. Frieza's transformation process was shrouded in an energy shield, making any attempt to forcibly interrupt it nearly impossible. They could merely wait for him to complete his metamorphosis. Raditz gritted his teeth and seized the moment, swiftly flying back to Goku, Nelu, and Dandy. "Goku, there is no time to explain. Frieza's next form will be unimaginably powerful. We must become stronger. Let us exploit the old trick." Raditz spoke with remarkable speed. Goku instantly comprehended. "You mean?" "Exactly. We'll inflict wounds upon each other, and then let Dandy heal us." Raditz cast a pleading glance at Dandy. "Please, this is our only chance." In the face of dire circumstances, Dandy nodded vigorously. Thus, against the backdrop of the energy storm unleashed by Frieza's transformation, a frantic self-destructive training commenced. Raditz and Goku mercilessly engaged in combat, striving to bring each other to the brink of death. Then Dandy would rush in immediately, using his healing abilities to revive them. The Saiyans' near-death revival bug was triggered with fervor. After the first healing, their energy surged dramatically. Following the second healing, their combat power soared even higher. With the third healing, the energy radiating from them was so intense that Nelu and Naba nearby felt a sense of suffocation. In a mere 2 minutes, with Dandy exhausting his healing capabilities, Raditz and Goku had successfully undergone 3 near-death revivals. Their foundational combat power had now both surpassed the 1,000,000 mark. Raditz possibly emerged even stronger. The precise extent of his power was difficult to gauge, but the primal, ferocious aura emanating from him caused the very planet Namek to tremble slightly. However, just as the two had completed their third revival and were reveling in their newfound strength, the energy storm surrounding Frieza abruptly subsided. A new Frieza materialized before them. He was no longer the relatively diminutive figure clad in bone armor, but had transformed into a well-proportioned, entirely white form, complete with a tail and a crown, exuding an aura of icy elegance and extreme danger. The final form, Frieza, hovered in midair, his emotionless gaze surveying the rapidly escalating energy of Raditz and Goku below, a smile of cruel mockery gracing his lips. "Surprised, are we insects?" Frieza's voice turned increasingly frigid. "Traditionally, I would unveil my transformation step by step, allowing you to savor death in endless despair." However, his tone abruptly shifted to one of sharp indignation, tinged with a sense of offense. "You particularly sprightly insects, especially you. Raditz, time and again, you have defied my expectations, which is exceedingly displeasing. Therefore, I have decided to bypass those tedious steps and allow you to witness my true form. My final transformation." He slowly raised a hand, gently balling it into a fist, as though savoring the cataclysmic power coursing within him. "This power even instilled fear within me. It is capable of effortlessly shattering stars and plunging galaxies into darkness." Frieza's gaze swept over the poised Raditz and Goku, akin to observing 2 slightly more robust ants. "Are you prepared to confront the true apocalypse? The game has only just commenced." At this moment, Raditz felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, a sensation of formidable strength that filled his heart with an overwhelming sense of invincibility. He even experienced an illusion of being able to sweep everything aside. Inner monologue. "Oh no. Could it be that I've contracted that vile habit from that rascal Vegeta?" Shaking his head, he suppressed this dangerous delusion. Yet his confidence in his own power remained unwavering. He turned to Goku, who was equally brimming with energy, and said, "Goku, you take the lead and gauge his tactics. I will charge ahead." "All right, be careful, brother." Goku nodded, his focus entirely on Frieza. Raditz took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with intensity. King Kai Fist. 5 times the strength. Activate. Boom! A deeper, more refined crimson aura erupted like boiling magma, supported by a foundational battle power in the millions. The amplification from the fivefold King Kai fist reached a staggering level. He transformed into a crimson lightning bolt that tore through space, charging towards Frieza in his final form. A foolhardy move. Frieza smirked, casually raising a hand to counter. Bang! The collision of fists erupted with a roar and shockwave reminiscent of a stellar explosion. This time, Raditz was not instantly sent flying. His fist firmly met Frieza's attack, even managing to force Frieza back a step. What? The composure on Frieza's face vanished, replaced by shock and anger. You disgusting Saiyan monkey. How could you grow so strong? He distinctly felt that Raditz's current power could rival his own, who had just transformed and had yet to unleash his full might. Although he had only exerted a fraction of his full final form strength, it was still a staggering 3 million battle power. Frieza roared in a mix of shock and fury. Indeed, you damn Saiyan monkeys have no right to exist in this world. Your very existence is a mistake. Driven by rage, Frieza ceased holding back and began to gradually unleash his terrifying power. 10% power release. Boom! Frieza's energy surged, his battle power instantly surpassing 5 million. Raditz immediately felt the pressure intensify, shifting from an even match to a struggle to keep up. Not enough. 20%. Frieza's energy surged once more. His battle power soared close to 7 million. Raditz's offensive was completely suppressed, forcing him to rely on the speed and reflexes granted by the fivefold King Kai fist, making counterattacks exceedingly difficult. Let us see how long you can evade. 50% power release, accompanied by Frieza's cold declaration. A terrifying energy erupted like primordial chaos. His battle power instantly broke through the 10 million mark, reaching a height that filled Raditz with despair. Speed, strength, and intensity of energy converged to crush all. Just moments ago, Raditz managed to hold his ground, but now, in Frieza's eyes, his movements appear as sluggish as a snail. All too slow. Frieza's figure flickers like a specter beside Raditz, delivering what seems to be a casual elbow strike, yet it harbors the power to shatter stars. Crashing forcefully against Raditz's ribs. Crack! The unmistakable sound of bones fracturing echoes. Gush! Raditz's blood sprays forth, his body curling like a shrimp. This is merely the beginning. Frieza's presence flickers around Raditz like instantaneous teleportation, each appearance accompanied by a heavy blow. Fist, foot, knee, elbow. Every strike lands solidly on Raditz, leaving him utterly defenseless, relying solely on his formidable physique and will to endure. Bang! A brutal impact strikes his back, propelling him forward. Boom! A punch enveloped in energy strikes his face, shattering his nose and causing stars to dance before his eyes. The game is over. Frieza hovers above Raditz, a foot descending like a battle axe, sending him crashing to the ground like a meteor. Rumble! The earth is smashed into a massive pit, web-like fractures spreading for miles. Raditz lies at the bottom, drenched in blood, his fivefold Kaioken state shattered, his breath reduced to a mere whisper. Even the slightest movement of a finger becomes an insurmountable challenge. From a brief moment of balance to an overwhelming one-sided beating, all transpired within mere seconds after Frieza unleashed 50% of his power. The chasm of strength resembles an insurmountable abyss, instilling despair. Brother! Goku's eyes widen in fury. Unable to contain himself any longer, a white aura surges skyward, ready to charge forth in a desperate attempt. Foolhardy, Frieza, poised to deliver the final blow to Raditz in the pit, senses Goku's feeble assault and, in annoyance, casually sweeps his hand, unleashing a sharp blast of energy that lashes out like a whip towards Goku. Goku blocks with all his might, yet is still sent reeling, his blood surging within him. But he successfully captures Frieza's fleeting attention. It is this precious moment. At the bottom of the pit, nearly unconscious, Raditz summons the last of his willpower to shove a senzu bean into his mouth. A torrent of life energy surges through his body in an instant. His grievously wounded form begins to heal at a visible pace, broken bones rejoining, his depleted energy restored in an instant. Furthermore, the Saiyant's miraculous ability to surge in strength upon the brink of death activates once more with ferocity. Boom! An aura far stronger than before erupts from the depths of the pit. Raditz's foundational combat prowess surges to new heights following this near-death experience. Kaioken 5 times. Engage. A deeper, more tempestuous crimson aura erupts, shattering the surrounding debris into dust. Raditz's figure rises from the pit like a war god, feeling the tumultuous power within him. His gaze firmly locked on Frieza. Frieza, your opponent remains me. As his words faded, he transformed into a scarlet meteor, tearing through the heavens, and collided fiercely once more with Frieza. What? He has recovered, and grown even stronger. Frieza, astonished and enraged, realized that after unleashing 50% of his power, he should have effortlessly overpowered his opponent. Yet at this moment, he found himself once again receiving the brunt of the attack. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their fierce clash echoed like relentless thunder. With the initiation of a new round of the fivefold Kaioken, Raditz engaged in a dazzling exchange of blows with Frieza, who had also released 50% of his power. Their fists and feet collided, energies clashed, and with each impact, the very fabric of space twisted and the earth shattered. Raditz maximized his speed and strength, the burdens of the Kaioken entirely negated by its no-side-effect nature, allowing him to unleash his fury without hesitation. Frieza, no longer as carefree as before, was compelled to employ greater skill and force to counter Raditz's tempestuous onslaught. This time, Raditz withstood Frieza's fierce assault at 50% power, enduring for a full minute. Chapter 16, A Life in Despair. 1 minute later, with a cold grunt from Frieza, his power adjusted once more, delivering a cunning heavy punch that broke through Raditz's defenses, sending him crashing away, blood spilling through the air. Brother, Goku rushed forward to support him. Don't come any closer. Raditz steadied himself mid-air, resolutely swallowing another senzu bean. A warm flow of life surged through him, instantly healing his injuries. That familiar sensation of power swelling returned. The near-death bug activated once more. Huh. Raditz released a skyward howl, his aura intensifying, becoming more formidable. His battle power, while utilizing the Kaioken, was now perilously close to Frieza's 50% unleashed strength. Frieza, let us battle again, Raditz roared, his eyes ablaze with indomitable fire, charging forth for the third time. This time, their combat truly escalated to a fever pitch. In the sky, one could only perceive a blur of white and red streaks clashing at a speed beyond the limits of the naked eye, colliding, separating, and colliding again. The deafening booms resonated endlessly, and the terrifying shockwaves of energy rippled outward, further ravaging the already devastated ground below. Goku, Nail, Dandy, and Naba observed anxiously from below, their eyes failing to keep pace with the duel, relying solely on the explosive flashes of energy and the thunderous roars, alongside the suffocating pressure. To gauge the intensity of the battle, it's too fast, Naba exclaimed, his mouth agape, beads of cold sweat trickling down. I can barely see. Nail's expression was grave. Go, brother. Goku clenched his fists tightly, feeling exhilarated by his brother's strength, yet deeply concerned about the unfathomable Frieza. In the sky, the scarlet and white streaks collided with a velocity imperceptible to the eye, each encounter erupting with a thunderous roar that shattered the heavens. Raditz, harnessing the quintuple Kaioken to its utmost potential, found himself unexpectedly matched against Frieza, who had unleashed 50% of his formidable power. In a stunning display, Raditz's combat prowess surged to unprecedented heights, allowing him to hold his ground against the tyrant for a fleeting moment. Yet, Frieza, increasingly alarmed, could distinctly sense the Saiyan's strength, speed, and reflexes adapting and escalating at an astonishing rate. Just moments prior, he had easily dominated his opponent, but now, Raditz was capable of keeping pace with half of Frieza's might. This unprecedented growth filled Frieza with an insidious chill deep within his core. Enough was enough. The murderous intent in Frieza's eyes intensified as he unleashed a powerful punch that forced Raditz back, creating distance between them. You have indeed surprised me, wild monkey. Frieza's voice was as frigid as ice, laced with the fury of being affronted. But this ends here. Prepare to witness the insurmountable chasm that separates us. With a cataclysmic roar, a more terrifying and boundless energy erupted from Frieza's being. His physique underwent a dramatic transformation. Muscles swelled like an inflated balloon, his entire form expanded, and the once white exterior appeared more pronounced and somewhat grotesque. This was the manifestation of his full power unleashed. The colossal energy pressure crashed down like a tangible tsunami, engulfing the entirety of Namek. Goku, Nail, and the others watching below were instantly drained of color, feeling insignificantly small in the face of such overwhelming might. As Raditz felt the terrifying aura capable of extinguishing stars, a bitter smile crept upon his lips. Inner dialogue, damn it, this is relentless. The quintuple Kaioken's enhancement is simply insufficient. If only I could utilize the decuple Kaioken now, even with my base power unchanged. I would not falter against Frieza in this state. The system's reward of a side effect-free Kaioken is splendid, but the multiplier must be honed through my own training. Awaiting the system's guidance, transforming into a Super Saiyan, a fleeting thought flickered through his mind. My current base power, having surged through near-death experiences, should undoubtedly meet the criteria. But rage? How can I conjure the fury? He desperately rummaged through memories that could ignite his anger. That unscrupulous boss from his past life, who constantly spun grand tales and enforced overtime. Yet, he had traversed worlds, and recollecting those grievances only elicited mild annoyance, not the wrath of a Saiyan. Contemplating his crossing into this alien realm, his modern family and friends, that only kindled sorrow and regret, failing to stoke the fires of transformation. Raditz mentally lamented. Had I known, I would have brought Krillin along. In a critical moment, he would have been the perfect sacrifice. Meanwhile, far away on Earth, Krillin suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Who is speaking of me? I feel a chill creeping on my spine. As Raditz wrestled with the complexities of inciting righteous anger, Frieza's transformation reached completion. Suspended in the air, his colossal figure radiated an aura of despair, muscles taut with annihilating power. He gazed down at Raditz, who stood on the precipice of confrontation, and began the quintessential villainous proclamation of victory. Oh, do you feel it? The Saiyan monkey. Frieza extends his arms wide, as if embracing his own power. This is the true might of the great king. 100%. A flawless full power form. Do you understand? I typically harbor disdain for this form, as it lacks elegance and consumes vast amounts of energy. However, his tone turns chillingly cold, and to utterly crush you, this incessantly surprising insect. I did not mind making an exception this once. He extends his fingers, clad in white bone armor, pointing at Raditz, then sweeping over Goku and the others below. All your efforts, all your struggles, appear utterly laughable and futile in the face of this absolute power. It is akin to trying to illuminate the vast darkness of a universe with a flicker of candle. The game is over, insects, to force this form from me. You may take pride in your achievements. Now, with this honor, be completely reduced to cosmic dust. With Frieza unleashing 100% of his power, his strength undergoes a qualitative leap. Speed, power, energy intensity, all aspects overwhelming even Raditz, who has activated the five-fold Kaioken. The battle swiftly devolves into a one-sided massacre. Frieza's fists rain down upon Raditz like a torrential downpour, each strike imbued with the terrifying force capable of shattering stars. Raditz's defenses crumble like paper, the crimson aura dissipating with each blow, blood continually gushing from his mouth, the sound of shattering bones sending chills down the spine. He attempts to consume a senzu bean for recovery once more, but this time, the bean merely heals his wounds and restores his stamina. The overwhelming surge of power that accompanied his near-death revival has become negligible. A revelation dawns within. Indeed, the Saiyans' potential, though formidable, is not infinite. In this brief span on Namek, I have endured countless near-death resurrections. My potential has been severely tapped, and my body seems to have reached a certain bottleneck, unable to achieve significant enhancement through this means any longer. Boom! Frieza delivers a heavy kick, sending Raditz hurtling towards the ground like a shooting star, creating an even deeper and broader crater. Agonizing pain engulfs his entire being. His consciousness begins to blur. Raditz lies at the bottom of the pit, his vision obscured by blood and dust, catching only a glimpse of the white figure above him, gazing down like a demonic deity. Is this truly how it all ends? I've only just arrived, having barely escaped the fate of certain death in the original narrative, acquiring a system and the potential to grow stronger. Bulma, that wealthy lady, has yet to secure the Dragon Ball goddess Android 18, whom I have not even met in person. In my past life, I was but an inconsequential cog in the machine. In this life, I have finally been granted the chance to make a mark. I cannot accept this. Truly cannot accept it. A chaotic whirlwind of thoughts flashes through his mind like a revolving lantern, the overwhelming fatigue and despair crashing over him like a tide, threatening to drag him into eternal darkness. His consciousness is gradually sinking. Yet, just as his awareness teeters on the brink of complete dissolution, a louder, more defiant scream erupts from the depths of his soul. No! Reviving in another life, endowed with a system akin to a golden finger, having witnessed the vast cosmos, obtained formidable power and delightful companions, albeit with a slightly distorted artistic style. Must I languish like a beaten dog, pitifully perishing on this desolate alien planet? This is utterly disgraceful for the legion of transmigrators, those predecessors of mine, who among them did not strike the South Mountain elderly home with their fists and kick the North Sea kindergarten with their feet. They challenged divine beings and vanquished the villains of myriad realms. How could one succumb so meekly in this place? I refuse to accept this. I have yet to defeat all the mighty beings in the universe. How can I falter here? This indomitable spirit, born from the depths of my soul, the unwillingness to yield, the furious rebellion against fate, and the boundless yearning for the future, erupted like a volcano repressed to its utmost limit. It transcended mere anger directed at individuals or events. It became a profound rage against the unjust fate and an insatiable desire to surpass my own weakness. Buzz! An unprecedented, cold yet ferocious energy core ignited abruptly at the position of his heart. Instantly, like a supernova explosion, it engulfed every cell of his body. Raditz surged upward from the pit, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. No longer a lament of pain, but a breakthrough of limit-defying fury. Hiss, hiss, hiss. His long black hair, cascading down to his waist and as hard as iron, began to shimmer with a dazzling, brilliant gold from the roots, visible to the naked eye. Simultaneously, his black eyes shed their original hue, transforming into a translucent emerald green, ablaze with a cold flame. The crimson aura of the king's fist was replaced by a more pure, more violent golden flame, flowing like liquid gold. An overwhelming, majestic, and oppressive, new aura radiated from Raditz, expanding like a cosmic storm. The ground beneath him silently vanished under this aura, and the clouds in the sky were instantly dispersed. Super Saiyan, Chapter 17. Super Saiyan 1? Super Saiyan 3? Frieza's face, once twisted with cruel mirth, instantly froze, his pupils dilating in shock and disbelief. No, it's impossible. This golden hair, those green eyes. Could it be the legendary Super Saiyan? Below, Goku, Nelu, Dandy, and Naba stood agape, gazing at the figure in the sky, radiant as a sun god, feeling the powerful aura that made their very souls tremble, yet instilled an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Raditz slowly lifted his head, his icy green eyes locking onto the astonished Frieza, as he sensed the monumental power within him, capable of shaking the very galaxy, a cold, confident smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Is this a direct transformation into Super Saiyan 3? Ha ha! Now it is my turn, Frieza. The sky seemed to be torn asunder. On one side, a suffocating torrent of pale energy surged from Frieza's colossal form. On the other, a golden aura, akin to liquid gold, enveloped Raditz, radiating an infinite majesty and ferocity. No, it cannot be. This must be a deception. Frieza let out a piercing roar, desperately attempting to mask his inner terror. The Super Saiyan is merely a tedious fable. How could you possibly be? In response, Raditz vanished in an instant. So swift, it was beyond tenfold quicker than before. Frieza barely managed to perceive the trajectory of his movement, only to feel a fierce gust of wind. As a fist entwined with golden flames and arcs of electricity crashed brutally against his cheek. Bang! The sound erupted like the collision of two planets. Frieza's inflated, power-laden form was grotesquely distorted by the force of the blow, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through 3 distant floating mountains before he finally came to a halt. Coughing, Frieza regained his footing, spitting out a mouthful of blood speckled with energy, his face etched with disbelief and humiliation. How dare you injure the perfect body of this king? Raditz hovered in place, his golden hair moving as if stirred by an invisible wind, his icy green gaze fixed on Frieza, as though observing a lifeless corpse. Perfect body? Merely a bloated target. You insolent fool. Frieza's rage reached a boiling point, his wounded pride igniting a furious response. His aura surged once more, reaching an overwhelming crescendo of power. I shall tear you to shreds. Death Beam. He unleashed a barrage of numerous purple beams imbued with destructive energy, raining toward Raditz like a tempest, each capable of effortlessly piercing a planet. Yet, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, Raditz surpassed Frieza in speed, strength, and reflexes. He made no grand evasive maneuvers. Instead, he executed the slightest adjustments in midair, allowing those lethal beams to narrowly graze his form, detonating in brilliant displays of fireworks against the distant starry backdrop. Too slow, Frieza. Raditz's voice was calm, yet laced with a chilling frost. Is this your full power? How disappointing. Silence. You wild monkey. Frieza was beside himself with rage. His hands coming together as a colossal, dark purple energy sphere, intensely compressed, took shape. Receive this. Planète Destruction Bombe. He roared, propelling the orb capable of annihilating Namek toward Raditz. In the face of this world-ending strike, Raditz merely raised his right hand slowly, fingers splayed wide. A hum resonated as the golden aura concentrated within his palm, not immediately firing, but rather forming a continuously rotating vortex that devoured all in its path. The planet-destroying energy sphere, upon contact with the golden vortex, was effortlessly dismantled and absorbed, causing not a ripple in the fabric of existence. What? Frieza's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. An overwhelming fear, stemming from the depths of his lineage, surged uncontrollably within him for the first time. His most formidable attack had been dismissed with such casual indifference. It appeared that this was the extent of your capabilities. Raditz flicked his wrist, as if merely brushing off a speck of dust. In his emerald gaze, a flash of golden lightning flickered momentarily. In the next instant, he moved, without a trace or sound. It was as if he had transcended the very fabric of space, appearing directly before Frieza. Has your assault concluded? Raditz's icy voice resonated in Frieza's ears. Now, it is my turn. Just as Frieza, in a state of terror, attempted to retreat, he discovered that the very space surrounding him was ensnared by an invisible force, rendering his movements excruciatingly sluggish. Raditz's fist, enveloped in a searing golden aura, struck Frieza's abdomen with the swiftness of teleportation. Frieza emitted a wretched scream, feeling as though his body, capable of withstanding the explosion of a supernova, was reduced to mere dust under the force of that punch. The colossal energy derived from a full power output appeared utterly feeble at that moment. This was merely the beginning. Raditz transformed into a golden tempest, completely engulfing Frieza. His fists, feet, elbows, and knees became the most lethal of weapons, each strike imbued with the ferocious, destructive power of Super Saiyan energy, raining down upon Frieza like a tempestuous forge. Bang! Boom! Crack! Frieza's swollen form was continuously contorted, the white bone armor fracturing inch by inch, blood gushing forth like a fountain from countless wounds. He attempted to resist, to gather his energy, but under the absolute dominance of speed and strength, all efforts proved futile. Impossible. I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. How could I possibly be defeated by a mere Saiyan monkey? In the depths of relentless agony and humiliation, Frieza roared defiantly. But his cries were swiftly drowned out by an even fiercer onslaught. Raditz delivered a brutal uppercut, sending Frieza soaring into the air. Following this, he retracted his hands to his waist, as azure energy began to swirl wildly. But unlike before, this azure was intertwined with resplendent golden brilliance. Kamehameha! The details preceding this were inconsequential. Having spent so much time with Goku, learning the Kamehameha was hardly unreasonable. A torrent of azure energy, entwined with golden lightning, surged forth like the cosmic light of judgment, hurtling towards Frieza. Faced with this lethal threat, Frieza, in a state of sheer terror, unleashed all of his potential. Thrusting his hands forward to release his most powerful energy wave, the Death Star, a massive, dark red energy sphere, imbued with an aura of annihilation, charged forward to meet it. One golden blue, one dark red. Two forces capable of effortlessly obliterating planets collided violently in midair. Boom! En précédente explosion érupted. A blinding radiance instantaneously consumed everything, the energy shockwave expanding spherically, tearing a colossal void in the atmosphere of Namek. Below, the spectators, including Wukong, had no choice but to unleash their full energy shields to barely maintain their footing. However, the stalemate lasted for less than 2 seconds. The power of the Super Saiyan far exceeded Frieza's imagination. Golden lightning, as if imbued with life, relentlessly tore through and eroded the dark crimson Death Star. No, hold on. Frieza's visage twisted in fury as he desperately squeezed every ounce of energy from his body. His white muscles trembled under the excessive strain, even beginning to show signs of fine cracks. But all was in vain. Crack! The surface of the Death Star began to fracture. Boom! In the next moment, the Kamehameha wave utterly shattered Frieza's resistance. The golden lightning energy surged forth like a flood unleashed, instantly engulfing Frieza's hastily constructed final defense. and striking fiercely against his battered form. Ah! Frieza emitted a wail of utmost despair. Under the onslaught of golden energy, his body melted and disintegrated like an ice block thrown into a steel furnace. The immense energy nearly evaporated him entirely. When the brilliance finally faded, Frieza did not vanish completely. He reverted to his original diminutive form, charred and riddled with horrific wounds. Most of his white armor lay shattered, and his tail was severed. His breath was weak, akin to a wild dog with a crushed spine, floating in the void, clinging to the last vestiges of life. Raditz slowly retracted his golden aura, his radiant golden hair and emerald eyes returning to their original black. He gazed at the dying Frieza, but chose not to deliver the final blow. Inner thoughts. Kill him? What a waste. This is a splendid experience package. Once he recovers, his strength may even increase a bit. After a year, when the cooldown ends, I can reap rewards once more. Sustainable development is the way to go. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully challenging Frieza, possessing a fervent fighting spirit. It has been detected that the host relied heavily on the use of Senza beans and the Saiyan near-death characteristic during the challenge, depending on external conditions rather than purely overpowering through personal strength. According to Rule 3, significant power disparity and reliance on non-pure strength results in diminished rewards. This reward will be substantially reduced. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward. 1/3 of the Frost Demon Race's cultivation talent. Acquiring 1/3 of the Frost Demon Race's cultivation talent. The Frost Demon Race possesses terrifying potential and cultivation efficiency. Even 1/3 is far superior to most cosmic races, significantly enhancing the host's daily cultivation speed and potential development efficiency. Chapter 18. The Journey Home. Raditz's mouth twitched slightly. Inner thoughts. Hey system, let us talk some sense. Without the sins of beans and bugs, I would have been obliterated in an instant. How could I have transformed into a Super Saiyan? Is this called taking shortcuts? This is strategy. Tactics. Do you understand? Nevertheless, despite his grumbling, he felt a surge of joy upon seeing the reward details. 1/3 of the cultivation talents from the Ice Demon clan, although diminished, a withered camel is still larger than a horse. It is no exaggeration that Frieza, with a few months of earnest training, could attain super blue strength. With this, my future cultivation speed is bound to soar. Well, 1/3 is better than nothing. He dismissed the barely alive Frieza, turning to fly back to Goku and the others. Brother, you were incredible just now, Goku exclaimed, rushing forward, his face brimming with excitement and envy. That golden hair, those green eyes. The aura was terrifying yet undeniably cool. Raditz smiled, patting his brother's shoulder. No worries. You will achieve that too, and even surpass it. Inner thoughts. After all, you're the destined child. Subsequently, Raditz and the others met with the Grand Elder to discuss the situation regarding Piccolo, the Guardian. The Grand Elder expressed his gratitude for their assistance. Had his life not been nearing its end, he would have surely helped Raditz unlock some potential as a token of thanks. Then, Raditz, guided by his sense of energy, swiftly returned to the location of Piccolo and Gohan. Indeed, despite the narrative being thoroughly disrupted, the extraordinary bond between Piccolo and Gohan had returned to its rightful path. Little Gohan was diligently undergoing basic training under Piccolo's guidance. Although Piccolo still wore a stern expression, there was a noticeable reduction in hostility, replaced instead with a focus. It seems this green-skinned caretaker is quite competent. Raditz chuckled inwardly, pointing towards the sacred land. Piccolo, you and Gohan should go meet the Grand Elder over there. He is likely the only one who knows your origins, and his life is drawing to a close. So hurry. Piccolo cast a deep glance at Raditz, nodded without further inquiries, and took Gohan's hand, soaring towards the sacred land. Having arranged matters for everyone, Raditz finally found the opportunity to fulfill his promise to Bulma. He located her, busy amidst various instruments at the temporary base. Hey, wealthy lady, stop your fussing. I'm taking you to a wonderful place. Raditz grinned, and amidst Bulma's startled exclamations, he scooped her up in a princess carry. Hey, Raditz, what are you doing? Put me down. Bulma's cheeks flushed as she pounded his chest. I'm taking you to explore. Oh no, I mean to visit Frieza's spaceship. That is the chariot of the Cosmic Emperor, and the technology inside is surely far superior to my shabby equipment. Here is the alien technology one promised you. With that, he cradled Bulma and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Frieza's colossal craft, which resembled a moving fortress. effortlessly dispatching the few terrified henchmen remaining aboard. Raditz strode into the interior of the ship, as if returning home, with Bulma in his arms, boldly traversing through the embodiment of Frieza's technological pinnacle. As Bulma beheld the futuristic and intricately designed instruments and devices within the spacecraft, her eyes sparkled with wonder. She immediately leaped from Raditz's embrace, rushing towards a treasure trove of technology, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! The structure of this energy core, the algorithm for spatial jumps. The materials are utterly exquisite. This time, fortune truly smiles upon us." Raditz gazed upon Bulma, who was enraptured by her research, shaking his head with a smile. Within Frieza's spaceship, Bulma felt akin to a mouse that had fallen into a grain bin, nay, a scientist who had stumbled into the pinnacle of cosmic technological treasure. Her azure eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance as she continuously uttered exclamations and professional musings. My goodness, the construction of this curvature engine is simply ingenious. It surpasses my father's design by at least 2 centuries. And this ecological recycling system, completely self-sufficient, capable of interstellar long-distance travel. The energy conduction efficiency of the defensive matrix is astonishing. If only it were installed at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation. She immersed herself in research and data copying with such fervor that Raditz had to forcibly drag her away from the main computer, handing her some nutrient solution, alien flavor, which Bulma grimaced at but consumed out of necessity. My lady, while research is an endless pursuit, it is time for us to return home. Raditz observed the internal equipment that Bulma had partially dismantled, sighing in resignation. Reluctantly, Bulma set down her tools, gazing at the spaceship's interior that she had preliminarily studied, and clapped her hands in satisfaction. Very well, I have copied most of the core data. This ship now belongs to us. It will certainly take us home much faster than the craft we arrived in. With a grand gesture, she assumed the demeanor of a ship captain. All aboard. Destination, Earth. Homeward bound. The group boarded this luxurious vessel, once owned by the Cosmic Emperor. It must be said that Frieza's spaceship far exceeded Raditz's single pod and Bulma's modified Challenger in terms of comfort, speed, and stability. After setting the coordinates for Earth, the spaceship transformed into a streak of light, departing from the battle-scarred green planet. Before their departure, Piccolo chose to remain behind, standing in the wilderness. He watched the spaceship prepare for takeoff, arms crossed, his tones still cold. I will stay here. Goku, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Piccolo, aren't you returning to Earth? Piccolo glanced at the young Gohan beside him, then looked out over the vast, primal landscape of Namek. This place is more suited for my training. Earth is too comfortable. He needed to seek his path to strength within the unique environment of Namek and the potential ancient legacies that might exist. Raditz understood this choice and remarked to Piccolo, a wise decision. Furthermore, informed the new elder of Namek, once elected, that their Dragon Balls might benefit from some enhancements. For instance, granting the Eternal Dragon the ability to resurrect multiple individuals at once, thereby allowing all those who perished in this calamity to return. A flicker of emotion passed through Piccolo's eyes as he nodded. I will convey the message. This was undoubtedly a glimmer of hope, capable of aiding Namek in its swift recovery from its wounds. The spaceship finally set sail, traversing the starry sea, heading towards their distant azure home. However, unbeknownst to Raditz and his companions, mere days after their departure, a discreet reconnaissance vessel, devoid of any insignia of power, silently breached the atmosphere of Namek and precisely landed upon the desolate battleground where the climactic conflict had unfolded. As the ship's hatch opened, several figures clad in full-body combat suits, exuding an air of efficiency and enigma, descended. They appeared to be equipped with a specialized life detection device, which soon led them to 2 barely conscious forms amidst the ruins. The unconscious and charred Frieza, reverted to his original state, and Vegeta, previously defeated by Raditz, embedded in the rock wall, yet clinging to life by sheer Saiyan tenacity. Target confirmed. Vital signs are weak but stable, reported a cold voice through the communicator. Retrieve them. Expedite the process, another voice commanded. Swiftly, these mysterious individuals hoisted Frieza and Vegeta onto the ship, treating them as if they were precious cargo. The entire operation was executed with remarkable precision, leaving no extraneous traces. The small reconnaissance vessel ascended rapidly, vanishing into the vastness of the cosmos as if it had never existed. Namek, at long last, returned to its former tranquility, leaving behind a scarred landscape that bore witness to the momentous battle that had transpired. Frieza's spaceship, akin to a mobile palace, smoothly traversed the starry expanse under Bulma's adept control, ultimately landing discreetly at the private launch pad of the Capsule Corporation on the outskirts of West City. As the hatch opened, a procession of individuals emerged, inhaling the familiar air of Earth, gazing at the azure sky and billowing white clouds, experiencing an almost ethereal sensation of having returned from another realm. Home at last, Bulma exclaimed, stretching with a satisfied weariness and excitement. I must quickly organize the data we've collected, especially the astounding technology from Frieza's ship. Goku, brimming with eagerness, tugged at Goten. Come on, Goten, let's head home. Your mother must be terribly worried. Young Goten nodded fervently, his eyes reflecting a deep yearning for home. Before everyone dispersed, Raditz called out to Bulma, who was ready to dive into her laboratory. Bulma, there's one crucial matter I need to entrust to you, Raditz said earnestly. This journey to Namek profoundly highlighted my inadequacies in strength. I require a more powerful gravity chamber for training. The higher the multiplier, the better. Utilize the finest materials and technology we acquired from Frieza's ship. Upon hearing this, Bulma's inner tech enthusiast ignited once more, and with a snap of her fingers, she confidently replied, leave it to me. By combining alien technology with my genius intellect, I guarantee to create an unprecedented high-intensity gravity chamber. You'll be training to your heart's content. Thus, everyone returned to their respective lives. Goku, accompanied by Goten and Trunks, made his way back to the Capsule Corporation, where he was greeted by Chi-Chi's tears of worry and reproach, yet also the warmth of family. Raditz, meanwhile, settled back into the guest room of Bulma's home, relishing the long-missed comfort and serenity. In the past fortnight, he seldom allowed himself to relax, savoring the exquisite delicacies of Earth. Occasionally engaging in discussions about extraterrestrial technology with Bulma, primarily her speaking while he listened, or offering guidance to Goku and Nappa on their training when they visited. This serene and fulfilling existence nearly made him forget the tumultuous storms raging across the cosmos. Chapter 19, a minor defeat summoning the Elders. Yet, at the far reaches of the universe, a tempest was brewing. On a secretive planet hidden within the depths of a nebula, within a medical facility, Frieza and Vegeta lay in two of the most advanced life support systems. The elite reconnaissance team dispatched by Frieza's father, King Cold, had rescued them. 7 days had passed. The doors of the high-tech treatment chamber slowly slid open, and Frieza's diminutive figure stepped out. As he flexed his wrist, the playful elegance that once adorned his face had been replaced by an icy, unyielding intent to kill and profound humiliation. This time, he had not only been defeated, but had also narrowly escaped death, forced to unleash his most grotesque full-power form, a mark of eternal disgrace. Simultaneously, another treatment chamber opened. Vegeta emerged, fists clenched, feeling the surge of newfound vitality coursing through his veins. The brush with death, combined with top-tier medical technology, had elevated his combat power once more. The nearby scanner indicated that he had surpassed the 50,000 threshold. Inner thoughts, power. This is the strength befitting this prince. Raditz and Frieza, you shall all await my return. However, upon sighting Frieza not far away, emanating a far more profound and terrifying aura, reason swiftly quelled his impulsiveness. He was still far from being Frieza's equal. Frieza's cold gaze swept over Vegeta, a cruel smirk curling his lips. Oh, Vegeta, it seems fortune has smiled upon you as well. 50,000 in combat power, commendable. Vegeta merely huffed in response, choosing not to engage further. Frieza approached the vast star chart, his voice as frigid as ice. This humiliation must be washed away with blood. Raditz and those Earthlings, I shall personally reduce them, along with that inferior planet, to cosmic dust. He turned to Vegeta. You should be aware of their whereabouts, correct? Vegeta's mind raced. Let him eliminate Raditz and the others. Regardless of the outcome, it benefits me. Suppressing his scheming thoughts, he replied solemnly, if I am not mistaken, they have likely returned to Earth, the lowly planet where Kakarot resides. Frieza locked onto the distant azure coordinates on the star chart, a cruel smile gracing his face. Excellent. Prepare the ship immediately. Full speed ahead, destination Earth. A nearby advisor cautiously interjected. Lord Frieza, calculations indicate that even at our maximum speed, it will take approximately 1 month to reach Earth. 1 month? A flash of red light flickered in Frieza's eyes. No matter. Let those insects live for another year. Relay the order during our voyage. I shall commence my true training. By the time I arrive at Earth, it will be their doomsday. He cast a fleeting glance at Vegeta. Vegeta, you shall join as well. This king requires a familiar hound. Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins, yet he ultimately gritted his teeth and endured. Endure. I must persevere until I possess absolute power. Silently, he followed behind Frieza. The vengeful fleet began to assemble, embarking on a month-long voyage towards Earth. Meanwhile on Earth, in West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Bulma did not disappoint her reputation as a genius. In a remarkably short time, she completed a brand new gravity chamber crafted using Frieza's spaceship technology and Earth materials. Its exterior boasted a sleek silver finish, while the interior was spacious and imbued with a futuristic essence. Done. Bulma proudly showcased it to Raditz. It can be adjusted to a staggering 1,000 times Earth's gravity. With alien energy cushioning technology and a stable force field system, its safety is significantly enhanced compared to the previous model. What do you think? Aren't I impressive? Raditz gazed at this magnificent training apparatus, his eyes alight with excitement. Incredible. Bulma, you are truly the epitome of genius. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the gravity chamber. The heavy metal door gradually closed behind him. Let us start with 120 times. Taking a deep breath, Raditz pressed the button on the control panel. Buzz! An unimaginable pressure enveloped him instantaneously. It felt as though the weight of an entire planet bore down upon every muscle and cell. His bones emitted faint groans, and the flow of blood became extraordinarily laborious. Umph! Raditz grunted, veins protruding from his forehead, yet he stood firm. The foundation of a Super Saiyan, combined with the training aptitude of the Frozen Demon clan, allowed him to adapt to the gravity far beyond his previous capabilities. He slowly lifted his foot and took the first step, embarking on a new round of grueling training under the overwhelming gravity. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Raditz dedicated nearly every moment to Bulma's newly crafted gravity chamber. Merging 1/3 of the Frozen Demon clan's training aptitude, his rate of progress was nothing short of terrifying. He had fully adapted to 300 times the gravity and could engage in high-intensity combat training in such an environment. The multiplier for the no side effects King Kai Fist had also astonishingly unlocked to an incredible 15 times. Simultaneously, his control over the Super Saiyan form became increasingly adept, allowing him to transform and revert at will. Indeed, such talent is immensely beneficial. This training efficiency has increased several-fold compared to before. If that fellow Frieza were to devote a few years to training, would he still need to serve the god of destruction? However, the tranquility of his training was shattered today. At noon, while gathered at the Bowsy Mountain, Raditz, Goku, Nappa, and Krillin simultaneously changed expressions, abruptly gazing skyward. One overwhelming energy, and it is laced with malevolence. Krillin's voice trembled slightly. There are two, extremely powerful, and several other presences, though weaker, are still remarkably formidable. Goku's gaze sharpened, and a fierce determination began to surge within him. At last, have they arrived? Raditz sensed the familiar, yet more potent aura of Frieza, accompanied by another chilling and formidable presence, prompting a grave expression to settle upon his face. Almost simultaneously, several figures soared in from various directions, the Earth warriors responding to the terrifying energy. Aside from Raditz, Goku, Krillin, and Nappa, 3 additional warriors, whom Raditz had not yet formally encountered, emerged. The composed Tien Shinhan, with his 3 eyes, the diminutive Kai, levitating in the air, and Yamcha, clad in his iconic turtle school GI, yet exuding an inexplicable air of someone who might soon collapse. Goku, Krillin, this must be the Raditz you mentioned, Tien Shinhan. The eldest among them spoke first, his vigilant gaze sweeping over Raditz and Nappa. Indeed, Tien Shinhan, he is my brother, Goku introduced. Brother, this is Tien Shinhan, Kaioken, and Yamcha, esteemed martial artists. Raditz nodded at the 3. The situation is dire. We shall save the pleasantries for later. A formidable enemy has arrived. Prepare for battle. Yamcha glanced skyward, swallowing hard. This energy is exponentially more terrifying than that of the Demon King Piccolo from years past. At that moment, Goku called out sharply. They're here. Before them loomed a colossal spaceship, far larger and more menacing than Frieza's previous vessel, resembling a skull as it violently tore through the clouds, descending with an oppressive weight upon the desolate mountains in the distance. The hatch opened, and a throng of figures emerged. At the forefront were 2 diminutive forms, adorned with tails and crowns, Frieza, and a more imposing figure, the icy demon known as King Cold, his countenance even more cold and menacing. Following closely were the complex-eyed Vegeta, filled with resentment and calculation and a peculiar assemblage, the Ginyu Force, exuding potent energy. Humph, a rabble of misfits, King Cold scoffed, arms crossed, his voice as frigid as eternal ice, dripping with disdain. Frieza's gaze immediately latched onto Raditz amidst the crowd, his eyes aflame with a hatred that seemed almost tangible. Raditz, you wretched wild monkey, this king has returned. For an entire month, I have yearned to shred you into pieces. Today marks your demise. Vegeta's focus remained fixed on Goku, and as he sensed the unfathomable energy emanating from him, a tempest of turmoil surged within his heart. How is this possible? How has Kakarot's power grown so formidable? It's utterly unfathomable. And that Captain Ginyu, with a battle power of 120,000, is second only to King Frieza and King Cold among us. Yet why do I feel that Kakarot could effortlessly dispatch them? How long has it been since then? Back on Namek, he was nowhere near my equal. What was happening? The battle was imminent. Under the captain's command, the Ginyu Force charged towards the Earth Warriors with wild cries. Heh, leave these peculiar beings to me. Goku grinned widely and took the initiative to charge forward. The ensuing spectacle left all spectators, including Vegeta, utterly dumbfounded. The so-called elite warriors, GIs, Berta, and Riku, were effortlessly sent flying by Goku, akin to mere sandbags. Unable to withstand even a single blow, Captain Ginyu attempted to employ his signature technique of body swapping, only to be evaded by Goku with remarkable speed, followed by a straightforward yet powerful punch that struck him in the abdomen, causing his eyes to bulge and rendering him completely incapacitated. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing rapidity. The once formidable Ginyu Force, which even Vegeta had regarded with trepidation, was toyed with and utterly crushed before Goku, like children at play. Impossible! Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief, his face painted with incredulity. After all, it was the Ginyu Force. How could Kakarot? Chapter 20. The Ascension of Frieza. Frieza gazed upon his most elite squad, so effortlessly dispatched, his countenance darkening to a near-drenched state of fury, yet his ire was primarily directed towards Raditz. Raditz! Frieza roared in rage, unable to contain himself any longer. An overwhelming aura erupted as he transitioned into his final form, fixating intently on Raditz. It seems you haven't been idle this past month. However, the enhancements I have achieved through my hellish training far exceed your expectations. I shall wash away my previous humiliation by personally eliminating you, you wild monkey. In response to Frieza's provocation, Raditz calmly stepped forward, signaling Goku and the others to retreat. He regarded Frieza with serene composure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. A month of training? How fortuitous. I too have been engaged in such pursuits. Let me see just how much you have improved during this time. The powerful auras of the two clashed in the air, generating an invisible whirlwind as the ground beneath them began to crack and crumble. Frieza hovered in midair, and in his final form, his power had magnified beyond tenfold compared to his strength a month prior on Namek. That overwhelming energy resembled a tangible ocean, pressing down on the distant onlookers, Tianjin Han, Yamcha, and others, making it nearly difficult for them to breathe. Even Krillin felt a wave of trepidation. Truly, the Frost Demons possess an extraordinary aptitude for training, Raditz thought to himself, sensing that what Frieza exhibited at that moment was likely not his full prowess. Do you feel despair, wild monkey? Frieza's voice dripped with frigid malice and a hint of playful mockery, declaring that this past month, in a hellish environment, he had honed himself for this very moment. Surrender, and perhaps I shall grant you a swifter death. Enough with the idle chatter. Raditz's gaze sharpened, and a deep crimson aura erupted explosively. Kaioken times 15. Go! His battle power surged instantaneously. Faced with Frieza's enhanced strength, Raditz immediately unleashed the pinnacle of the Kaioken technique. The two figures collided in an instant. Bang! 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 A fierce melee ensued once more. The sound of fists and feet colliding resonated like an unending thunder, each impact erupting with dazzling sparks of energy, sending shockwaves that relentlessly tore apart the ground beneath. Under the influence of the 15-fold Kaioken, Raditz's speed and strength reached an astonishing level, allowing him to exchange blows with Frieza, who was not even at full power after his training, without falling behind in the short term. However, Frieza's might ultimately surpass his own. His strikes were heavier, his energy more refined, and his control over the rhythm of battle more seasoned. After several rounds, Frieza seized upon a minuscule opening in Raditz's defense, delivering a side kick imbued with terrifying power that landed brutally against Raditz's midsection. Bam! Raditz let out a muffled groan, his body hurtling backward as if struck by a speeding train, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, causing the state of the 15-fold Kaioken to waver slightly. Humph. Is this all you can muster? Frieza, emboldened by his advantage, refrained from immediate pursuit, instead hovering in place and taunting. What is the matter, my dear Super Saiyan? Where's that ridiculous golden hair and those green eyes? Show them to your king. He spread his arms wide as if embracing his own power, his tone laced with a triumph over inner demons. Do you know, this past month, I have not only enhanced my strength, but I have also completely overcome the fear of that tiresome legend. A Super Saiyan? Mirdi Ayist. Come on, wild monkey. Transform. Let me personally shatter this counterfeit legend. Frieza's words thundered in Vegeta's mind like a shocking bolt. Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Raditz and then at Goku, who wore an expression that seemed to say, "Of course my brother is formidable." A tempest of thoughts surged within him. Super Saiyan? Isn't that the time-honored, supreme legend of our Saiyan race? Could it be that Raditz, this traitor, this lowly warrior, has truly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan? How could this be possible? Even if a Super Saiyan truly existed, it should be me, the prince. It should be I, the noble heir of the Saiyan royal bloodline. How could it be him? A wild monkey who has never even seen his own planet. Boundless shock, jealousy, humiliation, and resentment gnawed at Vegeta's heart like venomous serpents. He clenched his fists tightly, the pressure of his nails digging deeply into his palms, drawing forth droplets of blood. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Damn it! Why him? Why is it him? In the center of the battlefield, Raditz wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the arrogant Frieza before casting a glance at the distant Vegeta, whose face was pale and whose expression was complex, and suddenly he smiled. Since he wished to witness Raditz's true power, so be it. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable force, and he slowly closed his eyes as if communing with the dormant strength within him. In the next moment, he opened them wide. Buzz! An energy core, far colder, more ferocious, and more majestic than the 15-fold Kaioken, erupted violently within him. Ah! Accompanied by a roar that shattered all limits, Raditz's long black hair, cascading down to his waist, transformed at an astonishing rate from its roots, instantly taking on a dazzling, sun-like gold hue. His once dark eyes morphed into a translucent green, reminiscent of icy emeralds, yet ablaze with fury. The crimson aura of the Kaioken was utterly dispelled, replaced by a golden flame that flowed like liquid gold. The overwhelming, majestic presence of the Super Saiyan descended upon Earth once more, eclipsing Frieza's proud and formidable aura in an instant. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was complete. Suspended in midair, Raditz's golden hair swayed without the slightest breeze, his icy green gaze locking onto the astonished Frieza. Slowly, he raised a hand enveloped in golden flames and beckoned. Now, as you desire, come forth, Frieza, and let me witness the strength you possess after conquering your fears. Vegeta's eyes were fixed on the floating figure of Raditz, with golden hair and piercing green eyes, radiating an aura as brilliant as that of Sun God. He felt his heart gripped by an invisible hand, nearly ceasing to beat. The Super Saiyan is indeed real. Those golden locks, those green eyes, and that soul-shaking presence are identical to the ancient legends. Why must it be him? Raditz, a warrior of impure blood, a wanderer, a traitor who betrayed the prince. I'm the prince of the Saiyans. I possess the purest and most noble royal blood. To grow stronger, I even humiliated myself by submitting to Frieza, enduring so much. Yet, why am I not the first to attain the legendary state? Unwilling. I cannot accept this. An overwhelming tide of jealousy, humiliation, rage, and a sense of absurdity, as if fate were mocking him, surged like magma within Vegeta's chest, igniting a fierce blaze. His handsome visage twisted in extreme emotion, his tightly clenched fists trembled, the pain of his nails piercing his palms paled in comparison to the anguish within. He yearned for the one embodying the legend, to be himself. That glory rightfully belonged to him. In the heart of the battlefield, transformed into a Super Saiyan, Raditz faced off against the now mightier Frieza. In but a fleeting moment, they clashed once again with ferocity beyond imagination. This battle was far more intense and terrifying than before. Boom! Golden fists collided with those encased in white bone armor, erupting with a sound and brilliance akin to a supernova explosion. The clash of pure physical strength unleashed shockwaves that rippled outward, carving the ground several kilometers deep. Not bad. While Monkey, Frieza howled, his form flickering like a specter, instantly appearing behind Raditz, executing a downward strike with a hand that seemed to tear through space itself. Without turning his head, Raditz executed a precise elbow strike to intercept the attack, while his other hand gathered energy into a golden energy blast, already hurtling towards Frieza's face. Oomph! Frieza let out a disdainful snort, unleashing a purple beam of destruction that collided with an energy blast in midair, resulting in mutual annihilation. The two adversaries separated only to charge at one another with even greater velocity. In the sky, one could only glimpse the blurred silhouettes of gold and white intersecting at speeds beyond the limits of human sight, engaging in a furious dance of collision and separation. Each encounter erupted with deafening roars and cataclysmic energy storms. Raditz harnessed the full extent of a Super Saiyan's power and speed. With golden flames swirling around him like a living entity, each strike contained the might to shatter stars. His movements were as swift as lightning, and his combat skills, honed through countless trials in the gravity chamber and fierce battles for survival, had reached their zenith. Frieza, on the other hand, drew upon the terrifying legacy of the Frost Demons and a month of rigorous training, with an inexhaustible reservoir of strength and an impenetrable defense. His attacks were cunning and vicious, often striking with lethal precision from the most unexpected angles. The battle raged from the heavens to the depths of the earth, and then from the ground back to the clouds. In their wake, mountains crumbled, the earth split apart, and rivers evaporated, transforming the battlefield into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Death Beam. Frieza unleashed a barrage of purple beams with his hands, cascading like a torrential downpour. It was futile. Raditz's golden aura surged, forming a barrier that deflected the beams as he simultaneously thrust his hands forward, unleashing the Kamehameha. A brilliant blue beam surged towards Frieza. Trivial technique. Frieza did not flinch, pushing forward with both hands as a dark red energy shockwave met the incoming attack head-on. The ground shook with a thunderous roar as the two forces of annihilation collided, resulting in a stalemate, with energy turbulence tearing at the fabric of space itself. Chapter 21. Defeat again. Cursed Wild Monkey. Frieza, frustrated by his inability to secure victory, felt a growing agitation within. He sensed that Raditz, in his Super Saiyan form, possessed a power that could nearly rival his own cultivated strength, a notion he found intolerable. Do you believe this is all there is to my power? A grave misconception. Frieza bellowed, his aura erupting once more like a volcano, becoming ever more ferocious and profound. Allow me to demonstrate the true fruits of my month-long training. His muscles swelled slightly as his energy output surged to a new level, elevating his combat prowess further still. However, in the face of this newly enhanced Frieza, Raditz's emerald gaze remained icy and serene, his golden flames burning even more fiercely. Perfect. I have yet to fully warm up. The power of the Super Saiyan seemed boundless, and as the battle continued, Raditz became increasingly adept at wielding this force. With a powerful roar, his golden form charged at the now-augmented Frieza. An even more intense and brutal exchange unfolded, with fists colliding and energy blasts clashing, shaking the very foundations of the earth. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand, as the sky and the ground transformed into a battlefield for these two unparalleled warriors. The golden radiance and the stark white energy waves stood in stark contrast, painting the entire world in two opposing hues. Raditz and Frieza have both elevated their ki to its utmost limit. Neither holds back any longer. Each strike is executed with unwavering determination to utterly vanquish the other. Raditz's form transforms into countless golden streaks of light, simultaneously launching an assault on Frieza from all directions. The afterimages intertwine, creating a dazzling display. Frieza, however, remains the calm eye of the storm, employing stillness to counter movement, or employing a more elusive agility to navigate through the gaps in the golden light. His hands deflecting and dismantling Raditz's lightning-fast barrage, while counterattacks strike with the ferocity and precision of a viper, forcing Raditz to retreat defensively. Your speed is not without its traces in my eyes. Frieza sneers, accurately predicting Raditz's trajectory during a sudden strike. His knee, clad in bone armor, thrusting upward with immense force. Raditz's pupils constrict. In a moment of peril, he transforms his fist into an open palm and slams downwards. Boom! The shockwave erupts, and both combatants are propelled backward, leaving visible circles of sonic clouds in their wake. After a brief separation, they instinctively choose the most direct and ferocious method to collide once more. Perish! The golden fist meets the white fist with no embellishment, colliding fiercely. Boom! This thunderous sound seems to make the very earth tremble. At the point of their clash, a massive energy sphere, half gold and half white, instantly expands and then violently contracts, erupting. The terrifying energy shockwave spreads outward in a perfect spherical form, annihilating all matter in its path, be it rock, soil, or air, leaving behind a horrific pit, smooth as a mirror and exceeding a kilometer in diameter. Raditz and Frieza are simultaneously flung away by the backlash. Yet they swiftly regain their footing, blood trickling from their lips, their gazes now more ferociously locked on one another. Receive this move. Super Deathstorm. Frieza raises his hands high, and countless dark purple energy spheres coalesce instantly, morphing into a fearsome energy serpent that roars as it lunges at Raditz. Where this energy serpent passes, the very fabric of space distorts into an unstable state. Well met. Ultimate Kamehameha. Raditz inhales deeply, madly compressing and concentrating the energy of a Super Saiyan. A beam of energy, thicker than before, its core nearly pure white and surrounded by tangible golden lightning, erupts forth like a divine sword of punishment. The energy serpent and the divine beam collide once more in midair. There is no immediate explosion. Instead, they engage in a terrifying stalemate. The serpent opens its energy maw, voraciously tearing at the beam, while the beam, like an anchor of stability, relentlessly annihilates the serpent-esque form, the golden lightning crackling as it shatters the dissipating energy. Break for me! Frieza roars, unleashing his full might. What must end is you. Raditz's azure eyes blaze with golden light, his aura surging once again. Boom! 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 The stalemate was shattered, giving rise to an even more violent explosion. This time, the annihilation of energy briefly birthed a small void, engulfing all surrounding light and matter. Amidst the aftershocks of the explosion, two silhouettes shot forth like meteors, crashing into the distant earth and carving out immense trenches that spanned several kilometers. As the dust began to settle, Raditz knelt on one knee, his golden aura dimmed, his breath ragged, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his battle attire severely tattered. On the opposite side of the trench stood Frieza, his final form marred by intricate cracks, with some areas even revealing internal tissues. His white exoskeleton shattered in many places, presenting a pitiful sight. He gasped for breath, yet the madness and murderous intent in his gaze burned ever more fiercely. Both combatants bore significant injuries, yet their fighting spirit soared to unprecedented heights. You truly are a menace, wild monkey. Frieza's voice, hoarse from injury and rage, echoed in the air. Likewise, Raditz replied as he slowly rose to his feet, his golden aura stabilizing once again and even beginning to surge anew. The battle was far from over. They both understood that their adversary still possessed reserves of strength. This decisive clash, rooted in personal vendettas and the fate of their planet, had now descended into its most brutal phase, one that would exhaust their will and essence. The one who faltered first would face utter ruin. In the distance, Vegeta observed the golden figure, still radiant as a star, even in its injured state, with an indomitable fighting spirit. An overwhelming shock and an indescribable emotion surged within him, nearly bursting from his chest. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? The ability to shine so brightly even in dire straits? A sense of reverence for the legendary power quietly took root in his heart. Above the heavens, the ultimate clash of gold and white unfolded, reminiscent of two supernovae reaching the end of their existence, erupting in their final, most resplendent brilliance. Raditz and Frieza had pushed their powers to unprecedented heights. The golden aura of the Super Saiyan and the chilling energy of the Ice Demon clashed like two frenzied behemoths, tearing, devouring, and annihilating each other. Ultimate Death Beam. Frieza's visage contorted with fury as he concentrated all his rage, humiliation, and strength into his fingertips, unleashing a dark purple beam, honed to perfection, capable of piercing the cosmos. Tearing through space, and aimed directly at Raditz's heart. Final Kamehameha. Raditz's emerald eyes burned with unyielding resolve as he channeled all the energy of the Super Saiyan, along with his unwavering commitment to protect his comrades and Earth, into his palms. A pillar of energy, modest in diameter yet pure, as if forged from liquid gold and azure stars, surged forth to meet the oncoming assault. There was no earth-shattering explosion. At the moment of contact, the two extremes of power seemed to disrupt the very fabric of reality. Light twisted, sound vanished, leaving only the raw energy consuming each other. A stalemate, a suffocating impasse. Frieza's face was a mask of madness and unwavering conviction, for he believed in the power he had painstakingly honed. In Raditz's eyes resided an unwavering calmness and determination, for he bore the weight of an undeniable reason to prevail. At last, upon that exquisitely delicate balance, the golden radiance, fueled by a transformation born from legend and Raditz's indomitable will, pierced through the solidified darkness like a searing blade cutting in a viscous fat, inch by inch, resolutely overpowering the dark violet beam of death. No, this is impossible. Frieza emitted a desperate and resentful roar, helplessly witnessing his ultimate attack being utterly consumed and dismantled by the golden torrent. Boom! The residual energy from the golden Kamehameha crashed squarely into Frieza's chest. His seemingly indestructible final form, akin to porcelain struck by a heavy hammer, was riddled with spiderweb-like fractures, the white bone armor shattering extensively, while blood erupted like a fountain from countless wounds. Spurt. Frieza spewed forth a mixture of blood and internal organs, his breath dwindling like a deflating balloon. He fell helplessly from the heights, akin to a wingless bird, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust and lost consciousness, teetering on the brink of life and death. Raditz too gradually exited his Super Saiyan state, his golden locks reverting to raven black, stumbling back to the ground, kneeling on one knee, gasping heavily. His injuries were similarly grave, with multiple fractures and internal damage, his breath erratic. Though victorious, it was a pyrrhic triumph. A silence enveloped his mind, devoid of the system's notification chime. Raditz understood. Indeed, the year's challenge cooldown had yet to expire. This time, it had been in vain. He cast a glance at the distant, unconscious Frieza, along with King Cold, who stood with arms crossed, his expression dark yet refraining from intervening, and the silent remnants of the Jinyu force. Depart. Raditz's voice, though weak, carried an undeniable authority. Take your master and leave Earth. Should you dare to return, next time, it will not just be his bones that shatter. King Cold regarded Raditz with a deep, scrutinizing gaze, imbued with trepidation, yet curiously devoid of combativeness. He snorted coldly, gesturing for his subordinates to lift the unconscious Frieza and swiftly retreat to their colossal skull-shaped spacecraft. Long before Raditz and Frieza engaged in their final confrontation, all attention drawn to the spectacle, Vegeta, tormented and stimulated within, had stealthily infiltrated a small reconnaissance ship, setting an unknown coordinate, and without hesitation, activated it, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the vast expanse of the starry sea. He sought to discover his own path to strength, surpassing legends. The warriors of Earth watched as Frieza's ship ascended slowly, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. This sudden calamity seemed poised to conclude at last. However, just as the spacecraft was about to breach the atmosphere, an unforeseen anomaly arose. Chapter 22. A year. A colossal, dark crimson energy sphere, imbued with the destructive power to annihilate stars, erupted from the underside of the spacecraft like a malignant tumor, descending towards the core of the Earth with Frieza's residual intense malice and madness. It was the very same maneuver employed to obliterate the planet Vegeta. Alarm surged among the onlookers. "Ha ha! Let us perish together, you inferior planet!" Echoed Frieza's faint yet maniacal laughter through the spaceship's communicator, which then abruptly ceased. This lunatic. Raditz's expression changed drastically as he swiftly retrieved the last of the senza beans and consumed it. A surge of life energy enveloped him instantly, healing all his wounds in a mere breath, replenishing his depleted strength in an instant. He was restored to his peak condition. "Drink!" Raditz roared, unleashing his energy once more, propelling himself upward like a rocket shot in reverse, surpassing the falling energy sphere's descent. In an instant, he caught up with the cataclysmic energy sphere that threatened Earth's very existence, unleashing the resurgent, overwhelming Super Saiyan energy, transforming once again in an instant into his palms without reservation. Return to whence you came, he bellowed, as his arms erupted with immense force, forcefully pushing against the dark, crimson energy sphere. The golden aura clashed violently with the destructive energy, emitting a piercing hiss. Go back, Raditz cried out to the heavens. Drawing upon the peak state restored by the sins of Bean and the fierce prowess of the Super Saiyan, he altered the trajectory of the massive energy sphere, sending it hurtling back toward Frieza's spacecraft, faster than it had come. In outer space, alarms blared ominously within Frieza's ship. King Cold and the recently awakened, still weakened Frieza looked through the viewport, witnessing a scene that struck terror into their hearts. The very energy sphere they had launched was now trailing a golden comet-like tail, hurtling towards them with the promise of annihilation. No! Frieza uttered a final, desperate scream, filled with utter despair. Boom! In the void of space, a brief yet resplendent explosion illuminated the darkness. The imperious cosmic tyrant Frieza, his father King Cold, along with all their ambitions and atrocities, were reduced to cosmic dust, obliterated by their own unleashed destructive force alongside their vessel. Raditz hovered at the edge of Earth's atmosphere, gazing at the fading light with a profound sigh of relief. The threat to Earth had been entirely vanquished. He descended gently back to the ground, welcomed by the cheers and reverent gazes of Goku, Krillin, and others who had survived the ordeal. King Cold and the Ginyu Force were no more, yet strangely, the system offered no reward, perhaps due to their demise at Frieza's hand? Regardless, he could finally indulge in a well-deserved respite. With Frieza's menace thoroughly extinguished, Earth returned to its former tranquility. As individuals bid farewell amidst the ruins of the battlefield, a sense of gratitude towards Raditz radiates from every face, a testament to their survival against the odds. Brother, you are truly remarkable, Goku exclaims, excitedly patting Raditz on the shoulder, his eyes sparkling with innocence. Raditz smiles, gazing affectionately at his naive sibling. Krillin, Tian, and others approach to express their thanks. And even Yamcha sets aside his usual discomfort to convey his heartfelt gratitude. Nappa stands tall, seemingly basking in the glory of their shared triumph. As the crowd disperses, each returning to their respective homes, Raditz accompanies Bulma back to the familiar opulence of Capsule Corporation. Though Bulma complains about the chaos left in the wake of their adventure, her eyes betray a sense of concern and relief that cannot be concealed. Observing this seemingly contradictory genius, Raditz feels a warm swell of affection within him. Time flows quietly, and a year slips by in a haze of peace and training. During this interval, Earth experiences a rare phase of recuperation. Raditz settles into Bulma's home, diligently honing his skills in the gravity chamber. The innate prowess inherited from the Frozen Demon clan accelerates his progress, deepening his mastery over the Super Saiyan power. Goku becomes a frequent visitor, often seeking Raditz for sparring sessions. Under Raditz's guidance and fueled by his own relentless determination, Goku, inspired by witnessing his brother's transformation, ultimately breaks his limits in a fierce bout, unleashing a resplendent golden aura, his hair turning a brilliant gold and his eyes gleaming emerald. He's become a Super Saiyan. The brothers engage in intense combat within the gravity chamber, their Super Saiyan forms clashing fiercely. Thankfully, Bulma had reinforced the training room in advance, averting the destruction of their backyard. Shortly after Goku's transformation, the system prompt that had lain dormant in Raditz's mind for a year finally resonates once more. Ding! Host has successfully challenged Son Goku, possessing vigorous fighting spirit. Challenge cooldown has been reset. Detected a significant power disparity between host and target. According to Rule 3, rewards will be diminished accordingly. Congratulations, host! You have received the reward. Instant transmission, a secret technique of Yardrat. A surge of joy fills Raditz's heart. Instant transmission. This is a divine skill. It is immensely useful for travel, escape, and ambush, in addition to his growing strength. Raditz's relationship with Bulma has subtly evolved over the course of this year. From initial technical collaboration and curiosity, they have transitioned to fighting alongside one another and showing genuine concern. On a starlit night, while on the balcony of Bulma's laboratory, Raditz gently pierces the veil between them with a spontaneous kiss, shattering the last remnants of their previous distance. Raditz's inner monologue. The most beautiful and affluent girl in the Dragon Ball world, fair-skinned, stunningly tall, and a genius to boot. Now this is perfectly justified. A boon for the traveler. However, even as Raditz revels in a tranquil life and sweet romance, fleeting doubts occasionally flicker through his mind. Due to my arrival, The timeline has been irrevocably distorted. Will the androids still manifest at their designated time? Will Trunks, the traveler from the future, still arrive in his time machine to deliver his warning? If he were to come, with Frieza already deceased, would he merely sit idly in that empty space all day? He shook his head, casting aside such distractions. Why dwell upon such matters? When soldiers arrive, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall dam it. With my current strength, even if the androids appear, I would undoubtedly surpass the second form of Cell from the original narrative, should the timeline revert to its normal course by the time the androids materialize. I might even possess the power to effortlessly overwhelm the perfect form of Cell, or even the elusive Super Saiyan, if the timeline continues to diverge. Bringing forth foes earlier or stronger, I am confident my current trump cards and training pace will suffice to confront them. Raditz was filled with conviction regarding the future. Peaceful days are always fleeting. One afternoon, while Raditz relished the sweetness of daily life with Bulma and guided Goku in further unlocking his Super Saiyan potential, a familiar yet formidable energy, imbued with evident urgency and frailty, surged rapidly towards Earth, ultimately crashing like a meteor in the wilderness outside West City. Raditz, Goku, and Bulma rushed to the scene. As the dust settled, a tall green figure emerged, none other than Piccolo, whom they had not seen for over a year. However, he appeared in a woeful state. His white cape was tattered, riddled with scorch marks and tears, and green blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. Although his aura was significantly stronger than a year prior, it emanated chaos. Piccolo, Goku exclaimed, rushing forward. What brings you back? And in such a dire condition? Is there trouble on Namek? Piccolo lifted his head, his sharp eyes filled with gravity and a rare hint of urgency. Raditz, Goku, Namek has been invaded again. What? Raditz furrowed his brow. By whom? The remnants of Frieza? Inner thoughts. That doesn't make sense. Both Frieza and his father have perished. Piccolo shook his head, his voice low and cold. No, it is Frieza's brother, Cooler. Brother? Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, Piccolo inhaled deeply and spoke quickly. Cooler's strength far surpasses that of Frieza. He descended upon Namek with his mechanized army, and we were powerless to resist. He captured the new Elder and our people, coercing the Elder to utilize the modified Dragon Balls to resurrect Frieza and his father. Raditz contemplated swiftly. Cooler? The character from the movie who has one additional transformation beyond Frieza? He actually exists in this timeline? The new Elder has modified the Dragon Balls? Yes. I had suggested this before I departed, only for Cooler to exploit it to resurrect these two calamities. I exerted every ounce of my strength, seizing the moment of their resurrection when their attention was diverted to reclaim the ship we had originally left on Earth and force my escape. Piccolo gestured to the somewhat outdated spherical spaceship in the distance, now emitting black smoke. Namek requires reinforcement. Otherwise, they shall face utter enslavement or even annihilation. Gula's ambition extends beyond merely acquiring the Dragon Balls. He seeks to utterly dominate the realm, establishing it as his new stronghold. Raditz, sensing Piccolo's current aura, felt a flicker of astonishment. The years spent training on Namek had granted Piccolo a remarkable enhancement in power, now that they were aware of Gula's intentions. Inaction was not an option. Without hesitation, Goku's fighting spirit ignited instantly. Brother, let us depart. Raditz nodded, his gaze sharp. Indeed, we must go. It seems Frieza has not been deterred by his previous defeat. Along with his reckless brother and father, it is time to settle the score. This time, we shall reduce them to ashes and see how they can resurrect themselves. Reward await us. He turned to Bulma and commanded, Bulma, prepare the spaceship immediately. Utilize our finest vessel, the one modified from Frieza's ship. Chapter 23, An Appeal for Aid from Namek. Understood. Bulma acknowledged the gravity of the situation and hurried toward the hangar. Raditz then instructed Nappa, who had followed closely, Nappa, you shall remain here to protect Earth and Bulma. Nappa, aware that his strength might be insufficient in the upcoming battle, puffed out his chest and replied, Yes, Lord Raditz. I shall ensure the safety of Miss Bulma and our planet. Inner thoughts. How fortunate. I shall not have to face those monsters. Soon, the group was assembled. The confirmed passengers aboard the ship included Raditz, Goku, and Piccolo, who serve as both a guide and a vital combat asset. Standing before the spaceship's hatch, Piccolo surveyed Raditz and Goku, solemnly stating, Gula's power is unfathomable, and he commands a formidable mechanical army, alongside the resurrected Frieza. This encounter will be exceedingly challenging. Raditz's lips curled into a confident smile as he patted Piccolo's shoulder. Piccolo stiffened momentarily, but did not recoil. Rest assured, Piccolo, this past year has not seen us idle. The strength of the Super Saiyans requires formidable adversaries to truly hone our skills. He glanced at Goku, who was equally eager, and both their eyes shimmered with golden light, not transformed, yet brimming with confidence. Let's proceed. We shall confront this icy demon and his kin, delivering them a complete obliteration. The spaceship's engine roared to life, carrying the Earth's strongest warriors skyward, once again navigating the vast ocean of stars, their destination, the beleaguered Namek. After 4 days of relentless travel, the vessel breached Namek's atmosphere. However, the sight that greeted them weighed heavily on their hearts. The once vibrant green planet now appeared lifeless and desolate. Occasionally, menacing small patrol crafts emblazoned with Gula's insignia zipped through the sky, while clusters of combat robots patrolled the ground. Most of the tranquil Namekian villages had been reduced to ruins or were belching dark smoke, clearly having endured brutal oppression. These scoundrels! Goku exclaimed, clenching his fists with a crackling intensity. Before long, their spaceship was detected by the patrolling robots, which unleashed energy beams without hesitation. Humph! Annoying pests! With a cold snort, Piccolo was about to strike, but Raditz gestured for him to refrain from wasting his energy. He approached the ship's window, his eyes glinting with a golden light. Without even transforming, he merely waved his hand, releasing an invisible force that rippled outward. The energy beams hurtling towards them vanished the moment they made contact with this energy, while the distant patrol robots and flying vessels were as if struck by an unseen sledgehammer, exploding into fiery orbs as they plummeted from the sky. All taken care of, Raditz remarked nonchalantly, retracting the spacecraft into a universal capsule. The three of them floated in midair. Sensing the potent, malevolent auras from the planet below, one was familiar and suffused with resentment, belonging to Frieza. Another was colder, deeper, and vast, likely belonging to Cooler. And a third, comparatively weaker, yet still formidable, was presumably their father. Let us go settle the score, Goku declared, charging towards the strongest aura, with Raditz and Piccolo closely following. However, they had scarcely taken flight when a silver-gray figure materialized before them like a specter. The newcomer possessed Frieza's characteristic diminutive stature and crown-like head, yet his entire form shimmered with a chilling metallic sheen. His body seemed to be composed of a special memory metal, with evident mechanical structures at the joints, and his red eyes flickered with a blend of electronic malice. The Metal Frieza had arrived. Ha ha! Metal Frieza emitted a spine-chilling laugh, tinged with a metallic rasp. What a touching reunion this is, Raditz, son Goku, and you, the green fugitive. He spread his arms wide, showcasing his new form, his tone laced with a twisted self-satisfaction. Behold, this is my new body, crafted by my brother Cooler using the finest technology and materials in the universe. This form not only retains all my power, but is also even sturdier, with superior energy conduction efficiency. More importantly, it is virtually indestructible. I will no longer be shattered by your laughable energy attacks, Raditz mused inwardly. Just as in a movie, he has indeed transformed into metal. However, he feels significantly stronger than the original. Cooler must have invested heavily. But still just that. Goku regarded Metal Frieza with a furrowed brow. He seems even more loathsome now. Brother, leave this metal lump to me. I've been itching for a fight. Raditz nodded in agreement. All right. Let us make this quick and decisive. We can't waste time. He was also eager to witness Goku's progress over the past year. Meanwhile, Piccolo stepped back, arms crossed, observing intently. He sensed that Metal Frieza's aura was far more powerful and perilous than that of the final form Frieza from a year ago. Do you dare challenge me? Metal Frieza seethed, incensed by Goku's dismissive demeanor. Very well. I shall use you to warm up, allowing Raditz to witness as I dismantle you piece by piece. Before the echo of his voice faded, the metallic Frieza's figure abruptly vanished, accompanied by a piercing metallic sound, reappearing before Goku with a fist clad in memory metal, striking down with tremendous force. The speed was significantly greater than before. Yet, Goku's reaction was even swifter. Without transforming, he merely shifted his body slightly, allowing the overwhelming punch to graze past his nose, while simultaneously delivering a lightning-fast kick to the metallic Frieza's side. Bang! The dull thud of metal colliding resounded. The metallic Frieza staggered back, a dent forming his waist, but soon, amidst the sound of shifting metal, he returned to his original state. Feudal, Son Goku. This body's regenerative capabilities far exceed your imagination. The metallic Frieza sneered, launching another assault with both hands, unleashing a flurry of metallic energy spikes. Goku weaved through the energy spikes with the grace of a leisurely stroll, occasionally blocking them, producing a series of crisp metallic sounds. He seemed to be gauging his opponent's strength. What's wrong? Can you only dodge like a monkey? The metallic Frieza, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, grew increasingly agitated. The warm-up is over. Goku abruptly halted, his gaze sharpening, concluding that this iron lump only boasts remarkable hardness. Drawing a deep breath, he exclaimed, "Ha!" Boom! A brilliant golden aura erupted into the sky. His black hair transformed into a resplendent gold, his pupils shifting to a vivid green. The overwhelming presence of a Super Saiyan surged forth like a tempest. What? A Super Saiyan? You too? The sinister grin on the metallic Frieza's face froze, disbelief flashing through his electronic eyes. He had assumed only Raditz could transform. Prepare yourself. Now transformed into a Super Saiyan, Goku's speed and power underwent a radical transformation. He instantly appeared before the metallic Frieza, his fist enveloped in golden flames, striking with a velocity that surpassed the limits of his opponent's reflexes, crashing into that metallic visage. Thud! It resonated like a bell. The metallic Frieza's face contorted grotesquely as he was sent hurtling backwards, akin to being struck by a planet, tracing a lengthy silver arc through the air, crashing through several distant, floating metallic remnants. But that was not the end. Goku, like a shadow, pursued the tumbling metallic Frieza, unleashing punches, kicks, knees, and elbows upon him in a torrential onslaught. Bang, 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 bang. The relentless sounds of impact rang out like a drum. The metallic Frieza, whose body was purportedly unbreakable, was battered by the frenzied assault of Super Saiyan Goku, distorting and caving in like a block of iron under relentless hammering. Sparks flying everywhere. He attempted to retaliate, but his strikes appeared sluggish and feeble in the face of Goku's speed. He endeavored to recover, but the pace of destruction far outweighed that of his regeneration. Impossible. This king's flawless body, the metallic Frieza, emitted a series of broken, humiliating electronic sounds amidst the continuous barrage of attacks. Finally, Goku gathered all his strength for a Kamehameha wave, not at full power, yet still terrifyingly potent, unleashing it at close range upon the metallic Frieza's chest. Boom! Amidst the cacophony of a violent explosion, the mangled form of metal Frieza plummeted from the sky like a severed kite, trailing black smoke and electric sparks, before crashing heavily into the lake below, creating a colossal splash, after which all fell silent. Goku gradually restrained his aura, his golden hair reverting to its natural black, and with a casual pat of his hands, as if he had accomplished a trivial task, he remarked, "Done." A bit sturdier than I imagined, yet still insufficiently formidable. Beside him, Piccolo, observing Goku's effortless defeat of Metal Frieza, turned pale with envy. Inner thoughts. Can it be that Son Goku has grown this powerful? The Saiyans are indeed a fearsome race. It seems I'm not the only one who has made progress this past year. However, Raditz, watching Goku dispose of Metal Frieza with ease, furrowed his brow slightly, a strong sense of unease rising within him. Something is amiss, he murmured quietly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the desolate ruins and the sporadic remnants of robots. This Metal Frieza, while slightly stronger than before, is this all there is? After his last humiliating defeat, Frieza must have trained rigorously, returning this time with nothing more than a metallic shell, hoping to exact revenge with this? He should know that against opponents of this caliber, one alone, or even 1,000, would merely amount to a few more Kamehameha blasts for us. Raditz's inner monologue. When things seem unusual, there's often a hidden scheme. For Guldo and Frieza to go to such lengths to resurrect and engineer this metallic transformation. Is it merely to provide an experience package? This does not align with the cunning nature of their ice demon lineage. There must be a conspiracy at play. As if to validate his suspicions, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A low hum resonated through the air, and suddenly, ominous ripples spread across the surroundings. Then 1, 10, 100, and 1,000, an overwhelming swarm of gleaming metal Friezas emerged from the ground, the ruins, and even the void itself, encircling Raditz, Goku, and Piccolo in layers upon layers. The sheer multitude was staggering, seemingly endless. Each one radiated the same aura as the previous Metal Frieza. Chapter 24. The Fusion Technique of 3? Ha ha ha. Do you see this, Raditz? The countless Metal Friezas spoke in unison, their voices overlapping to create a spine-chilling roar. This is the true power of the king. An infinite army of metal. Even if you are capable fighters, how many can you possibly eradicate? You will tire yourselves to death. Wow, so many. Instead of fear, Goku felt a surge of exhilaration, his golden aura erupting once more. Let us engage in a thrilling battle. He transformed into a streak of golden lightning, plunging headfirst into the ocean of metal Friezas. His fists and feet struck like a tempest, each blow shattering multiple metal Friezas into scrap metal as golden energy blasts erupted, clearing one area after another. Yet, the remnants of the defeated metal Friezas were swiftly absorbed by other entities or replenished by the metallic liquid surging from below, as though their numbers had not diminished in the slightest. Beside him, Piccolo furrowed his brow, utilizing his formidable ki to eliminate the encroaching metallic Frieza while urgently calling out to Raditz. We cannot continue like this. The enemy's numbers are overwhelming, nearly infinite. Sun's strength will eventually wane. Raditz, his gaze icy, instantly comprehended the adversary's strategy, a tactic of attrition meant to buy time. Guldo must have gleaned my prowess from Frieza's lips. Hence they should no longer be here. With this realization, Raditz hesitated no more. He swiftly retrieved several senzu beans from the system space, feigning to pull them from his pocket and thrust them into Piccolo's hands. Piccolo, remain here and ensure Goku's replenishment. Do not let him exhaust himself. These metallic nuisances are perfect for you to hone your skills. Piccolo accepted the senzu beans, nodding solemnly. Understood. Where are you headed? I shall deal with the mastermind behind this. Raditz snorted coldly, his aura surging not towards the myriad of metallic Frieza, but rather like an arrow, propelling him towards the immense base located on the opposite side of Namek, resembling a mountain of metal. His speed was astonishing, disregarding the metallic Frieza and defensive artillery attempting to impede him, and he crashed through the thick exterior of the base, barreling into its core control room. Inside, the control room lay deserted, save for a colossal console pulsating with data and a panoramic view of Namek, alongside 3 metallic incubation pods connected by countless tubes, exuding the identical aura of Frieza, Guldo, and King Cold. Within the pods were 3 metallic bodies with their eyes closed, seemingly in slumber. Indeed, a ruse, Raditz thought, a flash of cold light igniting in his eyes. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch towards the console and the 3 incubation pods. Boom! A tremendous explosion engulfed the entire control room. All instruments malfunctioned instantaneously, and the 3 metallic pods were reduced to mere dust amidst the chaos. Almost simultaneously with the destruction of the control center, the surging metallic Frieza army outside, akin to a tidal wave, was abruptly halted as if a pause button had been pressed. All movement ceased, the crimson glow in their eyes extinguished, and they plummeted from the sky like dumplings, collapsing into heaps of lifeless scrap metal. Huh? Why have they stopped? Goku, caught up in the fray, scratched his head in bewilderment at the suddenly tranquil battlefield. Piccolo exhaled in relief, glancing at the unused senzu beans in his hand. It seems Raditz has located the source. However, after obliterating the control center, Raditz's expression grew increasingly grave. He sensed that the true essences of Frieza, Guldo, and King Cold were, in fact, not on Namek. What he had previously detected was merely a bait, simulated and amplified by the base. A diversion, a tactic to buy time. But where are their true forms? What are they up to? Raditz closed his eyes, fully concentrating his perception, while his mind raced to recall potential strongholds of Guldo from the original tale, as well as locations infused with their energy that could be pinpointed by instant transmission. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. A distant, frigid, and utterly alien planetary coordinate has been pinpointed. A formidable essence, a sinister amalgamation of Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold, far more substantial and malevolent than any metallic clone, resonates clearly from that location. I have found you. Raditz scoffed, resolutely activating his instant transmission. In an instant, his figure vanished from the ruins of Namek. The next moment, he materialized on a completely unfamiliar planet. The sky was shrouded in darkness, the land desolate, littered with jagged rocks and the cold remnants of metallic edifices, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and rust. Before him floated 3 silhouettes, seemingly having just completed some ritual or training, exuding an air of mockery, cruelty, and immeasurable power, leisurely observing him. It was the true forms of Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold. Frieza wore a twisted grin of delight. Ho ho ho, Raditz, you have finally arrived. It seems those scrap metals were somewhat useful. at least luring you in like a big fish. Cooler, a towering figure with a demeanor more frigid and ruthless than Frieza's, crossed his arms and surveyed Raditz with a gaze that could pierce through the very soul. Instant transmission? An intriguing ability. But this is where it ends. This place shall be your grave. King Cold then let out a thunderous, rumbling laugh. Let us, the father and sons, entertain you in style. Super Saiyan. Raditz, observing the triangular formation of the three frozen fiends surrounding him, felt their aura, far more potent than that of any metallic clone and seemingly intertwined, send chills down his spine. Gradually, he assumed a battle stance, a hint of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth. 1 against 3? Perfect. It saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Today, I shall eradicate your entire frozen demon lineage. Just as Raditz prepared to engage in this formidable confrontation, Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold executed a bewildering maneuver that left him utterly astounded. Instead of launching an immediate assault, the trio swiftly repositioned themselves into a peculiar equilateral triangle, simultaneously raising their hands, their fingers entwined in a most awkward yet rhythmically peculiar manner. This gesture, this posture, Raditz's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of dread surging from his feet to the crown of his head. Was this not the fusion dance of the Metamorphs from Dragon Ball? Although the specifics differed slightly, the core movements and the resonance of energy were unmistakable. What in the universe is happening? The Frieza family is performing the fusion dance? This is an utterly bizarre scene. No, the real question is, how do they even know this? And all three together. This could very well spell disaster for me today. Surprised are you, Raditz? Boomed Frieza with a sinister chuckle. As Frieza maintained his comically bizarre posture, he erupted into a triumphant laugh. This ultimate secret technique was extorted from the dying alien rodents during Cooler's annihilation of a planet known as Yarrat, after modifications by the three of us. It has now been perfected for our noble race of ice demons. Cooler's icy voice followed, declaring, "You should feel honored to compel us to employ this ultimate trump card. This will represent our most exquisite evolution in pursuit of absolute power." King Cold emitted a deep growl. Merge. Let this Saiyan monkey witness the birth of a truly perfect life form in despair. As their words echoed, 3 colossal beams of dazzling white, purple, and dark red light erupted from their bodies. The beams twisted, intertwined, and coiled in the air, ultimately converging into a colossal sphere of energy. Within this sphere, the 3 figures began to distort and disassemble under the immense energy, forcefully merging together like liquid metal. An indescribable, terrifying aura, reminiscent of the primordial chaos of the universe, emanated from the energy sphere. This aura was so formidable that even Raditz, transformed into a Super Saiyan, felt overwhelming pressure. The planet beneath him trembled violently, and the distant mountains silently crumbled into dust. As the brilliance gradually faded, an entirely new figure materialized before Raditz. Towering nearly 3 meters tall, he possessed a perfectly proportioned physique that combined Frieza's sleekness, Cooler's sharp angles, and King Cold's robust frame. His skin exhibited a chilling dark silver hue, adorned with intricate and splendid white bone armor, resembling a natural battlesuit. He bore 4 arms, 2 slender as Frieza's, covered in white bone armor, and 2 more robust, exuding the muscularity of Cooler and King Cold. His head amalgamated Frieza's crown and Cooler's horn-like structures. With an incredibly cold visage, his abyss-like compound eyes glimmered with red, purple, and white hues, and a thicker, more powerful tail trailed behind him. "I am Fugo Cooler," the fusion being proclaimed, his voice a symphony of 3 distinct tones, imbued with supreme authority and absolute chill, embodying Frieza's malice, Cooler's coldness, and King Cold's dominance. "I am the most perfect combat life form. I am invincible." Boom! Accompanying his declaration, an aura of terror far surpassing any individual before erupted explosively. This power even made Raditz feel that it approached, if not exceeded, the level of perfect cell from the original saga. Raditz internally scoffed. What a blunt name. A portion from each of the 3 names. But this aura, damn it, they've truly outdone themselves. Those 3 old schemers have hidden this card. The Yardrat people have truly suffered. Faced with this unprecedented formidable foe, Raditz dared not exhibit even the slightest carelessness. Chapter 25. The Powerful Fusion Being. Without hesitation, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. A resplendent golden aura surged skyward, transforming black hair into shimmering gold, while emerald eyes fixed intently on the fusion creature, Fugu Kula. Is this your reliance, Super Saiyan? A hint of disdain flickered within Fugu Kula's multifaceted gaze. Before the absolute power of our fusion, you are but a slightly brighter firefly. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, all four of Fugu Kula's arms moved simultaneously. The speed reached its zenith, surpassing Raditz's ability to perceive. Death's Symphony. The four arms coalesced different elemental energies, launching a barrage of lethal attacks. Frieza's Death Beam, Gula's Annihilation Nova, Kuld's Dominator Impact, and a dark energy imbued with a tearing attribute born from their fusion. The four assaults converged from various angles, ensnaring Raditz like a net. So swift, Raditz's pupils constricted as he unleashed the full force of Super Saiyan speed, leaving trails of golden afterimages in the air, narrowly evading most of the attacks. With both hands, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave to collide with the most perilous dark energy. Boom! The explosion's shockwave sent Raditz staggering back several steps, his arms tingling slightly. But it was not over. Fugu Kula appeared at Raditz's side, as if teleporting, two robust arms crashing down with the force to shatter stars. Meanwhile, the other two slender arms shot forth a flurry of tracking energy spikes like venomous serpents. Raditz roared in defiance, his golden aura surging as he braced himself against the heavy strikes, simultaneously unleashing a whirlwind kick that obliterated the energy spikes. Yet, he too was shaken by the immense force, blood surging within him. Kaioken times 10. Go! Without hesitation, Raditz amplified his Kaioken tenfold. The deep crimson energy merged with the golden aura, causing his power and speed to soar once more. This was the utmost multiplier he could currently stabilize. Oh, you can still improve? A flicker of surprise crossed Fugu Kula's multifaceted eyes. But more so, there was exhilaration. This was becoming intriguing. The two transformed into two streaks of gold and silver, colliding with frenzied intensity on this desolate planet at speeds surpassing light. Each encounter sent tremors through the earth and warped the very fabric of space. Raditz pushed the power of Super Saiyan and Kaioken to its limits, his fists and feet falling like torrential rain, effortlessly executing techniques such as Kamehameha, Ultimate Flash, and Spirit Slash, showcasing his battle skills to their fullest potential. However, Fugu Kula's power was immense. His four arms rendered him nearly impervious to defense, effortlessly wielding various elemental attacks. The amalgamation of three warriors' combat experience made his techniques ruthless and cunning. Even more terrifying was his dark silver form, astonishingly resilient. Raditz's heavy blows often left only faint white marks, which healed rapidly. Raditz urged the speed of his Super Saiyan form, amplified by tenfold Kaioken, to its pinnacle, transforming into countless golden streaks as he launched an unrelenting assault against Fugu Kula from all directions. His fists fell like raindrops, each strike harboring the might to crumble mountains. Yet, Fugu Kula's forearms seemed to possess a consciousness of their own. Two robust arms, akin to the most formidable shields, deftly parried the majority of Raditz's heavy blows, producing a dull, thunderous resonance. Meanwhile, two comparatively slender arms struck with the precision of lethal serpents, relentlessly targeting the chinks in Raditz's defenses with an array of energy javelins, death beams, and freezing rays, compelling Raditz to evade repeatedly. His offensive efforts thwarted time and again. Too slow. Your movements are riddled with flaws in my eyes. The chilling mockery of Gokura resonated as all four arms surged forward, coalescing into a dark silver tempest of death, instantly sealing off every avenue of retreat for Raditz. Bang! 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 Raditz barely managed to deflect the blows of the two stout arms, yet was struck by the energy beams unleashed from the other two, impacting his shoulder and abdomen with excruciating pain. His golden aura flickered dangerously as he was violently propelled away. Annihilation, Starfall. Seizing the advantage, Gokura brought his arms together, forming an orb of dark red energy infused with Frieza's destruction, Gula's coldness, and Krud's dominion, radiating an aura of celestial obliteration as it bore down upon Raditz. The space through which the energy sphere passed fractured, leaving a pitch-black trail in its wake. Ultimate Kamehameha, steadying himself despite his injuries. Raditz poured all his energy recklessly into his palms, unleashing a beam of energy even more robust than before. With a core of blinding white surrounded by a swirling embrace of red and gold flames. Boom! The two devastating energies clashed once more. This time, Gokura's Annihilation Starfall was evidently superior. The dark red energy, like a voracious beast, relentlessly eroded and consumed the golden red brilliance of the Kamehameha. Gah! Raditz gritted his teeth, desperately channeling energy as his arms trembled under the immense strain, the ground beneath him buckling under the pressure and collapsing. Yet, he remained unable to halt the gradual retreat of his Kamehameha. Despair. This is the chasm of absolute power. Gokura exerted force with all four arms. The brilliance of Annihilation Starfall intensifying, utterly overwhelming the Kamehameha. The residual energy crashed violently against Raditz's crossed arms in defense. With a splatter of blood, Raditz was sent flying, as if struck by a racing starship, hurtling like a meteor through dozens of colossal metallic mountains before finally coming to a halt, drenched in blood. His golden aura dimmed to its nadir, barely able to maintain his Super Saiyan form. Gokura, having fused the battle experiences of three formidable fighters, exhibited a combat intelligence that far surpassed the ordinary. He refrained from hastily delivering a fatal blow to Raditz, instead employing the tactics of a seasoned hunter, utilizing his speed and strength to incessantly wear down and assault Raditz. He would launch frontal assaults with two arms to divert Raditz's attention, while the other two silently prepared lethal strikes. He would create diversions with energy attacks, only to swiftly reposition in Raditz's blind spots for surprise assaults. He could even anticipate Raditz's habitual evasive maneuvers, preemptively blocking his escape routes. The more Raditz fought, the more alarmed he became. This guy's combat experience is unparalleled, utterly flawless. It seemed as though all of my offensive strategies had been thoroughly anticipated by him. I had attempted close-quarters combat, only to be utterly subdued by his four arms. I had tried long-range assaults, yet my energy output was inferior to his. I even attempted a surprise attack via instantaneous movement, but Furikura's reaction speed was astonishingly rapid, allowing him to defend or counterattack with impeccable timing. I wondered whether their fusion had a time limit. As I struggled to fend off Furikura's relentless onslaught, I felt an urgent desperation creeping in. If there were no time constraints, I would have to resort to desperate measures, relying on medicine to prolong my survival through repeated near-death revivals. However, I feared that this would ultimately diminish my rewards. At that moment, I found myself in a precarious position. My injuries were accumulating, and my breath became increasingly erratic. Though I was still holding on through sheer willpower and the formidable physique of a Super Saiyan, it was evident to any observer that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, defeat was merely a matter of time. Furikura's dark silver form remained as flawless as ever, as if my every attack merely tickled him. He hovered in midair, his four arms crossed over his chest, his compound eyes gazing down upon my disheveled state with the mocking demeanor of a cat toying with a mouse. What has happened? Is this the full extent of the legendary Super Saiyan's prowess? Truly, I am left disappointed. Furikura's voice cut through the air like a chilling blade, scraping against my eardrums and nerves. If your power is limited to this, then this tedious game should come to an end. Slowly, he raised his four arms, and a far more terrifying energy began to coalesce within his palms, the intensity of which caused the very atmosphere of the planet to wail and ionize. Gazing at the apocalyptic spectacle above, I felt the overwhelming energy capable of obliterating me entirely, and a sense of helplessness flickered in my golden pupils. There was no other option left. I had to resort to the medicine. Though it felt underhanded, survival was paramount. Without hesitation, I shoved a senza bean into my mouth. A torrent of life, energy, surged through my body instantly. All my injuries healed within a single breath, and my drained strength was restored in an instant. Moreover, having been pulled back from the brink of death, the Saiyan bloodline's trait of growing stronger through battle was reignited. I could sense that my mastery over the Super Saiyan power had sharpened once more, my aura becoming more refined and controlled, reaching the pinnacle of Super Saiyan Level 1. With a mighty roar, I unleashed a powerful scream, my golden aura no longer radiating as wildly as before. Instead, it was much more contained. Yet the energy it harbored was even more formidable. I thrust my palms forward, pouring forth every ounce of my strength without reservation. Full power Kamehameha, a beam of energy, honed to perfection and nearly pure white, with golden arcs of electricity flickering at its edges, surged forth like the first light of creation, boldly clashing against Furikura's devastating energy wave. The collision of these two forces momentarily silenced the universe, followed by an explosion far surpassing any prior cataclysm. This time, Despite the Kamehameha wave from Raditz being gradually pushed back, the stalemate has evidently been prolonged. What? It has recovered again, and become even stronger. The voice of Fukula, filled with a blend of astonishment and fury, particularly resonated with the essence of Frieza, which unleashed a roar of utter frustration. Once more, this wild monkey is doing it again. Each time I severely injure it, it inexplicably recovers to full strength, and its power even increases. This damn cheating ability. Chapter 26. Reward. Painful growth. Frieza was psychologically haunted by this scene. His crushing defeat on Namek was largely attributed to Raditz, the tenacious cockroach that refused to die, coupled with its bizarre characteristic of growing stronger with each blow. Ultimately, even at full power, the Kamehameha wave could not completely withstand Fukula's assault, and Raditz was once again severely wounded by the explosive aftermath, blood spewing from his mouth as he was sent flying. However, this time, even in the midst of being hurled backward, he managed to swallow another senzu bean. The warm flow of life surged throughout his body, instantly healing his injuries, and his energy not only returned to its peak, but even experienced a slight enhancement due to the brush with death. He had gained an even deeper mastery over the full power of Super Saiyan. Damn it, Fukula, witnessing Raditz suddenly revitalized and seemingly more potent than before, was driven nearly to madness. I want to see just how many of those damned beans you possess. With his 4 arms flailing wildly, he summoned forth another terrifying attack. Yet, Raditz, fully restored and operating at full Super Saiyan power, was no longer the same. His speed had increased. In the instant Fukula's energy was not yet fully consolidated, Raditz transformed into a golden flash, darting toward him and delivering a powerful punch infused with full energy, striking one of Fukula's relatively slender arms. Bam! This time, it was not a dull thud, but the clear sound of bone fracturing, or rather, the shattering of a metallic structure. The white bone armor on that arm shattered, revealing a complex structure sparking with electricity within. What? Fukula winced in pain, and the other 3 arms quickly moved to defend. However, Raditz struck and retreated, his form ghosting around to the side, legs trailing golden afterimages, cleaving downward at Fukula's waist like a battle axe. Too slow, Fukula roared. 2 robust arms blocking, while another intact slender arm shot forth a death ray. Raditz seemed to have anticipated this, executing an incredible right-angle maneuver in mid-air to narrowly evade the beam, simultaneously condensing a highly compressed golden energy sphere with both hands, hurling it toward Fukula's face. Insignificant trickery. Fukula's multifaceted eyes glimmered as he unleashed an icy breath, attempting to freeze the energy sphere. However, Raditz's true trump card erupted at that moment. Utilizing instantaneous movement, he silently appeared behind Fukula, channeling all his strength into his elbow, akin to a golden meteor, and crashed into Fukula's back with tremendous force. Boom! A muffled sound reverberated as the colossal figure of Fulgura was genuinely shaken for the first time, staggering forward a few steps, revealing fine cracks in its back armor. Cursed insect! Fulgura roared in a fit of rage, wildly flailing its 4 arms, conjuring a cataclysmic storm of energy. However, Raditz had already teleported away, observing Fulgura's reaction from a distance with a calm demeanor. Effective. His defenses are not invincible. His attack rhythm is not flawless. At full power in Super Saiyan form, I can keep pace with his speed, and with my instantaneous movement and more agile combat style, I can inflict effective blows upon him. The tide of battle seemed to undergo a subtle transformation due to Raditz's unorthodox strategy of utilizing the magical beans, alongside the subsequent enhancement of his strength. What was once a one-sided affair had now morphed into an exchange of blows. Raditz, resembling the most patient of hunters, relentlessly exploited the restorative properties of the magical beans to regain his state and enhance his subtle strength. Coupled with the unpredictability of instantaneous movement and the overwhelming power of Super Saiyan, he maneuvered around the formidable Fulgura, engaging in guerrilla tactics while seeking an opportunity to deliver a decisive strike. Though Fulgura possessed immense strength, he found himself increasingly perturbed by Raditz's resilience, his ability to endure blows without faltering, and the continuous advancement of his combat prowess. The battle escalated into its most brutal phase. Raditz, leveraging the infinite replenishment of the magical beans, albeit with a dwindling supply, and the Saiyan trait of growing stronger with each battle, dragged this disparity in power into a grueling war of attrition. Fulgura's strength remained terrifying. His 4 arms could still shatter mountains and rivers, and his energy attacks could obliterate matter. Yet his mindset had become unhinged. Raditz, unyielding, relentless. An ever-evolving combat style evoked memories of the fear and humiliation he had suffered on Namek. The fragment of Frieza's consciousness within him grew increasingly irate, incessantly impacting the judgment of the fused entity. Damn wild monkey, if you dare, face me head-on. Fulgura roared with a triple-toned bellow, intensifying his assault, yet losing some of the calm and methodical precision he had previously exhibited. Just as you wish. A glint of determination flickered in Raditz's eyes. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. After narrowly evading a lethal combined attack through instantaneous movement, he no longer retreated, but instead surged the energy of his Super Saiyan form to unprecedented heights. His entire being radiated with a golden aura, blazing like the core of a sun. Receive my final attack. The end of the turtle school, Kamehameha. He did not retract his hands to his waist, but instead crossed them before his chest, compressing and consolidating his energy in an unprecedented manner. This was not merely a simple energy wave, but rather a culmination of all his strength, will, and understanding of the Super Saiyan realm, merged into this one strike. A slender beam of golden light, refined to perfection, with swirling galaxies within and surrounded by destructive black lightning, suddenly shot forth. The speed of this beam transcended the very concept of space, seemingly appearing directly before Fulgura's chest. The pupils of Fugakira constricted violently, and his four arms instinctively crossed over his chest, gathering the most formidable energy shield. It was futile. My defense is absolute. However, his words were abruptly cut off. The golden light dart sliced through his proudly erected energy shield as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, piercing precisely into the center of his chest. A crucial point where three energy cores converged. Impossible. Fugakira's massive frame stiffened abruptly, the dark silver body fracturing from the impact point, radiating countless blinding golden fissures like shattered porcelain. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from within. Fugakira emitted a final roar, a mix of agony and indignation, as his colossal form shattered into pieces amidst the golden radiance, ultimately transforming into three disheveled figures, utterly drained of energy, tumbling out from the center of the explosion. Frieza, Gula, and King Cold. The trio appeared utterly wretched, their bodies charred, bone armor fractured, bloodied, and their breaths faint, clearly having sustained grave injuries from the explosive finale and forced disintegration, finding it difficult even to maintain flight as they crashed heavily onto the desolate ground. Raditz gradually exited his Super Saiyan state, breathing heavily, his complexion pale. Although he sustained himself with Senza beans, the toll on his spirit and will was immense. His body burdened by multiple severe injuries, now nearing his limits. This battle could only be described as a Pyrrhic victory. At that moment, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully challenging Fugakira, the fusion of Frieza, Gula, and King Cold, possessing a fervent fighting spirit. It has been detected that during the challenge, although the host utilized external items, Senza beans, multiple times, the target was a fusion of three beings, which is considered speculative. Thus, the challenge is deemed valid, and rewards will not be diminished. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the Pain Growth Talent of Black Goku, gaining a special talent akin to future Black Goku, Zamasu. Pain Growth allows the damage and suffering endured in battle to partially convert into permanent strength enhancement and potential development. The heavier the injuries, the deeper the pain, the greater the growth benefits obtained post-battle. This effect can stack with the Saiyan near-death revival trait, but it emphasizes insights into combat, energy control, and breakthroughs in realms. Raditz was initially taken aback, then elated. Wow, this reward is incredible. Black Goku's pain growth. This is a divine technique that makes one stronger the more they are struck. Although the process is somewhat painful, the results are undeniably extraordinary. Fighting will be even more exhilarating. No, braver in the future. He gazed at the barely conscious trio of Frieza on the ground, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. According to his original plan, he would undoubtedly eradicate them completely to eliminate future threats. However, he changed his mind. With this pain growth, will I ever fear your retaliation again? You are practically a treasure trove of experience just waiting to be harvested. Each time I nearly beat you to death, I can grow even stronger through the pain. This approach is far more economical than simply eliminating them. Sustainable development is the undeniable truth. With this thought, Raditz suppressed his murderous intent and gradually descended before Frieza and his companions. Frieza, struggling to lift his head, gazed at the approaching Raditz, his eyes filled with malice and a hint of fear. If you wish to kill, then do so. Do not further humiliate this king. Kula and Kurd also fixed their stares on him, prepared for a desperate fight. However, Raditz merely cast a fleeting glance their way and calmly declared, "Leave." What? The trio was momentarily taken aback, almost believing they had misheard. I said, "Depart from his planet, and the further, the better." Raditz reiterated, his tone composed, granting them a reprieve this time. "Should you dare to provoke me again, or infringe upon Earth or Namek, I shall ensure that you have no opportunity for fusion, and will reduce you to cosmic dust." He paused, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. "Of course, should you find this unsatisfactory, you're always welcome to seek me out for a spar." I eagerly awaited. With that, he disregarded the bewildered expressions of Frieza and his companions, activating his instant transmission, and vanished from the desolate planet. Chapter 27. Where's father gone? Frieza, Kula, and King Kurd exchanged glances, their hearts a tumult of relief at having survived and profound humiliation. He actually spared us? King Kurd found it hard to believe. That bastard is humiliating us. Frieza trembled with rage. Kula's eyes flickered as he gazed at the spot where Raditz had disappeared, his cold voice tinged with deeper meaning. His last words seemed to hold an expectation. This Saiyan is far more dangerous and enigmatic than we had imagined. Regardless, they had survived. The trio struggled and supported one another as they laboriously made their way toward the location of their hidden backup spaceship. The vengeance of the Frozen Demon clan had once again ended in utter defeat. Raditz's figure reappeared via instant transmission beside Goku and Piccolo, who were clearing the battlefield on Namek. "Brother, you've returned. Are you alright?" Goku sensed Raditz's energy was somewhat weakened but not severely harmed, and immediately approached him. Piccolo also regarded him with a questioning look. "It's resolved," Raditz replied tersely, a hint of fatigue accompanied by a relieved smile gracing his face. "Frieza, Kula, and their father should be too exhausted to cause trouble in the near future." He refrained from elaborating on the details of the fusion and the sparing of the three. Piccolo observed Raditz, keenly sensing that he seemed to have grown stronger, but chose not to inquire further, simply nodding, "That is good." Without lingering, the three were swiftly transported back to Earth by Raditz's instant transmission. Goku and Piccolo were astonished by this ability, which had allowed them to return in an instant. Yet with other matters at hand, they refrained from asking further questions. "I almost forgot about this technique. My apologies." Piccolo arrived in the other world, and with Mr. Popo's assistance, quickly summoned the Eternal Dragon, resurrecting the Namekians who had fallen to Kula and his allies. An invisible wave swept across the entirety of Earth, transcending the boundless cosmos to reach planet Namek. In that moment, all the Namekians slain during the invasion miraculously revived, gazing in bewilderment at their rejuvenated homeland. The suffering of Namek had finally reached its conclusion. With matters having settled, Piccolo chose not to return to Namek this time. Instead, he silently flew to the lookout. Gohan, practicing basic movements in the open space in front of his home, suddenly felt a presence and turned around sharply. Upon seeing the tall green figure, he was momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy that brought tears to his eyes. "Uncle e Piccolo." Little Gohan darted forward like a cannonball, wrapping his arms around Piccolo's leg, burying his face in the white cloak, his shoulders quivering slightly. Piccolo froze for a moment, a hint of crimson appearing on his green visage. After a brief hesitation, he lifted his hand and gently placed it on Gohan's head, awkwardly patting him. "Yes, I'm back." Ultimately, Piccolo found a secluded cliff near the lookout to settle down, and the Sun family's caretaker officially began her duties. Gohan's visits to Piccolo became noticeably more frequent than his trips to his own backyard, leading Goku to occasionally scratch his head in confusion, pondering who his true father really was. Meanwhile, Raditz returned to Bulma's home in West City, relishing the hard-earned tranquility of life. With a gentle, albeit occasionally temperamental, genius girlfriend by his side, access to a premier gravity chamber for training, and the opportunity to spar with Goku and Piccolo from time to time, his days were fulfilling and serene. "Perhaps I can enjoy a period of stability," Raditz mused while basking in the sun, feeling content with his life. As time flew by, another year slipped away unnoticed. During this year, Raditz's progress became nothing short of terrifying. With the training aptitude bestowed by the Frost Demon lineage, 1/3 of his heritage, and the newly acquired passive ability of pain growth, though he had not had many opportunities to trigger it recently. He had fully adapted to the training environment of 1,000 times gravity, engaging in high-speed combat training under such immense pressure. His control over his strength reached an exquisite level. To what extent had his power grown? Even he was uncertain. What he did know was that in his normal state, he could effortlessly overpower Goku, who had stabilized his Super Saiyan form, without even needing to employ the Kaioken. Sparring sessions with his brother often turned into one-sided exhibitions of guidance. However, due to the vast disparity in strength between him and Goku, the rewards from the system challenges for that year were deemed to be diminishing, resulting in him only receiving the ability to survive in the vastness of space. Raditz internally grumbled, "Well, this finally completes the Saiyan's last shortcoming. Although I could previously endure in space thanks to sheer combat strength, now it feels much more comfortable." On the other hand, the bond between Piccolo and Gohan deepened significantly, perhaps feeling the pressure stemming from Raditz and Goku. Piccolo ultimately made the same choice as in the original story, heading to the sacred world to merge with Kame. The fusion of Bic has led to a qualitative leap in strength, his aura now surpassing that of an ordinary Super Saiyan Goku, firmly stepping into a new realm. Meanwhile, the benevolent Namekian youth, Dandy, was brought by Raditz to become the new god of Earth, allowing the Dragon Balls to be restored. It seemed as though everything was moving toward a period of tranquility. However, Raditz was acutely aware that the likes of Frieza and his cohort were merely the beginning, with even more formidable foes lurking ahead. Yet, this serenity was abruptly shattered on a sunny morning by an unexpected visitor. In the outskirts of West City, an expanse of land that was meant to await Goku's return, a brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens, landing steadily to reveal a small, single-person time machine. As the hatch opened, a young man clad in a black vest, bearing a long sword and sporting a purple mohawk, emerged. His visage was resolute, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of subtle fatigue and sorrow. He was none other than Trunks, who had traversed time from a desolate future. Warily, he surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowed in concern. Something is amiss. According to my mother, at this moment, Frieza and his son should have already invaded Earth. Where Krillin and the others? He found himself waiting alone until nightfall before he took flight towards the West City Capsule Corporation. With speed that transcended time, he effortlessly evaded all surveillance and pedestrians, arriving at the familiar castle-like abode that was once his childhood haven, a place that, at this moment, felt somewhat alien. Silently, he descended into the estate, relying on his memories to guide him toward the main house. However, as he approached the familiar floor-to-ceiling window, the sounds of laughter and merriment within struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him frozen in disbelief. Through the glass, he saw a strange man with wild black hair intimately embracing his mother, Bulma. To his shock, she exhibited no signs of resistance. Instead, her head rested gently on the man's shoulder, her face radiating a profound happiness and serenity that he had never witnessed before. The man seemed to sense something amiss, his sharp gaze suddenly locking onto Trunks' astonished and bewildered expression, mingled with a hint of anger. "Who?" Raditz's voice carried an edge of irritation, and in an instant, he appeared before Trunks. Upon encountering Raditz, especially feeling the unfathomable aura emanating from him and witnessing his closeness to his mother, an inexplicable fury intermingled with fear surged within Trunks. He could scarcely fathom the upheaval that had transpired in this timeline. His mind went blank, his heart racing. Who is this man? Why is he with my mother? Where has my father gone? What has happened in this timeline? Who are you? Why are you here? Where's Mr. Vegeta? Trunks questioned sharply, instinctively assuming a battle stance. A formidable energy erupted around him, golden flames surging skyward as his hair transformed into a brilliant gold. He had directly transformed into a Super Saiyan, forged by the harsh realities of the future. He struck without mercy. Drawing the long sword from his back, he vanished in a flash, aiming a fierce strike at Raditz's throat with a glimmering arc of the blade. This attack, swift and ruthless, contained the tremendous power of a Super Saiyan, capable of effortlessly severing metal. However, in the face of this sudden onslaught, Raditz did not even blink. He casually raised his right hand, and with the precision of iron pincers, he clamped the sword's tip just as it was about to graze his skin. Clang! A crisp sound of metal meeting metal echoed. Trunks' determined strike was effortlessly caught between two fingers. No matter how he channeled his energy, the sword remained utterly still. What? Trunks' pupils constricted, his heart filled with dread. He was a Super Saiyan. How could his full-force attack be thwarted so easily? Before he could process this, Raditz's fingers, still gripping the sword's tip, moved slightly. An irresistible force surged along the blade, causing Trunks to feel his grip shatter, the long sword flying from his hand as he stumbled backward, nearly losing his Super Saiyan form under the weight of this power. Casually, Raditz tossed the reclaimed sword aside, as though it were a trivial matter. He regarded the incredulous Trunks and spoke calmly. "Trunks, is it? I know of you. You hail from the future, son of Vegeta." Boom! This revelation thundered in Trunks' mind. His greatest secret had been laid bare by this unfamiliar man. "How do you know?" Trunks stammered, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Raditz continued. "However, this timeline is entirely different from the future you know. You ask who I am? I am Raditz, brother of Son Goku, and likewise a Saiyan. As for your father Vegeta, he is not on Earth. I am uncertain of his whereabouts." He paused, observing Trunks' dazed expression, his tone imbued with undeniable certainty. "I can assure you, because of my existence, there will be no Trunks born in this timeline." This statement struck Trunks like a final, desperate straw, draining the color from his face. "Know me in this timeline? What my existence, my mission?" Seeing Trunks engulfed in shock and confusion, Raditz waved his hand, gesturing in a direction. "If you seek Son Goku, he resides on the lookout. With his current strength, dealing with those so-called androids you will face in the future should pose no challenge. Go." Trunks cast a deep, complex glance at Raditz, his eyes a tumult of emotions, anger, confusion, shock, and a flicker of inexplicable hope. He said nothing further, picked up the long sword from the ground, concealed his presence, and transformed into a streak of light. Soaring toward the direction of Bowsy Mountain, Raditz watched as Trunks vanished from sight, shook his head, and turned back into the house. "Who was that? I seem to hear some commotion outside," Bulma inquired with curiosity, having not sensed the specifics of the conflict. "It's nothing, just a lost little fellow asking for directions." Raditz casually deflected, choosing not to mention Trunks. Sometimes, knowing too much only brings unnecessary worry. At Bowsy Mountain, Goku's home, Trunks, guided by his key sensing, effortlessly located Goku, who was enjoying a delicious dinner prepared by Chi-Chi. Upon seeing Goku, whose presence radiated like a powerful star, Trunks felt a significant weight lift from his heart. He introduced himself, omitting specific details of the future, merely stating he was a friend of Bulma, and earnestly presented a miraculous medicine for heart disease. "Mr. Goku, please be sure to accept this. In the future, you will succumb to a viral heart disease." "Huh? Heart disease?" Goku scratched his head, somewhat perplexed, yet readily accepted the medicine. "Thank you, Trunks." Subsequently, Trunks, with a grave expression, recounted the threat posed by the androids and the harrowing future he had endured. "Androids? Are they strong?" Goku's eyes lit up at the mention of formidable adversaries. "Extremely strong. In my timeline, they annihilated all the Z warriors, leaving only my voice, Trunks, filled with anguish." "Understood," Goku exclaimed, slapping his thigh and rising with no hint of fear, only determination. "Let us go, Trunks. We'll head to your time right now and deal with those guys." "Right now?" Trunks was taken aback. "Absolutely. We have the time machine. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner the people in your world can find peace." Goku beamed, his smile pure and filled with vigor. Trunks, observing the kind-hearted and courageous Goku before him, felt a surge of warmth and hope. He nodded vigorously. "All right, let us go." Without further delay, they arrived at the concealed time machine, entering the cramped chamber. Trunks set the coordinates. "Hold on tight, Mr. Goku, we're about to depart." With a hum, the time machine emitted a peculiar vibration, and the surrounding space began to warp. In an instant, the machine, along with its two occupants, vanished from sight, propelling them into a future fraught with despair and struggle. As the disorientation of the time machine faded and the hatch opened, Goku and Trunks stepped onto a desolate landscape. The somber sky loomed above, shattered city ruins surrounded them, and the air was thick with the scent of despair and gunpowder. This was the future Trunks had fought to protect. "Is this the future? It feels so oppressive," Goku remarked, surveying the surroundings with a furrowed brow, sensing the faint, lifeless energy of this world. "Yes, Mr. Goku. This is a world that has been dominated by those two androids for over a decade." Trunks spoke with a heavy tone, gesturing towards the distance where they typically reveled in tormenting survivors and wreaking havoc near the largest urban ruins. "Let us confront them directly," Goku declared without a hint of hesitation. Though his aura was subdued, the sheer intensity of his fighting spirit shone like a beacon in this desolate world. Before long, two figures emerged from the city ruins, charging forth with an air of mockery and cruelty. "Oh, Trunks, Are you not going to hide, little mouse? And you've brought a companion? A flippant voice echoed as Android 17, clad in a black vest and sporting shoulder-length dark hair, hovered in midair, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. Trunks immediately tensed, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Mr. Goku, be cautious. They are 17 and 18. Goku, however, regarded the two with curiosity. So, you're the androids? You appear no different from ordinary humans. Seeking death. Android 17's eyes turned icy as he vanished in an instant, reappearing before Goku, his fist roaring through the air toward Goku's face. Boom! Goku raised his hand to firmly catch the punch, the collision creating a shockwave that rippled through the air. Not bad, Goku remarked, slightly astonished by the strength conveyed through the android's arm. Android 17 was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that this ordinary earthling could withstand his assault. He immediately unleashed a flurry of strikes, his fists and feet raining down upon Goku like a relentless barrage from a machine gun. Unfazed, Goku responded with equal speed, their figures intertwining in the air above the ruins, the sound of their blows echoing like a rapid drumbeat. For a moment, it was a fierce stalemate, evenly matched. How is this possible? The indifference faded from Android 18's face, replaced by shock. How could 17 not gain the upper hand? Trunks stared in disbelief. Mr. Goku is actually holding his ground against Android 17 with his base form. This is utterly astonishing. In my timeline, even as a Super Saiyan, I would have been overwhelmed. On the battlefield, Android 17 grew increasingly alarmed. He realized that no matter how he amplified his speed and strength, the opponent always managed to keep pace, almost as if he were toying with him. Damn it, who are you? 17 roared. Well, if you manage to defeat me, you'll find out. Goku grinned, delivering a punch that sent 17 staggering back. Stretching his wrist, he remarked, "You've proven yourself quite formidable." However, his gaze sharpened, and his aura shifted dramatically. Boom! A brilliant golden flame erupted skyward, his black hair transforming into a radiant golden hue. Battle fervor igniting within his emerald green eyes. What? Golden hair? Another Super Saiyan? You are Son Goku. No, this can't be right. Son Goku should be dead. On the 17th and 18th, a simultaneous gasp escaped their lips, as an overwhelming, fearsome aura erupted, akin to a colossal beast from primordial times, instilling an unprecedented sense of oppression within them. Oh, you still remember me? Yet you two have wrought such havoc upon Earth. I can never forgive this. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Goku's voice resonated with a chilling authority. He moved. His speed had increased manifold, far surpassing any previous measure. The 17th was unable to perceive his motion, only feeling an indescribable agony erupt in his abdomen, his body arching like a shrimp, eyes bulging, and saliva uncontrollably spewing forth. This is merely the beginning. Goku's figure flickered like a specter, golden fists and legs enveloping the 17th and 18th from all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sound of strikes erupted like popping beans. The infinite energy and robust bodies that the 17th and 18th once prided themselves upon appeared so fragile before the absolute power of the Super Saiyan. They were akin to two leaves in a tempest, rendered defenseless against the onslaught, passively absorbing each punishing blow. Their garments shredded, artificial skin cracked, revealing the intricate machinery beneath. Sparks flying in all directions. Impossible. We are perfect androids. The 17th roared defiantly amidst the pain. Perfect? Goku's voice echoed in their ears, laced with a hint of pity. That which is built upon bullying the weak is utterly insubstantial. He clasped his hands together, and a Kamehameha wave, brimming with destructive energy, swiftly coalesced. It is over. A brilliant azure beam engulfed the struggling 17th and 18th, a violent explosion giving rise to a massive fireball in the sky, the shockwave leveling the ruins below once more. As the radiance dissipated, the once marauding 17th and 18th, who had inflicted countless suffering and despair upon the future world, were reduced to mere dust, utterly vanished. Trunks hovered in place, gazing at the scene before him, rendered speechless for a long time. The nightmare that had plagued him for over a decade, robbing him of all his loved ones and friends, ensnaring him in endless pain and pressure, had been so effortlessly resolved by Mr. Goku. Tears cascaded uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. They were tears of liberation, tears of hope, and tears reflecting the complexity of his own insignificance. Goku retracted his aura, returning to his normal state, and flew to Trunks' side, patting his shoulder with a warm smile. It's all right, Trunks. The villains have been defeated. Your world is safe now. Thank you, Mr. Goku. I am truly grateful. Trunks choked out, bowing deeply to Goku. Haha, no need for thanks. Goku laughed heartily. You are already a formidable warrior. However, you must continue to train diligently. Only by becoming stronger yourself can you better protect those you wish to safeguard. Trunks nodded earnestly, etching this sentiment firmly into his heart. Subsequently, Trunks piloted the time machine, returning Goku to his original timeline. As they bid farewell, Goku once again urged, Trunks, keep up the training. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future for a good spar. Certainly, Mr. Goku. Take care. Trunks watched as Goku's silhouette faded away. His fist clenched tightly. In his eyes, the flames of hope and unwavering determination for the future reignited. The world ahead, though ravaged, had already sown the seeds of hope. Meanwhile, the Earth in the main timeline, after a brief interlude, seemed poised to return to tranquility. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, Trunks had brought back more than just Goku this time. Chapter 29, Perfect Cell. Just a few days after Goku's return from the future, the Earth appeared to have reverted to its former serenity. However, a sudden piece of news shattered this calm. On the television screen, the host reported gravely, recently, there have been reports of unidentified monster attacks across various regions of the globe. Eyewitnesses claim that victims are struck in an instant by a green figure, only to be reduced to desiccated corpses. The police have initiated an investigation, but progress has been slow, urging citizens to remain vigilant for their safety. In Bulma's living room, Raditz, munching on fruit while watching television, furrowed his brow upon hearing the news. Why did this description sound so familiar? The green figure draining humanity. The name Cell instantly surfaced in Raditz's mind. But wait. According to the normal timeline, Dr. Gero should have appeared first, followed by Android 17 and 18, and eventually, a battle-hardened Trunks from a parallel world would defeat androids 17 and 18, only to be ambushed by Cell, who stole the time machine to arrive. Clearly, the problem originated from the future's timeline. At that moment, two slightly disheveled figures were rapidly approaching the direction of the Capsule Corporation. Suddenly, Goku halted his activities, gazing curiously at the small path leading down the mountain. It was not a sensing of energy, the android's presence could not be felt, but rather an instinct born of a martial artist's intuition, as well as the sight of two figures swiftly flying toward his home. They were a pair of youths clad in peculiar attire. The boy wore a black vest and bore a stern expression. The girl, with her golden hair and azure eyes, exhibited an indifferent demeanor. It was none other than Android 17 and 18 from the main timeline. It's you two. Goku's expression turned grave as he beheld the pair, identical to those from Trunks' timeline, instinctively placing himself protectively in front of Chi-Chi and Goten. Androids? Chi-Chi and Goten tensed up, having heard about the malevolence of the androids from Goku and Trunks. Android 17 and 18 halted a few paces away. 17 raised his hands in a gesture of peace. Signaling no malis, relax, Son Goku. We're not here to fight. 18 interjected, her tone still devoid of inflection. Yet her words sent chills down their spines. We have come seeking assistance. A very troublesome entity is pursuing us, and Dr. Gero, we need to join forces. Seeking help? Being pursued? Goku found himself perplexed. These two formidable androids were indeed in need of his aid. However, before 17 could elaborate further, Goku's expression shifted abruptly. A chilling and malevolent aura, akin to a tsunami, surged from the distance, locking onto Capsule Corporation. It's here. With a grave tone, Wukong could no longer afford to inquire about the details. His muscles tensed instantaneously. In the next moment, a green figure descended like a meteor, accompanied by a thunderous roar and billowing dust, crashing heavily onto the ground in front of Wukong's home. The earth was thrust into a deep pit, with cracks sprawling like a spider's web. As the dust gradually settled, it revealed a perfect and imposing green figure. Perfect Cell. Cell's insect-like eyes greedily surveyed androids 17 and 18, emitting a hoarse and twisted laugh. At last, I have found you, my perfect counterparts. Do not resist any longer. Merge with me, and we shall become true embodiments of perfection, ruling this universe. His gaze then turned to the poised Wukong, a hint of mockery lacing his laughter. Oh, Wukong, you're here too? How fortuitous. I need not seek you out. By the way, I owe my gratitude to you and that little brat named Trunks. Gratitude to us? Wukong furrowed his brow, fully alert against Cell's presence. Indeed, Cell gleefully began his tale. When Trunks used the time machine to send you back, I stealthily lurked outside. Following him to this era, I have absorbed countless human life energies and grown stronger. Then, I located Dr. Gero this time, coercing him into handing over all his research, merging with the yet-to-be fully developed cell embryo. Now, I possess the essence and power of 2 timeline cells, a being of unimaginable perfection. Cell's tone turned sinister. I had intended to eliminate Dr. Gero to prevent any future threats, but he struggled desperately and unleashed Android 16 and these 2 little treasures. He gestured towards 17 and 18 with a sneer. Alas, my fused strength far surpasses his expectations. That hulking 16 self-destructed, barely allowing the old man and these 2 to escape. I dealt with Dr. Gero first. Now all I need is to absorb them both. I shall evolve once more. My power will be unfathomable. Soon, I shall reign as the emperor of the entire universe. His tail flicked with excitement, targeting androids 17 and 18. Dream on, Wukong roared, unable to contain himself any longer. A golden aura erupted violently around him, his hair transforming into a brilliant gold, his eyes turning emerald green. Cell, you must be dreaming. The last one who aspired to be an emperor has already been reborn. Wukong took his stance, his formidable aura standing defiantly against Cell. Oh, a Super Saiyan? How intriguing. A flicker of excitement crossed Cell's multifaceted gaze. Let me see how long this so-called fighting genius can withstand the might of my perfect form. Boom! In an instant, the 2 figures vanished, only to collide fiercely in midair moments later. The thunderous clash of fists and feet echoed like thunder, a terrifying shockwave of energy rippling outward, causing the entire area to tremble violently. The cataclysmic battle between Super Saiyan Wukong and Perfect Cell erupted above the tranquil valley. At this moment in the West City Villa, Raditz watched in astonishment as the news abruptly interrupted, the screen shaking violently. The reporter, in a state of terror, relayed the horrifying sounds emanating from the direction of Bowsy Mountain. He sensed 2 powerful presences. One belonged to Goku, while the other was unmistakably. Raditz observed the blurry yet discernible figures of 2 glowing entities confronting each other on the television. The reporter's incoherent descriptions of the flying individuals were laced with phrases like illusion. Yet he took a sip of his coffee, his face betraying little concern. It was undoubtedly Cell. This presence was indeed stronger than depicted in the original narrative. The fusion of the 2 timeline cells proved to be more complex than a mere sum of parts. Nevertheless, as Raditz felt the intense clash from afar, yet still within manageable bounds, he reflected on Goku's remarkable progress over the past year. He had indeed brushed the threshold of Super Saiyan full power, his aura expansive and finely controlled. Even if Cell slightly exceeded expectations, defeating Goku would not be an easy feat, especially considering that crucial final push. He set down his coffee cup, a hint of eager anticipation curling at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps this battle was the opportunity he had been yearning for. Above Bowsy Mountain, the skirmish had escalated into a fierce showdown. Goku and Cell transformed into streaks of gold and green, weaving through the sky at an incomprehensible speed. Each exchange of blows erupted with a cataclysmic sound akin to colliding meteors, shattering the clouds above, while the forest below was effortlessly raised by the released energy. Boom! Goku delivered a heavy elbow strike to Cell's blocking arm, forcing him back several steps. Oof! Cell's tail shot out like a venomous scorpion, striking with blinding speed towards Goku's back. Yet Goku, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, executed a graceful side spin, evading the tail's thrust and countering with a fierce kick to Cell's side. Too slow, Cell. I can see through all your movements. Goku laughed heartily, unleashing a relentless barrage that temporarily subdued Cell. Do not get too complacent, son Goku. A flicker of anger flashed in Cell's multifaceted eyes as his aura surged, his speed suddenly increasing. He swung his arms rapidly, absorbing Goku's fierce attacks and launching a counteroffensive. Their battle raged from the heavens to the ground, and then back again to the pinnacle of the clouds, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Kamehameha! Seizing an opening, Goku thrust his hands forward, unleashing a colossal azure beam of energy. Death Sphere. Cell, unwilling to yield, conjured a green energy orb imbued with terrifying destructive power, boldly meeting Goku's attack. Boom! The ultimate clash between the Kamehameha and the Death Sphere triggered an unprecedented explosion. Blinding light consumed all, as the turbulent energy rent the sky, creating a massive rift, with shockwaves cascading outward like a tsunami, reducing the already ravaged Baozi Mountain area to utter ruin and forming a colossal circular crater. In the aftermath of the explosion, both Wukong and Cell were violently hurled away, each bearing new wounds, their breaths heavy and labored. Yet, their gazes grew fiercer, their fighting spirits soaring. Without a moment's respite, the two surged toward one another like twin meteors, igniting a more brutal and primal melee. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, and heads transformed into the deadliest of weapons. The golden aura clashed with the green energy in a frenzied exchange, each impact showering radiant sparks and shards of energy. However, as the battle raged on, Cell's innate advantage, born from the fusion of two timelines, began to manifest. His onslaught resembled an unrelenting tsunami, each wave more powerful than the last. Although Wukong, through exquisite mastery of his super Saiyan power, continued to resist tenaciously, the depletion of his stamina and energy was unmistakable. He gradually found himself at a disadvantage, blocking and evading becoming increasingly arduous, and the strikes he endured multiplied. "What is wrong, son Wukong? Is your strength beginning to wane?" Cell sneered, delivering a heavy swing that struck Wukong's crossed arms, sending him staggering backward. "This is the limit of humanity, and I am perfection." Wukong gritted his teeth, sensing the waves of weakness coursing through him. Yet, simultaneously, a deeper, more ferocious power, long shackled, surged forth under the immense pressure imposed by Cell. Akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, violently battering against the invisible barrier. Just a little more, just a final push. Cell's assault grew ever more relentless. Energy blasts like festering wounds forcing Wukong into a precarious retreat, peril looming as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, from the ruins below, came the determined yet tearful shout of little Gohan. "Come on, Dad!" This cry resonated in Wukong's mind like thunder. He caught sight of his son's worried yet trusting gaze beyond the fragile barrier hastily erected by Piccolo, alongside the pale but resolute face of his wife, Chi-Chi. "What will happen to them if I fail? If I fall now, what will become of Chi-Chi and Gohan?" "No, absolutely not." An unprecedented fury and resolve, born from the instinct to protect, intertwined with a yearning for immense power, erupted within him like a volcano. The final barrier shattered under the onslaught of these emotions. "Ah!" Wukong unleashed a roar that rent the heavens, a presence far colder, more ferocious, and more imposing than that of a Super Saiyan surged from him like a cosmic storm. His golden aura transformed. No longer a mere flame, it became a solid mass, akin to liquid energy, erupting in a cascade of densely packed silver lightning bolts. His golden hair stood even more defiantly, its brilliance intensified, and within his emerald eyes, there remained only absolute calm and sharp intensity. The transformation into the second stage of Super Saiyan has occurred. The overwhelming energy exuded a pressure that made the very earth tremble. The sinister grin on Cell's face froze instantaneously, his multifaceted eyes revealing an unprecedented disbelief. "What manner of power is this? Impossible." Goku's voice cut through the air, cold as steel, brimming with formidable confidence. The battle, at last, has truly commenced. He moved. His speed was exponentially greater than before. In an instant, he appeared before Cell, his fist enveloped in silver lightning, striking with a velocity that surpassed Cell's reflexes, landing a devastating blow to his face. Boom! Cell could not mount an effective defense. His body struck as if by a celestial body. His visage contorted and deformed, blood mingled with teeth erupting forth, propelled like a cannonball, crashing through several distant mountains. Super Saiyan 2 Goku showcased an overwhelming power. He pressed his advantage, unleashing a relentless flurry of punches and kicks upon Cell, each strike imbued with a terrifying force capable of shattering stars, leaving Cell with no means to retaliate. His sturdy carapace fracturing under the assault, green blood splattering everywhere. Yet, the resilience of perfect Cell's life force was astonishingly tenacious. He quickly recovered from the initial shock, adapting to Goku's speed and strength, retaliating fiercely. The two were once again locked in an intense stalemate. Golden lightning clashing against green energy in a fierce struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand. In this deadlock, a cunning glint flickered in Cell's eyes. He weathered a powerful punch from Goku, using the momentum to retreat rapidly, and with a sudden burst of speed, he appeared behind the anxiously watching Android 17. Not good. Goku realized what was happening, rushing to intervene, but it was too late. Cell's tail, equipped with suction cups, seized 17 in an instant. 17 barely had time to utter a brief cry as his entire being was consumed into Cell's body, all his energy and core absorbed in a frenzy. Stop it! Goku roared as he charged forward, only to be temporarily halted by a casual energy barrier flung by Cell. Cell's aura, bolstered by the absorption of 17, surged at an astonishing rate. The once evenly matched energy between him and Goku shifted, now pressing down upon Goku, and it continued to escalate. Ha ha ha! Can you feel it? This is the true perfection. Cell cackled, his multifaceted eyes greedily turning towards Android 18 in the distance. A warning bell rang in Goku's mind as he shouted towards 18. Hey, that woman is a creation. Quickly, take Gohan and Chi-Chi to West City to find my brother. Hurry, I will hold him off. His energy continues to grow. His voice was filled with concern for his family's safety, yet tinged with an exhilaration at the prospect of facing a more formidable adversary. 18 hesitated for a moment, glancing at the terrifying aura of the advancing Cell, then at the anxious Goku and the frightened Gohan and Chi-Chi. Gritting her teeth, she dashed to Chi-Chi's side, lifting her up while grasping Gohan's hand. Come with me. Just as Cell prepared to strike at 18 in a critical moment. Magic flash! A robust, purple energy beam descended from the heavens, striking fiercely upon Cell. Although it failed to inflict significant damage, it successfully rendered him momentarily sluggish. It was Piccolo who had intervened. Having fused with Kame, his power had surged, reaching the level of a standard Super Saiyan. Another bothersome insect has appeared. Cell, growing impatient, waved dismissively, unleashing a colossal force akin to a sledgehammer that crashed into Piccolo. With a splatter of blood, Piccolo was propelled backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily into the distant ruins, instantly losing his combat effectiveness. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan cried out, his voice filled with anguish. Hurry, Gohan. Piccolo, struggling to lift his head amidst the debris, coughed up blood and urged, Gohan, go find your uncle. Goku implored once more, his body enveloped in silver lightning as he charged towards Cell, whose energy had now far surpassed his own, in a desperate bid to buy time for his family's escape. Father, Gohan, tears in his eyes, was pulled along by Android 18, desperately flying towards West City. Meanwhile, Cell, having absorbed Android 17 and experiencing a dramatic increase in power, gazed at the approaching Goku with a cruel and exhilarated laugh. Son Goku, since you are eager to meet your demise, I shall grant your wish. Then I will deal with the remaining insects. In West City, at the Capsule Corporation, Raditz stood upon the balcony, gazing towards the direction of the Poza Mountains. He keenly sensed Cell's energy surging like a rocket, soon eclipsing Goku, who had just broken through to Super Saiyan 2, and it continued to escalate. Rubbing his chin, Raditz displayed a calculating smile, devoid of worry. My dear brother is still holding on. I see. Super Saiyan 2 against Cell in his current state would likely result in nothing but a beating. But even a beating is part of training. A little exercise never hurts. His gaze seemed to pierce through the fabric of space. Yes, the timing is nearly perfect. Raditz stretched lazily and flexed his wrist. The hero saving the damsel in distress is all about perfect timing. Arriving too early lacks urgency, while arriving too late risks Cell absorbing Android 18, which would be a tremendous loss. Such a beautiful artificial woman becoming part of that grotesque Cell would be a travesty. As for Bulma, Raditz glanced back at Bulma, who was diligently working in the laboratory. Ahem, this is merely a strategic rescue for the sake of peace on Earth. Yes, that it. Supplementary note. Raditz utilized a modified scouter developed by Bulma to identify the androids, determining that Android 17's combat power slightly exceeded that of Android 18. Thus, the scouter indicated that 17's power had vanished while 18 approached his location. Resolute, he vanished from the balcony and began to leisurely fly towards the direction where Gohan and the others were fleeing. He deliberately controlled his speed, ensuring he would arrive just in time without allowing Cell to catch up to Gohan and the others. Above the ruins of Poza Mountain, the battle had already lost all suspense. Upon transcending to Super Saiyan 2, Goku's power has significantly increased. However, he finds himself ensnared in an arduous battle against Cell. Having absorbed Android 17, has experienced an unparalleled surge in energy and strength. Cell's speed surpasses Goku's, and his might seems inexhaustible, like a predator toying with its prey. He repeatedly sends Goku hurtling through the air, Green energy blasts explode upon Goku's form, dimming his golden aura and thinning the silver lightning that crackles around him. With a resounding thud, Goku is struck in the chest by a powerful punch, blood gushing forth as if it were inconsequential. Even maintaining his Super Saiyan 2 state becomes a struggle. He plummets to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. After several feeble attempts to rise, he ultimately succumbs to his injuries, falling into a state of unconsciousness. So overconfident. Cell hovers in the air, casting a disdainful glance at the unconscious Goku before setting his multifaceted eyes on a faint trace of energy emanating from the direction where Android 18 and the others fled. Next, it is your turn, Android 18. With a sinister grin, Cell transforms into a streak of green light, pursuing them with astonishing speed. In the wilderness, Android 18 carries Chi-Chi on her back while pulling Gohan along, desperately sprinting towards West City. Though she is an android with near-limitless stamina, the burden of two individuals hampers her speed. She senses the terrifying, cold, and malevolent presence rapidly closing in behind them. He's coming. Gohan's face pales, his voice trembling with fear. Chi-Chi clings tightly to Android 18's shoulder, her complexion equally ashen, yet her eyes reflect a maternal resolve. Just a little faster. Once we reach West City, we will be safe. Alas, their speed pales in comparison to Cell's relentless pursuit. In mere moments, the green specter materializes before them, blocking their escape. Run? Where do you think you can escape to? Cell observes them with a leisurely demeanor, his tail whipping in excitement. His gaze finally fixating on Android 18. Come now, become a part of me. This is your glory. Android 18 sets Chi-Chi down and positions Gohan protectively behind her, her expression steely and resolute as she assumes a battle stance. You shall not pass. Desperate struggles. Cell scoffs, not even employing his full strength. With a casual wave of his hand, a massive wave of energy crashes towards Android 18 like an imposing wall. Android 18 braces herself with all her might. Yet she is still sent reeling backward, her vitality shaken. She is no match for him. In an instant, Cell appears before her, his tail equipped with suction cups, lunging towards her like a venomous serpent. It seems she is destined to share the same fate as Android 17. A flicker of despair and defiance crosses Android 18's eyes. But just as all hope seems lost, whoosh, a figure materializes in front of her with an astonishing speed that defies comprehension, akin to instantaneous movement. A hand, seemingly unremarkable yet brimming with unimaginable power, effortlessly seizes the tip of Cell's swiftly approaching tail. Time appears to stand still at this moment. The sinister grin on Cell's face freezes, his multifaceted eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He felt as if his tail was ensnared by the most unyielding substance in the cosmos. No matter how much strength he exerted, it remained utterly immobile. Number 18 stared in a daze at the tall, imposing figure with wild, flowing hair that had suddenly appeared before her. The surreal relief from surviving a catastrophe rendering her momentarily disoriented. Raditz slowly turned his head, first offering number 18 a reassuring glance, one he considered quite charming, and then, with an icy gaze, directed his attention towards the enraged and astonished Cell, speaking in a tone laced with disdain and reproach. Hey, you over there? That grotesque creature resembling a failed hybrid of mutated insects. How dare you address such a beautiful and elegant lady in such a crude and unseemly manner? Has your aesthetic sense and upbringing been completely obliterated by that old coot, Dr. Jarrow? Raditz's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly across the desolate wasteland, imbued with an unmistakable arrogance and the unmistakable flair of a leading man from a romantic drama. Cell. Number 18. Gohan and Chi-Chi. Oh, Cell. Momentarily taken aback by this unexpected and oddly whimsical reprimand, was soon engulfed by an overwhelming fury. Who do you think you are? How dare you? Raditz interrupted, shaking off his tail and nonchalantly tossing his long black hair, internally thinking, must maintain my hairstyle. Portraying himself as a gentleman who could not abide witnessing an ugly brute bully a beautiful woman. He turned slightly, offering a self-perceived, charming smile to the still-dazed number 18. My dear lady, I hope you are unscathed. The ensuing scene may become rather violent. I suggest you and the young lady over there step back a bit to avoid being splattered by this monster's green ichor, as it would detract from your elegance. Number 18 looked at this wild-looking man with his flamboyant speech, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Instinctively, she shielded Gohan and Chi-Chi, stepping back a few paces. Cell finally regained his senses from the shock and rage, sensing Raditz's seemingly unremarkable yet profoundly intimidating aura, his compound eyes filled with wariness and murderous intent. Whoever you are, should you dare to obstruct my evolution, there's only one path for you, death. Raditz turned to face Cell, his smile fading, his gaze sharpening. Death? You think that just because you grow stronger by absorbing others, you can call yourself perfect? Kame, let me see just how perfect this so-called perfect form of yours truly is. Faced with Cell, whose power surged far beyond that of Super Saiyan 2 Goku, Raditz displayed no sign of trepidation. Instead, he casually placed his hands in his pockets, if his battlesuit had pockets, and adopted a posture more arrogant than Cell's. The inherent nature of a Saiyan, reveling in the winds of fortune, was laid bare at this moment. TSK, you absorbed number 17, and this is all you can muster? Raditz tilted his head, his tone dripping with disappointment. Clearly, Dr. Gero's aesthetic sense and technical prowess were lacking. Not only did his ultimate weapon appear unattractive, but its strength was equally disheartening. Cell, utterly infuriated by this blatant derision, seethed, arrogant fool. Even Goku was left beaten like a mangy dog. You dare not even release a breath, yet you flaunt yourself as a formidable wolf. Go perish. His figure erupted with an overwhelming aura, as his green-armored fist tore through the air, aiming directly at Raditz's face. The force of this punch was enough to level a mountain, yet Raditz remained unflinching, his hands still tucked away in his pockets. Just as Cell's fist was about to graze his nose, a deep crimson energy erupted from within him like a delayed reaction. Kaioken times 10. Boom! Empowered by the tenfold Kaioken, Raditz's speed and strength surged instantaneously, arriving ahead of time to firmly catch Cell's furious strike. Bang! The shockwave exploded, cracking the ground beneath him once more. Raditz swayed slightly, but swiftly regained his balance, while Cell felt a jarring reverberation through his fist. He roared. An even more ferocious assault poured down upon Raditz like a tempest, with fists, feet, tail stings, and energy blasts flooding in relentlessly. In a state of tenfold Kaioken, Raditz could barely hold his ground against Cell, clearly at a disadvantage. He no longer fought with ease, constantly blocking and dodging, but Cell's barrage was too dense and powerful, landing numerous heavy blows upon him. Thud! A heavy punch struck Raditz's abdomen, eliciting a muffled grunt. Swoosh! The tip of Cell's tail grazed his arm, drawing forth a stream of blood. Boom! An energy blast detonated behind him, sending his vital energy into turmoil. Raditz appeared quite disheveled, struggling under Cell's relentless onslaught, as if he might collapse at any moment. Ha ha ha! With such meager skills, you dare to play the hero? While Cell unleashed his fury, he taunted with delight. How long can your red energy sustain you? 10 seconds? Or perhaps 5? When you exhaust your strength, that will be your doom. I shall slowly devour that blonde woman before your very eyes. Meanwhile, number 18, watching Raditz seemingly powerless under Cell's ferocious attack, felt a flicker of hope extinguish instantly, despair shrouding her gaze once more. So even this mysterious figure that has suddenly appeared is no match for Cell. Is it all over? She had even prepared to self-destruct her core, willing to perish alongside Cell, determined not to let him acquire her power. However, just as her spirits waned, the small Gohan she had been protecting tugged at her sleeve and, in a surprisingly resolute tone for his tender age, said, "Big sister, don't worry. Uncle is very powerful. He's just putting on a show." Number 18 was taken aback, looking down at Gohan. A show? Yes. Gohan nodded vigorously, his large eyes brimming with blind trust in Raditz. He hasn't even transformed. If he became a Super Saiyan, Cell wouldn't stand chance. He's just playing with Cell, or perhaps he's using this to practice some new technique. As number 18 observed Gohan's earnest expression, she glanced at Raditz in the midst of battle, who, despite being battered and bruised, maintained an air of tranquility, even sporting a faint, almost imperceptible smirk. An absurd thought suddenly crossed her mind. Is he truly toying with Cell in such a manner? The incredulity in her voice reflected her disbelief. How could this formidable, enigmatic figure be engaging in such a mockery of combat? It was as if Raditz were affirming Gohan's words and number 18's suspicions when he was struck by Cell's energy blast, sending him flying and carving a deep trench into the ground. Slowly, he rose, dusting himself off, and shook his head at the enraged Cell. The power is adequate, yet the technique is terribly crude and the application of energy is wasteful. Dr. Gero's design truly lacks artistry. Cell, furious to the brink of explosion, declared, I will tear your mouth apart, and unleashed an even more frenzied assault. Meanwhile, Raditz was quietly calculating in his mind. This sensation of pain is quite pleasant. The passive growth from pain should trigger quite smoothly, and I can distinctly feel my strength increasing. Though he appeared to be on the defensive, he was, in fact, utilizing Cell as an exceptional training partner and source of pain to vigorously enhance his passive abilities. What seemed to be a perilous battle to outsiders was, for him, merely an efficient form of training. In contrast, Cell grew increasingly alarmed with each strike. He sensed that this long-haired man, even while under the influence of the Kaioken X10, was not only enduring his blows but seemed to thrive upon them. His spirit appeared to strengthen the more he was struck. Even his blocks and counterattacks subtly intensified. Something is amiss. This is decidedly strange. This fellow is peculiar. I must conclude this swiftly. Alarm bells rang in Cell's mind as his assaults became even more frenzied and reckless, attempting to utterly demolish his opponent. Yet, amidst this intense beating, Raditz felt an overwhelming joy. What bliss! This pain growth passive is indeed remarkable. I sense my control over energy has sharpened, and my physical strength seems to be undergoing refinement. Keep it up, Cell. Don't stop. After a moment of stalemate, Raditz felt that under the enhancement of the Kaioken X10, he was now barely able to engage Cell in a more balanced exchange, with the frequency of blows he received noticeably decreasing. I have nearly absorbed enough experience. It's time to progress to the next stage. With that thought, he focused his mind, and the deep crimson aura of the Kaioken X10 dissipated suddenly, like a punctured balloon, vanishing without a trace. He reverted to his initial posture, hands casually in pockets, exuding an air of unremarkable presence. Cell, who was in the throes of an all-out offensive, was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a maniacal laugh. Finally reaching your limit, are you? Prepare to meet your demise. He gathered a colossal energy sphere, ready to deliver a final blow to Raditz. However, Raditz merely waved his hand dismissively, a hint of concern flickering across his face. He casually pulled 2 mystical beans from some hidden pocket and nonchalantly tossed one into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. In an instant, all his injuries vanished. His vitality surged back, and due to the near-death glitch, his strength underwent a remarkable enhancement. Then, under the astonished gazes of Cell, Android 18, Gohan, and Chi-Chi, Raditz tossed the second mystical bean to Cell as if he were tossing peanuts. Cell instinctively caught the green bean, his compound eyes filled with immense confusion and wariness. What does this mean? Are you offering me a bean? Can't you see that? Raditz wore an expression that conveyed disbelief, questioning why Cell didn't appreciate his gesture, suggesting that after such a prolonged battle, he must be tired and hungry. Replenish some energy, so we can continue, he urged. Cell, observing Raditz regain strength and vitality after consuming the bean, glanced at the unassuming bean in his hand and hesitated. Yet, feeling the fatigue from the intense combat, he ultimately decided to consume the mystical bean. A surge of life energy enveloped Cell, mending his slight injuries and replenishing his energy reserves, even granting a subtle enhancement to his active Saiyan cells due to the fierce battle. As Cell felt the transformation within himself, he grew increasingly perplexed. Nearby, Android 18 and Gohan were utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend Raditz's seemingly generous act. Raditz, undeterred by their astonishment, produced 2 more mystical beans and tossed them to Gohan, instructing, Gohan, take these back to the lookout for your father and Uncle Piccolo. Oh, sure, Uncle. Although Gohan didn't fully understand, he had complete faith in Raditz, accepting the beans with a worried glance at the scene before him, then swiftly carried his mother and dashed toward the lookout. Left were Raditz, Cell, and an utterly baffled Android 18. Finally, Cell could no longer contain his frustration and demanded, You bastard, what is your purpose in doing this? Raditz cracked his neck, producing a series of pops, and displayed a pure, exhilarated smile, the kind that a Saiyan warrior has when encountering a worthy opponent. Why all the unnecessary chatter? The reason is simple. I haven't had enough of a fight yet. He assumed a battle stance, gathering his energy without activating Kaioken or even unleashing his basic aura. He charged at Cell, who had fully restored his strength and was slightly stronger. You dare to underestimate me? Cell was infuriated by Raditz's audacious arrogance. Not even unleashing that crimson aura from before? This was an outright humiliation. He roared, unleashing his restored power without reservation, a green aura erupting into the sky. As he hurled a punch imbued with the force to shatter continents towards Raditz's seemingly unremarkable fist. Boom! The clash this time caused Cell and the observing android 18 to widen their eyes in shock. In his ordinary state, Raditz astonishingly withstood the furious onslaught from Cell. The shockwave generated where their fists collided was even more intense than during the previous tenfold Kaioken, as Raditz felt the heavy, yet no longer insurmountable force transmitted through his fist. His smile blossomed even more brilliantly. He had initially believed that, bolstered by the enhancement from his near-death revival and the passive growth from pain, he could rival Cell, who had absorbed Android 17. However, reality soon delivered a surprising twist. When Cell, having recovered from his initial shock, began to take the battle seriously and ramped up his power to 80 or 90%. The tide of combat swiftly reverted to its original state. Raditz was once again on the receiving end of a relentless beating. Cell's punches fell like raindrops, while green energy blasts clung to him like parasites, the tips of his tail glimmering with the chill of death. Under the torrential assault, Raditz found himself increasingly beleaguered, accumulating fresh wounds that rendered him even more disheveled than when he had activated the Kaioken. Yet, in stark contrast to his disheveled exterior, Raditz's inner self reveled in a paradoxical joy amidst the pain. Yes, this was the sensation he craved. The weighty impact, the searing pain that pierced to his very bones. The passive growth from pain was operating at full throttle. He could distinctly feel his flesh becoming more resilient with each successive blow, his delicate control over energy becoming increasingly refined under the stimulus of suffering. Even the previously erratic aura around him solidified amidst the battering. This palpable enhancement of strength was utterly addictive. He remained immersed in the exhilarating experience of being battered for a full hour. During this time, he even inadvertently approached death once more, only to reluctantly consume a senzu bean, resulting in another significant leap in power. Meanwhile, Goku and Piccolo, having recovered, floated nearby, their expressions vividly reflecting the bizarre scene unfolding in the arena. Goku scratched his head in confusion, asking Piccolo, "Do you think our brother seems to be growing stronger as he endures the beating?" Piccolo, arms crossed and his green visage impassive, nonetheless harbored a hint of disbelief in his eyes as he replied, "Yes. This may not simply be a Saiyan's near-death trait. It appears he is deliberately absorbing damage and transforming the agony into the sustenance of his growth, a previously unheard-of method of cultivation." From a distance, Raditz silently applauded. Truly, Piccolo's intellect is remarkable. However, Cell was no fool. Within him resided not only Saiyan Cell's but also Piccolo's, endowing him with formidable intelligence and calm, analytical prowess. As the battle progressed, he gradually sensed something amiss. This Raditz fellow was exceedingly peculiar. No matter how hard he struck, he seemed indomitable. Just when he appeared on the brink of collapse, he would consume a bean, and upon recovery, his aura was evidently stronger. This was not combat. It was as if he were merely a free sparring partner and punching bag. This guy is undoubtedly honing some bizarre technique against me. As the alarm bells rang in Cell's mind, he realized with dread, if this continues, should he once again unleash that crimson aura, I fear I may not stand a chance against him. The rate of his growth is utterly terrifying. I must not allow him to progress any further. With this thought, Cell abruptly retreated, distancing himself from the fray and ceasing his assault. Raditz, momentarily taken aback while reveling in his blows, adopted a defensive stance and inquired with confusion, "What? Why have you stopped? I was just getting into it." Cell's expression darkened, and a glimmer of shrewdness and apprehension flickered in his multifaceted eyes. "You fool! Do you take me for a simpleton? You are far too sinister. I refuse to continue this fight." "What? You're quitting just like that? How uninteresting," Raditz replied, his face falling in disappointment. "Unless you allow me to absorb her," pointing sharply at the tense and watchful Android 18. "You can forget about me indulging in this tiresome game." Suddenly singled out, Android 18 stiffened, her complexion paling in an instant as she instinctively glanced at Raditz, panic surging within her. "He wouldn't truly hand me over, would he?" Upon hearing this, Raditz turned to observe the exquisite yet alarmed visage of Android 18, then glanced back at Cell with a look of incredulity. "Are you out of your mind? You wish to absorb such a beautiful lady and transform her into a part of your grotesque self? That is quite excessive of you." Cell was momentarily taken aback, his frustration escalating as he retorted, "I don't care. Either you allow me to absorb her, or I will cease fighting. You choose." Raditz sighed, shrugging his shoulders. "Alas, I had hoped to play a while longer. Since you seem to have a death wish, His gaze sharpened instantaneously, the previously carefree aura around him receding, replaced by an overwhelming and terrifying pressure that seemed to awaken a colossal beast that had slumbered for eons. Then let this be the end. Boom! A resplendent golden aura erupted like the core of the sun. Raditz's hair transformed into a dazzling golden hue in an instant. An overwhelming aura, far surpassing any previous moment, surged forth as if it could effortlessly crush stars, rolling out like a tangible tsunami. Under this oppressive force, Goku and Piccolo, far in the distance, changed countenance, struggling to maintain their flight. Meanwhile, Cell, under the intense scrutiny, felt as though the weight of the entire universe bore down upon him, making even breathing excruciatingly difficult. His multifaceted eyes filled with unprecedented fear and despair. No, it's impossible. How could this be? Cell's voice trembled from sheer terror. Raditz regarded him impassively, as though observing an insignificant insect. Without any elaborate motion, he merely flickered, akin to teleportation, and appeared before Cell. A hand enveloped in golden flames gently pressing upon Cell's crown. Cell did not even have a moment to react. Farewell, Patchwork Monster. Chapter 33, Another Year. In the palm of Raditz, a radiant beam of golden light silently shot forth, instantly piercing through Cell's cranium, obliterating both it and its core in an utter annihilation. The enormous, so-called perfect form of Cell disintegrated like a sand sculpture scattered by the wind, swiftly transforming from its head into the most basic particles, dissipating into the air without leaving a trace. A swift kill, an absolute, unquestionable annihilation. The battlefield was engulfed in profound silence. Goku stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it for what felt like an eternity. Piccolo, arms crossed, instinctively tightened his grip, his face paling in shock. Meanwhile, Android 18 stared dumbfounded at the golden figure, her mind a blank canvas, as if everything that had just transpired was but an absurd dream. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully challenging Cell, complete form, possessing immense fighting spirit. It has been detected that during the challenge, the host utilized external tools, senza beans, and did not rely purely on innate strength, exploiting the opponent's passive growth. According to Rule 3, the rewards will be diminished accordingly. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the reward, the regenerative ability of Majin Buu. As the system notification echoed in his mind, an indescribable warmth, seemingly emanating from the very essence of life, surged through every cell of Raditz's being. This sensation was far more profound and uncanny than any ability he had previously acquired. It felt as though his very life form had been fundamentally rewritten, reinforced, and even transcended. The regenerative ability of Majin Buu. Raditz's heart surged with exhilaration. This was the terrifying regenerative power associated with that pink monstrosity, regarded as a cosmic anomaly, according to his understanding of the original narrative. The essence of this ability lay in the fact that as long as a single cell remained unscathed, it could serve as a foundation to absorb energy and rapidly complete a full-body regeneration. Rebirth of severed limbs? Instantaneous healing? Those were merely elementary operations. As long as consciousness persisted and energy was sufficient, it was almost synonymous with immortality. Ha ha ha, it's done. It has truly come to fruition. Raditz's heart screamed with euphoria. Though he endeavored to maintain composure, the slight curve at the corner of his mouth betrayed his overwhelming joy. The regenerative ability of Majin Buu, combined with my capacity to grow stronger through pain. Oh my heavens! Was this not tailor-made for my reckless pursuits? He envisioned a future where, in the face of any formidable foe, he could charge fearlessly, withstanding attacks, and in the throes of extreme agony, ascend in strength, recovering in the next moment amidst a pink glow, even emerging stronger than before. This was no mere enhancement. It was akin to equipping a tiger with a jet engine fueled by boundless energy and external armor. Ascend. This time he was truly set to soar. The path to invincibility lay beneath his feet, just as Raditz immersed himself in the boundless visions of a glorious future, on the verge of breaking into a triumphant laugh. A cool voice, tinged with a hint of teasing, interrupted his reverie. Hey, Raditz. Raditz snapped back to reality, only to find Android 18, the future wife of Krillin, apologies. Krillin, a stunning beauty, now standing before him. In her azure eyes, a fleeting complexity flickered before ultimately transforming into a succinct expression of gratitude. Thank you for saving me. Although Raditz's primary objective in defeating Cell was to attain the challenge reward, he could not deny the allure it presented. At that moment, Goku and Piccolo arrived. Goku's face alight with excitement and admiration as he exuberantly exclaimed, "Big brother, you are incredible. That battle stirred my very blood. I have already transcended the Super Saiyan limits. Yet, I feel the gap between us is only widening." He scratched his head bashfully, embodying the Saiyans' combative spirit intertwined with pure admiration for a stronger opponent. Piccolo, arms crossed and maintaining his characteristic seriousness, nonetheless gazed at Raditz with a mixture of awe and a subtle hint of helplessness. In a grave tone, he remarked, "Raditz, your strength is indeed unfathomable." Observing the duo before him, Raditz smiled and patted Goku's shoulder, his tone imbued with fraternal encouragement. "No worries, Goku. Your potential exceeds far beyond this. The path of the Super Saiyan has only just begun. Trust me, in the future, you will surpass even me." He then turned to Piccolo, his gaze penetrating and affirming. "And you, Piccolo, although, in terms of racial norms, the potential of Namekians may not rival our Saiyan absurdities. You are an exception." Raditz paused, intentionally employing a word that caused Piccolo's lips to twitch. "You are sufficiently green." "What does that mean?" Piccolo furrowed his brow. "It signifies that your potential and willpower are extraordinary. Your depth is intricate and profound. Do not fixate solely on the transformations of the Saiyans. What you must do is excavate your own essence and carve out your own path as a Namekian hero. The future will undoubtedly hold great promise." Raditz's words were heartfelt, as Piccolo's growth and contributions in the original narrative truly warranted encouragement. Lastly, he turned his gaze to Android 18. Donning a smile he deemed charming, though perhaps a tad rogue in her eyes, no need for thanks. Beautiful. That fellow cell was merely nauseating. Dealing with him was only right. As for you, what are your plans moving forward? You might consider gathering the Dragon Balls, not only to resurrect your brother, number 17, but also to have Shenron assist in removing the bombs within you. He winked, hinting at a bit of foresight, as if delivering a timely piece of wisdom. Should you encounter any troubles or simply wish to discuss life's ambitions, do not hesitate to seek me out, preferably in the evenings. With that, Raditz felt it was time to withdraw gracefully. He surveyed the ravaged battlefield and the assorted expressions of the three before him, believing that his departing figure must appear both grand and enigmatic. "Take care, everyone, I bid you farewell." As his words lingered in the air, he dramatically tossed his long hair and, with his right hand shaped like a sword, traced a flamboyant arc through the air, culminating in a crisp snap of his fingers. His impromptu teleportation initiation pose, which he felt perfectly embodied the image of a reclusive sage cloaked in accomplishment and mystery. Whoosh! With a subtle shift in the air, Raditz's figure vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Only Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Android 18 remained at the scene. Sun Wukong gazed at the spot where Raditz had disappeared, genuinely exclaiming, "Brother, he is truly magnificent." "That move," Piccolo, with an expressionless demeanor, retorted. Did he really think that move made him look impressive? He found it difficult to comprehend the aesthetic sensibilities of the Saiyans, especially the overtly theatrical appearance of Raditz. Android 18, her cheeks slightly flushed, murmured, discussing life. Perhaps it is best to do so at night. Meanwhile, Raditz, who had instantaneously teleported back to the luxurious living room of Bulma's home, remained oblivious to Piccolo's remarks. He caught sight of Bulma descending the staircase. Bulma looked at Raditz, who had suddenly appeared with a wild hairstyle and slightly tattered battle attire, yet wore an unmistakable grin of pride. Curiously, she inquired, "Oh, you're back? With that expression. Did you go and torment your brother again? You seem quite pleased." Raditz chuckled, comfortably settling onto the sofa, took a bite of an apple from the table, and replied with a mysterious smile, "It's nothing, just a small yet significant step closer to my dream of being invincible. By the way, my departure must have looked exceptionally cool." Bulma rolled her eyes at him. What a character! Time flowed like sand through fingers, and before long, another year had passed. During this year, Earth experienced a rare period of peace and underwent numerous changes. Piccolo, once the harbinger of chaos, had now transformed into a dedicated mentor and caretaker for Gohan, guiding him through rigorous training in the wilderness. Thanks to the immense wealth acquired by the Sun family through the Dragon's Wish, which alleviated Chi-Chi's greatest concern, she finally ceased pressuring Gohan to bury himself in books for college. With favorable living conditions and a relaxed mood, plans for a second child progressed smoothly, leading to the much-anticipated arrival of little Goten, who brought renewed vitality to the Capsule Corporation. Moreover, the Capsule Corporation in West City welcomed its young master, Raditz's son, Laser. This little one perfectly inherited the Scion's black hair and Bulma's blue eyes, displaying extraordinary energy and appetite at such a tender age. Although Bulma jested about managing one little Scion being enough, only to have another arrive, her radiant smile betrayed her true feelings. Raditz's life over the past year had been both fulfilling and comfortable. Utilizing his innate training aptitude as a frost demon and his unique growth abilities, his foundational strength steadily increased. Although he had not encountered formidable opponents like Cell to sharpen his skills, his power had become unfathomable in its own right. Discussions about life aspirations with Android 18 became a regular occurrence, fostering a subtle understanding between them, remaining within the bounds of propriety. Bulma, ever so astute, discerned the underlying truths. Yet, after careful consideration, she chose to turn a blind eye, partly out of an acceptance, or perhaps resignation, towards Raditz's non-human existence. Deep within her heart, she acknowledged the formidable challenge of satisfying a Scion endowed with near-infinite energy and resilience as an ordinary Earth woman. As long as Raditz held the notion of family, encompassing both her and Laser, she could acquiesce to some diplomatic exchanges. Chapter 34. What is Vegeta feeling? On this day, the atmosphere at Goku's home on Mount Paozu was particularly lively, with everyone gathered together. Even Android 18 made a rare appearance. She and the resurrected Android 17 had chosen to settle in the remote depths of Mount Paozu, where the environment remained pristine, teeming with monsters and wildlife, perfect for 17's affinity for nature and animals. As everyone relished a peaceful lunch, primarily consisting of Goku's voracious appetite for food, an unmistakably powerful aura surged closer, crashing into Earth's atmosphere with an uncontainable intensity and a hint of disarray, heading straight from Mount Paozu. Boom! A somewhat dilapidated spherical spacecraft plummeted onto the clearing before Goku's home. The hatch opened, and a figure clad in a blue, form-fitting battle suit with a white scarf draped over his shoulders emerged. A diminutive yet imposing presence, the long-lost Vegeta. His expression was grim, his gaze sharp with the weight of experience and a barely perceptible frustration. He surveyed the gathering, ultimately fixing his eyes on Goku, who was greedily gnawing on a massive beast leg, his mouth smeared with grease. Vegeta scowled deeply, then glanced at Raditz, who was calmly seated beside Bulma, amusing their son, and snorted disdainfully. I seem to have lost something of great importance. Kakarot, Raditz. Vegeta's voice retained its trademark arrogance, yet upon closer inspection, it lacked the absolute confidence of yore. It appeared that this group of lower-class warriors had grown quite comfortable in this greenhouse of Earth. In Vegeta's eyes, they were all but lowly warriors. Goku swallowed his morsel and greeted cheerfully, "Oh, it's Vegeta. Long time no see. Where have you been all these years? Care to join us for a meal? Chi-Chi's cooking is fantastic." Vegeta's forehead tightened with irritation as he ignored Goku's invitation and cut straight to the point, his tone deliberately dramatic. "I do not have the time to play house with you. I have returned to deliver a grave message. An exceedingly dangerous Scion has emerged in the universe. A legendary Super Scion. A legendary Super Scion?" The crowd was taken aback. Even Raditz lifted his head, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. Indeed, Vegeta's tone grew grave, as if announcing a catastrophic event. His name is Broly. Along with his ancient father, Aparagus, they roam the universe, wreaking havoc and annihilating planets. Their actions are more brutal and destructive than even that wretched Frieza, wherever they pass. Not a blade of grass survives. He paused, gauging the reactions of those present, particularly Raditz. Raditz merely raised an eyebrow, refraining from immediate response. Internally, he cursed softly, continuing to embellish. 6 months prior, my royal spacecraft inadvertently traversed their ravaged star domain, and I bore witness to the desolation of that planet. As the prince of the Scions, how could I stand idly by while such scum tarnished the illustrious name of our race? I intervened without hesitation. A hint of humiliation and indignation flickered across Vegeta's face. Little did I anticipate that Broly possessed such dark and inexplicable power. His strength grew without reason. In a moment of carelessness, I fell victim to his assault. Had I not retreated my ship in time, leveraging my speed advantage, the consequences would have been dire. He omitted the intricate details of the battle, yet the implication that he had exerted his utmost against a grotesquely formidable foe was unmistakable. Then, with piercing intensity, he fixed his gaze upon Raditz. "Raditz, you are now the strongest among the Scions. This malevolent entity, which poses a threat to the safety of the universe and desecrates the honor of our race, must be eradicated by you. Will you merely cower on Earth? Watching as they continue their rampage, his thoughts raced with calculated cunning. Broly is a complete monstrosity. After years of arduous training, I, Vegeta, have barely achieved the Super Saiyan state. Yet before that creature, I was overwhelmed in mere moments, almost facing utter defeat. This humiliation must be avenged. However, with my current strength, the prospects seem bleak. Therefore, why not entice Raditz, a being of even greater prowess, to confront him? Let them engage in a fierce struggle. Regardless of the outcome, I, Vegeta, will reap the benefits and at least alleviate this vexation within me. Before Raditz could respond, Goku, brimming with fervor and a sense of justice, leapt to his feet. What? There are such wicked Saiyans? Destroying planets indiscriminately? This cannot stand. Vegeta, tell me where they are. I shall confront him. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Goku, his disdain unmistakable. You, Kakarot, Donotiist. With your meager skills? You are not even a Super Saiyan. Are you? You would merely walk to your demise. Do not embarrass the Saiyans. This matter must be handled by Raditz. He deliberately emphasized Raditz's name, attempting to provoke. Yet, Goku would not be dissuaded. He clenched his fists, his aura steady, yet his eyes resolute. Hey, Vegeta, do not underestimate me. I have not been idle this past year. I am formidable now. Formidable? Vegeta appeared to hear the grandest of jokes, crossing his arms and lifting his chin slightly, adopting his classic, infuriatingly arrogant tone. Kakarot, it seems the peace of Earth has dulled your senses. You believe that ruling on Earth qualifies you to engage in cosmic battles? I have fought through life and death across the universe to attain true power. Yet you, merely a flower raised in a greenhouse, do not comprehend the essence of genuine combat. He stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming presence. I have no time for your frivolous banter. Want to prove you are not worthless? Very well. Defeat me. If you cannot surpass me, do not even think about confronting a monstrosity like Broly. Stay on Earth and tend to your children. Oof. Vegeta's haughty declaration ignited Goku's fighting spirit in an instant. Let us fight. I am eager to test my current strength. Goku responded without hesitation, his face brimming with excitement. Piccolo, remaining calm, reminded him, Goku, be sure to fight far away. We mustn't destroy our home. I know, Piccolo. Goku replied, turning to Vegeta. Let us find a spacious area. With a disdainful snort, Vegeta's aura erupted violently, golden light soaring into the heavens as his hair transformed into a golden, upright form. His pupils shifting to a vivid green. A powerful energy stirred the winds, causing the surrounding flora to bow low. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Dealing with you doesn't require much time at all. Kakarot witnessed the true power of a Super Saiyan. Feel despair. Vegeta hovered in midair, looking down with absolute confidence. However, in the face of an aura that would have suffocated the Z fighters a year prior, Goku merely adjusted his wrist calmly, his hair remaining its usual black. He regarded the menacing Vegeta with an iconic, somewhat naive yet fervent smile. Be careful, Vegeta, I'm coming. As soon as the words left his lips, Goku's figure vanished like a phantom. In the next moment, before Vegeta could fully react, Goku appeared right before him, their noses nearly touching. What? Vegeta's pupils dilated. Even in his Super Saiyan state, he had completely failed to perceive Goku's movement. In response, Goku delivered a seemingly casual yet lightning-fast punch. With a thunderous sound, Vegeta's abdomen, enveloped in golden energy, caved in abruptly. His eyes bulged, mouth agape, as a mixture of bile and incredulity erupted from him. That energy, capable of obliterating planets, dissipated before Goku's punch as if it were mere paper. Vegeta's body was sent flying back like a sandbag struck with full force, hurtling through several hills at an even greater speed than he had arrived, ultimately embedding himself into a rocky wall, leaving a distinct human-shaped indentation. Dust filled the air. Goku slowly retracted his fist, scratching his face, and gazing at the smoking crater on the mountainside. He sheepishly murmured, perhaps I overdid it a bit? Vegeta, are you okay? Goku's voice, tinged with innocence and concern, echoed in the silent arena, sounding particularly jarring. The entire area fell into silence. Krillin's mouth hung open, and Tien's third eye widened in disbelief. A series of harsh coughs and the sound of falling rubble emerged from the human-shaped indentation in the distant wall. Vegeta struggled to extract himself from the rock, staggering back to the ground. The golden aura surrounding him had long since vanished, his hair reverting to its natural black. A distinct fist imprint marred the abdomen of his battle attire, with fine cracks appearing around it. He lifted his head, his face smeared with dust and bruises. The once proud expression on his visage completely replaced by shock and bewilderment. He fixed his gaze upon the distant figure of Sun Wukong, who maintained a casual demeanor, an expression of innocent nonchalance upon his face. His voice, laced with humiliation and astonishment, emerged in a strained, distorted manner. What is happening? Kakarot, what have you done? How can you be this strong? I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. His words erupted in a near roar. The Super Saiyan transformation was a testament to his arduous journey, a source of pride, and the proof that he had finally begun to catch up to Raditz. Yet, how was it possible that even in his base form, Kakarot could so effortlessly annihilate him? This shattered his entire perception of reality. Sun Wukong scratched his head, observing the nearly frenzied Vegeta. He opened his mouth, unsure of how to explain. Should he admit that he hadn't even exerted his full strength? That he had merely thrown a casual punch? He sensed that such an admission might only provoke Vegeta further. Chapter 35, Vegeta shatters again. At that moment, Piccolo stepped forward, his voice steady as it shattered the awkward silence. Vegeta, it is not that Wukong has done something extraordinary, but rather that your information is tragically outdated. Vegeta abruptly turned to Piccolo, his gaze fierce, as if he wished to consume him whole. Outdated? What do you mean, Namekian? Piccolo, undeterred by his fury, calmly laid out the facts. More than a year ago, Sun Wukong surpassed the limits of a typical Super Saiyan, achieving an entirely new realm. He refers to it as Super Saiyan Second Grade. What? Super Saiyan Second Grade. Vegeta was struck as if by lightning, his body jolting in shock. The color draining from his face, disbelief etched across his features. I refuse to believe it. How can this be possible? Raditz may have transformed before me. But that lowly warrior, Kakarot, how could he have surpassed the boundaries of a Super Saiyan? I will not accept this. No. He could not fathom this reality, letting out a primal roar of denial. He could still somewhat convince himself of Raditz's strength, but the thought that Kakarot, the low-class warrior he had always looked down upon, had quietly surpassed him by such a margin was more agonizing than death itself. Piccolo observed the crumbling Vegeta, glancing at the oblivious Wukong, and sighed. He turned to Wukong and said, Son, words alone will not suffice. Let him witness it for himself, so he may come to terms with it. Wukong blinked, enlightenment dawning upon him. Oh, right. Let Vegeta see for himself. He turned to Vegeta, his demeanor earnest. Vegeta, watch closely. With that, Sun Wukong's expression sharpened, and he exclaimed, Instantly, a golden aura surged forth from within him, his hair standing on end as it transformed into a radiant gold. The fiery determination burned in his emerald eyes as he ascended to his form as a Super Saiyan. However, merely this form caused Vegeta's pupils to constrict once more, his heart gripped as if by an invisible hand. He could distinctly sense that, even in the same Super Saiyan form, the aura radiating from Goku was akin to an immense ocean, vast and boundless, far surpassing the might he had just exhibited by several magnitudes. It was a dual crushing of both quality and quantity. His own power, in comparison, felt minuscule, like a mere stream against the might of a great river, a firefly in the presence of a full moon. Vegeta's complexion faded to a pallor, his heart turning to ashes. The disparity had been immense from the very beginning. But it was not over yet. Goku's voice rang out once more, imbued with a resolute determination to transcend limits. Next comes Super Saiyan 2. Watch closely, Vegeta. An even more ferocious, more blazing, and soul-shattering golden aura erupted explosively. Lightning danced wildly around Goku like a golden serpent, crashing forth with thunderous intensity. His hair stood even more erect, the bangs vanishing, brow lowering, and his gaze sharpening to an extraordinary degree, while the pressure emanating from him surged exponentially. Boom! The earth began to tremble violently. Seemingly unable to withstand the force that threatened to split it apart, distant mountains quaking and sending countless stones tumbling down. The clouds in the sky were forcibly dispersed and disturbed by this overwhelming momentum. The oppressive aura loomed over every individual present like a tangible mountain, pressing heavily upon their hearts. Ugh! Krillin let out a muffled groan, nearly collapsing to the ground. Tien and Kaiotsu also turned pale, straining to maintain their footing through sheer effort. Android 18 furrowed her brow, her body taut, evidently feeling the immense pressure. Even Piccolo had to elevate his own energy to counter this omnipresent sense of oppression. "Enough, Goku. Please release it," Piccolo shouted, his voice slightly distorted amidst the roaring energy. "Your aura is significantly stronger than when you first transformed a year ago." Just then, a gentle yet remarkably resilient barrier of energy unfurled quietly, resembling a transparent dome, securely encasing Bulma, Chi-Chi, Goten, and the infant Goku, shielding them from the suffocating pressure outside. Raditz remained seated, one hand still playfully teasing his son, while the other casually waved as if merely brushing away dust, wearing a serene smile. The pressure of Super Saiyan 2? To him, it felt no different than a gentle breeze. Upon hearing this, Goku nodded, and his world-shattering aura receded like a tide, the golden flames and lightning dissipating. His hair returning to its natural black, transforming him back into the seemingly harmless Goku. The tremors of the ground ceased, yet the terrifying aftershocks lingered in the air, leaving everyone with a lingering sense of dread. Vegeta slumped directly to the ground, his eyes vacant, lips trembling, unable to utter a single coherent word. All his pride and confidence were utterly shattered in that moment. Raditz's depths are unfathomable, while Kakarot's terror renders the arduous training of these past years a grand jest. No, he cannot concede defeat so easily. He must regain some semblance of dignity, even if it is but a fragment. Vegeta suddenly raised his head, as if clutching the last straw of hope. His eyes, filled with resentment and humiliation, scanned the crowd and ultimately settled upon Piccolo, who had just spoken in his defense. This Namekian, yes, it must be him. Surely he cannot also. Vegeta felt a surge of vitality, or perhaps it was merely a final flicker of stubbornness, as he leapt to his feet, pointing at Piccolo with all his might, striving to reclaim his princely arrogance, though his voice trembled slightly. "Hey, you the green one." Before he could finish his sentence, Piccolo's white pupils met his gaze with calm resolve, as if he had already discerned Vegeta's pitiful intentions. Piccolo, disinterested in further dialogue, merely focused his mind. Buzz, an overwhelming, pure, and oppressive energy was instantly unleashed from within Piccolo. Though this aura did not possess the world-shattering might of Goku's Super Saiyan 2 form, it was solid, weighty, and imbued with the resilience and strength of countless trials, firmly surpassing Vegeta's Super Saiyan aura at its peak, perhaps even exceeding it. Vegeta's finger, once pointed defiantly at Piccolo, froze mid-air as all his taunts and provocations became lodged in his throat, unable to escape his lips. His expression transformed from a feigned ferocity to astonishment, and then to utter despair and desolation. Ultimately, he appeared as if all his bones had been extracted, his shoulders slumped, and his head hung low. I cannot believe I am outmatched by this green-faced freak," Vegeta murmured, his voice barely audible, laden with profound bitterness and self-doubt. Oh. In the end, all his complex emotions erupted into a long, anguished wail that resonated throughout the valleys of Baozi Mountain, a cry filled with resentment and humiliation. The social death and the death of his pride that Prince Vegeta experienced today would likely take an eternity to heal. Raditz observed this scene, gently patting his restless son, who had been unsettled by the earlier commotion, and chuckled softly to Bulma. "It seems Prince Vegeta is in need of some psychological counseling." Bulma shot him a glare and retorted, "It's all your kind-ass fault." Meanwhile, Android 18 gazed at the thoroughly defeated Vegeta, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing her lips as she softly remarked, "He brought this upon himself." Indeed, among those present, save for Tien and Krillin, as well as the women and infants, everyone was stronger than the current Vegeta. Even Gohan, through his training over the past year, had attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Though his power may not match Vegeta's, he is still but a child. Vegeta's voice, a lamentation steeped in humiliation, echoed through the valley, reverberating with the tale of a prince's shattered pride. Ultimately, it was Piccolo, the rational anchor of the team, who shattered the suffocating silence and steered the conversation back on course. His green visage turned towards the slumped figure of Vegeta, whose vacant gaze betrayed a sense of despair. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Vegeta, speak in detail about Broly. Which galaxy are they currently in? What are the coordinates?" Upon the mention of Broly, Vegeta's previously distant eyes finally ignited with a flicker of hatred and trepidation. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise from the ground, brushing off the dust that clung to him, attempting to reclaim the dignity of a prince, albeit with little success. He muttered a distant galaxy's coordinates, adding, "That planet is likely on the brink of complete destruction. We cannot remain idle in the face of such danger." Goku immediately responded, his fighting spirit rekindled. "Let's all go together. Strength lies in numbers." Krillin and Tien exchanged a glance and stood up as well. Krillin rubbed his bald head with a smile, saying, "Though I may not be of much help, we can't let Raditz and Goku always charge in first. We wish to contribute as well." Tien nodded steadily, his three eyes glimmering with determination. Gohan also clenched his tiny fists, gazing eagerly at Piccolo and Goku. However, Raditz remained unfazed, sitting idly as he played with his son. "Ras," Bulma curiously asked, "Hey, Raditz, aren't you coming? This Broly sounds formidable." Raditz lifted his head, revealing an inscrutable smile, pondering to himself. Let Goku and the others assist Broly in enhancing his battle prowess. If I were to engage with my current strength, a serious 20-fold Kaioken could potentially eliminate the legendary Super Saiyan in an instant. How utterly dull. After all, it is not every day that a decent wild boss emerges in the universe. I must allow him to grow stronger until he can inflict sufficient pain and pressure on me before I reap the rewards of my passive growth. To act now would be a sheer waste of resources. Chapter 36, Broly. While his mind was a whirlwind of calculations, his lips articulated, "I trust Goku and Piccolo can handle it. Furthermore, someone must remain on Earth in case of unforeseen circumstances. This minor situation will suffice for them to stretch their legs." The term minor situation caused Vegeta's mouth to twitch, yet, mindful of the recent painful lesson, he wisely chose to remain silent. Seeing Raditz's firm stance, the others ceased their insistence. Bulma, brimming with initiative, promptly retrieved a large interstellar spaceship from the Universal Capsule, the same one as before. Ultimately, the crew was confirmed: Goku, Piccolo, Vegeta, Gohan, with Piccolo's tacit approval, recognizing it as a rare opportunity for practical experience, along with the eager volunteers, Krillin and Tien. With a grim expression, Vegeta input the coordinates he remembered. The spaceship's engine emitted a deep rumble, transforming into a streak of light as it soared beyond Earth's atmosphere, venturing into the vast and uncharted depths of the cosmos. 2 days later, they arrived at the target galaxy, where a once vibrant planet now lay in ruins. The Earth fissured, magma flowed, oceans evaporated, and the sky was shrouded in thick dust, with only sporadic explosions and flashes of energy revealing that destruction was still unfolding. The spaceship from Bulma pierced through the planet's murky atmosphere, gently descending onto a relatively flat expanse of scorched earth. As the hatch opened, Sun Wukong led the way, followed by Piccolo, Vegeta, Gohan, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan. The apocalyptic scene before them tightened their brows, particularly the kind-hearted Wukong and Gohan, whose faces were etched with anger. "This is utterly unforgivable." Wukong clenched his fists. At that moment, a tremendous explosion echoed from afar, accompanied by a wild roar. The group immediately soared towards the source of the most intense energy fluctuations. Soon, they beheld their target, a towering young man with long, dark green hair, who was gathering a massive green energy sphere with his bare hands, preparing to hurl it at the last remaining forest that still clung to life. Beside him sat a middle-aged man on a small hovering device, his expression sinister and adorned with a power-level scouter, laughing with malicious glee. This man was Paragus. He quickly noticed the descending spaceship and the approaching figures, particularly the familiar silhouette. "Oh!" Paragus maneuvered the hover device to face them, his gaze sweeping over the group, finally landing on Vegeta, revealing an exaggerated, mocking smile. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Who do we have here? Is this not our esteemed Prince Vegeta? How curious. After narrowly escaping last time, you've returned with reinforcements for another futile attempt at demise?" His gaze shifted past Vegeta to the figure standing at the forefront, Sun Wukong. After a moment of scrutiny, recognition dawned on him, and his smile turned even more sinister. This person seems familiar. You must be, you're Bardock's son, Kakarot. Indeed, it's Kakarot. I saw you when you were sent away from planet Vegeta as a child. You look just like your father." Paragus's words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Kakarot, the imposing youth, Broly, who had been gathering the energy sphere, suddenly froze. He slowly turned his head, and at the mention of the name Kakarot, his eyes, already somewhat frenzied, widened in an instant. An indescribable, deep-seated agitation and ferocity erupted from within him uncontrollably, akin to a volcanic eruption. "Kakarot," he murmured, his voice hoarse and dangerous, as the green energy sphere disintegrated in his grasp. Kakarot! In the next moment, he lifted his head with a deafening roar, his dark green hair thrashing in an unseen wind, as a suffocating aura of rage enveloped him. It seemed as though his reason had been ignited and consumed entirely by that name. Once again, that whimpering brat, that bastard who kept me awake at night. Kakarot! Broly's voice resonated with chaotic hatred, his gaze consumed by a ferocious intent, fixated firmly on Sun Wukong. This is bad. In an instant, Piccolo sensed the other party's aura surge to an irrational degree and immediately issued a warning. However, it was already too late. Boom! The ground beneath Broly's feet erupted violently, and his massive form transformed into a green blur, nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air like a frenzied ancient beast, he charged directly towards the location of Goku and his companions with unparalleled speed. Goku, the first to bear the brunt of this onslaught, felt a jolt of urgency. Unfazed, he let out a low growl, his aura exploding forth as he instantly entered a battle-ready state, charging headlong into Broly's path. Crash! Their fists collided with tremendous force. There were no elaborate techniques involved. It was a pure clash of strength against strength. A visible wave of terrifying energy radiated from the point of impact, violently displacing the ground by several meters, sending debris and dust swirling outward like a tsunami. Krillin, Tien, and the others had to brace themselves to avoid being swept away. At the epicenter of the collision, Goku's expression shifted slightly as he was propelled backward, sliding several meters before regaining his footing. Shaking his slightly numbed fist, he revealed an unprecedented seriousness mingled with excitement. This opponent possessed immense power. Moreover, that energy continued to escalate. Goku fixed his gaze on the figure slowly rising from the dust, resembling a demonic deity, and remarked solemnly, "This is no simple foe." After just one clash, any underestimation he might have held vanished entirely. The Saiyan named Broly harbored a force within him akin to an unfathomable abyss. Feral, primal, and immeasurable. Opposite him, Broly shook his head, his crimson eyes locked onto Goku, emitting a beast-like growl from his throat. "Kakarot, I will kill you!" As Broly's frenzied form surged forward. Imbued with an insatiable bloodlust, Goku's eyes narrowed, yet he chose not to transform immediately. The inherent warrior instinct of the Saiyans, or perhaps a tactical probe, compelled him to confront the challenge in his normal state. "Bring it on!" Goku shouted, pushing off the ground with tremendous force, advancing instead of retreating, and turning into a streak of light as he collided head-on with the green behemoth. Bang! The disproportionate fists clashed once more. This time, the resounding impact was even heavier, reminiscent of two meteors colliding. The shockwave generated by their raw physical strength radiated outward in a circular explosion, further ravaging the already devastated ground. In his normal form, Goku clearly found himself at a disadvantage in sheer power, as he was sent flying backward by Broly's overwhelming force. Yet, he adeptly flipped in mid-air, landing gracefully, his excitement intensifying. Incredible! What astonishing strength! Goku shook his slightly tingling arms, genuinely impressed. Kakarot, D. Broly, however, could not comprehend the praise. In his eyes, any response from Goku was merely a provocation. He charged forward once more, roaring with fury, his colossal fist descending like a tempest. Each strike imbued with a fearsome power to shatter mountains and split stones. His movements were chaotic yet astonishingly swift, covering a vast area. Goku's figure swayed as he merged instant transmission with a shadow boxing to perfection, weaving through the myriad of punches. Occasionally, when evasion proved impossible, he would block with his arms or legs, each collision resounding like the clash of metal, sending waves of energy coursing through him. Boom! Broly's punch missed its target, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater several dozen meters wide. Whoosh! Goku darted to his side, delivering a whip-like kick to his midsection, only to feel as though he had struck a thick alloy armor, the recoil leaving his calf tingling. Broly retaliated with a backhanded slap. The gust of wind generated slicing past Goku's cheek, leaving behind faint traces of blood. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. They ascended from the ground to the sky, their forms intertwining amidst a tempest of energy. Undoubtedly, Goku's combat skills surpassed Broly's. His strikes were more precise, and his dodges more agile, often exploiting openings in Broly's relentless offense for counterattacks. However, Broly resembled an unyielding beast, tireless and impervious to pain. Goku's blows seemed only to incite deeper fury within him. Most alarming was the palpable surge of energy emanating from Broly, escalating at a visibly alarming rate. Initially, in his normal state, Goku could hold his own through skill, but soon Broly's speed and strength matched his rhythm and even began to surpass it. The green aura surrounding him blazed more fiercely, akin to an erupting volcano. Haha, delightful. Bring it on. Goku became increasingly exhilarated, this clash of sheer power and speed. The pressure of facing a formidable foe ignited the Saiyan blood within him. He still refrained from transforming, instead pushing his base power to its limits, relentlessly unearthing his potential as he fought vigorously against this humanoid beast. Meanwhile, Broly grew ever more enraged. Kakarot was like an elusive eel, impossible to grasp or defeat. This frustration seemed to loosen some restraint within him, causing his power to surge even faster. In the distance, the Z fighters watched with grave expressions. Krillin swallowed hard, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. What manner of monster is this Broly? His strength is overwhelming. And why does his energy seem to be intensifying? Teen, with his 3 eyes fixed intently on the battlefield, spoke solemnly. Indeed, the rate at which his energy is escalating is utterly abnormal. It seems limitless. Piccolo, arms crossed and brow furrowed, observed the green aura surrounding Broly, relentless in its ascent. A familiar yet startling thought flashed through his mind. He recalled a year prior, on the battlefield of the final confrontation with Cell. Wasn't Raditz just like this? Confronted with the fully realized Broly, each injury and collision only served to amplify his energy, propelling it upwards like a rocket. The more he was struck, the more formidable he became. Could this Broly possess a capability akin to that of Raditz? No, there is a subtle difference. Raditz's growth seemed more passive, almost as if it stemmed from his injuries. In contrast, this Broly's enhancement appeared instinctual, marked by a volatile eruption fueled by rage. Yet, they shared a commonality. Their power could expand infinitely amidst battle. Piccolo voiced this revelation in hushed tones. Goku, be cautious. This Broly's energy escalates rapidly during combat. It resembles the growth your brother Raditz exhibited while battling Cell. Engaged in fierce combat, Goku, with his Saiyan instincts, had already discerned this phenomenon. He executed a backflip to evade Broly's devastating punch and seized the opportunity to exclaim, I feel it too. It's utterly absurd. Just like my brother. Haha, but that only makes things more interesting. His laughter resonated with pure delight at encountering a formidable foe, albeit tinged with a hint of caution. If the adversary truly possessed a similar capacity to grow stronger with each skirmish, prolonging the battle would only render their situation increasingly dire. Kakarot, Broly, frustrated by his inability to secure victory, let his fury escalate once more. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a deafening roar that echoed through the heavens. His surrounding green aura blazing like tangible flames, now intertwined with crackling arcs of electricity. His muscles swelled further, veins protruding like serpents, and his presence surged to an entirely new echelon. This is bad. His power has erupted again. Piccolo warned sharply. Broly abruptly spread his arms wide, summoning a colossal green energy sphere above his head, its energy fluctuations causing the very planet to tremble in anguish. The Kakarot, the cataclysmic energy sphere, akin to a green meteor, hurtled toward Goku and the Z fighters who stood not far behind him, an impending annihilation descending upon them. Faced with this inescapable, terrifying strike, the smile on Goku's face finally vanished, his gaze sharpening with fierce determination. It seemed that maintaining his usual form was no longer an option. He took a deep breath, fists clenched at his waist, and let out a battle cry that resonated across the battlefield. Hiya! A golden aura erupted skyward, dispelling the surrounding gloom like the sun. His hair stood on end, transforming into a resplendent golden hue, while fierce combat spirit ignited in his emerald eyes. Super Saiyan, here I come. As Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy underwent a monumental transformation. In the face of the oncoming colossal green energy sphere, he felt no fear. His right hand opened, forming an equally massive energy blast that radiated blinding golden light. Kamehameha! The golden beam surged forth like a roaring golden dragon, boldly confronting the annihilating green meteor. The two forces, potent enough to obliterate planets, collided violently in midair. Boom! 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 An unprecedented and colossal explosion erupted. A blinding radiance consumed all, as a terrifying storm of energy swept across the land, causing the earth to shatter like fragile cookies, collapsing into chaos. The watching Z fighters were compelled to exert all their strength to raise a protective shield, barely managing to safeguard themselves amidst this apocalyptic spectacle. As the brilliant light gradually dissipated, the scene at the center of the battlefield was revealed. Goku, in his Super Saiyan form, breathed heavily, his gaze gravely fixed upon his adversary. Broly, having taken Goku's full power Kamehameha head-on, bore scorch marks on his body. Yet the madness in his eyes and the intensity of his aura did not wane. Instead, they surged like a fire doused with gasoline, burning even more fiercely. The green flames grew increasingly dense. "Kakarot!" he bellowed, his mouth twisted into a savage and bloodthirsty grin, his voice resonating like a call from the depths of hell. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Goku revealed a complex smile, a mixture of excitement and seriousness. It seems the true battle is just beginning. The legendary Super Saiyan lives up to its name. No sooner had he spoken than Goku's figure became a blur. Whoosh! His speed had increased manifold beyond his normal state. In an instant, he appeared before Broly, moving so swiftly that Broly's rage-fueled mind could scarcely react. "Incredible!" Krillin exclaimed from a distance, unable to contain his astonishment. Boom! A massively heavy uppercut landed squarely on Broly's chin. The tremendous force lifted Broly's colossal form off the ground for the first time, sending him into the air. Ugh! Broly let out a pained grunt. But this was merely the beginning. Goku offered no respite, his figure shadowing Broly's suspended form, with fists, feet, elbows, and knees transforming into lethal weapons. The golden aura traced countless dazzling arcs in the air, raining down upon Broly like a tempest. Bang! 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 The relentless sound of impacts resounded like a drum. Each of Goku's strikes was infused with the terrifying power of Super Saiyan, precision targeting Broly's vital areas. Abdomen, chest, joints, even his temples. Ah! Broly roared, a cry of fury rather than pain, attempting to retaliate with a punch. Yet, in the face of Goku's absolute speed and exquisite combat technique, his attacks appeared clumsy and sluggish, often interrupted before they could fully extend or deftly avoided altogether. The tide of battle had shifted in an instant. Just moments ago, Goku had been on the defensive, but after transforming into a Super Saiyan, he completely dominated the frenzied Broly. He resembled a masterful boxer toying with a brute devoid of skill. "Incredible!" Goten exclaimed, eyes sparkling, fists clenched tightly. "Dad is totally in control." Tien Shinhan sighed in relief, admiration gleaming in his three eyes, as expected of Goku. The power of a Super Saiyan combined with his unparalleled combat talent is truly extraordinary. Even the perpetually scowling Vegeta could not deny at this moment that Kakarot, in his Super Saiyan form, exhibited a mastery of combat skills and power utilization that surpassed his own in both finesse and efficiency. Yet, internally he scoffed, "It is merely a temporary suppression." The monstrous Broly, as Vegeta had anticipated, was indeed a force of nature. Despite the lopsided battle, Broly's aura remained undiminished. Rather, it surged forth with a ferocity akin to a searing iron that, after each blow, erupted with even more intense and chaotic energy. His emerald flames did not wane. Instead, they deepened in hue and expanded in scope under Goku's relentless assault. Yes, just like that. Bring it on, Kakarot. Broly, amidst the onslaught, let out a more fervent, nay, more frenzied, roar. His eyes had transformed into a blood-red hue, his sanity nearly consumed by the flames of rage, leaving only the primal instinct for combat and a profound hatred directed at the name Kakarot. He sensed that something dormant within him was being awakened by this tempest of attacks and raw fury. An inexhaustible wellspring of power was surging forth from the very depths of his being. Goku too keenly perceived the anomaly. His strikes landed with undeniable force. Yet the feedback felt increasingly unyielding, and the recoil grew ever more potent. The opponent's energy not only failed to diminish, but resembled a volcano awakening, the energy within accumulating to an alarming degree. What monster this fellow is! Goku thought in astonishment, yet his movements showed no signs of hesitation. Rather, he accelerated his onslaught, reveling in the challenge. Though it was exhilarating, this battle was a rare delight for Goku. It had been ages since he had encountered an adversary who allowed him to unleash his full potential without restraint. Broly's unreasonable strength astonishing growth rate, and primal. Untamed fighting style invigorated Goku's Saiyan instincts. The sensation of dancing on the edge of a blade, engaged in a fierce struggle with a constantly evolving behemoth, set his blood ablaze, filling him with unrestrained exhilaration. What a thrill! Truly, what a thrill! Goku laughed heartily, delivering a powerful kick that sent Broly crashing to the ground. Boom! Broly plummeted like a meteor, leaving behind a massive crater. Yet, in the next moment, a horrifying pillar of green energy erupted from the depths of the pit. Broly's figure rose slowly, his muscles seemingly swelling even further, his green aura taking on the guise of tangible armor, electric arcs dancing wildly upon it. His energy had unmistakably approached, if not subtly surpassed, the limits of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Kakarot! Broly's voice echoed like the wails of countless tormented souls, brimming with a desire for destruction. He raised his hand with sudden ferocity, no longer gathering energy into a sphere, but instead reaching out to grasp Goku with a fierce, telekinetic force. Buzz! The space surrounding Wukong seemed to freeze in an instant, an invisible and immense force of constraint emanating from all directions, threatening to compress and crush him. Was this telekinesis? No. It was pure power causing spatial oppression. Wukong's expression shifted, his golden aura flaring intensely as he forcibly resisted this binding force. But in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Broly appeared before him like an apparition, his fist entwined with green arcs of electricity and destructive energy. Wielding a strength that seemed capable of piercing through stars, ruthlessly crashing towards Wukong's face. The speed and power had escalated beyond mere doubling. A worthy challenge. The brilliance in Wukong's eyes ignited as he stood firm, gathering his energy into his right fist. His golden aura was highly compressed, resembling a golden gauntlet. As he boldly met the attack, ultimate flash fist. Boom! Their fists collided once more. Yet this time, it was no longer a contest of equals. The golden flames and green thunderbolts intertwined chaotically, annihilating and exploding. The terrifying energy vortex utterly evaporated the ground beneath them, forming an ever-expanding abyss. The stalemate lasted less than a second. Wukong's figure was propelled away from the center of the explosion as if struck by a celestial body, crashing through countless protruding rock formations before embedding himself into a massive mountain in the distance, stirring a cloud of dust. "Dad!" Gohan cried out in shock. The Z fighter's expressions shifted dramatically. As the dust slowly settled, Broly hovered in midair, surrounded by green energy, his presence akin to a god or demon descending upon the earth. His blood-red eyes fixated on the direction where Wukong had been sent flying, unleashing a triumphant and furious roar. Kakarot! In the depths of the crater, Super Saiyan Wukong coughed as he struggled free from the rocky wall, wiping away a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. He gazed at the monstrous figure in the distance, one whose power had utterly surpassed his own, and rather than feeling disheartened, the flames in his eyes burned even more fiercely. How incredibly strong, he muttered to himself, and then a far greater and sharper energy began to awaken within him. It seemed that remaining in his current form was no longer an option. He clenched his fists, his golden aura once again surging, but this time, wild and dazzling white sparks began to flicker along the edges of the aura, accompanied by Wukong's furious roar. A transformation of earth-shattering magnitude was about to unfold on this shattered planet. Meanwhile, Broly, sensing that familiar aura which stirred his irritation and rage, a legendary resonance from the depths of his bloodline, unleashed an even wilder challenge roar. Super Saiyan, second level. Here I come. Boom! A tangible pressure radiated outward from Wukong, the ground beneath him unable to withstand this force, cracking like a spider's web and sinking. The clouds of dust in the sky were forcefully parted, creating a massive void. Compared to his Super Saiyan form, Wukong's aura now surged with a power several times greater. It was a transformation of profound significance, a remarkable leap in the realm of existence. Father is truly incredible. Gohan's eyes brimmed with admiration and longing. Piccolo's tightly clenched fists relaxed slightly, yet his gaze remained grave. Son had finally unleashed his true power, but that Broly. All gazes turned towards the far side of the battlefield. In the face of Goku's Super Saiyan 2, emanating a terrifying aura akin to divine retribution, Broly was not merely unfazed. Rather, he seemed to be incited into a furious frenzy, like a beast awakened. His blood-red eyes were fixated on Goku, encircled by golden lightning, emitting guttural sounds that conveyed not fear, but an insatiable craving, a primal yearning for a stronger adversary, for a more intense clash. Kakarot! He roared once more. Yet this time, his roar bore an unusual resonance, as if an ancient imprint slumbering deep within his bloodline had been awakened by Goku's ascended transformation. Buzz! The green aura surrounding Broly surged explosively, akin to a bomb detonating. The hue shifted from dark green to an even deeper, more ominous shade of emerald. His muscle fibers creaked under the strain, further coiling and expanding, his form seemingly enlarging, radiating an essence of ultimate destruction and chaotic violence. Boom! The ground beneath Broly disintegrated entirely, his colossal figure transforming into a blur entwined with green lightning as he initiated his assault. His speed had multiplied several-fold. Excellent! Goku! In his Super Saiyan 2 form, bore an icy demeanor, yet his fighting spirit burned as fervently as the sun. He moved, leaving behind a slowly dissipating trail of golden electricity, his true form materializing directly in Broly's path of charge, his fist enveloped in golden flames and white lightning, striking forth with unadorned ferocity. Bang! This time, the collision produced not a muffled thud, but a deafening clang reminiscent of two metallic, celestial bodies colliding. Golden and green energies, white and green lightning, intertwined chaotically, eroding and exploding. The shockwave morphed from a circular form into a cataclysmic tsunami, radiating outward in a spherical onslaught. This is bad. Retreat quickly, Piccolo shouted sharply, seizing Gohan and Krillin. As the group hastily withdrew, Vegeta's countenance darkened, yet he retreated without hesitation. The ground where they had stood, along with a vast area stretching several kilometers behind them, was reduced to molecular dust in the wake of the shockwave, vanishing without a trace. At the epicenter of the collision, the two figures separated instantly. Goku slid backward for 100 meters, regaining his footing, a tingling sensation radiating from his fist, the gravity of the situation deepening in his gaze. Broly, however, was sent hurtling backward, rolling through the air multiple times before forcibly halting. He shook his slightly deformed fist, green blood seeping through his fingers. Yet the madness in his bloodshot eyes burned even more fiercely, even twisting into a grotesque grin. Hiss! Kakarot has grown stronger. Excellent, I shall annihilate you. The battle erupted once more. This time, it was a true clash of deities. In the state of Super Saiyan 2, Goku's speed, strength, and reflexes have surpassed his former self in every conceivable way. His attacks are akin to a tempest, each punch and kick infused with the power to rend the very fabric of space. With his elusive instant transmission, he unleashes a relentless barrage upon Broly from all directions. Whoosh, 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 bang, boom, thud. Goku's form transforms into countless bolts of golden lightning, swirling around Broly with frenetic intensity. The enormous figure of Broly becomes the perfect target, enduring a relentless onslaught of heavy blows, vicious kicks, and close-range ki blasts. However, what leaves all spectators, especially Goku himself, increasingly alarmed is the sheer terror that is Broly. He resembles a sponge endowed with infinite memory and adaptability. Initially, faced with the absolute speed and power of Super Saiyan 2 Goku, Broly could only endure the punishment, perpetually a half-beat behind in his reactions. Yet, as his body absorbed the onslaught, it began to learn, adapt, and evolve at an astonishing rate. After just a few dozen exchanges, the Z-fighters were horrified to witness that Broly's blocking and dodging maneuvers were no longer as clumsy as at the outset. He began to anticipate some of Goku's attack trajectories. Although he would still take hits, he could now effectively defend with his arms or energy shields, mitigating the damage. His counterattacks, though still lacking finesse, began to adopt clever angles and speeds, no longer random flails, but rather calculated attempts to block Goku's evasive maneuvers, forcing him into direct confrontation. Most chilling of all was his speed and reflexes. How could this be? Krillin exclaimed. He seems to be catching up to Goku's movements. Indeed, Broly's speed was escalating at a pace that defied reason. Initially unable even to grasp Goku's afterimages, he could now barely keep pace with the ghostly movements of Super Saiyan 2 Goku, occasionally managing effective interceptions and counters. Yes, that's it. Kakarot. Faster. Stronger. Broly's maniacal laughter echoed through the fray. He reveled in the sensation of being overwhelmed by immense power, relishing the rapid evolution amid extreme combat. With each injury sustained, each adaptation made, and each surge of fury, his aura continued its unwavering ascent, seemingly boundless. Goku, after a fierce exchange, withdrew slightly, breathing heavily, gazing at the green behemoth opposite him, growing bolder and whose energy was almost touching the threshold of Super Saiyan 2, his mind awash with tumultuous thoughts. What on earth is this creature made of? His growth rate is simply as outrageous as my brother's. If Raditz's ascent was a passive trigger, a steady enhancement, then Broly's evolution is an active rampage, an exponential explosion. He is like a deity of destruction born for battle, growing stronger with each challenge, becoming increasingly frenzied. This cannot continue. Goku's gaze sharpened. He understood that if the battle persisted in this manner, allowing Broly to fully adapt to the speed and strength of Super Saiyan 2, the consequences of a subsequent breakthrough would be unimaginable. He abruptly clasped his hands together at his waist, summoning an unprecedented velocity of golden aura and white lightning that surged towards his palms with frenzied intensity. A formidable energy, potent enough to dim the stars and shake the cosmos, was rapidly coalescing. One decisive strike, Broly, Goku's voice thundered, resonating across the universe. Receive my ultimate technique. Kamehameha. Opposite him, Broly felt the annihilating energy that posed a grave threat to his existence. Rather than succumbing to fear, he trembled with exhilaration. He too spread his arms wide, as boundless green lightning and destructive energy converged upon his chest, forming a colossal orb of terrifying energy. As if a green star was igniting within. Kakarot, he proclaimed, issuing his final decree of destruction. Chapter 39, The Spectator Raditz. The golden torrent of energy collided with the energy sphere imbued with the destructive force of a green star, resembling two uncontrollable comets, each embodying the full might and will of their respective wielders. A resonating hum, capable of tearing souls asunder, heralded the cataclysmic clash before the deafening explosion erupted. The blinding light rendered all observers momentarily sightless, as the terrifying energy expanded spherically across the planet. The very ground beneath them cried out in its final lament. Continental plates fracturing into pieces as the core's energy ignited, leading the entire world towards irrevocable obliteration. Piccolo, Gohan, and others had long retreated to a safe distance, exerting their utmost strength to maintain a formidable protective barrier. Yet it felt like a fragile vessel amidst a tempest, poised to be annihilated at any moment. Time became an abstraction as the destructive light and storm slowly subsided. At the battlefield's center, an unfathomably vast abyss emerged, its depths obscured, with edges composed of resolidified glass-like material radiating excruciating heat. On either side of the chasm lay two figures. Broly knelt, his massive form marred by charred marks and fissures. Green blood seeping from his wounds, the once violent green aura and thunder dissipated as he gasped heavily. The blood-red hue in his eyes faded, though he remained fixated on Goku. The frenzied murderous intent seemed to have diminished, replaced by an overwhelming fatigue that hinted at a flicker of clarity. It was as if the sheer magnitude of their clash had momentarily jolted him from pure frenzy. On the other side, Goku had reverted from his Super Saiyan form, his hair returning to its natural black. He knelt on one knee, propping himself up with trembling hands, sweat pouring down his face, his chest heaving violently, seemingly devoid of the strength to utter a word. The energy expended in that Kamehameha was monumental, nearly depleting his vitality and ki. In terms of stamina, Goku was evidently at a disadvantage against the legendary Broly. Though Broly was battered and bruised, he still maintained a fierce kneeling posture, his gaze intense. On the other hand, Goku was at the end of his strength. The scene had devolved into a peculiar stalemate. Both warriors had exhausted their capacity to continue fighting, yet neither had succumbed. Krillin and the others cautiously approached, their hearts racing at the sight of the two in such a dire state. Has it ended? Krillin asked tremulously. Piccolo shook his head gravely. No, they are merely fatigued. If either of them recovers even a modicum of strength, the consequences could be dire. In their current state, should the battle reignite, the outcome remains uncertain. Goku might prevail through sheer will and skill, but the greater likelihood is that the more physically robust Broly will regain his strength first and unleash his relentless fury, ultimately crushing the exhausted Goku. Broly seemed to grasp this reality as he continued to glare menacingly at Goku, baring his teeth and emitting a low, menacing growl, refusing to yield in spirit. Goku, with great effort, lifted his head to gaze at the fellow warrior before him, who resembled a wounded beast of his own kind. Instead of harboring resentment, he offered a weak yet sincere smile, uttering breathlessly, You are truly formidable. I wish I could fight someone like you every day." This sentiment arose from the depths of Goku's heart. For a martial enthusiast, encountering an equally matched opponent who compelled him to continually surpass his limits was a cherished aspiration. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a mocking yet familiar voice unexpectedly echoed across the desolate battlefield. "Oh, my dear foolish brother, I can fulfill that wish for you." Everyone gasped in shock and looked up abruptly. There, hovering effortlessly in the air, was Raditz, arms crossed, wearing that inscrutable, mischievous smile he was known for. Well, had he arrived? How had he come? No one had noticed. "Raditz! Big brother!" the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Raditz slowly descended, first approaching the nearly depleted Goku, who instinctively received a senzu bean thrust into his mouth. Ugh! Goku swallowed reflexively, and in the next instant, a surge of vibrant life, energy, coursed through him. All fatigue and injuries vanished in an instant, and his drained energy was replenished. He leapt up in astonishment, staring at his own hands. "Wow, I am restored." Then, under the astonished gazes of all present, Raditz leisurely walked over to Broly, who was equally bewildered and fixated on him. Broly instinctively prepared to attack, but his weakness delayed his response. Raditz disregarded the fierce glare and, as if feeding a puppy, casually tossed another senzu bean into Broly's mouth, which was agape from panting. With a gulp, Broly swallowed instinctively. The next moment, an astonishing event unfolded that left the Z fighters utterly speechless. The ghastly wounds adorning Broly's form healed at an astonishing rate, the charred remnants flaking away to reveal unblemished skin. His depleted stamina surged back to life in an instant, and even his previously waning aura soared like a rocket, surpassing his prime. Broly gazed in disbelief at his restored physique, feeling the surging power within, then turned his gaze towards Raditz, his crimson eyes filled with profound confusion and wariness. What were the intentions of this Saiyan, who exuded both familiarity and danger? The Z warriors were collectively struck dumb. Vegeta's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. What is he doing? Krillin's jaw nearly fell to the ground. Is he feeding that monstrous senzu bean? Has Raditz lost his mind? Piccolo, equally bewildered, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. After completing his task, Raditz clapped his hands as if he had merely performed a trivial act. He soared back to the side of Piccolo and the others, adopting a comfortable position as he hovered, casting a radiant, though deemed exceedingly malevolent by the onlookers, smile towards the bewildered Goku and Broly in the arena's center. "All right, my foolish brother. Didn't you wish to fight him daily? Please continue. No need to thank me. I'm in a good mood today and will back you up. Fight with all your might, for as long as you desire. With me here, you can unleash your fury to your heart's content." The crowd was left utterly perplexed. What on earth is happening? Does he crave more chaos? He even replenishing both sides with senzu beans? Though Goku had regained his strength, his mind had yet to fully catch up. Big brother? Broly was equally perplexed. He surveyed his own peak form, now even more potent, then looked at Kakarot, who had also recovered and reignited his fighting spirit, and finally at Raditz, whose expression seemed to plead for action. Confusion clouded his mind, seeing that the two were still locked in a meaningful gaze and showed no immediate inclination to engage. Raditz felt a need to stir the pot further. He cleared his throat and bellowed with a volume that echoed across the battlefield. "Kakarot." This name acted like an invisible switch. The recently regained clarity in Broly was ignited by the distinct call, particularly sensing the veiled provocation in Raditz's tone. The temporarily subdued fury within him erupted like a powder keg, roaring back to life. "Kakarot!" An even deeper, more ferocious green aura intertwined with crackling thunder surged forth. Broly's eyes were instantly engulfed in the crimson tide of rage. Reason once again swallowed by boundless fury and desire for destruction. He locked his gaze on a Goku and unleashed a thunderous roar that shattered the heavens. Wait! Before Goku could voice his protest, Broly's immense fist, charged with destructive lightning, descended upon him with the force of collapsing stars. Boom! Without a moment to contemplate, Goku instinctively erupted with fury, his golden aura igniting once more as his hair transformed into a radiant gold. Encircled by white lightning, he was compelled to unleash his Super Saiyan second transformation yet again. He raised both arms, resolutely blocking the ferocious onslaught, his body propelled backward by the immense force, carving two deep ruts into the ground. "Hey, Broly, allow me to explain," Goku attempted to communicate. Yet, the only response he received was Broly's even more frenzied assault. Green lightning cascaded down like a torrential storm. Boom, boom, boom. The cataclysmic battle, which had only just paused, reignited with even greater intensity and fervor. Thanks to Raditz's enthusiastic intervention. The instigator, Raditz, nodded in satisfaction, producing a bag of snack-like seeds from seemingly nowhere, sharing them with the still befuddled Piccolo, Krillin, and others. "Gulme, come, no need for formality. Enjoy the spectacle," he remarked, munching on the seeds while relishing the apocalyptic clash before him, as if watching an enthralling holographic movie. Mumbling to himself, "Indeed, Broly's potential is truly remarkable. After consuming the Senzu Bean, both his strength and speed have noticeably surged." Goku's Super Saiyan second form has also reached new heights of proficiency. Excellent. Let us continue to grow, my esteemed experience pack. The onlookers, clutching the seeds handed out by Raditz, gazed at the two titans once again wreaking havoc on the planet, then glanced at their increasingly formidable older brother, collectively succumbing to a profound silence and confusion. At the heart of the battlefield, golden and green lights intertwined in a frenzied dance, each collision eliciting anguished groans from the planet on the brink of annihilation. In his Super Saiyan second form, Goku pushed his speed, strength, and combat skills to the limit, his strikes like a tempest, effortlessly executing the advanced techniques of the Kamehameha in an attempt to regain control of the situation. Chapter 40. Raditz takes the baton. However, at this juncture, Broly was no longer the easily subdued adversary of moments prior. The Senzu Bean not only healed his wounds and restored his stamina, but seemed to have fully unleashed the potential he had accumulated during their previous brutal confrontation. His strength, speed, and reflexes had significantly escalated compared to before. The green aura surrounding him solidified, and the lightning entwined within grew more ferocious. Each punch and kick carried the terrifying power to shatter the very fabric of space. Boom! Goku launched a fully powered sidekick, which Broly adeptly blocked with his forearm. The recoil leaving Goku's calf tingling. Whoosh! Broly retaliated with a straight punch, swift as lightning, forcing Goku to use instant transmission to narrowly evade. The punch's wind brushing against his cheek, leaving a burning sensation. Boom! The two clashed with energy blasts once more, the explosive aftermath sending both tumbling through the air. But Broly rolled twice before regaining his composure, while Goku slid several dozen meters. In his Super Saiyan second form, Goku found it increasingly arduous to maintain an effortless battle. The two parties found themselves in a genuine stalemate. Yet Broly, with his seemingly boundless stamina and his steadily rising aura, began to gradually gain the upper hand. His assaults became increasingly ferocious and his defenses more impenetrable, as the primal instincts of battle, deeply rooted within his lineage, allowed him to adapt and counter Goku's intricate combat techniques. Not enough. Continue to grow stronger, Broly. From a distance, Raditz observed the clash with eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation. He could distinctly sense the vast potential within Broly, akin to the cosmic abyss, being incrementally awakened. Yes, just like that. Rage, fight, let your legendary blood boil over. The power you now exhibit is far from your ultimate limit. I seek an adversary who can inflict pain upon me and compel my growth. Witnessing the scene akin to a celestial duel. The Z fighters were already numbed by shock at Broly's astonishing rate of advancement. Krillin wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow, having long been dried by the energy storm. His voice hoarse as he remarked, "This guy is an absolute monster." Goku has already transformed into a Super Saiyan at the second level, which is the limit of our understanding. Yet Broly, he hasn't even transformed. In his mind, transformations among Saiyans were expected to resemble those of Goku and Vegeta, akin to rebellious youths. Beside him, Piccolo solemnly concurred. Indeed, his aura is wildly powerful. Yet he does not appear like Goku and the others. At that moment, Raditz, casually munching on seeds, interjected as the makeshift commentator. "No, you are mistaken. He has indeed transformed." All eyes immediately turned to Raditz. He pointed towards the imposing Broly in the arena, explaining, however, his transformation differs from that of us ordinary Saiyans. We invoke changes through the control of emotions and energy, triggering mutations in our S cells to attain relatively stable and controllable stages. But Broly, he paused, his tone tinged with an imperceptible admiration. He is the legendary Super Saiyan. his power emanates from the most primal ferocity within his bloodline. His current state can be termed as a preliminary release of his legendary power or transcended Super Saiyan 1. This form lacks a fixed appearance, and his strength escalates with his emotions and the intensity of battle, representing a continuous, unstable state of explosive power. Moreover, Raditz affirmed, this is still far from his limit. If this trend continues, after perhaps 100 rounds, once Broly fully acclimatizes to Goku's Super Saiyan 2 rhythm and strength, he will significantly enhance his transcended Super Saiyan 1 power, and Goku is likely to find himself at a distinct disadvantage. As if to validate Raditz's prediction, the dynamics of the battlefield began to subtly shift. The initial equilibrium was gradually shattered. Broly's assaults became increasingly fierce and rapid, his unreasonable brute strength starting to overwhelm Goku. As Wukong's attacks landed upon Broly, the damage inflicted appeared to diminish with each strike, while every powerful blow from Broly sent Wukong's vitality into tumult, leaving his blocking arms in a state of piercing pain. With a thunderous crash, Broly descended with a punch, only to have Wukong cross his arms in defense. Yet he was forcefully driven into the ground, causing the earth around him to collapse dramatically. A swift exhale of green energy erupted from Broly's mouth, its vast range catching Wukong off guard. He could only muster an energy shield to withstand the assault, which quivered violently, nearly shattering under the pressure. The sensation was exhilaratingly painful. Despite the fierce exchange, Wukong gritted his teeth and persevered, albeit with a bitter smile in his heart. This adversary was growing far too swiftly. As if unbound by any limits, he endeavored to employ more intricate techniques, such as the solar flare to disrupt, or the afterimage technique to confuse. But Broly's beast-like instinct and increasingly rapid reflexes rendered these tactics significantly less effective. Often, as soon as the solar flare illuminated, Broly would strike with his eyes closed. Relying solely on his instincts, the phantoms of the afterimage technique were swiftly eradicated by his area attacks. Soon, as Raditz had foreseen, Wukong found himself gradually at a disadvantage. He transitioned from offensive maneuvers to a greater emphasis on evasion and defense, with his counterattacks dwindling in frequency and requiring increasingly greater sacrifices to land a single hit on Broly. His own energy remained formidable, yet Broly's presence felt like an endless abyss, steadily and resolutely ascending, while the green storm of energy began to constrict Wukong's golden aura. Dad! Gohan clenched his fists, worry etched across his face. Vegeta's countenance was as dark as a stormy sea, although he relished the sight of Kakarot struggling. Broly's seemingly hopeless growth instilled within him a profound sense of impotence. Piccolo's muscles tensed, poised to intervene at any moment, fully aware that his current strength might prove insufficient in such a fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, Raditz remained leisurely munching on seeds, though the depths of his dark eyes sparkled with an increasingly bright intensity. Yes, that's it. The pressure is still insufficient. Wukong, push harder. Draw forth even more of his potential. Broly, let me witness the legendary Super Saiyan and how far it can truly ascend. His inner anticipation was nearly overflowing. This battle represented for him the most thrilling potential assessment. He envisioned a remarkably high-quality, sustainably refreshing experience package materializing before him. In the arena, Broly unleashed a deafening roar, his entire being enveloped in green energy that surged like a tsunami into his right fist. That fist transformed into a miniature green star, embodying the intent to annihilate all. As it launched a decisive blow towards the evidently fatigued Wukong. Kakarot, faced with the culmination of Broly's wrath and destructive energy, Wukong, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, felt his pupils constrict. The power contained within this strike exceeded the limits of what he could currently endure. There was no escape. He could only brace himself for the inevitable impact. Wukong unleashed the entirety of his energy without reservation, as golden flames intertwined with white lightning burned to their utmost limits. With a sudden thrust of his palms forward, he concentrated all his might into an immensely thick golden barrier of energy. The collision was thunderous as the green torrent of destruction crashed violently against the golden shield of protection. The stalemate lasted barely half a second before the heart-wrenching sound of cracking echoed. The energy barrier, painstakingly constructed by Wukong, was riddled with spiderweb-like fissures, and then, under Broly's relentless and overwhelming power, it shattered with a cataclysmic roar. What? A flicker of horror crossed Wukong's eyes. Without the shield's protection, The devastating green energy instantaneously engulfed him. Father! Gohan's anguished cry pierced the air. The golden flames flickered and extinguished amidst the green tempest. As Wukong was violently hurled from the energy torrent, resembling a kite severed from its string, tracing a tragic arc through the air. The surrounding lightning had long since dissipated, forcing him back to his normal state. With a painful gasp, he coughed forth a copious amount of blood, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling helplessly for several dozen revolutions before finally coming to a stop, lying on the ground, his body twitching slightly, consciousness fading, leaving only labored and agonizing breaths. Defeated. The fully powered Super Saiyan second grade, Wukong, ultimately fell short against the increasingly frenzied and seemingly inexhaustible legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Wukong. Krillin and Tien's eyes widened in horror. Ready to rush forward, Piccolo intercepted them, his expression grave and tense, solemnly stating, "Don't go. The battle isn't over." Indeed, the battle was far from concluded, or rather, for one observer, the real drama was only just beginning. Having vanquished his formidable foe, Broly let out a triumphant roar that reverberated through the very fabric of space. His blood-red eyes scanned the battlefield, finally fixing upon the fallen Wukong, and once again, murderous intent coalesced within him. He took heavy steps forward, causing the ground to tremble, evidently intent on delivering the final blow to Wukong. At that moment, a figure materialized like a specter, silently appearing in the space between Broly and Wukong. It was Raditz. He had seemingly put away the bag of sunflower seeds, his hands casually hanging at his sides, still clad in his simple battle attire. With black hair gently swaying in the aftermath of the energy storm, a hint of languor and enthusiasm gracing his expression. "All right, the warm-up is over." Raditz's voice, though subdued, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, successfully capturing Broly's complete attention. Broly's blood-red eyes fixated on this suddenly emerged kin, a sense of inexplicable danger washing over him. As he emitted a threatening growl from his throat, "Get lost. Otherwise, you will be destroyed alongside him." Raditz appeared unfazed by the threat, merely waving his hand dismissively. Addressing the struggling Wukong and the anxious Z fighters behind him, "Rest assured, with me here, he cannot harm you. Behave yourself and take a rest. It is now my time to perform," the elder brother declared with an air of nonchalance. His relaxed demeanor starkly contrasted with the apocalyptic scene before him and the raging Broly. "Do not underestimate him. He is formidable," Goku weakly cautioned. "Formidable?" Raditz replied, a knowing smirk gracing his lips. "Just right. I've been feeling a bit restless myself." He slowly turned to face the colossal Broly, showing no signs of transformation or heightened power, standing there with an eerie calmness, as if confronting not a legendary Super Saiyan capable of obliterating planets, but merely an unruly pet. With a thunderous roar, Broly, incensed by Raditz's dismissive attitude, abandoned Goku and directed all his murderous intent towards Raditz. His massive form blurred into a green afterimage, and with a fist imbued with destructive energy, crackling with furious green lightning, he hurled it towards Raditz's face with devastating force, his might seemingly surpassing that which he had unleashed upon Goku. "Be careful." Piccolo could not restrain himself from warning, for even he could not discern any intent of defense or evasion from Raditz. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering blow, Raditz exhibited not the slightest change in expression. Just as Broly's fist was about to graze his nose, Raditz moved. His motion appeared leisurely, almost languid. With an almost casual gesture, he raised his right hand, fingers splayed wide, to meet the colossal fist that was larger than his own head and enveloped in annihilative energy. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no thunderous roar of clashing energies. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Broly's ferocious punch, capable of shattering stars, was effortlessly caught by Raditz with a single hand, as though it were a mere trifle. The visual impact was staggering. On one side stood the bulging, muscular, green giant, radiating an aura of malevolence, while on the other stood the relatively slender, serene, black-haired youth, exuding an aura of calmness akin to an ordinary person. That fist, brimming with destructive power, was firmly halted by a hand that appeared delicate, unable to advance an inch. The furious green lightning crashed against Raditz's palm, akin to a cow plunging into the sea, eliciting not even a ripple. For the first time, a clear expression of astonishment and disbelief flickered in Broly's blood-red eyes. He felt as if his punch had struck against an ancient, eternal cosmic barrier. Within Raditz's seemingly frail frame lay an unfathomable power, vast, and abyssal in its depth. How is this possible? In the distance, Vegeta, having regained a modicum of strength, suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He caught it in his base form. What cosmic jest is this? Krillin and Tien were completely petrified, their minds blank. Piccolo nodded sharply, his white pupils contracting violently. Is this the true extent of Raditz's power? He hasn't even utilized the Kaioken in his base form. Raditz gripped Broly's fist, feeling the relentless struggle and the intensifying power radiating from him. He nodded slightly, as if appraising a fine commodity. Indeed, your strength has improved a tad since our last encounter. It seems that anger serves as your most effective catalyst. His tone remained flat, akin to a casual discussion about the weather. Yet with a swift shift in his demeanor, a glint of mockery flickered in his eyes. But at this level, you still fall woefully short. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he tightened his grip, squeezing Broly's fist with a forceful pinch. A sickening crack echoed through the air, the sound of bones fracturing. A pain scream erupted from Broly, who felt as if his fist had been crushed by the core of a star, the very essence of his bones threatening to splinter. He desperately attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find Raditz's grasp unyielding, akin to the most formidable shackles in the cosmos. With a casual flick of his wrist, Raditz dismissed Broly as though brushing off dust. Broly's colossal form was propelled backwards, as if struck by an unseen celestial body, hurtling at a greater velocity than before, crashing through a multitude of colossal, floating mountains, ultimately embedding himself within the heart of the largest rock formation, sending plumes of dust billowing into the air. In his normal state, Raditz, utilizing merely his physical prowess, had effortlessly overwhelmed the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, who had just vanquished Super Saiyan 2 Goku. A profound silence enveloped the battlefield. Raditz slowly withdrew his hand, brushing off non-existent dust, his gaze fixed upon the dust-laden mountain. A hint of anticipation lacing his words. Is this truly the end? The fabled Super Saiyan should not be so easily defeated. Kame, let me witness the extent of your limits. The sheer magnitude of Raditz's casual strike plunged the arena into an eerie stillness. The Z warriors gazed at the embedded Broly, uncertain of his fate, then cast their eyes upon Raditz, who remained untouched, not a single strand of hair out of place. Their throats turned dry, their perceptions of reality fracturing and reconstructing in rapid succession. Both are monsters, Krillin muttered, struggling to find any other descriptors. Vegeta's complexion drained of color, his teeth audibly grinding together. He had once believed Super Saiyan 2 to be the unattainable pinnacle, yet Raditz's displayed power shattered his every notion and pride. This was no mere gap. It was a chasm of dimensions. Piccolo inhaled deeply, stating gravely, "It appears our previous estimations of Raditz's strength were far too conservative." However, Raditz remained undeterred, his gaze still locked upon the swirling dust of the mountain, his interest intensifying. He sensed a deeper, more ferocious energy accumulating within the ruins, akin to a supernova on the verge of eruption. A low, ancient roar emanated from the depths of the mountain, no longer simply an expression of rage, but a palpable will to annihilate, born from utter provocation. The ground trembled ominously. The colossal rock mountain began to tremble violently, and then, to the astonishment of all present, it erupted from within. Countless fragments shot forth like cannonballs, while dust was forcefully dispersed by an even greater surge of momentum. A figure gradually ascended from the shattered mountain, Broly. However, at this moment, Broly exhibited a remarkable transformation from his previous self. The green aura enveloping him no longer radiated with wild fury. Instead, it clung to his form like liquid emerald, solidified to perfection. His muscular contours were more pronounced, exuding an explosive sense of power, as if his entire physique had subtly expanded, emanating an overwhelming aura of oppression. Most chilling were his eyes, no longer merely blood-red. They now glimmered with a frigid sheen reminiscent of a beast's slit pupils amidst the crimson. Rationality? It had long since vanished. In this moment, he embodied destruction itself, the ultimate weapon born solely for battle. The legendary Super Saiyan at full power. Under Raditz's nearly humiliating onslaught, the dormant legendary bloodline within Broly was finally awakened, entering a more stable and formidable state. Kakarot. Broly's voice resonated like the grinding of ancient ice, imbued with a murderous intent capable of shattering souls. Yet his scarlet-slit pupils remained fixated on Raditz. Instinct told him that this seemingly ordinary fellow warrior posed the greatest threat at that moment. Oh, now, this is getting interesting. Raditz raised an eyebrow, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Now, this resembles the legendary Super Saiyan. Broly uttered no further words. In an instant, he vanished, not through instant transmission, but with pure speed that transcended the limits of perception. Even the afterimage was scarcely discernible. The next moment, he appeared before Raditz, his fist, shrouded in emerald aura and thunderous armor, descended with a terrifying force that seemed capable of tearing through time and space. The might of this strike was magnitudes greater than before. Space itself groaned under the strain of this monumental blow. Raditz, still in his base form, chose not to confront it head-on this time. Instead, he shifted his feet, retreating like a specter, narrowly evading this cataclysmic attack. Boom! The fist missed its target, crashing into the ground, causing the entire planet to shudder, and a colossal pit, over a kilometer in diameter, formed instantly. The pit's bottom was not merely shattered rock, but vaporized, crystallized material. Speed, strength, and energy concentration had all reached unprecedented heights. Piccolo's pupils constricted as he rapidly assessed the situation. Broly was now far more powerful than before. With one failed strike, Broly's assault resumed. His fists unleashed a barrage akin to a machine gun, each punch trailing green energy, resembling countless green meteors that enveloped all possible escape routes for Raditz. Simultaneously, he unleashed a torrent of dense green energy blasts from his mouth, akin to a torrential downpour, engaging in indiscriminate bombardment. Boom, 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 boom. The figure of Raditz flickered amidst the myriad shadows of fists and the deluge of energy blasts, deftly teleporting and maneuvering with unparalleled speed, akin to a solitary boat navigating through tumultuous waves. Though the situation appeared perilous, he consistently evaded all assaults with mere moments to spare. However, the calm expression he usually wore had slightly diminished. The density and range of the attacks had significantly escalated, rendering his usual evasive tactics somewhat inadequate. While dodging, Raditz took a moment to assess the situation, realizing he needed to adopt a more serious approach. Just as Broly unleashed a sweeping strike capable of leveling mountains, momentarily obstructing Raditz's escape routes, he halted his evasive maneuvers and stood firm, drawing a deep breath. A crimson aura, starkly contrasting with the golden flames of the Saiyans, erupted violently from within him, reminiscent of blood in its intensity. This red aura, unlike Broly's tumultuous green flames, clung to his body like burning blood, exuding an overwhelming heat and an oppressive force. The powerful energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to warp slightly. King Kai's technique multiplied tenfold. The powerful energy pressure radiated from Raditz, temporarily dispersing Broly's overwhelming green thunderstorm that enveloped the battlefield. With the activation of the tenfold King Kai's technique, Raditz's aura surged dramatically, instilling a sense of trepidation among the Z fighters observing from afar. Now, the sensations were much more manageable. Raditz cracked his neck, producing a series of sharp sounds, and, noticing Broly momentarily taken aback by the emergence of the King Kai's technique, beckoned with a gesture. Thus commenced the second round. Allow me to truly experience the weight of the legendary Super Saiyan's full power. Although Broly was devoid of rationality, his instinct for danger remained acutely heightened. Sensing the immense threat emanating from Raditz, he let out an even more furious roar, his green energy surging once again, transforming into a comet of destruction that hurtled toward Raditz. This time, however, Raditz did not evade. His fist, enveloped in the crimson aura, met the emerald thunderous punch head-on. Boom! The sound was far more profound and terrifying than any previous collision, a cacophony of red and green light clashing violently, annihilating everything in their path. The shockwave generated by their collision was no longer spherical, but had transformed into a razor-sharp circular energy blade, radiating from the two opponents and instantly extending to the horizon, cleaving through mountains, earth, and clouds alike. Boom! 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 The sounds of their fists and feet colliding resounded like continuous thunder, each clash erupting in rings of intertwined red and green energy ripples, throwing the surrounding space into chaos. As the two ascended from the ground to the skies, everything in their wake, whether massive floating boulders or swirling clouds of dust, was instantaneously vaporized by the released energy. Under the tenfold King Kai's technique, Raditz found himself evenly matched against the transformed Broly, a testament to their equal strength and prowess. Raditz's fists were enveloped in a crimson gale, each strike imbued with the overwhelming force capable of shattering stars. His technique had reached an unparalleled zenith, at times resembling a torrential storm, and at others akin to a phantom's ambush, fully harnessing the augmented speed and power bestowed by the Kaioken technique. In stark contrast, Broly relied solely on instinct and his unfathomable brute strength. His attacks were broad and sweeping, with colossal fists crackling with green lightning. Each blow delivered with an indomitable will to crush all in its path, as if his energy were boundless, akin to an unrelenting storm of destruction. Raditz maintained his state at 10 times the Kaioken without any further escalation. Rather than displaying any urgency, his countenance was one of profound enjoyment. In each clash, as the impact of Broly's ferocious strength reverberated through his being, he could distinctly sense the latent power emanating from within. A pain fueled by Black Goku that was subtly awakening. A faint yet persistent force was being summoned from the depths of his body, coursing through his limbs. Yes, this was the sensation. Raditz felt an overwhelming exhilaration, relishing the fierce confrontation and the perfectly measured pain. Broly, you are indeed the most exquisite sparring partner. Meanwhile, under the immense pressure exerted by Raditz, Broly's legendary Saiyan bloodline was ignited into a fervent frenzy. With each exchange, he grew stronger. His power escalated, his speed quickened, and his energy became increasingly wild and efficient. One thrived on legendary lineage, becoming more ferocious with each battle, while the other harnessed pain as a catalyst, growing stronger with every blow. The encounter seemed ensnared in a bizarre cycle, as both warriors' auras steadily ascended with unwavering resolve. The Z fighters observing from a distance were left utterly astounded. "This is terrifying," Krillin exclaimed, his voice trembling. "It seems they're both growing stronger." Tian's 3 eyes were fixated on the battlefield, his tone grave. "Indeed, Broly's aura continues to surge. Yet Raditz's aura appears to be rising at a subtle pace as well. What could this possibly mean?" Goten supported his weakened father, his small face etched with confusion. Why doesn't Uncle Raditz transform into a Super Saiyan? If he were to transform, he should be able to conclude the battle swiftly, right? This question lingered in Vegeta's mind as well, his face a mask of fury, fists clenched tightly, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. He could not comprehend, despite possessing the Super Saiyan form capable of effortlessly overpowering him. Why would Raditz choose to constrain himself to merely a tenfold Kaioken, a state that had already plunged him into despair, to contend with Broly? To him, it was utterly incomprehensible. At that moment, Piccolo, who had been silently observing, discerned the truth with a flicker of understanding in his white pupils. He spoke slowly, revealing the hidden reality. He is not engaged in battle. He is training. All eyes immediately turned to Piccolo. He gazed at the two figures colliding with fervor, stating solemnly, "Though I am unsure how Raditz is achieving this, I can sense that within the fray, especially while enduring Broly's assaults, his energy is indeed growing in an exceedingly subtle manner." He paused, glancing at the suddenly pale Vegeta and the enlightened Goku, and continued. His refusal to transform was not due to inability, but rather a matter of choice. He regarded the immensely fearsome Broly as the most perfect training partner. He was leveraging the pressure and pain inflicted by Broly to stimulate his own growth, engaging in a unique form of cultivation. Perhaps this was the true purpose behind his initial decision to provide both fighters with Senzu beans and prolong the battle. What? He treats a being capable of annihilating planets as a training partner. Krillin exclaimed, his mouth agape. Indeed, Raditz's mind was unlike ours. Although weakened, Goku's eyes sparkled with realization. So that's how it is. My brother is truly ingenious. I wish to cultivate in such a manner. Meanwhile, Vegeta, upon hearing Piccolo's analysis, trembled violently, his face initially expressing sheer astonishment, which swiftly morphed into a profound, almost consuming sense of jealousy and helplessness. To treat the legendary Super Saiyan as a mere training partner, to utilize his opponent's attacks to bolster one's own strength. What audacity! What madness! Vegeta, having exerted every ounce of his strength while wandering the cosmos, could scarcely manage to enhance his own power. Yet Raditz? He was effortlessly growing stronger while relishing the thrill of combat through such unfathomable means. This stark disparity, this almost dimensional shift in training methodology, rendered even the slightest notion of pursuit untenable for Vegeta, leaving only an endless bitterness and a complete lack of fighting spirit towards Raditz. When one discovers that their opponent not only starts from a higher point, but also runs in a manner that exists in an entirely different dimension, what can one feel but despair? Monsters are indeed monsters, Vegeta muttered to himself, his head bowed in a daze. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Exhilarating. Raditz unleashed a punch that sent Broly staggering, reveling in the tingling sensation coursing through his arm and the surge of newfound power within him, unable to contain his laughter. He sensed that Broly's strength had intensified slightly, and his own painful growth reciprocated with a corresponding enhancement. This virtuous cycle, for him, was a source of immense joy. Broly, on the other hand, was consumed by fury. He could not comprehend why this diminutive red insect was proving so tenacious, and it seemed to grow increasingly resilient. With a thunderous roar, he clasped his hands together, forming an even larger and more concentrated green energy sphere, as if a nebula were swirling within. Destruction. The energy sphere hurtled towards Raditz, following a trajectory capable of obliterating all in its path. A crimson glimmer flashed in Raditz's eyes as the blood-red aura of the tenfold Kaioken was highly compressed into his right fist. He stood firm, unleashing a mighty punch. The clash between the blood-red fist and the green energy sphere erupted once more. Boom! The clash of crimson and emerald energies created a silent yet fierce storm in the vacuum of space, radiating brilliance surpassing that of stars. Under the tenfold Kaioken, Raditz and Broly, at full power, transformed into two cataclysmic forces of nature, each collision painting strokes of annihilation upon the silent canvas of the universe. The battle continued, intensifying with each passing moment. Raditz maintained the state of the Kaioken times 10, mastering the power, speed, and reflexes of this form to an extraordinary degree, akin to a masterful artist honing his craft on the finest whetstone that is Broly. He relentlessly refined his skills, simultaneously savoring the subtle yet persistent enhancement of his strength that arose from the pain of growth. His combat style was both agile and precise, often finding the faintest openings amid Broly's ferocious assaults to deliver incisive counterattacks. Broly, on the other hand, resembled an unceasing engine of destruction. The legendary bloodline bestowed upon him not only immense power, but also unfathomable potential and the terrifying trait of growing stronger in the face of adversity. Under the relentless pressure exerted by Raditz, his strength, speed, and energy levels continued to ascend steadily. The emerald aura deepened, and his attacks grew increasingly ferocious, even hinting at a quality of annihilation, as if his fury could sway the very laws of reality. Yes, just a bit stronger, Broly. Raditz laughed heartily amid the fierce clash, sensing the latent power brewing within Broly, which thrilled him immensely. However, this equilibrium of strength was shattered when Broly was struck once more by Raditz's exquisitely executed knife-hand blow to the neck. A roar erupted from Broly, not solely born of pain, but rather resembling a primal scream as if a limit had been breached. A certain restraint within him, under the duress of this relentless battle and the accumulation of rage, finally succumbed to the unbearable strain with a shattering sound. A wave of indescribable terror, centered around Broly, erupted with a thunderous force. No longer merely a green aura, but rather a tangible, dark green energy column surged skyward, creating a torrent of energy in the vacuum of space, instantly forcing the unprepared Raditz back several kilometers. Even the Z fighters, observing from a distance, were shaken to their core by this sudden and overwhelming pressure. What on earth is happening? Krillin felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. His power is skyrocketing. How could this be possible? Tian's third, I trembled violently in astonishment. As the radiance gradually subsided, it revealed Broly in a completely transformed state. His physique appeared even more robust and imposing, muscles bulging to an almost exaggerated degree, exuding an undeniable sense of strength. His originally dark green hair now seemed to be steeped in a deeper darkness, with the tips ablaze in a dazzling emerald glow, dancing wildly as if caught in a tempest, reminiscent of a demonic mane. The surrounding emerald flames and thunder did not vanish but rather coalesced slightly, deepening in hue to an almost blackish green, as if embodying the universe's collective will for annihilation. Most chilling of all were his eyes. The crimson slits nearly consumed his entire eye sockets, cold and brutal, devoid of any emotion, possessing only an absolute thirst for destruction. The legendary Super Saiyan second form. Under the immense pressure, Broly finally transcended the boundaries of the Super Saiyan form, stepping into an even more terrifying and uncontrollable realm. The aura he emanated at this moment was several times more potent than that of a fully powered Super Saiyan. It represented a qualitative transformation, a further liberation of his legendary bloodline. The voice of Broly resonated like a chorus of countless tormented souls, hoarse and overlapping, imbued with a suffocating sense of oppression. His blood-red, slitted eyes fixated intently on Raditz as he slowly raised his hand. Merely this simple gesture caused the surrounding space to distort and tremble with instability. Finally, "It's your turn." Raditz observed the transformed Broly, his excitement reaching its zenith. This was the Super Saiyan second grade he had anticipated, a worthy adversary capable of providing him with ample pressure and sustenance. Confronted by the overwhelming aura of destruction emanating from Broly, Raditz realized that his standard tenfold Kaioken was no longer sufficient. He inhaled deeply, the crimson Kaioken aura that enveloped his body gradually receding, calming. Then, a fierce smirk etched across his lips, he uttered a low growl. Ha! A golden radiance erupted from within him like a supernova, his hair immediately standing on end, transforming into a dazzling gold. His emerald green pupils replaced the previous black, his gaze sharp as a blade. A blazing golden aura ignited around him, radiating potent and stable energy waves. Super Saiyan first grade. Unlike Broly's form, which was steeped in destruction and chaos, Raditz's Super Saiyan exhibited a more refined and stable aura, brimming with power and control. Super Saiyan. Goku, witnessing his elder brother finally transform, felt a surge of excitement in his weak voice. Has he finally taken this seriously? Piccolo observed with grave concern, knowing that Raditz's Super Saiyan was anything but ordinary. Sensing the inferior version of a Super Saiyan in Raditz's aura, a primal hostility rooted deep within Broly's bloodline was thoroughly awakened. He unleashed an even more furious roar, his figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment, he appeared before Raditz, his fist enveloped in black-green destructive energy, wielding the terrifying power capable of shattering galaxies, descending with ferocity. The speed and strength he exhibited were worlds apart from his previous Super Saiyan form. However, this time, Raditz did not falter. In his Super Saiyan state, his power, speed, and reflexes received an all-encompassing and tremendous enhancement. He retaliated with his own fist, cloaked in golden flames, meeting Broly head-on. Boom! The collision of gold and black-green, two forces representing the ultimate paths of different Saiyans, thundered together for the first time in complete form. At the center of the clash, Raditz wavered slightly but stood firm, the golden flames still blazing fiercely. Broly, however, was pushed back a few steps by the recoil, yet he quickly regained his footing. The black-green flames surging wildly, the intent of destruction intensifying in his blood-red, slitted eyes. In a climactic confrontation, the formidable Saiyan Raditz faced off against the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Raditz, acutely aware of the overwhelming force and a faint sting emanating from his fist, wore an increasingly triumphant and satisfied grin. Excellent. Just as I anticipated, the power of Super Saiyan 2 has indeed exceeded my expectations. He shook his hand, his golden eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit, declaring that the warm-up was now complete. Let the true revelry commence. Before his words faded, Raditz launched a decisive assault. The speed of Super Saiyan 1 erupted in full force, transforming him into a golden flash that tore through the fabric of space, appearing instantaneously beside Broly. With a kick imbued with the strength to shatter stars, he struck down like a battle axe. Broly, roaring in response, pivoted and blocked with his arm shrouded in dark green energy. The collision resonated through the air, a vibrant clash of gold and dark green illuminating the once tranquil starry sky as Raditz and Broly turned it into the most fierce of arenas. Raditz's combat style remained composed. He wielded the power of Super Saiyan 1 with remarkable finesse, alternately confronting Broly's ferocity with sheer strength and evading his relentless attacks with exquisite skill. He reveled in the thrill of this evenly matched battle, relishing the impact of Broly's terrifying power, and even more, the subtle yet profound growth he experienced with each clash. It was not enough, just a fraction more. Raditz sensed that under the pressure of Broly's Super Saiyan 2 form, his growth accelerated significantly compared to before. However, the pain and strain he felt were still insufficient to push him to his limits. He had yet to unleash his full potential. In stark contrast to Raditz, who thrived in the heat of battle, Broly, despite his relentless might and ferocious onslaught, began to show signs of fatigue. Raditz keenly observed that Broly's heavy breathing became more pronounced, and the continuity of his attacks faltered ever so slightly, although the dark green aura remained potent. Its recovery appeared to be waning. The power of the legendary Super Saiyan, while formidable, placed a tremendous burden on the body, particularly in this wild form driven solely by instinct and rage, which drained the spirit tremendously, as Raditz effortlessly deflected Broly's heavy punches. His mind raced. This fellow's potential is indeed astounding. Super Saiyan 2 is not his ceiling. Defeating him outright would be somewhat of a waste. Perhaps. A thought took shape in his mind. This time, I shall seize a complete challenge reward. He recalled the system's rules. A single individual could only challenge once a year for a full reward, and any attempts at clever tactics, such as previously utilizing a healing item, would result in diminished rewards. If he did not decisively claim victory this time, next encounter, when Broly had regained his strength, he might find himself embroiled in a grueling battle, compelled to resort to dubious strategies, risking the system's penalty of reduced rewards. That would be a considerable loss. Sustaining experience must adhere to the principles of sustainable development. Thus, let us harvest this wave first. With a determined glint in his eyes, Raditz retracted the golden aura surrounding him, as if all light and energy were compressed to their utmost limits. Although Broly's physical strength had waned, his instinct for battle remained intact. Sensing the shift in Raditz's aura, he emitted a threatening growl, once more gathering formidable black-green energy to prepare for his final strike. Game time is over, Broly, Raditz's calm voice resonated. In the next moment, he moved. There was no cataclysmic eruption of energy, only an exquisite blend of speed and precision. His figure seemed to merge with the fabric of space itself, slipping through the gaping opening in Broly's defense before the colossal destructive energy could fully erupt. Akin to a specter piercing through, the tips of his fingers, enveloped in highly compressed golden energy, resembled the sharpest blades, striking with unparalleled accuracy at the center of Broly's forehead and a specific pressure point at the nape of his neck, surpassing Broly's reflexive limits. Buzz. A concentrated surge of energy penetrated deeply, not inflicting harm, but forcibly disrupting Broly's energy flow and neural transmission. The energy Broly had gathered abruptly dissipated, the furious light in his crimson-slit pupils momentarily faltering before swiftly dimming. His gigantic, demon-like form stiffened for a moment before toppling backward, as if a mountain had crumbled, the black-green aura and thunderous energy receding like a tide, revealing his original dark green hair and normal physique, plunging him into profound unconsciousness. In an instant, Raditz had subdued his foe. With merely Super Saiyan 1, he had triumphed over Broly, who had attained Super Saiyan 2. The Z fighters watching from a distance collectively fell silent once more. Is it over? Krillin asked, bewildered. Was it really that simple? Tien Shinhan felt his understanding of the situation being utterly transformed. Vegeta's lips trembled, rendered speechless. A Super Saiyan 1 had vanquished a Super Saiyan 2? Even accounting for the opponent's fatigue, this was simply astonishing. Just as Broly succumbed to unconsciousness, the long-awaited system notification finally echoed in Raditz's mind. Ding. Target Broly has lost combat consciousness. Congratulations, host, on successfully challenging Broly, possessing extreme fighting spirit and legendary bloodline. The host challenge did not utilize any external tools and defeated the opponent purely through strength. Rewards are fully granted. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward. Complete training aptitude of the Frozen Demon Clan. Chapter 44. A new year, if the previous third resembled acquiring a fragment of scroll. Now he had obtained the complete treasury of the Frozen Demon Clan's legacy. Not only was there an extraordinary enhancement in training speed, but it also encompassed absolute adaptability to the cosmic vacuum and extreme cold environments, alongside a unique perception and application of life energy. Perfect. Raditz rejoiced inwardly. With this, my training speed shall know no shortcomings. Coupled with pain-induced growth, the future is bright. He nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the distant Paragus, who was rendered speechless atop a small spacecraft, and the unconscious Broly not far away. With a casual wave of his hand, an invisible force summoned Broly and Paragus's vessel towards him. In the next instant, he teleported to stand before the Z-Warriors. Let us depart. It is time to return home. Raditz spoke with a light-hearted tone, as though he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. Before anyone could react, he activated his instant transmission once more, enveloping everyone, including the unconscious Broly and Paragus, in a powerful aura, causing the fabric of space to warp. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves back on Earth, on the lush lawn of Bulma's backyard in West City. The fresh air and warm sunlight stood in stark contrast to the cataclysmic scene they had just witnessed in the cosmos, imparting a surreal sense of disconnection to everyone present. Raditz gently set down the unconscious Broly and his trembling father, Paragus, and addressed Piccolo. Piccolo, these two should be temporarily housed in the other world. Broly possesses immense strength and potential, but his ferocity is problematic. Perhaps you could teach him your meditation techniques to help him learn to control that power. Piccolo gazed at the unconscious Broly, his brow furrowed, yet he nodded in agreement. I will do my best. His power indeed requires restraint. Handing such a volatile entity to him would be quite perilous. Having witnessed Raditz's godlike power and seeing his son incapacitated, Paragus had lost all desire for mischief and hastily nodded in submission. Yes, we shall comply with your arrangements. Thank you for sparing our lives. His only wish now was to survive. Raditz then turned his attention to the disheartened Vegeta. Vegeta, you should also remain on Earth. There is a room of spirit and time in the other world, where a year within equates to a day outside. It is an excellent place for training. If you are interested, you may wish to try it. Vegeta suddenly lifted his head, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. The room of spirit and time? He had heard whispers of his place. It might be his sole hope of catching up to those formidable foes. He clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Yet his gaze spoke volumes about his resolve. Very well. Matters have reached a temporary conclusion. Raditz stretched leisurely, as if he had merely completed an insignificant task. Everyone, return to your respective homes. And Goku, do hurry back and let Chi-Chi prepare a hearty meal for you. You look rather worn out. Goku rubbed his still painful chest, grinning foolishly. He got it, big brother. E.M. Starving. Krillin and Tien exchanged wry smiles before bidding farewell. The events of the day ample fodder for contemplation for a long time to come. Raditz watched as they departed, glancing at Broly and his father being escorted by Piccolo to the other world, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. A fine harvest indeed. The complete frozen demon talent and an unmatched training partner with boundless potential. It was becoming increasingly intriguing. He turned towards a mansion, his mind already whirring with plans on how to utilize his newly acquired abilities, alongside Broly as a valuable resource, to chart the course of his next training endeavors. Time flows inexorably, and the Earth has once again peacefully traversed a year. For Raditz, this past year has been a rare period of leisure. He has engaged in little rigorous training, having become somewhat complacent after acquiring the complete cultivation talents of the Frozen Demon Clan. Instead, he has spent most of his time at home in West City, embracing the role of a devoted father, playfully engaging with his son Lasser, who is now capable of running freely or accompanying Bulma on leisurely shopping excursions and family travels. Of course, he occasionally shares insights on survival skills and discussions on life ideals with Android 18. The two maintain an unspoken understanding, exchanging techniques atop mountain peaks or by the azure sea, gazing at the stars while contemplating the vastness of the universe and the wonders of life. Bulma continues to adopt a policy of selective oversight, recognizing that a Saiyan endowed with nearly limitless energy and resilience is more than she can handle. Goku has become a frequent visitor to the hyperbolic time chamber. Alongside Piccolo, Vegeta, and occasionally Broly, they have ingeniously discovered a method to forcibly breach the spatial barriers of the chamber, enabling them to emerge at will. Although they cannot permanently alter the internal rules, they can exit freely and re-enter through the temple's main entrance whenever they wish, effectively circumventing the limitation of only 2 days of access per lifetime. This has transformed the chamber into an exceptional sanctuary for prolonged training. Broly, this year, has undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Under Piccolo's patient and targeted guidance, the ferocious legendary bloodline within him has not dissipated, yet he has learned how to coexist with this power and maintain an anchor for his spirit amidst the tempest. Although he has not yet mastered complete control, he no longer succumbs easily to rage ignited by Kakarot's name or minor provocations. The madness in his gaze has been supplanted by a calmness, occasionally tinged with a hint of wildness. He remains taciturn, but he is no longer the beast solely driven by destruction. Vegeta, on the other hand, has transformed all his humiliation and resentment into motivation, fervently dedicating himself to training. With the pride of a Saiyan prince and an indomitable will, he has finally transcended his limits within the hyperbolic time chamber, successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan second grade. With golden flames, upright golden hair, and crackling white lightning, He has achieved it. Yet, reality remains stark. His Super Saiyan's second grade prowess pales in comparison to Goku, who has long since mastered this realm, lacking both the depth of energy and control. Nevertheless, with his newfound strength, he stands as the undisputed fourth strongest on Earth, surpassed only by Raditz, Goku, and the stable Broly. Observing this group of Saiyans whose powers have swelled beyond measure, one wonders if, at this pace, when that entity known as Majin Buu truly manifests, Piccolo might single-handedly handle the situation. On this particular day, Raditz reclined languidly in a beach chair in his backyard, watching as his son Lasser dashed after a mechanical dinosaur in the garden. A smile suddenly graced his lips. A year has passed. The system has reset. At long last, after a prolonged period of idleness, it is time to stretch and invigorate the body, while simultaneously assessing the achievements of this group over the past year. Having traversed the realms of the room of spirit and time for an indeterminate number of years, he swiftly vanished after entrusting his son to the caretaker, reappearing at the entrance of the divine chamber. Concurrently, his formidable presence resonated distinctly within the hearts of Goku, Vegeta, and Broly, who were engaged in their own training across various realms. Before long, the three figures converged at the peculiar entrance of the room of spirit and time. Goku, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother, are we to spar? How splendid! I have devised new strategies recently." Vegeta, arms crossed and emitting a disdainful huff, could not conceal the fervor igniting in his eyes. "Humph, this will provide the perfect opportunity for me to test my newfound power." Broly remained comparatively composed, nodding at Raditz with a steady gaze, the potent aura surrounding him revealing that he was no mere weakling. Raditz surveyed the trio of uniquely powerful Saiyans before him, a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, idleness breeds stagnation. Shall we enter and engage in some spirited competition? The rules are simple, a free-for-all or one-on-one, until satisfaction is achieved. Of course, I shall temper my strength somewhat." Just what I desired. Goku was the first to respond, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Vegeta followed closely, unwilling to lag behind. Broly exchanged a glance with Raditz before also stepping in. Raditz entered last, closing the door behind him. What lay before them was an expanse of boundless white, centering around a small room. Within the vast alabaster space, the four stood opposite one another, their overwhelming auras beginning to swell uncontrollably, stirring the unique atmosphere of this realm. Goku ignited with golden flames, white lightning crackling around him, reaching the full power of Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2 as well, his energy sharp and aggressive, akin to a sword unsheathed. Broly, while not immediately entering his transformed state, exuded an oppressive presence that rivaled his companions, his deep green energy simmering ominously, as if poised to unleash a storm of destruction. Raditz, however, retained his usual demeanor, hands casually tucked in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Brother, are you not going to transform?" Goku inquired with curiosity. Vegeta furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of belittlement. Raditz chuckled lightly. "For you three, it is not yet necessary. Come fort. Let me see if you have been diligent over the past year." "Humph, arrogant." Vegeta could no longer restrain himself, the fiery energy of Super Saiyan 2 exploding forth as he transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging at Raditz with fervor. He aimed to prove that he, Prince Vegeta, was not to be easily dismissed. Goku and Broly exchanged a look, an exchange of intent strictly confined to battle fervor, and simultaneously sprang into action. In an instant, within the room of spirit and time, golden light, green energy, and a seemingly ordinary yet resolute figure collided fiercely. Chapter 45, A Touch of Cruelty. As the battle commenced, Vegeta, driven by an ardent desire to prove his worth, elevated his Super Saiyan 2 power to its zenith, resembling a golden blade as he lunged at Raditz with fervor. His assault was swift and cunning, infused with a year's worth of pent-up fury and resentment. Passes combastide. Vegeta roared, unleashing a flurry of devastating energy beams that surged toward Raditz like a metallic tempest capable of obliterating cities. Yet in a state of calm, Raditz merely inclined his body slightly or nonchalantly waved his hand to deflect the onslaught. The ferocious energy blasts either narrowly missed him or were dissipated upon their fleeting contact with an invisible force, failing to even push him back a step. "Too slow, Vegeta," Raditz remarked casually, noting that while the power was sufficient, the intent was glaringly apparent, leading to a significant waste of energy. Consumed by wrath, Vegeta closed the distance recklessly, channeling all his might into a single, formidable punch aimed squarely at Raditz's face. Raditz, unflinching, simply raised a finger where a barely perceptible energy fluctuation coalesced, and lightly tapped Vegeta's fist, which bore the weight of his mountain-crushing resolve. With a soft pop, akin to a bubble bursting, Vegeta's momentum came to an abrupt halt. He felt as though his full-force strike had collided with the universe's most impenetrable barrier, all his strength rebounding violently against him. An insidious energy surged through his arm, disrupting his entire aura in an instant. With a muffled groan, Vegeta's golden energy flickered out like extinguished flames, forcibly reverting him from Super Saiyan 2. He stood rigid, akin to a marionette with severed strings, immobile, as he watched Raditz casually dismiss him with a wave of his hand, a gentle force expelling him from the battle arena as if he were but a speck of dust. Defeated, and in such a swift, decisive manner, it felt almost humiliating. Why? Vegeta slumped onto the white ground, his eyes vacant, lips trembling, as an overwhelming sense of humiliation and defeat threatened to consume him. After all my relentless training, who knows how many years I've spent in this wretched place, day and night honing my skills. Why am I still unworthy of even making him fight seriously? So swiftly, so effortlessly he pounded the ground in frustration, emitting a primal growl. He had believed that Super Saiyan 2 would at least grant him a fighting chance. Yet the brutal reality was too harsh for him to bear. Having dealt with Vegeta, Raditz turned his gaze to the other two. Goku and Broly exchanged a solemn glance, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. They resolved to hold nothing back, simultaneously unleashing their full power. Goku's golden aura blazed even more fiercely, white lightning dancing wildly as he embraced Super Saiyan 2 at full throttle. His attacks were akin to a tempest, moving with lightning speed, employing a variant of the Kamehameha with finesse, attempting to suppress Raditz through velocity and skill. Broly, too, let out a growl, finally entering his own Super Saiyan 2 state. The dark green aura intertwined with black thunder surged into the sky, reminiscent of a primordial demon god, unleashing destructive power from its formidable physique. His attacks were grand and forceful, relying solely on brute strength to counter finesse, creating a perfect synergy with Goku, united, one wielding cunning and the other raw power. One swift and the other ferocious, they enveloped Raditz in a dense web of assaults. After more than 10 exchanges, Raditz remained in his usual state under their combined onslaught. Yet his evasion and blocking movements had noticeably quickened. Goku's attacks could still be mitigated through skill, but Broly's increasingly heavy punches, imbued with the terrifying strength of Super Saiyan 2, began to send waves of numbness through his arms. Well done. There's a semblance of teamwork. Raditz smiled, though his gaze grew more serious. However, mere cooperation was still insufficient. Goku, do you possess any other techniques? Do not hold back. Upon hearing this, Goku unleashed a powerful punch that forced Raditz back from his guard, leveraging the momentum to retreat, taking a deep breath, a resolute expression gracing his face. Ah! An even more ferocious and colossal golden aura erupted from within him. His hair grew at a visibly rapid pace, cascading down to his waist in an instant. His eyebrows vanished, and his brow bones protruded further, while the golden aura surged like a raging tide, with lightning leaping within, thickening several-fold. A terrifying pressure far exceeding that of Super Saiyan 2 enveloped the entire realm of spirit and time. Super Saiyan, 3rd level. While what? Super Saiyan 3. Just as Vegeta was beginning to recover from the earlier blows, he beheld Goku's new form, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief, his mind a blank slate. He had believed he had achieved Super Saiyan 2, not to mention catching up with the freaks Raditz and Broly. Surely Kakarot must have reached a similar level. Yet what was the reality? Goku's Super Saiyan 2 was mightier than his own. Now he had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Was there no respite for others? A profound sense of helplessness and jealousy nearly suffocated him. Transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Goku's aura surged several times over as he called out to Broly. Broly, let us join forces. Broly, sensing Goku's increasingly aggravating aura, felt his Super Saiyan 2 power rise once again, and together, they charged at Raditz with earth-shattering momentum. The speed and strength of Super Saiyan 3, Goku reached unprecedented heights, while Broly's Super Saiyan 2 strength continued to gradually escalate amidst the battle. Their collaboration finally instilled a hint of pressure in Raditz. Now this is intriguing. A smirk curled at the corners of Raditz's mouth, and the aura he had maintained in its usual state finally shifted. Huh, he let out a low growl. A crimson aura, as vivid as blood, erupted violently from within him, enveloping his entire being. The powerful energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to hum under the strain. Kaioken 20 times. 20 times Kaioken. This surge of power instantly shattered the balance. Raditz's speed and strength soared, no longer merely on the defensive, but launching a fierce counterattack. Bang! With a single strike, he repelled the ferocious onslaught of Super Saiyan 3 Goku. His other hand, fingers aligned like a blade, precisely targeted a crucial energy node of Broly, causing him to stagger. Boom! He withstood a heavy blow from Broly, his body swaying slightly, and retaliated with an elbow strike against Goku's blocking arm, sending him flying back several dozen meters. Soon, under the relentless assault of Raditz's 20-fold Kaioken, Goku, whose stamina was severely depleted, could no longer hold on. The immense burden of Super Saiyan 3 caused his energy to plummet, his golden hair shortening, and his aura extinguishing, reverting him to his normal state as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, devoid of combat power. Now, only Broly remained. Raditz, dispersing the crimson aura of Kaioken, regarded the increasingly serious yet steadily ascending Broly with a nod. Indeed, you still possess hidden power. Come, let me witness your limits. With that, Raditz finally revealed his transformation as a Saiyan for the first time in this battle. Buzz! A golden aura surged skyward, his hair transforming into a dazzling gold. Fiery determination blazing in his emerald eyes. Super Saiyan, first level. Though merely a Super Saiyan 1, the aura Raditz emanated was as profound as the vastness of the cosmos. He began to apply pressure on Broly. As a Super Saiyan 1, Raditz's speed, strength, and energy levels comprehensively suppressed Broly, who had reached Super Saiyan 2. His strikes were akin to golden spears of judgment, compelling Broly to exert all his might in defense. The energy, honed to perfection, effortlessly tore through Broly's green aura, leaving deep scars upon him. Under immense pressure, Broly let out a defiant roar, his legendary bloodline fully awakened. His muscles swelled further, the black-green aura deepening to near pitch black. Swirling like a furious dragon, at full power of Super Saiyan 2, this was the pinnacle he could currently attain. His strength surged once more, nearly grazing the threshold of Super Saiyan 3. However, facing the unleashed might of Broly, Raditz, as a Super Saiyan 1, remained unfazed. After all, with a complete innate talent. Even a month of earnest training for Raditz would yield far greater efficiency than years spent by others in the hyperbolic time chamber. Though he seemed languid this past year, the foundational enhancement from his complete frozen demon talent was formidable. His foundation was far more profound than Broly could ever imagine. It ends here, Broly, Raditz stated calmly, his figure vanishing in an instant, only to reappear above Broly, his right fist raised high, the golden aura compacted intensely, as if holding a miniature sun. Ultimate explosive fist, a self-created technique. With a single punch, he descended like a star falling from the heavens. Broly, in a fierce roar, crossed his arms to block. Boom! An unprecedented explosion resonated within the hyperbolic time chamber. Broly's full-power Super Saiyan 2 defense was instantly shredded like paper. His massive form violently crashed into the white ground, leaving an unfathomable pit, his black-green aura completely dissipating, reverting to his normal state, and he fell into unconsciousness. The battle was concluded, as Raditz gently descended to the ground. He relinquished his Super Saiyan form, his breath steady as if he had merely engaged in a warm-up. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host for successfully challenging Vegeta, Super Saiyan 2. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully challenging Goku, Super Saiyan 3. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully challenging Broly, full-power legendary Super Saiyan. Detection indicates that all challenges were faced with pure strength, showcasing exceptional performance. Rewards will now be merged and elevated. Congratulations, host. You have received a combined reward, Bloodline Enhancement Pill X1. The Bloodline Enhancement Pill, upon consumption, could significantly enhance the purity and potential of the host Saiyan bloodline, tapping into deeper bloodline powers, with a certain probability of awakening ancient Saiyan traits or deriving unique abilities exclusive to the host. Gazing at the pill that had materialized in his hand, resembling a dragon's eye and radiating a golden aura along with peculiar bloodline fluctuations. Raditz wore a satisfied smile. A trifecta reward? A bloodline enhancement pill? Quite fortuitous, as it would perfectly compensate for my fundamental bloodline deficiencies. It seems the system is quite astute regarding sustainable development. He stowed the pill away, casting a glance at the unconscious Broly, the exhausted Goku, and the still doubting Vegeta, shaking his head. Well, the annual harvest is complete. Time to return home to my wife and child, basking in the warmth of our hearth. Chapter 46. Frieza returns. Time flowed like water, calmly passing another year. Over this duration, Raditz's strength had reached an inscrutable level, becoming a riddle no one could solve. The annual friendly sparring session was held as scheduled in the Room of Spirit and Time, where Raditz faced an improved Goku, more stable Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta, full power Super Saiyan 2, and Broly, infinitely close to Super Saiyan 3. Raditz, even too lazy to transform, effortlessly schooled the three with mere normalcy. The scene resembled not a battle, but rather adults playing with children. The rewards provided by the system were rather perfunctory, several cents of beans. Raditz gazed at the small bag of beans in his hand, bemused, and could only reassure himself that at least it was a strategic resource replenishment. On this otherwise mundane day, two immense and chilling presences, akin to a frigid hurricane from the depths of the cosmos, abruptly invaded the solar system, swiftly locking onto Earth. These two auras, laden with profound enmity and unabashed desires for destruction, instantly alarmed all the powerful beings on the planet. One of these energies belonged to Frieza. The other was also quite familiar. Goku was the first to sense it, bursting forth from his home on the East City, his expression grave. Oof, that relentless fiend. Vegeta detected the aura that had once dominated his childhood, flames of fury igniting in his eyes, yet mixed with a sense of eager anticipation. Raditz was enjoying afternoon tea with Bulma and his son, Razor, in the garden when he slightly arched an eyebrow, taking a sip of his red tea. Oh, it's an old acquaintance. It seems they haven't been idle these past few years. Above West City, two ominous, grotesque spacecraft pierced through the clouds, hovering over the city. The hatches opened, and two figures slowly emerged. It is indeed Frieza and his brother Cooler. At this moment, Frieza and Cooler maintain their elegant final forms. Yet the aura radiating from them is more refined and immense, far surpassing that of a few years ago, evidently the result of rigorous training. How nostalgic is the essence of this planet. Frieza, with his signature, spine-chilling tone, remarked, albeit with a diminished frivolity and an intensified sense of oppression. Goku, Raditz. And my dear Prince Vegeta, have you felt the greeting from your king and his esteemed brother after such a long separation? The Z fighters swiftly assembled, with Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan hovering in midair, confronting the Frieza brothers. Raditz, however, remained reclined in his garden chair, observing from a distance with no intention of intervening, as if relishing an impending theatrical performance. Vegeta, acutely sensing the potent yet seemingly comprehensible auras of Frieza and Cooler, felt a surge of confidence from his dramatic increase in strength over the past year, compelling him to prove himself. He stepped forward, arms crossed, and with a tone restored to its classic arrogance declared, Frieza, Cooler, do you dare return to Earth to meet your demise? It seems the lesson imparted to you years ago was insufficiently profound. I alone am more than enough to deal with you. You shall serve as a tribute to my fallen planet Vegeta. Upon hearing these words, not only did Frieza and Cooler display amusement, but Goku and the others also exchanged glances. Piccolo, in a hushed tone, cautioned, Vegeta, do not underestimate them. Their energy feels off. Ha ha ha. Frieza erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in the universe, his shoulders shaking with mirth. My dear Prince Vegeta, after years apart, your blind arrogance remains unchanged. You, a once subservient wild monkey at my feet, you believe you can challenge the transformed beings that I and my brother have become? How pitiable and laughable. Cooler added a cold, metallic scoff. Foolish Saiyan, forever trapped in your pathetic delusions. Vegeta, incensed by their taunts, his forehead throbbing with rage, bellowed, silence. Frieza, today, your defeat will cleanse the shame of the Saiyans. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous surge of energy erupted around him, his hair transforming into a golden hue. Enveloped in white lightning, as he unleashed the full power of Super Saiyan 2, the formidable aura whipped up a tempest, undeniably stronger than a year prior. The golden radiance illuminating his confident visage. Oh, A Super Saiyan? Even you can transform now. This proves that the legends are unreliable. The notion that Super Saiyans are the nemesis of my race is utter nonsense. A flicker of subtle astonishment crossed Frieza's golden eyes, swiftly replaced by a more pronounced mockery. Come fort. Let me witness just how much prowess you, this audacious monkey, have truly attained. And thus, the battle erupted in an instant. Vegeta, in his full power of Super Saiyan 2, transformed into a golden flash, charging towards Frieza with fists and feet raining down like a torrential storm. Yet, Frieza's figure danced through Vegeta's assault like a specter, his face adorned with a maddeningly mocking smile. He effortlessly sidestepped heavy punches and casually blocked sweeping kicks, his movements appearing perilous, yet always resolving at the last moment with an air of nonchalance. Too slow, Prince Vegeta. Your strength is commendable, yet utterly devoid of technique. Is this truly all you have? How dreadfully boring. Frieza, while effortlessly countering, continuously provoked Vegeta with his words, seemingly relishing a lackluster performance. How dare you underestimate me? Vegeta, thoroughly incensed, felt his pride trampled upon, pushing him to the brink of madness. Ultimate Flash at maximum power. He clasped his hands together, channeling all his energy without reservation, forming an unprecedented colossal golden orb of destructive energy in his palms. Its blinding radiance illuminated half the sky as it surged forth with a might to obliterate everything in its path, hurtling towards Frieza. Confronted with this all-out assault from Vegeta, Frieza finally reined in much of his mocking demeanor, though his eyes still reflected disdain and a hint of appraisal. Ah, now, this is somewhat interesting, yet still insufficient. He slowly raised a hand, finger splayed, palm facing the oncoming Ultimate Flash, showing neither intent to gather energy nor to evade. Buzz. Just as the Ultimate Flash was about to engulf Frieza, a seemingly thin, yet incredibly resilient purple energy barrier materialized before him. Boom! The Ultimate Flash collided fiercely with the barrier, producing a deafening explosion. The chaotic energy surged outward. However, the purple barrier stood firm like an ancient monolith amidst the energy tempest, not even a ripple marring its surface. As the explosive light faded, Frieza remained suspended in place, the barrier intact, his attire undisturbed. What? How is this possible? Vegeta's pupils constricted, his face a mask of disbelief and horror. His all-out strike could not even breach his opponent's defense. The game is over, my dear prince. Frieza's cold voice resonated like a whisper from the abyss, tinged with a hint of lost patience. In an instant, Frieza's form blurred, seemingly never having moved, yet he appeared right before Vegeta. His speed exceeded Vegeta's capacity to react, and with a fist imbued with concentrated energy, he struck gently yet decisively at Vegeta's abdomen. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. Vegeta's protective aura shattered like fragile glass in an instant. His eyes bulged, his body contorted like a shrimp, as blood mixed with fragments of his insides erupted from his mouth. He scarcely had the time to utter a scream before his body was sent hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string, soaring through the air at a terrifying velocity, transforming into a shooting star against the horizon, its destination unknown, his breath fading to an extreme lethargy. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the arena. The Super Saiyan Grade 2 Vegeta, exerting his utmost power, had been so effortlessly vanquished by Frieza. He couldn't even force his opponent to take a single step back. Meanwhile, Raditz, observing from a distance, slowly set down his teacup, a flicker of understanding glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, he had concealed his true strength, and remarkably well at that. The momentary fluctuation of energy was rather intriguing. Vegeta and Goku clenched their fists, the once innocent smile on Goku's face replaced with an unprecedented seriousness. He could sense that the Frieza before him was far more powerful than he had imagined, even sending chills down his spine. Yet, the fighting spirit in his gaze remained unquenched, burning hotter like steel thrust into a furnace. Who would be next? Frieza leisurely flicked his wrist, as if he had merely swatted away an annoying fly, his gaze mockingly sweeping over the remaining Z fighters, finally resting on Goku. Is it you, Mr. Goku? Or do you intend to confront me together? He taunted. I wouldn't mind at all. Goku inhaled deeply, stepping forward, and declared in a low voice, Frieza, your opponent is me. As his words fell, a golden aura erupted from within him, his hair standing upright, transformed into a Super Saiyan Grade 2. Compared to Vegeta, Goku's energy was far more stable, refined, exuding a profound weight that spoke of countless battles fought. Oh, a transformation akin to Vegeta's. Frieza tilted his head, the mockery in his tone unabashed. Though your energy surpasses that of that worthless Vegeta, it is still woefully inadequate when compared to mine. Is this all you Saiyans can muster? A mere superficial display of brute transformation? Disregarding Frieza's taunts, Goku's eyes were sharp as an eagle's. He understood the terror that Frieza embodied and dared not let his guard down. In an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing beside Frieza, delivering a swift, thunderous chop aimed at the tyrant's neck. The speed was commendable. Frieza didn't even bother to turn his head, casually raising his arm and effortlessly blocking the strike with his elbow. The impact reverberated through Goku's hand, as though he had struck the hardest alloy in the universe, the recoil causing his arm to tingle. Utilizing the momentum, he retreated while simultaneously gathering energy in his other hand, launching a ki blast towards Frieza's face. Chapter 47. Silver Frieza. Frieza merely exhaled lightly, extinguishing the ki blast that could have leveled a hill as if it were a mere candle flame. Goku, wary and alert, continued to test Frieza's defenses, attacking from various angles with rapid strikes, employing a variant of the Kamehameha, the distracting solar flare, and the confounding afterimage technique, pushing his speed and skill to their utmost limits in Super Saiyan Grade 2. However, every assault was effortlessly countered by Frieza, who appeared nonchalant yet executed his defenses with precision. He stood resolute like an immovable mountain, unyielding to Goku's relentless onslaught, his infuriating smile never wavering. Is this all you can muster, Mr. Son Goku? How disappointing, Frieza remarked, shaking his head as impatience crept into his tone. If this is your limit, then the game can come to an end. Sensing the chilling intent behind Frieza's words, Goku realized he could no longer hold back. He leaped back a significant distance, fists clenched at his waist, unleashing a thunderous roar. A more furious and colossal golden aura erupted from within him like a volcanic eruption. His hair grew at a visible pace, cascading down to his waist in an instant. His eyebrows vanished, and his brow bones jutted out further, giving his face a more rugged contour. The golden aura surged like a burning ocean, with a white lightning within intensifying, crackling with explosive sounds. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing that of a Super Saiyan 2, struck every heart like a tangible hammer. Super Saiyan 3rd grade. WH what? The usually impassive cooler could not help but be taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his cold metallic visage. Frieza's once mocking smile froze, his golden pupils narrowing in slight surprise. What transformation is this? His power has surged so dramatically. How is it reminiscent of Raditz's transformation? In the distance, the Z-Warriors were equally stunned by Goku's new form. Super Saiyan 3. Has he transformed into Uncle? Goten exclaimed, his mouth agape. Such overwhelming power. It surpasses Super Saiyan 2 by a considerable margin. Krillin pondered, slightly perplexed. Piccolo's tightly clenched fists relaxed slightly, though his expression remained grave. Son has finally revealed his true strength, but Frieza, as Goku, now transformed into Super Saiyan 3, felt the boundless power surging within him. His long hair danced wildly behind him. He gazed at Frieza, his voice resonating like thunder. Frieza, this is my utmost power. Prepare yourself. The battle reignited with fervor. Super Saiyan 3, Goku experienced a qualitative leap in speed, strength, and energy levels. No longer cautious, he became a golden arc streaking across the sky, appearing before Frieza in an instant, his fists enveloped in a tempest of fury and lightning, raining down like a torrential downpour. Each punch contained the terrifying force capable of shattering continents, and his speed reached unparalleled heights. Bang, 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 bang. The cacophony of collisions erupted like a symphony of thunder. Frieza is no longer relying solely on evasive maneuvers and blocks. His violet energy barrier flickers around him, absorbing Goku's relentless assault. The sheer force of the blows causes him to stagger slightly, and the earlier ease etched on his face has given way to a hint of seriousness. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Frieza dances amidst the flurry of punches, occasionally retaliating with his own strikes, clashing his fists against Goku's golden attacks, producing thunderous roars. The aftermath of their battle is exponentially more intense than before, as the clouds above are utterly torn apart, and the earth below fractures and sinks. Yet, it is evident that Frieza remains unfazed. Although he no longer exhibits the same nonchalance he displayed while toying with Vegeta, He continues to defend against Goku's Super Saiyan 3 onslaught with precision, effectively countering, and even utilizing his agile tail for cunning ambushes, forcing Goku to divert his attention. His aura remains steady, as unfathomable as the depths of the abyss. What's the matter, Mr. Son Goku? Is this what you call your full power? While fending off the attacks, Frieza taunts, showing a marked improvement from earlier. But he still has a long way to go if he wishes to defeat me. Gritting his teeth, Goku feels the immense strain of Super Saiyan 3 taking its toll. He senses his stamina rapidly depleting. He cannot afford to delay any longer. He unleashes another roar, pushing his Super Saiyan 3 power to its utmost limit. The golden flames surrounding him blaze even more fiercely, white lightning crackling as if cloaking him in a thunderous battle attire. His muscles swell slightly, and his energy surges to a new height. Super Saiyan 3 at full power. This is the strongest state he can achieve without further exhausting his potential. As Frieza perceives the significant rise in Goku's energy, genuine surprise and a flicker of intrigue glimmer in his golden eyes. Oh, you can grow stronger? Ho. It seems I must take this a bit more seriously. He gradually adopts a stance that starkly contrasts with his previous casual demeanor, and the once restrained aura, akin to a slumbering dragon, begins to awaken, slowly lifting its head. An oppressive chill, far more intense and terrifying than before, starts to permeate the air. The two engage in battle once more. Goku, at the zenith of Super Saiyan 3 power, pushes his strength to its ultimate peak. The golden flames burn like the core of a star, his waist-length golden hair billowing wildly in the tempest of energy, while white lightning weaves a net, crackling ominously. Each punch and kick he delivers holds the terrifying power to shatter stars, his speed akin to a phantom. With an unrelenting assault crashing against Frieza's defenses like a relentless tsunami. Under such a ferocious onslaught, Frieza can no longer maintain his composure. He genuinely feels the pressure. The calm expression he had sustained, as if everything were under his control, vanishes entirely, replaced by an intense focus and gravity. The violet energy barrier surrounding him flickered incessantly, withstanding Goku's fierce strikes while his body was continually pushed back by the tremendous force. Occasionally, the arm used to block would send a tingling sensation coursing through him. Goku's savage yet effective combat style, coupled with the unreasonable amplification of power in his Super Saiyan 3 form, indeed exceeded his initial estimations. Damn that monkey! A glint of malice flashed in Frieza's eyes as he realized he was being momentarily suppressed in a pure contest of strength and energy output. It seems you have not been idle these past few years. Yet, if you think this will allow you to triumph over a king who has undergone rigorous training, you are gravely mistaken. Before his words could fully escape, Frieza suddenly retreated, creating distance between himself and Goku. He no longer maintained a relaxed demeanor. Instead, he clenched his fists, and his aura began to undergo a peculiar transformation. The once flamboyant and powerful energy seemed to be compressed inward by an invisible hand, refining its essence. The deep violet hue gradually shed its ostentation, revealing a more restrained and chilling metallic silver sheen. With a bellow, Frieza's form underwent a significant metamorphosis. His previously smooth surface became enveloped in a texture reminiscent of flowing mercury, with lines sharpened and smoothed, giving his entire outline the appearance of a meticulously crafted weapon of slaughter. The Silver Frieza. Now this is worthy of my true power. Frieza's voice, now imbued with a metallic chill, declared, Goku, to force me into this form, you have earned the right to take pride. But this is where it ends. Upon transforming into his silver form, Frieza experienced a qualitative leap in speed and strength. No longer on the defensive, his silver silhouette flickered like a specter, instantly turning the tide. With a single punch, imbued with the chilling essence of frozen space and the devastating force to shatter atoms, he clashed violently against Goku's golden fist. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. Gold, silver, and white energies intertwined and annihilated one another. Goku felt an immense power far surpassing the previous onslaught, and a bone-chilling coldness assault him simultaneously, causing his body to slide backward uncontrollably. A clear sensation of soreness and numbness shot through his arm, causing the golden aura enveloping him to fluctuate violently. The balance of power shifted to a 6-4 split. Frieza at 6, Goku at 4. The Silver Frieza firmly suppressed Goku's full-powered Super Saiyan 3 in terms of absolute strength, energy density, and the added freezing properties. The scales of battle tipped once more. Frieza's attacks unleashed like a cold silver tempest, not only exhibiting overwhelming power, but also appearing to possess corrosive and debilitating effects, disrupting Goku's energy flow and bodily reactions. Although Goku clung to his indomitable will and extensive experience, the situation grew increasingly dire. Defeat seemed merely a matter of time. Watching the battle from the sidelines, Cooler remained with his arms crossed, his cold metallic visage betraying no emotion. Only his crimson electronic eyes flickering slightly as they recorded and analyzed everything. Observing his brother gain the upper hand through the use of his silver form, he expressed no joy, instead emitting an impatient cold snort, akin to the sound of metal scraping. Frieza, your efficiency is far too low. To confront a Saiyan, one must resort to utilizing silver to suppress them. It appears that your years of cultivation have not yet touched upon the true essence of power. Chapter 48. The Transmission of Super Saiyan 3. Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression darkened, yet he seemed powerless to refute the claim. Cooler ceased to speak further and slowly floated forward. He too let out a low growl, and his body began to undergo transformation. The same silvery gray luminescence enveloped him as if it were a living entity, his form seemingly becoming denser and more substantial. The energy radiating from his joints shifted from a crimson hue to a deep azure, exuding an aura far colder than Frieza's, exuding a pure, suffocating sense of oppression. The silver Cooler, with a more stable and profound fluctuation of energy, was evidently stronger than Frieza. His silver form lacked some of Frieza's sharpness, yet possessed a weighty, destructive restraint akin to a boulder. The pointless skirmish must come to an end. Cooler's voice was devoid of warmth. He exchanged a glance with Frieza, and they instantly formed a pincer movement, trapping Goku in between. 2 against 1, faced with the overwhelming power of Silver Frieza, combined with the even more terrifying aura of Silver Cooler, Goku found himself in a dire predicament. He roared as he pushed his Super Saiyan 3 power to the limit, his golden aura blazing fiercely, trying to withstand the lethal attacks coming from both directions. However, the disparity was insurmountable. Frieza's swift assaults and Cooler's heavy, freezing strikes left him scrambling, his golden aura dimming as blood gushed from his mouth, clearly indicating he had sustained serious injuries, and defeat was imminent. Just as Goku was about to be completely engulfed by Frieza and Cooler's combined assault, a roar erupted. It was not particularly loud, yet it resonated like a low thunder rolling across the horizon, suddenly exploding at the edge of the battlefield. The roar was not merely a manifestation of uncontrolled rage, but a deeper, more refined fury, akin to a long-dormant volcano finally finding its vent. A dark green figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, moving with a speed surpassing any previous display, swiftly and accurately entering the fray. It was Broly. However, at this moment, Broly was different from the 1 year ago in the room of spirit and time. His physique remained imposing, the contours of his muscles suggesting explosive power without appearing excessively bulky. Most striking was the aura surrounding him, a deeply restrained dark green halo, reminiscent of an unfathomable ancient pool, seemingly tranquil, yet radiating a disquieting sense of oppression. His eyes were no longer crimson or chaotic. Instead, they now glimmered with a dark golden hue akin to molten lava. A ferocious battle intent burning within, yet curiously tempered by a lucid will. The transmission of Super Saiyan 3. Under Piccolo's guidance, and through relentless meditation, Broly had finally begun to grasp this higher form of power, capable not only of unleashing greater strength, but also maintaining control in battle. The destructive impulse rooted in his bloodline had now transformed into a more efficient combat instinct, governed by his awakened consciousness. His objective was clear: to confront those 2 chilling auras that instinctively repulsed him. Broly's movements were as swift as lightning, yet imbued with a weighty, mountainous presence. He paid no heed to the battered and weakening Goku, his dark golden pupils instantaneously locking onto the approaching figure of Cooler, poised to deliver a lethal strike. The crimson electronic eye of Cooler barely registered the fleeting shadow of Broly's motion before an overwhelming sense of peril surged through him, sending tremors through his metallic frame. He was unable to redirect his attack in time. Broly's iron fist, cloaked in a dense layer of dark green energy, materialized before his silver chest plate as if traversing the very fabric of space itself. There was no dazzling explosion of light, only the pure collision of raw power. A thunderous boom erupted, resonating as if a colossal hammer had struck a mountain of steel. Cooler's silver armor, capable of withstanding planetary impacts, visibly cave in upon contact with Broly's fist intricate cracks spider-webbing outwards from the point of impact. An irresistible force surged forth, and Cooler could scarcely emit a sound before his massive form was propelled backward as if struck by the main cannon of an interstellar battleship, transforming into a silver-gray streak of light that shattered several massive, floating boulders along its path, ultimately embedding deeply into the base of a distant mountain. Triggering violent tremors and clouds of dust, his aura abruptly disordered and significantly diminished. In a single blow, merely a precise and heavy punch had sent the formidable silver Cooler hurtling away. This unforeseen turn of events caused Frieza, who was poised to deliver the final blow to Goku, to momentarily halt, his sinister grin freezing into an expression of disbelief. He swiftly turned to behold the figure that had remained steadfast after the strike, dark golden gaze now directed toward him. "You." Frieza's voice quivered imperceptibly. From this unfamiliar Saiyan, he sensed a primal and perilous aura far surpassing that of Son Goku. Broly offered Frieza no time for contemplation or words. In the instant after sending Cooler flying, his dark golden pupils locked onto Frieza with unwavering intensity. Without a roar, without any buildup of energy, he merely bent his knees slightly, unleashing an invisible force that erupted beneath him. Whoosh! The dark green figure vanished like a wraith, reappearing above Frieza's head, with a simple yet brutal downward strike. Akin to a battle axe infused with concentrated dark green energy, he cleaved through the air with a piercing shriek, descending fiercely. Frieza, taken aback, crossed his arms as a torrent of silver energy surged forth, coalescing above him into a formidable diamond-shaped energy shield. Boom! The clash of leg and shield produced a deafening roar. Frieza felt his arms quiver violently, as if struck by a falling star. The shield, capable of withstanding a full-force assault from Super Saiyan 3 Goku, shattered under the weight of Broly's powerful kick after merely half a second. The residual colossal force cascaded downwards, causing Frieza to emit a muffled groan as his form uncontrollably plummeted. His feet carved two elongated white energy waves through the void, barely dissipating some of the force to stabilize his descent. Yet his arms had already begun to tingle with numbness. The situation had instantaneously reversed, and it was a crushing inevitability. Broly, seizing the advantage, showed no mercy, affording Frieza not a moment to breathe. Like an insidious parasite, he relentlessly pursued Frieza's descending trajectory, his fists striking with the ferocity of a tempest. Each blow contained the absurdly terrifying power characteristic of a Super Saiyan, enveloped in dark green energy, rendering his attacks not only immensely powerful, but also imbued with a corrosive and shockwave-like quality that incessantly battered and weakened Frieza's silvery defenses. The cacophony of collisions echoed like exploding beans. Frieza found himself utterly ensnared in a position of passive suffering. His once proud speed seemed futile against Broly-esque combat instincts that appeared to anticipate every one of his maneuvers, coupled with a superior explosive force. He attempted to restrain Broly with freezing rays, but the dark green energy coursing around Broly merely quivered, effortlessly dispelling the chilling intent capable of freezing all. When he concentrated energy for a counterattack, Broly simply swatted it aside or absorbed it with his formidable defense, instilling despair within Frieza. It had devolved into a one-sided affair of Broly dominating Frieza. The silver Frieza resembled a fragile boat amidst a storm, relying solely on his extensive battle experience and the resilience of his silver form to endure, while new scars continued to mar his body. And cracks appeared across his silver armor, his breath visibly waning. Meanwhile, Goku, just pulled back from the brink of death, braced his battered body, gazing at the distant, one-sided clash, revealing a complex expression of shock, helplessness, and a hint of relief. This was a completely unequal contest. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Goku forced a bitter smile. He could clearly sense that the level of power Broly was exhibiting had far surpassed his own Super Saiyan 3 at full capacity. The concentrated dark green energy, the effortless yet immensely powerful attacks, and the seemingly perfect physique and combat intuition that seemed born for battle made it evident that even in optimal condition he would be of little aid, and might even hinder Broly. He understood all too well that this battle was no longer his to fight. Shaking his head, Goku ceased his hesitation. The remnants of his aura receded completely as he staggered away, heading towards the distant location of Piccolo, Gohan, and the others, retreating to the sidelines. What he needed now was rest and recovery, relinquishing the battlefield entirely to the transformed legendary warrior. Upon seeing Goku return safely, Piccolo and the others exhaled in relief. Yet all eyes remained captivated by the astonishing battle unfolding before them. Witnessing Broly utterly overpowering the once mighty Frieza, their feelings could only be described as awe. Krillin's jaw nearly dropped to the ground as he rubbed his eyes vigorously, murmuring, "I can't be seeing this wrong, can I?" Broly single-handedly rendered Frieza powerless, unable to retaliate. The Silver Frieza had just been unable to defeat even Super Saiyan Goku. Tian's three eyes were fixed intently on the battlefield, cold sweat beading on his forehead. It was not merely the sheer power. Broly's combat style, seemingly straightforward, adeptly pinpointed Frieza's vulnerabilities, making each strike remarkably efficient. He resembled a flawless combat machine. Gohan supported his weakened father, his eyes brimming with awe and a hint of longing. Uncle Broly is so strong. Moreover, he seemed to have complete control over his power, no longer succumbing to the madness of his past. In Chapter 49, titled Reunion, Piccolo crossed his arms, his expression still grave, yet tinged with rare approval. The meditation and restraint training he had undergone in the otherworld over the past 2 years had not been in vain. He had channeled his innate destructive impulse into a more focused and controllable fighting spirit. Now, he truly embodied a warrior worthy of legendary status. In stark contrast to the awe of the others, Vegeta was consumed by a palpable jealousy and humiliation. His eyes were fixed on the green figure dominating Frieza like a god of war. His teeth ground together, fists clenched, nails digging into his palms. Why must it be this way again? Vegeta's heart roared in fury. Frieza, the very being who had once haunted him like a nightmare. He had toiled relentlessly to reach Super Saiyan 2, believing he could redeem himself, only to find he was not even worthy of a serious challenge. And Broly, this exiled wildling, what right does he have? How could he achieve what I cannot so effortlessly? Is the legendary bloodline truly that extraordinary? I, Prince Vegeta, am the true heir of the Saiyan royal line. A consuming bitterness and jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. As he beheld Broly's overwhelming prowess and recalled his own recent, humiliating defeat, the stark contrast nearly drove him to madness. In the center of the battlefield, Frieza's situation had become precarious. His energy was in disarray, and purple blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Broly's attacks were relentless, heavy, and precise, leaving Frieza no opportunity to catch his breath or gather his strength for a counterattack. How infuriating! Frieza barely managed to block one of Broly's heavy punches, the pain in his arm akin to shattered bones, a mixture of shock and rage surging within him, along with an indescribable sense of dread. If this continued, he would truly perish here. At that moment, the ruins of a distant mountain erupted, and a silver-gray figure staggered out, the once crippled Cooler, grievously injured for Broly's earlier assault. His chest plate was severely deformed, his crimson electronic eye flickering erratically, yet it burned with an icy fury and resolve. Frieza, Cooler's voice, distorted by energy vibrations, emerged hoarsely. This cannot continue. Conventional methods will not defeat this monster. Upon hearing this, Frieza's eyes flickered with a hint of struggle, but upon gazing into Broly's emotionless, dark golden gaze, fear ultimately overwhelmed all else. But brother, it is only the two of us, Frieza rasped, recalling the harrowing experience of his defeat against Raditz years ago when he had merged with his father, leaving him haunted by memories of that failure. There is no other choice. Cooler growled, it is better than perishing here. Besides, we are not the same as we were years ago. Broly seemed to sense the exchange between the two, his brow furrowing as he intensified his assault, eager to interrupt them. Yet, Frieza and Cooler, seasoned warriors of the cosmos, displayed an extraordinary synergy in this life and death moment. Both retreated with fervor, widening the gap between themselves and Broly, before surging towards one another at high speed. Fusion. Now, they exclaimed in unison. In the fleeting moment before Broly could close the distance, the bodies of Frieza and Cooler collided, not in a physical sense, but rather in a peculiar intertwining of energy and matter. A blinding silver-white light erupted, engulfing their forms. Broly's fist struck the radiant mass, yet he felt his strength dissipate, swallowed by an ever-expanding, transformative energy field. The brilliance quickly contracted, coalescing into a singular, new figure suspended in midair. This new warrior towered above both Frieza and Cooler, exuding a deeper and more restrained dark silver hue. His form echoed Frieza's sleekness and Cooler's solidity, as if forged from the most resilient cosmic alloy. His visage was austere, blending features of both, with eyes as frigid as eternal ice, yet imbued with a more concentrated will of destruction. The aura he radiated was no longer merely cold, but a weighty, domineering presence, as if capable of freezing time itself. The fusion of Frieza and Cooler would henceforth be referred to as Frigula. As the fusion completed, Frigula slowly lifted his gaze, meeting Broly's watchful eyes from a short distance away. A chilling smile graced his lips. Ah, this feels promising. Saiyan Beast, let us begin anew. Broly's dark golden pupils narrowed slightly. He could distinctly sense that the aura of his opponent had escalated beyond that which it had been prior to the fusion. It was a qualitative transformation, as though two formerly independent sources of immense power had merged, resulting in a higher form of energy. Interesting, Broly murmured, his tones still heavy, yet imbued with fervor. Rather than fear, he felt exhilaration at the prospect of facing a more formidable adversary. The blood of his lineage stirred within him. The battle erupted once more. Frigula was the first to strike. His speed surpassed that of Silver Frieza, and his strength outweighed that of Silver Cooler. The dark silver figure appeared instantaneously at Broly's left side, delivering what appeared to be a simple, yet terrifyingly powerful hand strike, imbued with freezing force and impact. Silently aimed at Broly's neck, Broly reacted with remarkable swiftness, dark green energy coalescing at his neck as he countered with a powerful punch aimed at Frigula's ribs. The clash resounded, bang, thud. Two voices resonated almost simultaneously. The energy armor on Broly's neck was cleaved open by a precise strike, a chilling aura seeping in, momentarily halting his movements. His fist, however, landed solidly against Frigula's ribcage, producing a muffled thud as the dark silver armor slightly dented. Frigula staggered but did not retreat. Instead, he utilized the momentum to launch a whip-like kick at Broly's waist. Broly raised his arm to block. The dark green and dark silver energies clashed violently, annihilating each other with a piercing sound. The two fighters swiftly disengaged, each retreating several meters, their initial encounter revealing an astonishing parity in strength. Indeed, he had grown stronger. Broly flexed his slightly numbed arm as the coldness at his neck was rapidly dispelled by the boiling energy within him. "Your power warrants my attention," Frigula remarked coldly, the dent in his ribcage gradually returning to its original form. In the next moment, the two clashed once more. This time, the intensity of the battle far surpassed their previous engagement. Broly unleashed the full might of Super Saiyan 3, his dark green energy flowing like a living entity, seamlessly blending offense and defense. His combat style remained direct and ferocious, yet it now featured a greater degree of refined energy control and uniquely angled attacks. Each punch and kick bore the force to shatter mountains, dark red lightning crackling at his fingertips, striving to tear through Frigula's defenses and energy structure. Frigula showcased the advantages of their fusion. Not only had his strength and speed surged, but his combat skills also merged the strengths of both fighters. At times, he moved with the swiftness and cunning of Frieza, utilizing freezing beams and energy stabs to harass. At other times, he embodied the overwhelming force of Cooler, engaging in sheer brute strength and formidable defense. The dark silver energy in his hands morphed into various forms, at times becoming a shield, at others a spear, or even an expansive, freezing domain, aiming to restrict Broly's movements. The thunderous roars of their energy clashes resonated incessantly as they battled from the skies to the ground, then soaring back into the clouds, leaving a trail of distorted space, shattered earth, and chaotic weather in their wake. The aftermath of their combat compelled the distant Z fighters to retreat once more, bolstering their defenses. The two remained evenly matched, locked in a fierce struggle. Broly held a slight edge in power, yet Frigula's techniques and energy transformations proved superior. For the moment, neither could gain the upper hand, plunging the battle into an exceptionally intense stalemate. Observing the fight, Vegeta's countenance grew more ashen as he witnessed a fusion-enriched adversary matching the monstrous Broly. How many more perverse powers existed in this world that eluded his understanding? Meanwhile, Goku, while receiving Krillin's treatment, remained fixated on the battle, his eyes ablaze with fervent excitement. Incredible. This is the true clash of titans. Once I recover, I must engage them in a serious fight. He completely forgot the earlier perils, consumed only by his yearning for greater strength. Piccolo, brow furrowed, murmured, "The fusion has elevated them significantly." Although Broly does not falter, prolonged combat may favor the opponent's experience and energy adaptability. Furthermore, does the fusion have a time limit? In the heart of the battlefield, Broly and Frieza clashed once more, their heavy fists colliding before they momentarily parted, both breathing heavily, adorned with numerous wounds. Yet, the fervor of battle in their eyes burned with an unquenchable intensity. The warm-up must come to an end, monster. Frieza slowly raised both hands, a terrifying dark silver energy swirling chaotically within his palms. The temperature around them plunged drastically, as if the very fabric of space was on the verge of freezing. Prepare to receive this move from your king, the annihilating absolute Zero Nova. Broly inhaled deeply, his dark green energy retracting and coalescing like a tsunami, ultimately converging upon his clenched right fist. That fist transformed into a miniature green sun, pulsating with an intent of destruction, as dark red lightning danced within its core. With a fierce roar, he channeled all his power into this strike, charging toward the burgeoning, terrifying energy sphere capable of freezing and obliterating galaxies. The dark green fist of destruction and the dark silver absolute Zero Nova collided with the force of two comets bearing the might of annihilation, as all present held their breath in anticipation. Contrary to expectations of a cataclysmic explosion that would tear apart space and obliterate all, no such event transpired. Just as the two forces were about to meet, an indescribably swift, ethereal lavender light, akin to a fleeting dream, gently slipped between them. Time seemed to pause at that moment, as if smoothed by a higher power. There was no thunderous roar, no shockwave. Chapter 50, Angel Whis. Broly's fist, capable of shattering planets, and Frieza's Nova, able to freeze all, upon touching that seemingly delicate lavender light, dissolved silently like snow under the blazing sun, or a stone cast into a deep pool, ultimately transforming into the most fundamental points of light, dissipating into the air. It was as if that cataclysmic standoff had merely been an intricate illusion. What? Both Broly and Frieza emitted muffled groans, their full power strikes effortlessly neutralized, causing a backlash that sent their blood surging, involuntarily sliding back several paces, their faces etched with profound shock and astonishment. As the dust began to clear, the scene in the center of the battlefield was revealed. Between Broly and Frieza stood an unfamiliar figure, a tall man adorned in deep purple and black attire, with a light blue scarf draped around his neck. His skin bore a pale lavender hue, and his silver-gray hair was short, framing a strikingly handsome face, exuding a sense of lazy curiosity. In his hand, he held an object resembling a scepter or a staff, crowned with a mysterious crystal. Most captivating was the tranquility and elegance that surrounded him, seemingly out of place in the chaos of the battlefield, complemented by deep blue eyes that appeared to perceive all, yet held a hint of playful intrigue toward the unfolding scene. A mysterious individual, an entity never before seen, yet possessing unfathomable power. All present, be they Z warriors or frozen demons, were utterly astounded by the sudden turn of events. However, upon recognizing the visage and attire of the newcomer, the cold and haughty demeanor of the fused being, Frieza, crumbled in an instant, replaced by an unmistakable awe and reverence that emanated from the depths of his soul. He instinctively relinquished his combat stance, the dark silver sheen of his form dimming slightly, his voice betraying his shock as he stammered. Why you are the one accompanying Lord Beerus. At this pronouncement, all except for Raditz, who had already sensed the identity of the visitor and remained composed in his garden, were left in a fog of confusion. Beerus? Whis? Which deities were these? The man addressed, as Whis blinked, a gentle yet inscrutable smile gracing his features. In a melodious voice tinged with magnetism, he remarked, "Ah, it seems I've been recognized. Indeed, I am Whis, the attendant and martial arts instructor of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7. He paused, speaking with an air of casual explanation. I was merely wandering through the universe, idly searching for any delectable new desserts. Suddenly, I sensed two rather formidable energies clashing here. In our universe, it's quite rare to encounter such levels of power. My curiosity compelled me to come and witness the spectacle." His gaze first fell upon Frieza, as though he could perceive his essence at a glance. "You are Frieza, are you not? Ah, and I detect the essence of Cooler, so you have fused? Quite an impressive ability to harmoniously amalgamate the strengths of two individuals. It seems you brothers have indeed devoted considerable effort to your training, resulting in significant enhancements to your power." Then, with a tone that carried a subtle hint of authority, akin to a superior inquiring of a subordinate, he continued, "However, Frieza, did not Lord Beerus assign you certain cleansing tasks, instructing you to address those galaxies that are either developing out of balance or excessively noisy. What brings you here to engage in a skirmish with this promising young fellow? His gaze shifted to Broly, appraising him with evident admiration. "Oh, you, young man, possess an exceptionally vast and unique power within you. Remarkable, truly remarkable. What say you to the prospect of potentially stepping into the role of a candidate for God of Destruction? Lord Beerus has been in slumber and not fulfilling his duties. It would be prudent to consider a successor." Whis' words were laden with profound implications, yet his tone remained as lighthearted as a conversation about afternoon tea, leaving the Z warriors in a state of bewilderment. God of Destruction? Lord Beerus? Cleansing tasks? Succession? Each term struck their understanding like a thunderclap. Before Whis, Frigula appeared unusually respectful, even somewhat anxious, hastily clarifying. "Lord Whis, we were merely here to settle some personal grievances. We did not anticipate disturbing you. We are diligently carrying out our tasks. Rest assured, Lord Beerus." Whis waved his hand dismissively. "I do not concern myself with personal grievances. Skirmishes are quite normal in the universe." However, he shifted the topic, his tone remaining gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "In our 7th universe, formidable warriors are a rare breed. It would be a shame to squander the potential of the few promising talents that have emerged, such as yourselves, through needless conflict. Even Lord Beerus would find it tedious." Thus, he concluded, "Let this skirmish end here. There is no need for further fighting. Frieza, you ought to attend to your affairs promptly." Turning his gaze towards Broly, he added with a smile, "As for you, young one, contemplate my proposal carefully. If you come to a resolution, simply whisper my name in your heart, and I shall sense it. Being a candidate for the God of Destruction comes with numerous advantages." Broly, who had been silently observing, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He did not fully grasp the concept of a God of Destruction or the implications of such a candidacy, but he could sense the extraordinary power emanating from the being named Whis. After a moment's reflection, he spoke in his deep voice, unusually offering, "There is someone whose talent surpasses mine." "Oh," Whis raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "Someone possesses greater talent than you? Where might this individual be?" Broly did not respond directly. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the city of West City. Almost simultaneously, Raditz's figure appeared as if by teleportation, silently materializing not far behind Whis. Clad in his simple battle attire and with shoulder-length black hair, his expression was calm, as though he were merely passing by. "He is likely referring to me," Raditz acknowledged, nodding politely towards Whis. "Greetings, Mr. Whis." Upon turning to face Raditz, Whis' deep blue eyes sparkled with the brilliance of discovery, as if he had unearthed a treasure. He scrutinized Raditz from head to toe, emitting sounds of admiration. "Oh my, remarkable, truly remarkable." Whis circled around Raditz, his smile widening. "Your foundation is astonishingly solid, and your energy is remarkably refined. It seems you harbor quite a few intriguing abilities within you. Indeed, another promising candidate." He leaned in with enthusiasm, inquiring, "What do you say? Would you also be interested in becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction? You appear exceptionally suitable." In response to Whis' fervor, Raditz simply smiled lightly and shook his head. "I appreciate your consideration, but I believe I am not quite fit for such a role. I tend to be rather laid back and enjoy my freedom. I might not be able to shoulder such significant responsibilities." He glanced at Broly, adding, "I believe Broly would be a more fitting choice. He requires a goal to further restrain and guide his power." Whis tilted his head, seeming somewhat regretful. Yet he acknowledged Raditz's reasoning. He looked between Broly and Raditz, ultimately nodding in agreement. "Very well. Everyone has their aspirations. I shall not impose. So, Broly, should you decide, remember to reach out to me." He then turned to the still respectful Frieza, stating, "What are you waiting for? Quickly revert from your fusion and attend to your responsibilities." Frieza, not daring to delay, promptly dissolved the fusion state, restoring himself and Cooler to their original forms. The two individuals deeply bowed to Whis, casting wary glances at Broly and Raditz, particularly at Raditz's inscrutable calmness. Ultimately, they dared not utter any harsh words and, with tails between their legs, boarded their ship, hastily departing from Earth. Revenge? In the presence of Whis and these two formidable beings, such notions appeared utterly preposterous. A crisis nearly catastrophic enough to annihilate the planet was abruptly resolved through the serendipitous intervention of the angel Whis, who merely played the role of mediator. Having witnessed the spectacle, Whis stretched leisurely, preparing to take his leave. "Wait, Mr. Whis." Goku, having regained some strength unbeknownst to him, flew over with a curious and excited expression. You mentioned that there are gods of destruction stronger than Lord Beerus? Also, how did you perform that incredible technique? It was amazing. Could you teach me? Whis looked at Goku's pure and fervent gaze, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, very strong. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction responsible for obliterating planets. As for my technique, it is merely the preliminary application of Ultra Instinct, not something that can be easily imparted. However, he paused, his nose twitching as if sensing something. This planet seems to possess a remarkable aroma of food. Upon hearing Whis' words, Goku's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he immediately put forth his clumsy social skills. Mr. Whis, welcome to Earth. When it comes to cuisine, we have an abundance of unique delicacies, especially instant noodles, hot dogs, and an array of monster meats. If you don't mind, please allow us the honor of hospitality. Thus, amidst Goku and his friend's eager curiosity, the angel Whis, who had merely intended to observe, found himself half-heartedly persuaded to stay and embark on a culinary exploration of Earth. Chapter 51. The Realm of Destruction. Vegeta observed Whis surrounded by the crowd, then glanced at the eerily calm Raditz and the silent Broly, feeling as though his worldview had shattered beyond repair. Silently, he turned away and flew towards the room of spirit and time, determined to grow stronger. He must become more powerful. At the very least, he needed to comprehend the significance of all he had witnessed today. Meanwhile, Raditz watched the direction Whis had departed, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A god of destruction, Beerus? How amusing. Yet for me, cultivating experience and grinding for system rewards holds far more intrigue. With Whis arriving on Earth, it seems the tranquil days are about to stir once more. He shook his head and turned to fly homeward. At Bowsy Mountain, Chi-Chi, taken aback by the sudden presence of an unusually sophisticated and oddly dressed cosmic guest, was nonetheless warmly hospitable, thanks to Goku's vague yet simple explanation and Whis' graceful demeanor. When Whis emulated Goku, twirling his fork to take the first bite of the steaming, aromatic braised beef noodles, a look of childlike wonder unmistakably graced the usually serene expression on his face for the first time. Wow, this flavor, the elasticity of the noodles, the richness of the broth, and the unique blend of spices, simple yet brimming with creativity and warmth. Wonderful, truly marvelous. As Whis indulged in his meal, his eyes narrowed with delight. Though his pace was unhurried, his efficiency was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, a large bowl of noodles, broth included, was emptied. Mr. Goku, you Earthlings certainly know how to savor life. Observing Whis' genuine enjoyment, Goku felt a surge of happiness and seized the opportunity to inquire, Mr. Whis, that technique you used to deflect the attack was extraordinary. May I learn from you? Or could you perhaps offer me some guidance? I sense there is still much I need to improve. Whis elegantly wiped the non-existent corners of his mouth, setting down his fork to appraise Goku. He perceived that although this Saiyon's innate talent did not rival that of Raditz or Broly, his pure spirit and profound potential, coupled with an unwavering tenacity, made him a rare gem indeed. After all, with Lord Beerus perpetually slumbering, Whis mused, it was rather dull to be alone in the realm of destruction. Here, amidst delectable instant noodles and a lively atmosphere, engaging with a few intriguing individuals to pass the time seemed quite agreeable. Would you like some guidance? Certainly, Whis replied with a cheerful smile. However, my training methods may be somewhat unconventional, so you must be mentally prepared. Goku, overjoyed, exclaimed, no problem. I fear no hardship. Thus, Whis temporarily settled at the Bun Mountain. His so-called guidance often appeared bewildering. For instance, he had Goku meditate beneath a roaring waterfall, attuning himself to the subtle shifts in the flow of water, or he had him blindfolded, evading small stones hurled from all directions to sharpen his perception. Sometimes, he simply had Goku practice the fundamentals of punching and kicking under increased gravity, correcting the nearly imperceptible flaws in his energy flow. This arrangement continued for 2 months. During this time, Goku experienced a blend of pain and joy. Whis' training, while seemingly straightforward, delved deep into the core essence of power application, granting Goku a renewed understanding of energy control, the embryonic form of divine power. He sensed that although his form had not transcended, his Super Saiyan 3 state had become more refined, with reduced energy expenditure yet enhanced potency. In Whis' words, he was beginning to polish the rough stone, revealing a glimmer of brilliance. Not only did Goku benefit, but Gohan and Piccolo also gleaned much from their clandestine learning. Whis' occasional insights would often illuminate their paths, allowing them to break through their limitations. Raditz was naturally attentive to these developments. He would occasionally visit Bun Mountain, each time bringing delightful desserts and novel snacks from various corners of Earth. Whis always praised the delicacies Raditz presented, fostering a good rapport with him, for despite Raditz's strength, he could not contend with Beerus, and provoking the god of destruction was ill-advised. One day, Raditz arrived at Bun Mountain once more, carrying a meticulously crafted multi-tiered food box. Inside were creative desserts, specially prepared by Bulma's company, merging earthly and a touch of extraterrestrial ingredients. Mr. Whis, today, you must try this, Galaxy Lava Cake and Aurora Pudding. Raditz placed the food box on the small table before Whis. Oh, how delightful it sounds. Weiss's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly grasped a small spoon, ready to indulge in the long-awaited afternoon tea. However, just as his spoon was about to make contact with the celestial, nebula-like lava cake, the staff, quietly resting beside him and adorned with a mysterious crystal at its tip, unexpectedly flickered with a rapid, pale violet light. Simultaneously, a vivid image projected from the crystal of the staff, suspended in midair. The scene depicted a uniquely styled room within a palace, seemingly set against a chaotic starry backdrop. A cat, entirely purple with elongated ears and dressed in a vest-like attire, was rubbing its sleepy eyes, meandering around the room with a distinctly impatient demeanor. It occasionally called out to the air, evidently searching for something. Upon witnessing this image, Weiss's pleasant smile instantly froze, replaced by a rare expression tinged with embarrassment. He had completely forgotten about Lord Beerus. Oh dear, this is not good. Weiss abruptly rose to his feet, momentarily neglecting the desserts before him. Lord Beerus had awakened, and it appeared he had been awake for a while, searching for him. He ran his fingers through his silver-gray hair, calculating with a slight headache. Even if I return to the God of Destruction's realm at maximum speed, it will take at least half an hour. Oh no, this is troublesome. Making Lord Beerus wait for so long will surely drive him mad. The last time he had to wait an extra 10 minutes. He nearly destroyed half a planet. Observing Weiss's rare display of urgency, Raditz felt a stirring within and stepped forward, saying, Mr. Weiss, if time is of the essence, I might be able to assist. Huh? Weiss turned to Raditz, puzzled. You can help me return faster? Are you suggesting a spaceship capable of interstellar jumps? But even that wouldn't be faster than me. No, not a spaceship. Raditz calmly shook his head. I possess a technique known as instant transmission, which allows me to lock onto a life force and perform long-distance spatial jumps. If I can sense Lord Beerus' presence, or, in other words, his divine energy, I can theoretically reach him instantly. Instant transmission, a power akin to that of the Supreme Kai. Yet, it seems the Supreme Kai does not require a life force to lock onto. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Weiss's eyes, followed by understanding. It was indeed a practical skill. However, Lord Beerus is a god of destruction, and his energy is fundamentally different from that of mortals. Ordinary beings cannot actively sense or lock onto divine energy. It is a limitation of the rules. Hence, your assistance is required. Raditz looked at Weiss. If you can sense Lord Beerus, could you serve as a bridge, or perhaps lend me your perception temporarily so that I can lock onto his location? I do not need to comprehend the essence of divine energy, just a clear coordinate. Weiss regarded Raditz thoughtfully, seemingly assessing the feasibility of this approach. After a few seconds, he nodded. A clever idea. Acting as an intermediary, theoretically, it should work. We can certainly give it a try. With no further hesitation, he acknowledged the urgency of the situation. Weiss extended his fair fingers, gently tapping his forehead, before turning to Raditz, a delicate, ethereal purple aura, imbued with the essence of supreme laws, swirling around his fingertips. Relax your mind and embrace this guidance. Do not attempt to decipher it. Merely remember the sensations and direction it signifies. Weiss's voice resonated with an otherworldly quality. Raditz closed his eyes, opening his perception. The purple aura melded into his consciousness. And in that instant, he beheld a realm of chaos beyond conventional cosmic space, ineffable in its description, with an immense, imposing, yet slightly tumultuous presence clearly situated at its center. That presence was Beerus. Found it. Raditz abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of silver flashing within them. He extended a finger, gently tapping Weiss on the shoulder, while his other hand grasped the curious and excited Goku beside him. Goku, I want to see too. Then, let us embark, Mr. Weiss. Weiss placed his hand upon Raditz's other shoulder, nodding in agreement. In the next moment, Raditz concentrated and activated instant transmission. Unlike previous jumps within Earth or the galaxy, this movement felt extraordinarily weighty, as if traversing layers of invisible, resilient barriers of law. Yet, under the protection of Whis' guiding light, the process was fraught with no peril. Space slightly twisted, folded, and then instantly expanded. When the figures of the three became clear once more, they had departed from Earth, leaving behind the familiar starry skies. They stood upon an expansive, wondrous terrain that seemed woven from the very fabric of the cosmos, with a flowing chaotic aurora above them, and, in the distance, the silhouettes of palatial structures of various designs faintly visible. The air was permeated with a thin, yet immensely sophisticated energy, causing Goku to momentarily experience a suffocating sense of oppression, which he quickly adapted to, curiously gazing around. Here, indeed, was the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 7. Not far ahead, the purple waistcoat-clad cat god of destruction, Beerus, stood with his back to them, seemingly growing increasingly impatient as he awaited their arrival, his tail agitatedly tapping the ground. Whis promptly adjusted his expression and attire, revealing a professionally elegant smile as he stepped forward. "Lord Beerus, have you awakened? I sincerely apologize for the delay." Upon hearing the voice, Beerus slowly turned, his elongated, crimson eyes, now evidently displeased, scanning Whis before settling upon the two unfamiliar mortals behind him, particularly the calm, long-haired Saiyan and the grinning, yet subtly formidable, blonde Saiyan beside him. Chapter 52. The Foolish Goku. Whis. Beerus's voice was deep and menacing, laced with the rasp of recent awakening. "You dare to bring back a mortal?" Just as Whis' professional smile had barely begun to bloom, and before he could explain the origin of Raditz and his companion to Beerus, the ever-enthusiastic Goku could no longer contain his overly vibrant warrior spirit. "Hello there, Lord Beerus." Wukong completely disregarded the subtle ambience surrounding him and the evident displeasure in Beerus's eyes. He stepped forward, wearing his signature, guileless radiant smile, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he surveyed the purple feline before him. "I heard from Mr. Whis that you are the strongest being in this universe." "How remarkable." Upon hearing the accolade of being the universe's strongest, a hint of pride involuntarily flickered across Beerus's previously impatient visage as he slightly raised his chin, his elongated crimson eyes glancing at Wukong, a soft snort escaping his nose, tacitly acknowledging the statement. The majesty of the god of destruction was beyond question. However, Wukong's subsequent remark instantaneously transformed that fleeting pride into astonishment and a tinge of offended absurdity. Thus, Wukong rubbed his hands together, his smile intensifying with exuberant anticipation. "May I spar with you? Please. Engaging with the strongest being in the universe will surely make me stronger." An air of tension seemed to freeze momentarily. Whis' elegant smile faltered, and he silently facepalmed. Raditz, observing from the sidelines, felt his eyelids twitch, unable to restrain himself from pressing his temples, lamenting inwardly. What is this foolish brother thinking, approaching the god of destruction for a spar? Even if he wishes to fight, he should first assess his own capabilities. Beerus was momentarily taken aback, and then an expression mingled with absurdity, amusement, and a hint of intrigue emerged on his feline countenance. A low, rumbling laughter escaped his lips, his crimson pupils narrowing as he scrutinized the oblivious Saiyan before him. "You, a mere mortal, dare to challenge a god? How interesting, truly fascinating. It seems that during my years of slumber, the universe has birthed some rather audacious individuals." He stretched his neck and wrists, producing a soft cracking sound, his tone laced with condescension. Well, having slept for so long, my bones have grown somewhat stiff. I hope your misguided challenge will allow me to stretch a bit. Should it prove too tedious, I might just become irate." "Splendid." Wukong, entirely oblivious to the latent danger in Beerus's words, interpreted the response as a consent and enthusiastically assumed a combat stance. Then, under the incredulous gazes of Whis and Raditz, and the subtly raised eyebrow of Beerus, Wukong unleashed a golden aura, his hair standing erect, transforming into a Super Saiyan, albeit only the first level. Raditz was on the verge of rushing forward to deliver a punch. Whis could not help but quietly advise Mr. Wukong. Perhaps it would be prudent to take this a bit more seriously. Beerus regarded the seemingly unremarkable golden-haired Saiyan by his standards, and the mockery on his face morphed entirely into derision. "Humph," Beerus scoffed, too disinterested to even assume a battle stance, casually crossing his arms. "Mortal, you are aware that I am the strongest god of destruction in the universe. Yet you challenge me with such paltry strength that it wouldn't even tickle. Are you insulting me, or do you merely seek to amuse yourself? What a waste of my time." Raditz could no longer endure the situation and spoke in a deep voice. Goku, snap out of it. Before you stands the god of destruction, the mightiest being in this universe. You must unleash your full power immediately. Do not engage in this half-hearted state. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to strike. Upon hearing his brother's serious warning, Goku finally came to his senses. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. My apologies. I'm just used to starting off with weaker opponents. I'll take this seriously right now. With that, Goku took a deep breath, and his gaze sharpened with intensity. A more ferocious golden aura surged upwards. His hair grew wildly, cascading down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and he was enveloped in thick, white lightning. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing that of Super Saiyan 1, erupted with full force of Super Saiyan 3. Moreover, compared to his battle against Frieza a few months prior, Goku's Super Saiyan 3 aura was now distinctly more refined and stable. Within the golden flames, an indescribable essence flowed, suggesting he had touched upon a higher level of energy manipulation, clearly the result of Whis' guidance over the past 2 months. As this aura was sensed, a flicker of surprise, albeit minuscule, crossed Beerus's scarlet eyes, which had been filled with mockery. Oh, Beerus slightly adjusted his expression, although not particularly shocked. This power indeed exceeded his expectations. He turned to Whis, who was maintaining an elegant smile, and inquired, "Whis, where did you find this fool? I recall that before my slumber, aside from that little creature named Frieza, the 7th universe was filled with nothing but mediocre beings. This fool is certainly a cut above Frieza." Seizing the opportunity, was explained with an impeccable smile. "Lord Beerus, this is Mr. Son Goku, and the gentleman beside him is Mr. Raditz. They are both scions from a planet called Earth. As for Frieza," Whis paused for a moment. "During your years of slumber, he has indeed trained diligently, becoming significantly stronger than you remember. However, it seems he has still been educated by these two. Science? Earth?" Beerus pondered these terms, casting his gaze over Goku and the quietly observing Raditz, lingering for a moment on Raditz's unfathomable calm demeanor, finding it intriguing. "It appears I have missed out on quite a bit of entertainment during my slumber." His attention swiftly returned to the fiercely determined Goku, as a dangerous smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. "Very well. Since you have shown me something worthy, I shall indulge you for a while. However, do not expect me to unleash my full strength." With that, the sparring commenced. Goku, fully aware of the terrifying nature of his opponent, held nothing back, pushing Super Saiyan 3 to its utmost limit, transforming into a streak of golden lightning to launch the first assault. Utilizing instant transmission in conjunction with intricate punches, he aimed directly at Beerus's face. Yet Beerus merely crossed his arms, slightly tilting his head, effortlessly evading the lightning-fast strike by mere inches, as though he had already predicted Goku's trajectory. Too slow. The voice of Beerus reverberated in Goku's ears. A shiver coursed through Goku's heart as he swiftly altered his stance, executing a powerful whip kick aimed at Beerus's waist. Yet, Beerus made no effort to evade. He merely raised a single finger and nonchalantly tapped the side of Goku's calf. A soft sound echoed, and Goku felt as if an invisible force had ensnared his leg, causing all his strength to dissipate in an instant. Moreover, a strange wave of vibration surged up his leg, rendering half of his body numb and abruptly halting his offensive. The power had scattered, all show and no substance. Beerus commented, his figure flickering as he appeared behind Goku. Goku, taken aback, hurriedly turned to defend himself, clenching his fists before his chest. However, Beerus simply extended a finger and lightly flicked Goku's fist. The sound was akin to a resounding bell. Goku felt an indescribable immense force transmit through his fist. His arms quaked violently, and he was uncontrollably propelled backward, flipping through the air several times before barely regaining his balance, his blood surging with shock. The disparity was staggering. He struggled to fully perceive his opponent's movements. Was this the might of a god of destruction? Wiping the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, Goku's fighting spirit not only remained undiminished but flared even brighter. Excellent. Once more, he charged forward again, pushing the energy control and combat techniques taught by Whis to their utmost limits, launching Kamehameha waves from various tricky angles, alternating between the afterimage fist and solar flare, attempting to disrupt Beerus's judgment. Yet, all of this appeared as mere child-esque play before Beerus. His form darted through Goku's attacks like a specter. A look of boredom and mockery etched upon his face. At times, he would flick away the energy blast with a finger or effortlessly disperse the afterimages, dismissing the brilliance of the solar flare as if it were of no consequence. Boring. Full of flaws. Is this all you are capable of? Beerus's taunts fell upon Goku like icy water, incessantly dousing the fervor of his combat spirit. What left Goku feeling most powerless was the clear awareness that Beerus had been toying with him from the outset. Perhaps there was a hint of interest initially, but that had swiftly morphed into sheer tedium. He yawned, his scarlet eyes reflecting impatience. Enough, monkey. The mockery in Beerus's voice faded, leaving only a chilling indifference. Your performance ends here. As Goku once again charged forth, determined to unleash a final, all-out Kamehameha, Beerus didn't even bother to give him a proper glance. He merely raised his right hand in a casual gesture, as if swatting away a fly, directing it toward Goku. There was no cataclysmic eruption of energy, no blinding light. Goku felt an incomprehensible, insurmountable force bearing down on him. The Kamehameha he had meticulously gathered crumbled instantly, his protective aura shattered like paper. And consciousness plunged into darkness in that fleeting moment. He had not even had time to react when he fell like a marionette with severed strings, softly collapsing from the air and losing consciousness entirely. Chapter 53. Raditz and Beerus. How utterly dull. Beerus flicked his hand as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. His gaze traversed the unconscious Goku, landing directly on Raditz, who had remained silently beside Whis, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders. Beerus's narrow crimson pupils narrowed slightly. He sensed that this long-haired Saiyan, who had spoken little, possessed a far deeper and more refined aura than the boisterous fool lying on the ground, akin to a seemingly tranquil volcano harboring a tumultuous magma beneath its surface. Hey, that long-haired punk, Beerus commanded with an undeniable authority, pointing his tail at Raditz. You're a Saiyan too, right? I can sense that you are more formidable than this fool sprawled on the ground. Just as I was feeling a bit restless, why not join me in stretching my limbs? He paused, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth, the overwhelming majesty of the destroyer unabashedly radiating from him, causing the very energy of the destroyer realm to tremble slightly. If you cannot amuse me even a little, then you two ignorant mortals may as well brace yourselves for annihilation from this universe. After all, your presence is quite bothersome. Raditz remained impassive, his expression unchanged. Yet a flicker of resignation and understanding crossed his eyes. At that moment, Whis sighed with a hint of exasperation, gently waving his angelic staff. A soft lavender light enveloped Goku, seeping into his being and swiftly calming his erratic energy and minor injuries. Goku's eyelids fluttered a few times before he slowly regained consciousness, dazedly shaking his head and realizing he was floating in mid-air. Now that you're awake, just watch and don't cause any trouble. Whis' gentle yet authoritative voice echoed in Goku's mind. Though Goku felt reluctant, he understood the vast chasm between himself and Beerus, and could only clutch his still somewhat heavy chest, obediently flying behind Whis to observe, his eyes filled with both anticipation and concern for the impending battle. In the arena, facing Beerus's oppressive gaze, Raditz felt little fear. Instead, a surge of battle fervor welled up within him. Engaging the destroyer, Raditz contemplated swiftly. He knew that his current strength was no match for Beerus, and he likely lacked even the qualification to elicit his serious attention. However, this was an unprecedented opportunity. The special abilities within him began to stir with excitement. The regeneration prowess of Majin Buu provided him with a semblance of immortality. His pain growth passive craved the enhancement of pressure and damage to catalyze evolution. All his enhancements were intended for moments like this, to challenge the impossible and push his limits. It had been an eternity since he encountered an opponent capable of compelling him to forsake all reservations and potentially unleash his full potential. The destroyer, Beerus. Before him was undoubtedly that very existence. Even a mere exchange of blows, akin to a warm-up, can yield immense rewards. With this thought in mind, Raditz hesitated no longer. He stepped forward, offering a calm nod to Beerus. Since Lord Beerus has expressed interest, I shall humbly comply. I look forward to your guidance. With that, he gradually assumed a stance. Though unassuming, his entire being suddenly radiated a concentrated vitality, akin to a sword slowly being drawn from its sheath. Huh! A low shout erupted as a golden aura exploded from within him. His hair stood on end, transforming into a brilliant gold, while his emerald eyes replaced the previous black. The immense energy waves caused a subtle disturbance in the surrounding divine power. Super Saiyan, full power. However, upon witnessing Raditz's transformation, Beerus appeared momentarily taken aback. his expression shifting to one of clear annoyance and confusion. Is this it? Beerus tilted his head, pointing at Raditz's long black hair, which cascaded to his waist, retaining its length even in Super Saiyan form, and the golden aura, his tone laced with disdain. Isn't this the same form as that foolish one from earlier? He mistakenly assumed Raditz's long-haired Super Saiyan form resembled Goku's Super Saiyan 3. I expected something more innovative. What a waste of sentiment. Clearly, Beerus was not well versed in the nuances of Saiyan transformations. He merely recognized the superficial appearance and general energy, mistakenly equating Raditz's Super Saiyan 1, enhanced by his inherent long hair, with the full power form exhibited by Goku earlier. Raditz chose not to clarify. Explanations would be futile. Strength, after all, is the most eloquent language. With a steely gaze, his figure suddenly vanished from sight. This was not instantaneous movement, but rather an explosion of speed at full power in Super Saiyan 1. Compared to Goku, his movements were more streamlined, efficient, and elusive, almost as if he had vanished. He reappeared just behind Beerus's left side, delivering a straightforward yet highly concentrated energy-infused hand strike aimed silently at the junction of Beerus's shoulder and neck. While Beerus feigned disdain, his reactions were anything but slow. He did not even fully turn, casually raising his left arm to block with the outer side of his forearm. Bang! The hand strike collided with his arm, producing a dull thud. Raditz felt as though his strike had met the hardest substance in the universe, the recoil sending a slight tingling through his arm. Yet, Beerus's arm also experienced a barely noticeable tremor. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed Beerus's crimson eyes. The power and energy density of the strike exceeded his expectations, though still light to him. It was evidently more solid than the earlier attack from that Super Saiyan 3 fool, exuding a refined essence. Unfazed by the failed strike, Raditz swiftly pivoted, using the momentum to launch a right leg sweep akin to a steel whip, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle aimed at Beerus's lower body. Simultaneously, he flicked his left fingers, sending 3 highly compressed, nearly invisible energy blasts in a triangular formation toward Beerus's face and chest to create a diversion. At long last, Beerus made a slight shift in his stance, effortlessly evading a sweeping kick. When faced with a key blast, he simply exhaled gently, extinguishing the 3 energy spheres capable of leveling mountains as if they were mere candle flames. Ah, quite impressive, Beerus remarked, seemingly regaining a modicum of interest. Your application of speed and power surpasses that of the previous brute who relied solely on sheer force. Your energy is quite refined. It appears you are not merely a fool who can transform. He flexed his fingers, a mocking grin reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse returning to his face. However, if this is all you can muster, you are still far from delighting me. Show me what else you are capable of. With that, for the first time, Beerus took the initiative. Although he still appeared nonchalant, his speed was astonishing enough to cause Raditz's pupils to constrict. A purple afterimage swept by, and Beerus stood directly before Raditz, his fist enveloped in a faint purple aura. It seemed slow, yet it carried an eerie sense of spatial confinement as it struck toward Raditz's chest. Raditz dared not take the hit head-on. He unleashed the full power of Super Saiyan 1, employing brief bursts of instantaneous movement to evade, while simultaneously launching a barrage of condensed golden energy blades toward Beerus in an attempt to impede his advance. Beerus navigated through the storm of golden energy blades with ease, as if strolling through his own backyard. Those fierce energy blades were either effortlessly swatted aside or absorbed by his body, leaving no mark on his seemingly ordinary attire. Too slow. Insufficient force. The angles are adequate, but alas, futile, Beerus commented, his sharp tongue unrelenting even as he dealt with the onslaught. Yet, it was evident to any keen observer that Raditz's performance was indeed superior to Goku's. At least his attacks prompted Beerus to occasionally block or dodge. Unlike the complete disregard he showed toward Goku, Whis observed from the sidelines, elegantly stroking his chin while assessing the situation. Mr. Raditz certainly possesses a solid foundation. His mastery over power has reached an extraordinary level for a mortal. The full power of Super Saiyan 1 in his hands yields results far exceeding those of Mr. Goku's Super Saiyan 3. However, when faced with Lord Beerus, this is still woefully insufficient. I wonder what else Mr. Raditz can bring forth? Raditz maximized the potential of Super Saiyan 1, showcasing power, speed, and technique to their fullest extent. Coupled with his elusive, instantaneous movement and exquisite energy manipulation, he resembled a golden lightning bolt darting through a tempest, desperately seeking the slightest crack beneath the seemingly casual, yet impenetrable pressure exerted by the god of destruction. Nevertheless, the disparity in strength was absolute. Beerus required no formal techniques, relying solely on instinctive reactions, his speed surpassing comprehension, and body imbued with the power of laws rendered all of Raditz's efforts utterly futile. Raditz's assault fell upon the rock like raindrops, producing only a faint sound without shaking it in the slightest. Meanwhile, a mere flick of Beerus's hand unleashed a counterattack that compelled Raditz to summon all his focus, evading or neutralizing the strike with utmost urgency, his internal energy roiling violently. Continuing in this manner was untenable. The limits of Super Saiyan 1 were now apparent to Raditz. He assessed calmly within, acknowledging the pain that surged through him, yet recognizing its inefficacy. If that feline could not fully exert itself, a single strike would obliterate him, rendering his passive abilities utterly futile. Upon this realization, after narrowly dodging Beerus's sweeping palm, Raditz abruptly retreated several dozen meters, creating a temporary distance. He inhaled deeply, his eyes igniting with a golden brilliance. An even more ferocious and sharper golden aura erupted from him, akin to a volcano long suppressed, erupting violently. The initially blazing golden flames now blazed with an even more intense platinum edge, as countless fine, dazzling white lightning bolts burst forth from his being, swirling and crackling around him. His hair stood even more erect, his features appearing increasingly stern under the illumination of the electric light, and within his emerald eyes, it seemed as if lightning flowed, a terrifying aura, far more refined and domineering than that of Super Saiyan 1, brimmed with extreme destructive potential and sharpness, akin to a divine sword unsheathed, piercing through the chaotic sky of the god of destruction realm. Super Saiyan 2nd grade. This marked Raditz's inaugural display of this form in actual combat. Chapter 54, Raditz's Full Power. What is this? Observing from the sidelines, Goku, who had just regained some strength, widened his eyes in astonishment, involuntarily opening his mouth. He could distinctly sense that the aura emanating from his elder brother at this moment was entirely different from his Super Saiyan 2 transformation. It was a transcendence, both in quality and quantity, that exceeded imagination. Not only was the energy vast, but it also possessed a sharpness and weight that seemed to have honed the very concept of power to its pinnacle. Brother has transformed into Super Saiyan 2 for the first time. Goku murmured, his voice laced with incredulous shock. This energy was formidable. It felt as though it could take on 100 of his Super Saiyan 3s. No, perhaps even more. For the first time, he perceived so viscerally that the same transformation could manifest such disparate differences in the hands of individuals with varying foundations and control. A hint of evident surprise flickered across Whis' typically serene visage. His deep blue eyes reflected Raditz's figure, encircled by platinum lightning, as he softly mused, how unexpected. This is not merely a breakthrough in form. It is a flawless amalgamation of the Saiyan's wild nature with an extreme level of control and refinement. This understanding of foundation and power is hardly a realm attainable by mere mortals. Lord Beerus may need to pay a bit more attention now. In the arena, Beerus observed Raditz, who had completed his transformation, his aura undergoing a monumental shift. The crimson eyes, usually filled with boredom and mockery, widened slightly. Oh, Beerus tilted his head, his tail ceasing its impatient swaying. Another transformation? This one does indeed feel somewhat different. The energy level has ascended by more than one tier, and it feels remarkably solid, devoid of any semblance of superficiality. Indeed, at last, someone has emerged with substance. He rarely adjusted his stance, and although he still appeared quite relaxed, the air of utter disdain had notably diminished. Come, let this divine being see if your current form can provoke my fingers to move with greater swiftness. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Raditz experienced a qualitative leap in speed, strength, energy density, and reflexes. No longer content with mere skirmishing and probing, he initiated a more aggressive offensive. Whoosh! His figure seemed to vanish from its original position, only to reappear before Beerus. His fist, enveloped in platinum lightning and highly compressed energy, no longer sought silence. Instead, it roared with a thunderous crack and the might to tear through space, striking directly at Beerus's face. The speed and power of this punch surpassed that of Super Saiyan 1 by several magnitudes. This time, Beerus did not casually deflect with his forearm. Instead, he lifted his right hand for the first time, fingers splayed and palm forward, firmly catching the punch. Boom! At the point of impact, a surge of energy erupted, far more intense than before. A wave of mixed golden, white, and pale purple shockwaves suddenly expanded. The ground beneath Beerus, seemingly paved with fragments of stars, trembled slightly. His arm, which had caught the punch, retracted imperceptibly, dissipating the force of the impact. Intriguing. The glint of interest in Beerus's eyes deepened as he pivoted his wrist, attempting to grasp Raditz's wrist. Raditz reacted with lightning speed, retracting his fist while simultaneously launching his left leg upward like a battle axe, aimed at Beerus's chin. The wind, generated by his leg, distorted the very fabric of space. Beerus leaned back slightly to evade, causing Raditz's kick to miss, yet the explosive gust of wind swept a strand of purple hair back from his forehead. How astonishing! Goku, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but exclaim, "My brother's speed has increased tremendously compared to before." Even Lord Beerus's hair was ruffled. The rhythm of the battle escalated abruptly. Raditz flawlessly merged the power of Super Saiyan 2 with years of honed combat skills, his attacks resembling a torrential storm, yet exhibiting meticulous precision. Each strike contained the might to cleave mountains and part seas, aimed with ruthless angles at the seemingly casual defenses of Beerus, targeting those theoretically existent and minuscule vulnerabilities. Simultaneously, he adeptly employed instantaneous movement for brief assaults and evasions, rendering his attack trajectories increasingly unpredictable. Beerus, too, began to engage earnestly. He no longer remained stationary. His figure flickered like a specter amidst Raditz's onslaught, occasionally blocking with his hands, skillfully neutralizing with his tail, and at times retaliating with punches. Though his counterattacks appeared casual, the speed, strength, and the hint of destructive energy contained within them had evidently escalated to an entirely new level. Boom! Beerus unleashed a punch, and Raditz crossed his arms to block, yet the seemingly light blow sent him sliding backward for dozens of meters, his arms experiencing a palpable tingling sensation. Hiss! The highly compressed Kamehameha wave from Raditz grazed Beerus's shoulder, and although it did not strike him directly, the concentrated energy left an almost imperceptible scorch mark on the fabric. With rapid intensity, the two engaged in a flurry of punches midair, their fists blurring together as the sound of energy colliding erupted like a barrage of cannon fire, resonating so profoundly that Goku, watching from a distance, felt a buzzing in his ears. Whis observed with great interest, occasionally nodding in approval, his assessment growing clearer. Mr. Raditz's Super Saiyan 2 form had attained an astonishing level of power, and his control over it was nearly flawless. Most notably, Whis's deep blue eyes, capable of perceiving the essence of energy, narrowed slightly. He noticed that Raditz's aura was steadily increasing at an exceedingly slow, yet undeniably existent rate during the battle. Though faint, this ability to continue evolving under the oppressive pressure of a god of destruction was truly remarkable. It appeared that deeper secrets lay hidden within him. As for Lord Beerus, Whis noted that although he maintained an overwhelming advantage, his movements had become markedly more serious compared to earlier. A smirk graced his lips, suggesting that he would need to exert at least 20% of his strength to handle Mr. Raditz with such ease. This bout was finally proving to be entertaining. In the midst of the fray, Raditz, while still being thoroughly suppressed, felt his blood surge with every hard impact, his body enduring immense pressure. Yet the fire of combat burned ever more fiercely in his eyes. He sensed that under the heightened pressure from Beerus, the pain within him was accelerating his passive growth with unprecedented efficiency. Every cell within him screamed in adaptation, becoming increasingly resilient. Meanwhile, the regenerative capabilities of Majin Buu quietly mended the minor injuries, allowing him to continue fighting. Again, Raditz growled, suppressing the metallic taste in his throat, as platinum lightning surged around him once more, charging toward the intrigued god of destruction. However, Beerus remained an insurmountable mountain, effortlessly deflecting Raditz's swift and unconventional attacks with seemingly casual, yet masterfully precise, counters that sent Raditz staggering backward time and again. Gradually, a hint of clear surprise began to mix with Beerus's interest as he easily parried an oddly angled elbow strike from Raditz. He found himself astonished that Raditz's strength, speed, and control over energy were continuously improving during the fight. Although the increase was still trivial to him, akin to a snail's crawl, the sensation of growth was undeniable. This was not a mere momentary breakthrough, but rather a sustained, stable adaptation and evolution. As a god of destruction, Beerus had witnessed countless races and warriors, many of whom unleashed their potential in battle, achieving last-minute breakthroughs. Yet, he had never encountered anyone like Raditz, who seemed to treat the high-intensity combat and the very act of enduring damage as nourishment, consistently enhancing his fundamental abilities at an illogical and stable pace. This was not simply a case of growing bolder in battle. It resembled an intrinsic characteristic deeply rooted in the essence of life itself. Ah, what an intriguing little trick. Beerus grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. Are you attempting to use a destroyer as a sharpening stone? You possess quite the audacity. Although he discerned the underlying intention, he remained unconcerned. After all, to Beerus, Raditz's current strength and rate of growth were still trivial, akin to a robust ant striving to grow larger. Yet still merely an ant in the eyes of giant. He found this phenomenon amusing, akin to discovering a novel toy. Thus, rather than hastily concluding the battle, Beerus chose to engage further. He deliberately modulated the intensity and speed of his attacks within a delicate range, sufficient to exert pressure and pain on Raditz, thereby allowing his peculiar growth characteristics to operate continuously, yet not to the extent of inflicting excessive harm. At least, this was Beerus's belief. He was curious to see just how far this peculiar long-haired Saiyan could develop. Raditz, meanwhile, was wholly immersed in this unprecedented, high-pressure training. The regenerative abilities of Majin Buu endowed him with a near-immortal confidence, regardless of the magnitude of impact and internal injury he sustained. The abundant life energy within him flowed silently, swiftly mending his wounds, ensuring he remained in a combat-ready state. The pain-induced growth mechanism, stimulated by the residual force of Beerus's attacks, operated with frenzied vigor, akin to a heart revitalized by a potent stimulant. He could distinctly perceive that his physical strength and energy capacity were ascending at a pace surpassing any previous training experience. Chapter 55, An Untitled Reflection. It was an experience of exquisite agony intertwined with pleasure. Each time he was rocked by Beerus's seemingly casual strikes, his bones felt as if they might shatter, and his blood surged in rebellion, accompanied by a resonant echo of growth deep within, reminiscent of breaking free from shackles. Minutes seemed elongated infinitely amid such intense exchanges of offense and defense. However, Beerus's patience was ultimately finite, particularly when he sensed his stomach beginning to voice a mild protest. Well, that's enough. He glanced at Raditz, who was valiantly charging once more, yawned lightly, having played enough, and decided it was time to conclude this warm-up. I'm feeling a bit hungry. This time, as Raditz summoned all his might for a weighty punch, the platinum energy coalescing almost into a physical form. Beerus made no attempt to block or evade. He merely raised his right index finger slightly, a profound violet light quietly emanating from its tip. The glow was not blinding, but seemed to encompass a silence that heralded the end of all things. Then, he lightly tapped Raditz's incoming fist. And there was no earth-shattering collision. Raditz felt as if his fist, along with his entire arm and half of his body, upon contact with that point of purple light, had collided with the very essence of the universe's conclusion. The concentrated energy of Super Saiyan 2 dissipated silently, like bubbles in sunlight, as an indescribable force, transcending the notion of power, surged through him like a breached dam, instantly overwhelming all his defenses and violently flooding into his being. As if struck by lightning, Raditz spewed forth a copious amount of fresh blood, mingled with minute fragments of his own entrails. His form was as though it had been struck head-on by an invisible giant hammer, hurtling down with unprecedented speed and ferocity, transforming into a golden streak of light that crashed violently into the ground below, creating a vast chasm, smoke billowing upwards, his vitality diminishing to an almost extinguished flicker in the wind. "Brother!" Goku exclaimed in shock, poised to rush forward, but was gently restrained by Whis with his staff. Beerus slowly retracted his hand, the violet glow at his fingertips dissipating as he brushed off non-existent dust. He regarded the smoke-shrouded pit below with a rare hint of approval for his toy. "You are quite impressive, mortal. You have compelled me to exert myself a little," revealing some intriguing traits. "However, this shall be the end for today." His words trailed off, for from within the swirling dust of the pit, a figure slowly and resolutely rose. It was Raditz. He appeared quite disheveled, his battle attire severely tattered, blood staining the corners of his mouth and chest, his complexion pale. Yet, curiously, the horrific injuries that would incapacitate any formidable warrior were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Torn muscle fibers writhed, as if alive, reconnecting, Fractured bones emitted subtle cracking sounds as they rejoined. His waning vitality surged as if infused with a powerful stimulant, not merely halting its decline, but escalating at an unreasonable pace. A vibrant light of life flickered across his body, a testament to the full activation of Majin Buu's regenerative abilities. More significantly, the Saiyant's unique trait of exponentially increasing power upon near-death recovery had been successfully triggered after enduring Beerus's near-fatal blow. The excruciating and soul-crushing pain had not obliterated him. Rather, it served as the most potent catalyst, propelling the passive effects of his suffering to unprecedented heights. Coughing up a mouthful of congealed blood, Raditz's gaze shone with a remarkable intensity, as if two golden flames were ablaze within him. He spoke not a word but slowly raised both hands, fists resting at his waist. Beerus observed the rejuvenated Raditz, whose injuries were rapidly mending, and for the first time, his crimson feline eyes revealed a clear mix of astonishment and intrigue. "Oh," Beerus arched an eyebrow, his tail curiously curling upwards. "You can still stand? And this recovery rate, there's something to it. Perhaps I was too lenient just now?" No sooner had he uttered these words than Raditz unleashed a roar more ferocious and resolute than any before. An even grander, more concentrated. An overwhelmingly oppressive golden aura surged forth, intertwined with thicker, more brilliant white lightning, erupting from within him like a volcano that had lain dormant for eons. This surge of energy was no longer a linear ascent, but an explosive growth of almost geometric proportions. The hue of the aura deepened, shifting closer to a platinum sheen. As the frequency and intensity of the lightning surged, seemingly poised to engulf his figure entirely within a golden tempest of thunder, the ground beneath his feet, fractured and broken, succumbed to this sudden influx of fearsome energy, sinking and cracking anew. Merely standing there, the emanating energy waves surpassed his previous full power in Super Saiyan form by several folds. It was as if the near-fatal injuries he had sustained and the rapid recovery not only compensated for the losses, but also unleashed the potential he had accumulated over time. Coupled with the dual amplifications from the pain of growth and the near-death phenomenon characteristic of Saiyans. Vice paused momentarily, a flicker of genuine astonishment crossing his deep blue eyes. Ah, this is not merely recovery. It is a qualitative leap. Under the impact of the God of Destruction's power, not only had he not perished, but he had also undergone a remarkable transformation. This Saiyan was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Goku, rendered speechless by shock, could only gaze in awe at his brother, whose aura surged madly as if it were boundless. Beerus, observing the ever-expanding, increasingly formidable golden tempest below, saw the boredom and lethargy on his face vanish, replaced by a blend of curiosity, amusement, and a glimmer of genuine interest. How intriguing indeed. Beerus licked his lips, his crimson pupils narrowing slightly. It appeared that the earlier display had merely been a warm-up. Now let this king witness just how grand you, this extraordinary ant, can truly become. A long-forgotten, genuine fighting spirit ignited in Beerus's eyes as he gazed at the golden tempest, surging like a rocket, seemingly without limit. A dangerous smile crept across his lips as his purple tail swayed excitedly. However, just as he prepared to thoroughly test the newfound capabilities of this suddenly enlarged ant, gurgle, a faint yet unmistakable sound emanated from Beerus's stomach, audible to all keenly perceptive beings present. Beerus froze, his eager expression collapsing into one of unmasked irritation and grievance. "Oh, how annoying," he exclaimed, clutching his belly, visibly displeased. "I'm hungry. It's all because I waited too long for Weiss and had a tussle with these two monkeys, expending too much energy. Weiss, food, now." He completely disregarded Raditz, who was still unleashing his aura in preparation for the next trial below, akin to a child who suddenly loses interest in a toy and turns to seek out candy. Weiss sighed with helpless amusement and gracefully bowed. "Yes, Lord Beerus. However, this is the realm of the God of Destruction. We only have the treasured cosmic brews and a few rare specialties you cherish, with no freshly prepared delicacies available." Beerus, upon hearing this, grew even more irritable, his tail slapping the ground in frustration. "I don't care. I'm hungry. I want something delicious. Hurry up and think of something." He shot a glare at Raditz with his crimson eyes, as if blaming him for depleting his energy. Raditz, witnessing this, breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that the pressure test of the day was nearing its conclusion. Continuing the confrontation, aside from questioning whether his recently unlocked power could truly satisfy Lord Beerus. There lingered the risk that this god of destruction, if overly famished and irritable, might inadvertently obliterate him, resulting in a loss far greater than the effort expended. To know when to withdraw is indeed the path to sustainable development. He gradually reigned in the tempestuous golden sea of energy surrounding him, allowing his breath to stabilize, returning to a semblance of normalcy, albeit his body was marred with wounds, which were healing swiftly. He took a few steps forward, addressing the frenzied Beerus with calm composure. Lord Beerus, if it pleases you, might you consider visiting my homeland, Earth? While it may not be a realm of high divinity, the variety of culinary delights there is indeed abundant. Last time Mr. Whis visited, he barely scratched the surface. Whis' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he gracefully chimed in. Indeed, Lord Beerus, the culinary creativity of Earth is remarkable, particularly their desserts, such as chocolate lava cake, millefeuille, and a delightful treat known as pudding, each possessing a unique flavor and exquisite texture, undoubtedly worthy of your palate. Upon hearing the words dessert, cake, and pudding, Beerus's ears perked up, and his crimson pupils betrayed an unmistakable yearning. However, he quickly cast a skeptical glance at Whis, narrowing his eyes. Whis, you sly fellow. You've been sneaking off to that Earth to indulge in fine delicacies without me? No wonder this delay has been so prolonged. Whis maintained a perfect smile, opting to remain non-committal. Very well. Beerus licked his lips, promptly casting aside thoughts of battle. Since you both speak so highly of it, let's go and see. If it is not as delectable as you claim, I shall destroy that planet. Raditz's lips twitched imperceptibly, though his demeanor remained composed. You shall not be disappointed. Now, if you would allow me to lead the way. This time, he no longer required Whis' assistance to locate their destination. Through the recent battle and subsequent recovery, he had attained a new understanding of his power and a heightened perception of energy at a superior level. With a mere thought, he distinctly captured Broly's unique and formidable aura on Earth, undeniably the finest spatial coordinate. Raditz extended his hands to rest upon Beerus and Whis' arms, while Goku instinctively grasped his elder brother's other shoulder. In the next moment, the fabric of space trembled, and the four figures vanished in an instant from the realm of the god of destruction. Chapter 56, The Supreme Kai. West City, the luxurious villa of Bulma. Upon witnessing Raditz's sudden arrival with a dapperly attired purple cat, an elegantly poised purple-skinned gentleman, and a battle-scarred yet sprightly Goku materializing in her living room, even Bulma, with her vast experience, was taken aback momentarily. However, after Raditz's brief introduction, this is Lord Beerus, and this is Mr. Whis, both distinguished figures of the universe, here to grace Earth with their presence, deserving of the finest hospitality, and Goku's enthusiastic nodding in affirmation. The heiress of Capsule Corporation immediately showcased her top-tier adaptability and social finesse. Welcome, welcome, esteemed guests from afar. Bulma beamed with delight as she promptly directed the household service robots to spring into action. Please make yourselves comfortable. I shall have everything prepared shortly. Unlike the last occasion when Whis had to settle for instant noodles after Goku whisked him away, much to Whis' contentment, this time she summoned all the resources at her disposal. In a mere moment, the elongated dining table was adorned with a dazzling array of culinary delights, exquisite dishes from various nations on Earth, innovative cuisine fused with extraterrestrial ingredients, and desserts that resembled art pieces, cakes, ice creams, puddings, and a chocolate fountain that filled the air with an irresistible aroma, enveloping the entire living room. Seated at the head of the table, Beerus initially endeavored to maintain a semblance of his regal demeanor as a destroyer god, modestly sampling the most enticing starry chocolate mousse before him. However, his eyes widened in astonishment. In the next instant, all notions of divine authority and the poise of destruction were cast aside. Delicious. This one is delightful. Wow. The texture is simply exquisite. Oh, this sweetness is perfectly balanced. Incredible. Beerus wielded his claws with remarkable speed, creating an illusion of movement as various dishes vanished into his mouth, his cheeks bulging like a chipmunk's, his tail swishing behind him with a whoosh, and a blissful expression bubbling forth, utterly devoid of any divine semblance. Whis, on the other hand, maintained an air of elegant dining etiquette, yet his pace and efficiency were equally impressive, savoring each bite with evident pleasure while occasionally expressing his admiration for Bulma's hospitality. Goku, famished and eager, joined the fray, indulging in the feast with great enthusiasm. Time flew by, and before anyone knew it, a year had slipped away. Throughout this year, Beerus and Whis had decided to reside permanently on Earth. Beerus had developed an insatiable fondness for Earth's culinary offerings, especially desserts. Each day, his primary objective was to sample the new creations from Bulma's culinary team or accompany Goku and Raditz on culinary excursions around the globe. Whis relished this rare tranquility and merriment, occasionally offering guidance on the training of Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and even Broly, living a life of unparalleled contentment. The realm of destruction? Beerus declared he would address that once he grew weary of the feasting. On one particular day, in celebration of Bulma's birthday, she chartered an enormous luxury cruise ship to host a grand banquet upon the waves. All her friends received invitations. Goku's family, including Chi-Chi and Goten, Krillin, Tin, Yamcha, Piccolo, the father-son duo of Broly and Paragus, who was visibly apprehensive, Vegeta, who arrived with a scowl but could not resist, and of course, the esteemed guests, Beerus and Whis. The cruise ship sparkled with lights, music floated through the air, and a mountain of delectable food awaited, creating a jubilant atmosphere. Everyone momentarily set aside their training and battles, reveling in the rare gift of peace and joy. Beerus commandeered the dessert section, his face smeared with cream, while Whis held a glass of specially crafted juice, smiling as he watched the children frolicking on the deck. Just as the festivity reached its zenith, two figures appeared above the cruise ship without warning. It was the Kaioken Shin and his attendant, Kibito. Their sudden presence drew the attention of all, as none recognized them. However, their attire and the inexplicable manner of their arrival indicated that they were certainly not ordinary beings. The Kaioken Shin cast his gaze over the crowd on the deck, seemingly searching for something. Ultimately, his eyes settled on Beerus, who was ravenously devouring an entire cream cake, causing his brows to furrow instantly. He descended onto the deck, disregarding the others, and approached Beerus with an air of divine authority, presuming superiority, and inquired, "Who are you? How is it that you exude such a pure aura of the supreme deity?" As a god of creation, Shin was acutely sensitive to divine energies. From Beerus, he sensed an unprecedented, vast, and majestic power, akin to that which governs the end of all things, filling him with both curiosity and caution. Beerus, thoroughly enjoying his feast, was displeased at being interrupted. He lifted his head, cream still clinging to his whiskers, and lazily glanced at Shin with his crimson pupils, emitting a disdainful huff from his nostrils, entirely disinterested, and returned to his cake. This attitude instantly infuriated the nearby Jebbit. He had always regarded the Kaioken as the utmost being, and such rudeness was intolerable. "Hey, you are truly impolite," Jebbit proclaimed loudly, flying in front of Beerus. "Do you even know who stands before you? This is the magnificent Lord Kaioken, the supreme deity who governs creation and life. How dare you?" Before he could finish, Beerus merely paused his chewing, lifted his eyelids, and cast a languid glance at Jebbit. His gaze lacked any energy fluctuations, yet seemed to harbor the indifference of the universe's end. In a heartbeat, Jebbit was struck by an unseen force, transformed into a streak of green light, and propelled away at astonishing speed, vanishing into the horizon of the sea, leaving behind only a distant cry. The atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. Everyone halted their movements, incredulously gazing at the scene. Although all were aware of Beerus's formidable status as the god of destruction, witnessing him dispatch a being that appeared to be divine with merely a glance was unnerving. Kaioken Shin stood dumbfounded, his complexion paling instantaneously. He had not grasped what had transpired, and Jebbit had vanished. Who exactly was this purple creature covered in cream? Raditz, recognizing the need to break the silence, stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the slightly startled Bulma, and calmly addressed Kaioken Shin, shattering the stillness. "This esteemed figure is indeed Lord Kaioken, is it not? Welcome to Earth. Please do not be alarmed. This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe. And that is Mr. Whis, the attendant and mentor to Lord Beerus." He introduced them simply, his tone as casual as if he were introducing a neighbor. God of destruction? Kaioken Shin appeared bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with such a divine office. How could the supreme deity of creation and life be unaware of the god presiding over destruction? This was beyond his understanding. Observing Kaioken's reaction, the elegantly observant Whis sighed, setting down his juice cup, and gracefully approached. He wore his customary gentle smile, yet his tone bore a hint of exasperation towards his colleague's ignorance. It appears that the previous Supreme Kai had not the opportunity to impart the complete structure of the cosmic hierarchy to you before meeting with misfortune. Whis spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his words possessed a penetrating power that resonated deeply. Supreme Kai, you preside over creation and life, embodying the light and order of the universe. In contrast, Lord Beerus governs destruction and annihilation, representing an essential aspect of the cosmos that maintains balance. Together, the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai sustain the operation of the seventh universe. In terms of divine rank, you are equals. Equal? A god of destruction? The Supreme Kai, Shin, felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His worldview had been profoundly shaken. He had always believed that the Supreme Kai was the highest deity, and now, out of the blue, there appeared a peer who presided over destruction. Moreover, he appeared so untrustworthy and yet so formidable. He glanced at Beerus, who remained engrossed in his cake, as if he had merely swatted away a fly moments prior, then turned his gaze to the smiling yet inscrutable Whis, and finally surveyed the Earth warriors around him, who seemed remarkably unperturbed by the extraordinary events unfolding. Suddenly, he realized that his mission to Earth for assistance had become infinitely more complex than he had anticipated. The atmosphere on the deck was somewhat delicate. Although the Earth warriors were astonished that Beerus had dispatched Jebbet with merely a glance, Whis' explanation brought them a sense of relief. After all, the level of power exhibited by both Beerus and Whis had long surpassed their understanding, and having a god of destruction with an impressive title seemed only fitting. Yet, Vegeta's expression darkened further, his fists clenched tightly. He once again felt the despairing chasm that lay between gods and mortals. Ahem, Raditz cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back to reality. He looked at the still somewhat dazed Supreme Kai, Shin, and calmly inquired, "Surely, Supreme Kai, your visit to Earth is not solely to confirm Lord Beerus' identity? Is there a matter in which you require assistance?" Raditz's words jolted Shin back to the present. He suddenly recalled the grave responsibilities he bore, and the confusion on his face was swiftly replaced by a profound worry and urgency. Drawing a deep breath to steady himself, his voice quivered slightly as he spoke. "Indeed, I have come with a matter of utmost importance concerning the safety of the universe, and I require your assistance." He cast his gaze over the gathered crowd, lingering particularly on Goku, Raditz, and Broly. "I have heard that Earth has produced several exceedingly powerful Saiyan warriors, who have even triumphed over the once mighty cosmic tyrant Frieza. This strength may well be the key to resolving the impending crisis." He paused, his expression grave as he began to recount. Long ago, an exceedingly malevolent entity known as Majin Buu was born within the universe. Created by the ancient sorcerer Bibidi, he possesses the terrifying abilities of infinite regeneration, absorption of opponents, and transformation. His nature is cruel and erratic, deriving pleasure from destruction and slaughter, leaving in his wake desolate star systems. Chapter 57, Chaos Unleashed. The description of the Supreme Kai Shin gradually cast a solemn shadow over the previously light-hearted atmosphere on the deck. Krillin, Tian, and the others felt the tension rise. Even Piccolo furrowed his brow. The mention of Majin Buu sounded far more formidable than the likes of Frieza and Cell. Countless Supreme Kais and the Grand Supreme Kai had paid a heavy price to ultimately seal him away on Earth, within an exceedingly concealed barrier, leaving behind stringent guards and warnings. Shin continued, his tone laced with trepidation. "However, I have recently sensed signs of the seal loosening, and there appear to be unstable elements on Earth that may be attempting to break the seal. If Majin Buu were to escape, with his formidable might from the past and the potential growth of his power, the universe would face an unprecedented calamity. Alone, I fear I lack the strength to halt him." He earnestly turned to Raditz and Goku thus. "I have taken the liberty to seek the assistance of your formidable Saiyan warriors, to reinforce the seal or to prepare for any eventualities before Majin Buu breaks free." Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's account, Raditz nodded thoughtfully. It seemed the arc of Majin Buu had been prematurely triggered due to various butterfly effects. However, he cast a glance at Gohan, who was discreetly reaching for another piece of strawberry cake. In that moment, Gohan was no longer the child in need of protection. Under Whis' occasional guidance, Piccolo's rigorous training, and his own relentless efforts, coupled with the tranquility of the past year, his strength had transformed immensely. Though he maintained the appearance of a gentle student, the potential and power within him were no trifling matter, even in Raditz's eyes. Thus Raditz casually remarked, "Oh, so that's the situation. No worries." He patted Gohan's shoulder and spoke lightly to the Supreme Kai. "If Majin Buu truly escapes, just let Gohan handle it. This kid has made significant progress over the past year, and he has unlocked a considerable amount of potential. Dealing with an ancient being sealed for who knows how long should not pose much of a challenge. Huh? Me? Gohan, engrossed in his cake, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected mention of his name. He scratched his head, a bit shy, yet his eyes revealed no fear. Rather, they sparkled with a hint of eagerness. He trusted his uncle's judgment. What? The Supreme Kai Shin could scarcely believe his ears. What had he just heard? To task a seemingly student-like youth with confronting the fearsome Majin Buu, a foe that had left generations of Supreme Kais helpless and trembling. Mr. Raditz, this is no trivial matter. The terror of Majin Buu surpasses imagination. His regenerative abilities are nearly insurmountable. How can you entrust this to a child? He was anxious to plead further, but his words were interrupted by an impatient voice. Enough of this racket. Beerus had finally devoured the last morsel of dessert. Licking his claws, his crimson eyes casting a disdainful glance at the Supreme Kai. Look at you, a proper Supreme Kai, panicking like this over a situation. Truly disgraceful. You are embarrassing the dignity of the gods. He elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin, though much of the cream remained smeared across his face. With a flick of his tail, he proclaimed with arrogance, "What is there to fear? The god of destruction stands before you. What audacity does that Majin Buu dare to exhibit? Should he dare to stir trouble, I could obliterate him with but a single finger, leaving not a trace behind. Were it not for your ignorance as the new Supreme Kai, unaware of my existence, you would not be floundering ineffectively, creating such trivial disturbances." While Beerus's words exuded arrogance, they were imbued with an undeniable confidence and strength. The Supreme Kai found himself momentarily speechless, his expression shifting between red and pale. At that moment, Whis gracefully set down his cup and, in a tone barely audible to those nearby, gently reminded, "Lord Beerus, such words should not be uttered lightly. The former Supreme Kai should have been aware of your existence and had the obligation to inform his successor. The information gap you now lament is, in part, a consequence of your actions, as you sealed the former Supreme Kai within the sword of the Supreme Kai, which led to this disruption in succession." Cough, cough. As Beerus lifted a glass of juice, he nearly choked upon hearing this, a fleeting expression of embarrassment crossing his face. He quickly coughed to mask it, thinking, why bring up that old story? Regardless, I am present now. That Majin Buu cannot cause any upheaval. Enough of this. Today is Bulma's birthday celebration. Let us refrain from such dreary topics. Whis, is there any of that starry mousse left? I believe I could indulge in another serving. Skillfully, he redirected the conversation, refocusing attention on the culinary delights. The Supreme Kai stood in place, observing as the deities and creatures around him resumed their festive revelry, indulging in food and laughter. As though the earlier discourse had not revolved around a cosmic catastrophe, but rather a picnic plan for the following day. He opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to utter a word, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness and absurdity. At that moment, Whis casually snapped his fingers, and a soft purple light flashed, bringing back Jebbet, who had been sent soaring into the sky by Beerus's glare. Dazed and disheveled, he reappeared on the deck, still bearing a look of bewilderment. The two, master and servant, found themselves left on the periphery of the vibrant celebration, standing in a small corner, starkly contrasting with the joyful sea surrounding them. Jebbet cautiously supported the still unsteady Supreme Kai, quietly inquiring about the situation. With a weary smile, the Supreme Kai shook his head, gazing at Beerus, who was savoring his meal, Whis, who was enjoying his delicacies, Raditz, who remained composed, Goku, who was mindlessly feasting, and Gohan, who was supposed to confront Majin Buu, yet was still discussing cake flavors with Uncle Krillin. He suddenly felt that this visit to Earth might require a complete reevaluation. Perhaps the safety of the universe truly did not warrant excessive concern from him. The Supreme God? At least on this extraordinary planet, the atmosphere seemed entirely different. Bulma's birthday celebration concluded amidst joy. The Supreme Kai and Jebbet spent a night aboard the cruise, engulfed in confusion and unease, profoundly experiencing the unique ambience of Earth. The following morning, despite his heart still burdened with absurdity and concerns regarding Raditz and others' dismissive attitudes, Shin resolutely sought out Raditz and Goku to formally request their assistance in investigating the seal. Raditz displayed little interest, preoccupied with devising ways to extract further insights about the Ultra Instinct from Whis. Goku, on the other hand, was eager to help, but was forcibly restrained by Chi-Chi under the pretext that Goten had yet to complete his weekend homework. Ultimately, the task fell to the ever-available son Gohan and Piccolo. both of whom shared a keen interest in the potential threat and the enigmatic demon. Rest assured, Lord Supreme Kai, Gohan declared, shaking his hair with a warm smile imbued with confidence. Uncle Piccolo and I will proceed with caution. If it truly poses the danger you suggest, we would not act recklessly. Piccolo, arms crossed and his green visage as calm as ever, responded, we will detect, assess, and eliminate the threat if necessary. That is our approach. Lead the way. The Supreme Kai observed the duo, a large and a small warrior, feeling their formidable auras. Yet still haunted by the legends of Majin Buu, his heart racing with trepidation. He could only nod, and, alongside Kibito, utilize the Supreme Kai's instant transmission, vanishing with Gohan and Piccolo from their location. Their destination was a remote and desolate mountain range on Earth, a place seldom trodden by human feet. Here, the magnetic field was chaotic and energy was sparse, making it an ideal locale for concealing secrets. However, upon nearing their designated coordinates, an ominous wave, infused with malevolent magic and a powerful presence, emanated faintly from the valley ahead. This is bad. Someone has arrived before us. The Supreme Kai's expression shifted alarmingly. The four immediately stifled their auras and stealthily approached. Before them lay a circular altar, hewn by human hands and adorned with ancient runes. At its center floated an enormous pink egg, covered in bizarre patterns. This was none other than the egg sealing Majin Buu. Surrounding the altar stood several figures. Among them was a diminutive evil sorcerer named Babidi, clad in a ludicrous magical robe, brandishing a staff while gesticulating and chanting towards the altar and the colossal egg. Yet, what sent chills down the Supreme Kai's spine were the three familiar figures that stood nearby. One was a towering behemoth with deep crimson skin, sporting two horns and a fearsome visage, clad in archaic battle armor, exuding a palpable aura of ferocity and destruction. This was Goku's formidable adversary, Gemma. Alongside him stood two opulently dressed individuals, their demeanor cold and sinister, sharing the pointed ears characteristic of the Supreme Kai. Yet their eyes gleamed with ambition and greed. These were the Supreme Kai's brother and sister. Gemma, Irons, Diggs, it is you, the Supreme Kai exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief and profound wariness. What brings you, denizens of the demon realm, to this place? And why are you entangled with such a vile sorcerer as Babidi? Gemma slowly turned his head, his crimson gaze sweeping over the intruders. A cruel smirk twisting his lips as he spoke, his voice a grating rasp. The Supreme Kai's little brat? Fortunate indeed. Just what I need, some high-quality energy to stimulate the dormant cells of the pet within this egg. You have arrived at the perfect moment. Irons remained fixated on the instrument screen, her cool voice resonating. Lord Goma, the target Buu cells are detected to be in a state of profound inertia. The efficiency of conventional magic extraction is subpar. It is advisable to execute Plan B, to stimulate its instinctive responses through high-energy combat, followed by targeted collection. The energy readings of these experimental subjects are promising, making them suitable as catalysts. Chapter 58, Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3. Diggs stepped forward, his cold gaze locking onto the Supreme Kai. Shin, you continue to be an impediment. However, today, your divine power will also contribute to awakening this ancient weapon. Babidi emitted a sharp, sinister laugh. Indeed, the power of Lord Goma, combined with my magic and Lady Iron's expertise, will surely allow us to perfectly extract Lord Buu's cells. At that moment, we shall create even more formidable warriors, potentially gaining control over Lord Buu himself. Supreme Kai, you cannot thwart us. You are dancing with destruction. Shin felt both shock and anger. He had long heard of the Demon Realm King's formidable strength and was astonished that they had set their sights on Majin Buu. Enough with the idle chatter, Piccolo bellowed, sensing an unprecedented pressure emanating from his adversaries, especially from the one named Goma, whose energy surpassed that of any previous opponent. Gohan, prepare for battle. Their intentions are clear. We must not allow them to succeed. Gohan's gaze sharpened with fierce determination. Without further ado, the two unleashed their formidable auras. With a powerful surge, Gohan's body radiated golden light, his hair standing upright and turning golden, while white lightning enveloped him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Under Whis' subtle guidance and a year of cultivation, his Super Saiyan 2 aura had solidified and matured, far more stable and potent than in his youth. Though Piccolo did not undergo a Saiyan transformation, he unleashed the entirety of his Namekian strength without reservation. A green aura surged forth, his muscles bulging, as a formidable energy field expanded, firmly placing him within the realm of Super Saiyan 2. His unique life form and hone techniques rendered him even more formidable in battle. Oh, there's indeed some skill here. A fierce gleam flashed in Goma's eyes, revealing his battle-hungry excitement. Irons, it seems the quality of the catalyst exceeds your expectations. Diggs, I leave the green-skinned one and the Supreme Kai to you. I shall personally activate this golden little one. Diggs snorted coldly, his figure blurring as he charged toward Piccolo and the Supreme Kai with a sharp intensity. His speed was astonishing, and his attacks were cunning, imbued with the unique corrosive energy of the demon realm. Piccolo met his advance head-on, calling out to Shin, "Supreme Kai, go stop that sorcerer and the female scientist. I will handle this." With gritted teeth, Shin surged forward alongside Jebet, heading towards Babidi and Irons at the altar. Meanwhile, Goma stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura, seemingly teleporting directly in front of Gohan. His enormous fist, shrouded in dark red destructive energy, came crashing down without any embellishment. An intense skirmish erupted in the valley. Gohan maximized the power and speed of his Super Saiyan 2 form, employing instantaneous movements with agility in an attempt to evade Goma's onslaught. However, the power of Goma exceeded all expectations, and his combat style was ferociously direct. Each strike contained a force capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. With speed, that was no less remarkable. Gohan's Kamehameha crashed against Goma, causing only a slight tremor in his form, while Goma's counterattack left Gohan's blocking arm numb and his blood surging. The battle between Piccolo and Degai's was equally perilous. True to his role as Goma's lieutenant, Degai's exhibited formidable strength and ruthless techniques, wielding the enigmatic and unpredictable energies of the demon realm. Piccolo, relying on his vast experience and solid foundation, engaged in a stalemate, unable to achieve a swift victory. Meanwhile, King Kai and Jebet attempted to disrupt Babidi's incantations and Aylan's device operations, but transparent energy shield materialized around Aylan's, simultaneously releasing various disruptive technological devices that made it difficult for Sin and Jebet to approach. Babidi, lurking in the background, continued to chant his incantations, unbeknownst to all, amidst their intense battle and the violent clash of energies. The secret magical inscriptions that Babidi had previously inscribed and activated around the altar silently absorbed all the energy dissipating from the battlefield. The shockwaves from Gohan and Goma's confrontation, the energy blades exchange between Piccolo and Degai's, and even the divine power exhibited by King Kai. This immense and pure energy was gathered, refined, and continuously infused into the colossal egg that sealed the demon Majin Buu. The pink patterns on the surface of the egg began to pulsate rhythmically with the influx of vast energy, growing stronger with each surge, as if some ancient and terrifying entity was being forcibly awakened from its long slumber. Bang! Goma seized upon a slight opening in Gohan's defense, landing a powerful punch to his abdomen. Gohan gasped in pain, his body bending like a shrimp as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against a mountainside, debris flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Sizzle. Piccolo's arm was sliced open by Degai's hand strike, infused with corrosive energy, green blood splattering as his movement faltered. The depth of Goma's power was unfathomable, despite Gohan and Piccolo's valiant efforts. They quickly found themselves at a distinct disadvantage against Goma's overwhelming strength and the ferocious energy rooted in the essence of the demon realm. The catalyst effects seemed to be nearing their peak. Aylan's observed the instrument data with calm precision. "Lord Goma, you may prepare to collect." Goma grinned wickedly, his hands clasped before him as a dark red energy sphere, resembling a miniature black hole swirling with destructive gravitational pull, rapidly coalesced. The terrifying energy fluctuations sent tremors through the entire valley. "Kid, your task is complete. Become the final spark to awaken the great cells." At this critical moment, as Gohan and Piccolo faced impending doom, two familiar voices echoed like thunder, filled with combat fervor and urgency, drawing near. "Kakarot, get out of my way." "Hey, Vegeta, I sense it first." Two brilliant auras, one golden and one blue, descended like meteors, entering the battlefield with astonishing speed, positioning themselves defiantly between Gohan, Piccolo, and Goma's devastating energy sphere. Vegeta and Son Goku have finally arrived. A golden aura blazed fiercely around Vegeta, accompanied by crackling white lightning as he glared at Goma. The pride and combat spirit of the Saiyan Prince ignited completely. Son Goku, also in Super Saiyan 2 form, wore an expression of excitement at encountering a formidable foe. Yet deep within his eyes lay concern and fury for his injured son and comrades. Two more have come? Goma observed the newly arrived Vegeta and Goku, not surprised, but rather exhilarated, his energy becoming increasingly frenzied. Excellent. The more energy I gather, the more perfect the cellular vitality I can harvest. Today, none of you shall escape. Goku cast a glance at the injured Gohan and the breathless Piccolo, then turned his gaze to the unusually large egg on the altar and the instruments operated by Ailins, alongside Babidi, who was chanting spells. His expression turned grave. It seemed the trouble was greater than anticipated. Vegeta, this is going to be a tough battle. Enough chatter. Allow me to take the lead. Vegeta growled, surging forward with explosive energy towards Goma. Scum, feel the wrath of the Saiyan Prince. Vegeta roared, his golden aura erupting as he transformed into a golden comet, charging fiercely at Goma. His assault was relentless, aiming to crush this arrogant foe with blinding speed. Goma's crimson pupils flashed with disdain. He did not even shift his stance. Casually swinging his arm, enveloped in dark red energy, he swatted away Vegeta's tempestuous strikes as though they were mere insects. Too weak. With such feeble strength, you dare call yourself a prince? Goma scoffed, seizing an opening in Vegeta's offense, striking with lightning speed a side kick that landed squarely on Vegeta's unguarded ribs. A dull thud echoed as Vegeta felt a sharp pain in his ribs, his protective aura dissipating significantly, sending him spiraling uncontrollably backward, crashing violently into the rock wall, dust billowing around him. In just a few exchanges, Vegeta in Super Saiyan 2 had fallen into an absolute disadvantage, sustaining considerable injury. Damn it! Vegeta struggled to rise from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. He, Vegeta, after enduring countless trials, could not defeat Raditz. Fine. And then came Broly. That too was acceptable. But now, being so effortlessly repelled by a bizarre creature. Goma, however, offered no respite, his figure flashing forward, a colossal fist imbued with destructive energy descending upon him, intent on utterly obliterating Vegeta. The shadows of death and endless humiliation struck at Vegeta's proud soul like two heavy hammers. Under such extreme pressure, something deeper was ignited within him, not merely rage, but the unwavering stubbornness that resided in the very depths of Saiyan blood, and all the resentment and desire for strength that had accumulated over the past year witnessing the despairing might of Raditz, Broly, and even Beerus. How could this prince possibly lose to someone like you? Vegeta unleashed an unprecedented roar, as if it emanated from the very depths of his soul. No longer did he suppress himself, nor did he hesitate in shouldering the immense burden and exhausting potential of the Super Saiyan 3rd grade. He demanded power now. An even more ferocious and astonishing golden aura erupted from the remnants of Vegeta's battered form, akin to a supernova's explosion. His hair grew wildly, defying logic, cascading down to his ankles in an instant. His eyebrows vanished, and the contours of his face became stark and sharp. Thick, dragon-like bolts of white lightning surged around him, crackling and vaporizing the surrounding debris in an instant. A terrifying pressure, far surpassing that of Super Saiyan 2, filled with primal release and ultimate power, descended with a thunderous roar. Super Saiyan 3rd grade. In this moment, Vegeta had transcended. Chapter 59. The Demon King Goma. What? Goma, poised to deliver the final strike, abruptly halted, his crimson pupils revealing a clear astonishment for the first time. He could feel the energy level of the individual before him skyrocketing exponentially. The wild golden energy waves battered against his protective barrier, causing him to experience a sliver of pressure. A new transformation? The energy readings surged dramatically, an astonishing physiological transformation. Even the ever-focused Eren raised her gaze, a flicker of fervent scientific interest shining in her cold purple eyes. Vegeta, uncle to Gohan, had also just been lifted by Goku, who stared in shock at the figure with flowing hair and a tempestuous aura. Goku's expression mirrored surprise, but soon broke into a grin. Hey, it seems Vegeta has finally decided to unleash this move. Transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta felt the vast power surging within him, as if it threatened to burst him apart, accompanied by an immense sense of burden. With a grimace that mingled pain and exhilarating excitement, he gazed at Goma. Now, it is the turn of this prince to deal with the scum of the demon realm. No sooner had he spoken than the figure of Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta vanished in an instant. His speed had increased manifold. In the next moment, he was before Goma, delivering a formidable golden fist entwined with thick lightning, directly onto Goma's crossed arms. Boom! The impact of this collision reverberated far beyond previous encounters. Goma's immovable form was pushed back several meters, carving deep trenches into the ground. The dark red energy shield on his blocking arm vibrated violently, even developing fine cracks. Ha ha! Come on, continue the frenzy. Vegeta laughed maniacally, seizing the advantage, unleashing the full force of Super Saiyan 3 without reservation. His punches, kicks, an energy blast swirled like a golden storm of devastation, completely engulfing Goma. For a moment, Goma was caught off guard, as both combatants engaged in an intense exchange, seemingly leveling the playing field. Seizing the opportunity, while Vegeta kept Goma occupied, Goku swiftly approached Gohan and Piccolo, retrieving a small pouch that Raditz had casually given him before his departure, as a precaution. Quick, eat this, Goku exclaimed, pouring 2 senzu beans into Gohan and Piccolo's mouths. As the mystical beans were consumed, an overwhelming surge of life energy coursed through the bodies of the 2 warriors. Gohan's excruciating abdominal pain and Piccolo's arm injury began to heal at a visible pace, and their strength was swiftly restored. In just a few moments, they regained their peak condition, though the fatigue of their spirits would require some time to dissipate. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, old son, they exclaimed, invigorated. It's a relief. However, Son Goku's expression turned grave as he surveyed the battlefield. Despite Vegeta's formidable Super Saiyan 3 power and relentless assault, he noted that Goma, after an initial surprise, had begun to stabilize his stance. The gaze of the Demon King shifted from astonishment to a deeper, more perilous intrigue. Indeed, quite impressive. Goma chuckled lowly amidst Vegeta's furious attacks. No longer merely blocking, he retaliated with even heavier blows, demonstrating a power that was formidable. But if this is your limit, then it's time to elevate the game. Suddenly, a striking red light emanated from the peculiar markings on Goma's forehead, causing his skin to split open, revealing a third eye that sprang forth, blood red and fierce. An aura of primal ferocity, far more terrifying than before, erupted from Goma, reminiscent of a beast unleashed from chains. The dark crimson energy transformed from mere tendrils into a viscous, flowing substance akin to lava, and his physique seemed to swell, with an exponential increase in the power beneath his muscles. Now, let us commence the second round. With the opening of his third eye, Goma's voice became deeper and more oppressive. He unleashed a punch that collided with Vegeta's incoming strike. The sound of cracking bones echoed painfully, and Vegeta let out a cry as his fist, enveloped in Super Saiyan energy, was torn apart, causing excruciating pain in his arm. He was once again sent flying by an overwhelming force, and his aura dimmed significantly. With Goma unleashing his full might and activating his third eye, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, rendering Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta seemingly feeble before him. Vegeta, Son Goku, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of urgency, realizing that he could no longer remain passive. Without a moment's hesitation, he too erupted in a radiant golden light, his hair cascading down as white lightning danced around him. He had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Another Super Saiyan 3 had entered the fray. In an instant, Son Goku appeared behind the tumbling Vegeta, steadying him while casting a fierce gaze toward the formidable Goma. Hey, Vegeta, it seems one person isn't enough to handle this. We must join forces. Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and although his arm throbbed with pain, his fighting spirit remained unyielding. Intensified by Goku's arrival. Enough chatter, Kakarot. Just don't hold me back. The 2 Super Saiyan 3s exchanged a determined glance before simultaneously unleashing their energy, charging towards the enigmatic Demon King Goma, who had opened his third eye, radiating immeasurable power. As a side note, the absence of Dabra was due to perceived inconsistencies in his characterization. He is at most of the same strength as Cell, while Goma merely exhibits cowardice, not weak in the slightest. Thus his presence is directly omitted. Goma emerges as the king of the demon realm. Within the valley, turbulent energy flows ravage the surroundings like a ferocious hurricane. The shockwaves generated by the collision of the three ultimate warriors incessantly erode the already jagged mountain rocks, shattering them, causing the earth to crack, and painting the sky with an eerie tapestry of gold and crimson. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, both Super Saiyans of the third level, have now pushed their speed and strength to the utmost limits. However, their opponent, the king of the demon realm Goma, unveils his third eye, revealing an overwhelming power that far exceeds expectations. The erect scarlet third eye seems to bestow Goma with an extraordinary insight and command over energy that transcends the ordinary. Sun Wukong's intricate feints and sudden teleportation strikes are often anticipated just before they succeed, effortlessly countered. Vegeta's concentrated heavy blows are resisted by Goma's viscous dark red energy, akin to a molten armor of the demon realm, absorbing the impact and inflicting further injury on Vegeta. Goma's assaults are immensely weighty, imbued with a potent corrosive and destructive nature. His fists and feet do not particularly strive for ultimate speed, yet they consistently unleash terrifying power akin to the collapse of fundamental laws at the most critical moments along the most straightforward trajectories. Occasionally, dark red beams emitted from the third eye are astonishingly swift, penetrating with remarkable force, compelling Wukong and Vegeta to evade with all their might, facing peril at every turn. The fierce battle rages on, energy clashing wildly. Yet even with their combined might, Wukong and Vegeta find themselves unable to subdue Goma, increasingly overshadowed by his unfathomable strength and the enigmatic abilities of his third eye. Damn it, why is this guy's hide so resilient? Vegeta gritted his teeth, enduring a whip kick from Goma, blood once again trickling from the corner of his mouth, the immense burden of the Super Saiyan form beginning to take its toll. His aura showing signs of instability. That eye of his is troublesome. It can see through our moves. Sun Wukong dodged a beam, his brow furrowed as he rapidly contemplated strategies. Conventional Super Saiyan power seems insufficient to break the deadlock, observing his father and Uncle Vegeta embroiled in a bitter struggle. Even beginning to show signs of defeat, the recently restored Son Gohan could no longer remain passive. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes as he addressed Piccolo beside him. Uncle Piccolo, I entrust this side to you. I will assist. Piccolo, engaged in a fierce struggle with Diggs, cast a glance at the main battlefield and replied solemnly, Be careful. The power of that king of the demon realm is peculiar. Do not engage head-on. He understood well that Gohan's current strength was formidable and might be the key to tipping the balance. Gohan nodded, his body enveloped in radiant golden light as he unleashed the full fury of Super Saiyan 2. He did not recklessly charge into the core battleground of the third level, but instead maneuvered around the periphery, waiting for the opportune moment, his hands moving in rapid succession. Demon Flash Barrage, Kamehameha, streams of refined golden energy beams and concentrated destructive Kamehameha blasts soared forth, akin to precise sniper shots, aimed at exploiting the gaps in Goma's defenses or the critical nodes of his energy flow. Gohan's combat prowess is exceptionally high. After receiving guidance from Whis, his control and application of energy have become more sophisticated. While these disruptive attacks may not inflict severe damage on Goma, they effectively interrupted his rhythm, compelling him to divert his attention frequently, thereby granting Goku and Vegeta precious moments to breathe and retaliate. Annoying little pest. Goma's third eye flashed with a crimson glow, unleashing a broad dark red shockwave that dispersed Gohan's ranged attacks. Yet, this momentary distraction was seized by Son Goku, who delivered a full-force Kamehameha point-blank against Goma's back. Boom! Goma grunted, stumbling forward as his dark red armor trembled violently, a charred mark appearing on his back. Observing this, Vegeta roared, channeling his remaining energy to unleash an ultimate flash from the side. Goma, furious, crossed his arms to withstand the blow. Yet he was propelled back several dozen meters by the explosive energy, leaving cracks in the ground beneath him. However, Goma's resilience surpassed all expectations. Even after enduring consecutive blows from Goku and Vegeta, coupled with Gohan's relentless distractions, he managed to stabilize himself. His third eye blazed with fury, as if completely incensed. You have successfully provoked me. Goma's voice echoed like a deep abyss, and the dark red energy surrounding him surged like a volcanic eruption. He no longer held back, and both the speed and power of his attacks escalated to a new level. In an instant, his figure blurred, as if three afterimages appeared simultaneously, each targeting Goku, Vegeta, and the peripheral Gohan. The speed was so astonishing it nearly surpassed the visual limits of Super Saiyan 3. Bang! Goku barely managed to block the heavy punch aimed at him, yet the sheer force left his arms numb, blood surging within him. Vegeta, already injured, was caught off guard and received a kick to his chest, blood gushing forth as his Super Saiyan 3 aura dimmed, nearly causing him to lose his transformation. Ugh! Despite Gohan's best efforts to evade, a dark red energy grazed his shoulder, instantly tearing through flesh and skin. An agonizing burn accompanied by a strange sense of erosion, causing him to falter. Facing 3 opponents, Goma not only held his ground, but, through his terrifying strength, the enigmatic abilities of his third eye, and seemingly boundless demonic energy, subtly suppressed Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. His attacks raged like a tempest, engulfing the entire battlefield, leaving the trio scrambling to defend themselves amidst perilous circumstances. Chapter 60, Demon. Meanwhile, the battle between Piccolo and Digos had reached a fever pitch. Digos, with formidable strength and unpredictable demonic combat techniques, faced off against Piccolo, who wielded unparalleled combat experience, the Namekian's unique regenerative abilities, though not as potent as Majin Buu, and an unshakable foundation, managing to hold his own against Digos. Occasionally, he could even divert his attention to the main battlefield, growing increasingly anxious upon witnessing Gohan and the others in peril. Beside the altar, Babiti's incantations grew increasingly fervent, and the energy readings on Ellen's device approached their peak. Calmly, she reported, "Lord Goma, the energy absorption from the battle has reached the predetermined standard, and the activity of Buu cells is reacting intensely. We can initiate the final collection procedure at any moment." As Aaron's was on the verge of initiating the final collection program, Babiti's incantation reached its apex. Suddenly, an anomaly erupted. The colossal pink egg, having absorbed an overwhelming and chaotic amalgamation of energy from 2 Super Saiyans, 1 Super Saiyan 2, the Demon Realm King. The power of the Supreme Kai and magical energy no longer pulsed with rhythm. Instead, its surface twisted and spun maniacally. The eggshell remained intact, yet it appeared semi-transparent, as if stretched by an immense internal pressure. A deep hum resonated, emanating a sensation that defied simplistic descriptions of malevolence or brutality, a chaotic mixture of pure entropy, insatiable hunger, and a childlike capriciousness, imbued with a sinister cunning. It resembled the explosive force of a cosmic singularity erupting from within the egg. The magical runes surrounding the altar instantaneously overloaded and shattered. Aaron's sophisticated instrument screen erupted into a flurry of static, and for the first time, her icy demeanor betrayed a look of astonishment. No, this is wrong. Energy overload. Cellular activity spiraling out of control. It seeks. Aaron's words were abruptly cut short. Within the translucent shell, a blurred pink figure suddenly extended an arm, shrouded in a viscous pink substance, yet faintly revealing the intricate energy pathways within. This arm was not corporeal. It resembled a confluence of pure energy and chaotic will, moving with a speed that surpassed thought. With 2 soft pops, the closest dazed Babidi, alongside Aaron's, who had just sensed the impending doom and was about to activate a protective mechanism, had no time to react effectively before the pink arm gently prodded them. A strange light flickered, and before they could even emit a scream, their forms twisted, compressed, and deformed at an alarming rate, transforming into 2 rough, yet tantalizingly sweet-smelling chocolate bars, much to the horror of onlookers. The pink arm coiled around them, pulling them back into the egg, where the chilling sound of crunching reverberated, accompanied by muffled laughter. He, the sweet sorcerer, and the crispy scientist. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From a distance, the Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet were struck with terror at this ghastly sight, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies as they turned to escape via instant transmission. However, the pink arm shot out once more, this time with 2 fingers, flicking Shin and Jebet as though swatting flies. Bang! Bang! Another 2 beams of transformative light erupted. The Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet, equally consumed by fear, morphed into 2 chocolate bars with a more refined golden wrapping, only to be snatched back by the arm. As the crunching resumed, the energy of the Supreme Kai is delicious. The attendant is quite nice too. Majin Buu, in a manner and form unforeseen by all, had prematurely awakened, and upon his emergence, he had already devoured 4 pivotal figures. With a crack and a shatter, the translucent shell finally disintegrated, unveiling the newly born Majin Buu, who is unlike any known form from the original narrative. His physique resembles that of an adult human, albeit slightly emaciated, exuding a crystalline translucence that suggests a flow of pink energy within. His skin is smooth, devoid of prominent facial features, save for two oval, abyss-like pure black eye sockets and an eerily wide mouth, perpetually grinning, revealing jagged teeth. Instead of antennae atop his head, wisps of energy resembling flickering pink flames float unpredictably. The overall impression he imparts is one of both corporeality and an energy conglomerate, imbued with an unsettling beauty and a sense of instability. This chaotic amalgamation, known as Majin Buu, is the result of absorbing an excess of high-level, chaotic energy. His presence is formidable, chaotic, and rife with unpredictability, demonstrated by his recent act of devouring 4 individuals, indicating a sharp intellect and decisiveness, with a clear priority on replenishing energy and information. The newly emerged Buu, with his pitch-black eye sockets, surveyed the battlefield and quickly fixed his attention on the 2 targets with the weakest auras, the immensely exhausted Piccolo, engaged in fierce combat with Dykes, and Dykes himself, momentarily slowed by the oppressive aura of the newly reborn Buu. He, so strong and green. Buu emitted a vague yet excited giggle as he flickered, not through teleportation, but with a bizarre velocity that defies the laws of physics, akin to a stream of pink light, instantly traversing hundreds of meters to position himself between Piccolo and Dykes. Both warriors gasped in shock, attempting to retaliate or evade. But Buu's speed and methods were too uncanny. His translucent arms split like liquid, simultaneously striking at Piccolo and Dykes. Oh no! Piccolo barely had time to gather his ki for defense, while Dykes unleashed demonic energy in a bid to resist. But the transformation light shone once more. This time, Piccolo morphed into a deep green, jelly-like chocolate, while Dykes transformed into a dark red, hard chocolate. Buu seized them both, one in each hand, and stuffed them into his mouth, the sound of chewing accompanied by a satisfied murmur. The Namekian has a delightful chewiness, and the general of the demon realm tastes good too. All of this transpired in mere seconds, from Buu's emergence to the consumption of 6 individuals, Babidi, Aelin, Sinjebit, Piccolo, Dykes, taking only 3 or 4 seconds in total. So swift was the sequence that Goma, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan were momentarily caught off guard by the fierce battle and sudden upheaval. When they finally extricated themselves from Goma's relentless assault and turned in horror towards the altar, they beheld the bizarre pink figure, licking what seemed to be non-existent lips, with pure black eye sockets gazing in their direction. Goma's expression darkened to its utmost, his third eye flashing ominously. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Not only had his subordinate Dykes been devoured, but also the crucial scientist Aelins and the sorcerer Babidi were lost, leading to the complete collapse of his plan. To make matters worse, the newly awakened Majin Buu before him emanated an eerie and potent aura, brimming with uncertainty. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan were struck with profound shock. Uncle Piccolo had been transformed into chocolate and consumed. However, just as the 4 individuals, Goma, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, believed that the terrifying pink fiend would next target them, their nerves heightened in preparation for a more dreadful battle. The chaos entity, Buu, with his pitch-black eye sockets, lingered upon them, especially the formidable Goma and the 2 super Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta, for less than a second, seemingly conducting a rapid assessment. Then, he executed an action that left all in astonishment. He grinned widely towards the 4, contorting his visage into a grotesque grin while emitting a faint, mocking chuckle. In the blink of an eye, a flash of pink light enveloped him, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned away with an eerie swiftness, fleeing toward a direction far from the valley and the powerful auras, vanishing like smoke on the horizon, leaving only a faint, disquieting aura of chaos behind. In the valley, an uncanny silence fell. The fierce winds swept through the ruins, stirring up dust. The altar lay barren, remnants of shattered eggshells and fragments of instruments scattered about. Goma, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the shock and confusion in the other's eyes. What was the meaning of this? The seemingly formidable fiend Buu, after consuming 6 beings, deities, had simply fled? Just like that? After a few moments of silence, Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The strain of sustaining Super Saiyan 3, coupled with his injuries, was becoming unbearable, and his energy began to wane. Yet he gasped for breath, his gaze once again locking on Goma, his fury reigniting. What does it matter, Buu? A mere scum from the demon realm. Our debts remain unsettled. Goku, shaking off his shock, glanced at Gohan and then back at Goma, whose energy still surged mightily, his expression sharpening. The vengeance for Uncle Piccolo and the threat posed by this Demon King had yet to be addressed. Gohan, are you still able to fight? Goku inquired earnestly. Yes, Dad. Gohan clenched his fists tightly. Despite his immense concern for Piccolo's plight, he understood the necessity of focusing on the formidable adversary at hand. Goma's third eye narrowed slightly, scanning the three injured yet undeterred warriors, particularly the troublesome Kakarot. Contemplating the one who had fled, potentially becoming an even greater variable, his agitation deepened. It appeared that eliminating these bothersome insects before dealing with the escaping subject was now the paramount task. Goma's dark red energy surged once more, radiating a chilling intent to kill. Without further ado, the fierce battle that had been interrupted by Bu's arrival reignited amidst the ruins of the valley, now under the weight of a profound shadow cast by the enigmatic pink silhouette that had fled. Chapter 61, Super Dragon Balls. In West City, on the sumptuous breakfast terrace of Bulma's villa, the god of destruction, Beerus, was vanquishing the towering stack of maple syrup pancakes, bacon, fried eggs, and a specially crafted cosmic fruit salad with astonishing speed, his countenance aglow with unadulterated joy. Whis elegantly sipped his tea, savoring the morning scenery. Beside him, Raditz leisurely perused a volume on cosmic flora, relishing the rare tranquility. Suddenly, a soft sound, almost imperceptible yet resonating at the very core of one's being, pierced the stillness. Beerus, poised to consume a large piece of muffin, found himself suspended in mid-bite. A rare, almost comically bewildered expression crossed his purple feline visage. He blinked, slowly raised a hand, and touched the top of his head. His fingertips brushed against a cool, smooth golden halo that emitted a faint glow. Beerus froze. 1 second. 2 seconds. Then, with a violent cough, he expelled the muffin, eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on the golden ring floating above him. His voice shifted in pitch. What is this? A halo. Goodness. Could it be that brat? He turned sharply, his crimson pupils incredulously darting towards the composed Whis, and then to Raditz, who was also looking up with curiosity. His tone was laced with absurdity and a hint of barely concealed panic. Whis, what's going on? Something's amiss. How could this thing be on my head? As the god of destruction, he understood all too well the implications of such a mark, the sign of death. Yet, he was merely seated here enjoying breakfast. Whis set down his teacup and scrutinized the halo above Beerus's head, after closing his eyes to sense its presence instead of alarm. A knowing, somewhat mischievous smile graced his lips. Ah, indeed, Lord Beerus. It seems the Supreme Kai has encountered an unfortunate incident. By the rules, it appears you are, in fact, deceased. I suppose it's time for a new god of destruction? His final remark carried a teasing undertone. Swap heads, you say? Beerus fumed, his tail bristling in agitation. Observing Beerus's frantic demeanor, Raditz closed his book and calmly interjected, Lord Beerus, please remain calm. While it may appear that you have perished, it is merely a decorative addition atop your head. Simply summon the eternal dragon for a revival, and all will be well. He paused, his tone laced with subtle reassurance. After all, King Yama wouldn't dare truly claim you, nor would he want to interfere. Look, you're still able to eat and drink, unaffected in your culinary pursuits. At these words, Beerus hesitated, touching the halo atop his head, then glancing at the half-plate of muffins before him. Perhaps there was some truth to this? Aside from the bothersome, glowing ring that severely undermined his authority as a god of destruction, he felt no other ill effects. His appetite remained undiminished. Humph. Beerus sulkily returned to his chair, taking a hefty bite of the muffin, muttering through a mouthful, revive that little Supreme Kai. I'll seal him away for a few millennia. But before that, I shall finish this muffin. He soon reconciled with the reality of his situation. Redirecting his ire towards his meal, Vis and Raditz exchanged a glance, a flicker of amusement dancing in their eyes. Their gaze shifted back to Goku and his companions. Gama's crimson third eye swept coldly over the battered yet fiercely defiant Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, his irritation and impatience reaching a boiling point. The unexpected revival and escape of Majin Buu had completely disrupted his plans. The losses of Elens and Digos were irreparable. He was now solely focused on swiftly eliminating these bothersome insects before pursuing the chaotic Buu, who harbored potentially greater power and unknown troubles, in a bid to minimize his losses and perhaps even turn misfortune into fortune. I have no time to play house with you anymore. Gama's voice resonated like a chilling wind from the abyss, his third eye glowing ominously. The next strike would annihilate them. A sense of impending doom washed over Goku and his allies, an icy dread flooding their veins. They immediately summoned their remaining strength, preparing for a desperate fight. However, Gama's speed transcended the limits of their fatigued bodies. His figure vanished from sight as if teleporting, not advancing in a straight line, but leaving behind several tangible, dark red afterimages that lingered in the air around them. Each afterimage radiated palpable intent to kill and energy fluctuations, rendering it impossible to discern his true form. Where's he? Goku's pupils contracted, his senses heightened. Watch your back. Gohan warned, but it was too late. Gama's true self materialized like a phantom behind Vegeta, targeting him, the one most severely injured and unstable. Enveloped in viscous dark red energy, a hand that seemed capable of crushing stars descended upon Vegeta's back with silent swiftness. With a sickening thud, Vegeta didn't even have time to turn and block. He felt a devastating force penetrate his body, his Super Saiyan transformation collapsing in an instant. Blood erupting from his mouth like a fountain. Darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness, collapsing forward like a broken sack. Vegeta! Goku's eyes widened in fury as he charged toward Gama. Without even looking back, Gama delivered a precise elbow strike that collided with Goku's incoming fist. A clear crack echoed through the air as Goku's hand twisted grotesquely, his body propelled away by overwhelming force. Dad! Gohan cried, disregarding everything as he surged toward Gama, trying to buy time for his father. Annoying, Gama remarked dispassionately, casting a fleeting glance before unleashing a slender yet razor-sharp beam of dark red light from his third eye. Gohan's shield, bolstered by all his might, was pierced as if it were mere paper, the beam puncturing his shoulder and erupting in a spray of blood. The excruciating pain and corrosive energy left him momentarily incapacitated, half kneeling on the ground. In a flash, Gama demonstrated his overwhelming power and speed, severely injuring Vegeta, repelling Goku, and incapacitating Gohan. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, showcasing the true terror of the Demon Realm King. Goma, indifferent to the fallen trio, cast a distant gaze toward the horizon, sensing the faint and unique aura of chaos left in the wake of Buu's escape. With a disdainful huff, he remarked, "Humph, he certainly runs swiftly. However, you cannot evade the grasp of this king." Enveloped in a dark crimson energy, Goma transformed into a streak of light, hastening towards the direction of Buu's flight, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a scene of devastation and 3 severely injured Saiyans. In West City, Beerus, savoring a novel dessert, and Whis almost simultaneously lifted their gazes. Whis's elegant smile faltered slightly as he noted, the energy fluctuations have subsided, yet the presence of Mr. Sun and his companions has grown exceedingly faint. No sooner had he spoken than the crystal atop Whis's angelic staff emanated a soft lavender glow. With a gentle wave, ripples spread across the central space of the living room, and 3 bloodied, unconscious figures materialized. None other than Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. Their injuries were grave, their life forces waning. Whis waved his staff once more, enveloping the trio in a more potent lavender healing light. Under the influence of this divine power, their horrific wounds healed at a visible pace, fractured bones reconnected, and their chaotic auras swiftly stabilized. Upon regaining consciousness, they recounted the events that transpired in the valley, including Majin Buu's eerie revival, his consumption of many, Goma's formidable strength, and the direction in which he pursued Buu. The living room fell into a profound silence following their account. Bulma and the others were struck with shock and sorrow over Piccolo's sacrifice and the terror of Majin Buu. Meanwhile, Beerus, stuffing his mouth with cream puffs, mumbled his complaints, "TCH, that brat. He is the reason I have this halo atop my head. That Goma from the demon realm possesses quite the skill." Raditz listened quietly, yet a fire ignited within the depths of his gaze. Goma, the demon realm king. In the original narrative, this character's power was already at the level of a Super Saiyan 4th stage. Raditz swiftly analyzed within, determining that after his recent warm-up with Beerus, his own strength had significantly improved, yet he had not had the opportunity to test his limits. This Goma, indeed, would serve as an excellent gauge. He gradually rose, stretching his wrists, his calm voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. "It seems this matter requires my personal attention. I cannot continually trouble Mr. Whis and Lord Beerus." Adorned with his halo, he cast a deliberate glance at the halo above Beerus's head. Beerus, feeling irked by the scrutiny, could only glare back, his mouth too full to retort. "Raditz, you must exercise caution." Bulma expressed her concern. "Brother, that Goma is truly formidable. Goku, just awakening and still quite weak, struggled to voice his thoughts. Raditz nodded, I understand. Thus, before proceeding, let us first resolve Lord Beerus's minor issue, and see if we can rescue Piccolo and the others. At the mention of resurrection, the group immediately thought of the Dragon Balls. Promptly, with the efficiency of the skilled fighters, they gathered all the Dragon Balls within a mere 10 minutes. As the sky darkened, the majestic figure of the divine dragon spiraled through the heavens. Speak forth your desires, echoed the deep, resonant voice of the dragon. Beerus, adorned with a halo, impatiently soared to the forefront, pointing at the crown upon his head. Hey, great lizard, remove this bothersome halo from my presence. The dragon's enormous eyes turned towards Beerus, pausing for a moment, revealing an unexpected glimmer of fear and reverence. I apologize, Lord Beerus. The dragon's voice trembled with rare hesitation. Your life essence transcends the divine. The power of the Earth's Dragon Balls cannot perform resurrection for one of your stature. It is beyond my capabilities. What? Beerus was taken aback. Then what shall we do? Meanwhile, Whis gracefully floated forward to elucidate. It appears, Lord Beerus, that in order to facilitate your resurrection, we require a more advanced Dragon Ball, such as the legendary Super Dragon Balls created by the Dragon God, Zalama. Super Dragon Balls? What might those be? Beerus inquired urgently. Whis shrugged. The Super Dragon Balls are scattered throughout the 6th and 7th universes, each as colossal as planets, making them quite difficult to locate. Moreover, even I lack complete knowledge of their specific locations. At that moment, the Earth's dragon spoke again, seemingly offering aftercare. As for the detailed whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls, an ancient and omniscient sage in the universe is aware. His name is Zuno. He resides on Zuno Star, located in the northern galaxy of the 7th universe. Zuno? That name rings a bell, Beerus remarked as he pointed at Whis. What are you waiting for? Go and inquire. Once you have the information, seek out the Super Dragon Balls. I do not wish to bear this thing any longer. He gestured toward his halo. Whis smiled with resignation. Very well, Lord Beerus, I shall depart at once. Just as Whis prepared to take his leave, a sudden, jarring noise akin to shattering glass echoed ominously through the clear skies of West City. The onlookers gazed upward in alarm, witnessing the heavens seemingly torn apart by an invisible force, creating a massive rift, hundreds of meters long, its edges aflame with an eerie green fire. Within the rift, countless anguished wails and grotesque specters writhed, exuding a potent aura of death, resentment, and chaos. Roar, accompanied by a familiar roar brimming with malice and fury. A figure clad in dark green bioarmor, with a sharply pointed tail and trembling insect wings, surged forth from the fissure. Suspended in midair, its cold, multifaceted eyes surveyed the ground below, ultimately fixing upon Raditz, Son Goku, and the others, unleashing a twisted laughter. Kikik, Raditz, Son Goku, did you think I was gone? I, Cell, have returned from the abyss of hell. This time, I shall drag all of you, along with this damned Earth, into eternal annihilation. In swift succession, a multitude of spectral forms, each exhibiting powerful or sinister auras, surged forth from the ghastly green rift like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Among them are faces notorious for their malevolence throughout the annals of cosmic history. Raditz gazed upon the dense throng of the undead army above, led by the boisterous Cell, and instead of displaying fear, a hint of disdain emerged on his countenance. It appeared that the narrative had spiraled into chaos. One could only wonder if a Super Android 17 might emerge shortly. However, before Cell could further articulate his vengeful proclamation, an exceedingly impatient voice, laced with the sounds of chewing, resonated from the villa terrace below. Enough noise. Where do these buzzing flies come from? Lord Beerus, adorned with a shimmering golden halo, stood with one hand on his hip and the other pointing towards the sky, his crimson feline eyes brimming with irritation. Goku, Vegeta, and you what's his name? He cast a glance at Gohan. Are you merely decorations? Hurry up and cleanse this nuisance of resurrected entities. Can't you see that I am dining? Disturbing a deity at mealtime is an unforgivable transgression. With the god of destruction's command, none dared to delay. Goku and Vegeta exchanged serious glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. The aura emanating from Cell was indeed far more formidable than it had been in years past, exuding an ominous, sinister energy. Gohan, I'll leave these minions to you. I shall have a chat with this old friend. Arrogant fool, Cell cackled, launching the first strike as he transformed into a dark green streak, racing towards Goku. Responding with a fierce shout, Goku unleashed a brilliant golden aura. his hair cascading down as white lightning enveloped his Super Saiyan third-grade form. Faced with Cell's malevolent energy, he could not afford to be careless and immediately summoned the full power of his Super Saiyan 3, honed under Whis' guidance. The two clashed with a thunderous explosion, their fists and feet colliding with the force of a tempest. Goku seamlessly combined the might of Super Saiyan 3 with Whis' exquisite control, his assault rapid and efficient, employing instantaneous movement and a variant of the Kamehameha with ease. However, Cell's strength had indeed surged astonishingly. His dark green bio-armor proved remarkably resilient, and the malevolent energy intermingled within possessed a strong, corrosive nature, allowing him to withstand Goku's ferocious onslaught and retaliate with even greater ferocity and cunning. His speed, strength, and energy recovery vastly surpassed that of his former self. His techniques imbued with a relentless ferocity reminiscent of hellish specters and an unwavering will to engage in battle. The fierce confrontation raged on, the residual energy tearing the clouds above asunder. While Goku managed to maintain a degree of initiative, he found himself unable to swiftly subdue Cell, who employed a strategy of trading blows, his malevolent energy proving increasingly troublesome. After several exchanges, Goku felt a tingling numbness in his arms, and his energy was significantly depleted. Ha ha ha! Is this all you can do, Goku? You have utterly disappointed me. Cell deflected a powerful punch from Goku, retaliating with a green beam laced with malevolence that grazed Goku's shoulder, leaving a searing wound. Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, grew increasingly grim, recognizing Cell's tenacity and the unsettling nature of his dark energy. He could see that while Goku held his ground, swiftly resolving the battle would be no simple task. Dilly-dallying. Vegeta, unable to contain his impatience, unleashed a golden aura that soared into the heavens, his long hair cascading down as he transformed into a Super Saiyan of the third level. Kakarot, you are far too slow. This prince has no time to watch you play house. To bring the battle to a swift conclusion, Vegeta forcefully joined the fray, forming a 2-on-1 assault alongside Goku. The combined might of the two Super Saiyan 3s was immediately palpable. Goku spearheaded the frontal attack with agile movements, while Vegeta flanked from the side, launching a ferocious onslaught. The pressure on Cell intensified. Despite his malevolent enhancements, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand the harmonious synergy of the two elite Super Saiyans, leaving him in a precarious position fraught with danger. How infuriating! 2 against 1. What has become of your Saiyan pride? Cell roared, attempting to unleash a full power shield. What pride is there to speak of when dealing with a wretch who crawled back from hell? Vegeta scoffed, exchanging a knowing glance with Goku. In the next instant, Goku teleported above Cell, his palms coalescing into a massive golden energy wave, while Vegeta, positioned below, gathered energy for his ultimate attack, the final flash to its zenith. Their energies locked in place, they executed a devastating pincer maneuver. The Kamehameha, at maximum power, coupled with the final flash at full strength, unleashed a torrent of energy in 2 brilliant hues of gold and blue, powerful enough to obliterate stars, converging upon Cell and consuming him entirely. No! Cell barely had time to emit a final, defiant roar before his dark green form disintegrated in the cataclysmic clash of energies, leaving not a trace behind, as if his consciousness had been thrust back into the depths of hell. The main battlefield was swiftly resolved. Meanwhile, Gohan had transformed into a golden whirlwind, dispatching the swarming spirits with precision and efficiency, his mastery of Super Saiyan 2 growing ever more refined. Just as the last specter was purified by Gohan's energy cannon, a few bewildered Grim Reapers, clad in infernal uniforms, tumbled out from a fissure in a panic. Upon witnessing the cleared spirits and the conclusion of the battle, their faces were etched with dread. One of the Grim Reapers, spotting the relatively gentle aura of Gohan, rushed over as if clinging to a lifeline. Esteemed one, thank you for your intervention. These souls escaped amidst the chaos of the underworld. Gohan halted his actions and inquired, chaos in the underworld? What has transpired? The Grim Reaper promptly lamented, recounting the invasion of Majin Buu into the underworld, his disruption of the soul-cleansing machinery, his release and absorption of millennia's worth of malevolent energy, and the subsequent enhancement of Cell with this dark energy that incited the uprising of the spirits. Consistent with earlier accounts, Gohan's heart sank upon hearing this. Majin Buu was indeed formidable enough to wreak havoc in the underworld and absorb such vast amounts of malevolent energy. He turned his gaze toward the ominous green fissure, where unsettling waves of energy collisions emanated from within. Among them was the presence of Gomer from days past. At this moment, the battle within the fissure reached its zenith, as Gomer's frenzied, dark red, demonic energy clashed violently with Boo's chaotic pink energy, sending chills down one's spine, even across the barrier of space. However, it soon became evident that Gomer's aura was beginning to falter and grow agitated. Ugh! A roar, filled with resentment and despair, emanated faintly from the depths of the fissure. It was Goma. Instantly, his demonic energy ceased abruptly, as if devoured by a black hole. In its place surged the chaotic energy of Majin Buu, a tumultuous force amalgamated from various potent auras and malevolence. Erupting like a volcanic explosion, the terrifying pressure, woven from dark red, deep green, pale gold, and ashen black, surged forth from the crevice like a tangible tsunami. Goku and Vegeta, who had just concluded their battle, were the first to be struck by this ultimate pressure, a fusion of Goma, Piccolo, the Supreme Kai, and the malevolence of the underworld. Their Super Saiyan 3 auras fluctuated violently, their breath caught in their throats, and they found their movements sluggish. Gohan, who had just cleared the battleground, felt as if he were burdened by a mountain, his bones creaking, nearly immobilized. From a fissure, a viscous dark pink energy churned, and a deeper, more inscrutable Majin Buu slowly materialized. He had absorbed Goma entirely, his form seemingly more solid and restrained. Yet the oppressive aura, an amalgamation of peak attributes and evil essence, filled everyone with dread. His pitch-black eyes swept across the gathered crowd, landing on Beerus. Instinctively recognizing the danger posed by this feline entity, he uttered a muffled mumble, and then, with a flash of dark pink light, he vanished into the distant horizon at a speed surpassing anything previously witnessed. The atmosphere grew heavy with concern among the onlookers, while Beerus, gazing intently at the direction Buu had vanished, felt the halo above him flicker slightly. Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan gradually descended back to the terrace of Raditz Villa, their faces betraying an unmistakable gravity and a hint of defeat. The combined might of Super Saiyan 3 Goku and Vegeta had been thwarted merely by the oppressive aura emanating from Buu. Gohan was nearly immobilized by the sheer weight of it. The sense of absolute disparity was more disheartening than when they faced the likes of Frieza's brothers and Cell in the past. How much stronger had that creature become? Vegeta wiped the blood that had spilled from the corner of his mouth due to his forced eruption, his voice low and tense. Fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh. Proud as he was, he had to concede that the current Majin Buu was likely beyond his capacity to contend with.